Chapter 1. The Substitute. In the summer of 2008, Su Huitang sat on the substitute bench, visibly anxious as he finally arrived at the arena for the finals. He was a member of the Jiangnan High School football team, which had persevered through numerous challenges to reach this pivotal moment. Many of their matches had seen them equalize or take the lead in the final minutes. Their scoring prowess was modest, yet their tenacity was unwavering, never conceding defeat. Until the last moment. Perhaps it was this indomitable spirit that propelled Su Huitang and his team to the finals, while many seemingly stronger opponents had been eliminated along the way. The championship match of the high school football tournament was being held at Haibei High School Stadium, where a particular area on the sidelines captured the attention of nearly everyone present. In that area, staff from Huaxia Sports Channel were setting up equipment, while U19 national youth team head coach Lu Qiuming and his assistant, Xiao Lu, scrutinized the lineup and player introductions in their hands. The Haibei High School football team boasted formidable strength, having breezed through their matches with ease and securing resounding victories. The match is officially underway. Today marks the final of the high school campus football tournament, featuring Jiangnan High School against Haibei High School. Currently, Haibei High School is advancing with the ball from left to right. The enthusiastic voice of the commentator resonated across the nation, courtesy of Huaxia Sports Channel. Su Huitang, seated on the Jiangnan High School bench, was a midfielder. Despite having heroically salvaged the previous match to lead his team to the finals, he found himself relegated to the bench. He had not anticipated that the finals of this high school tournament would be broadcast live by the largest sports channel in the country, nor that coach Lu Qiuming of the national youth team would be present. Rumor had it that the final roster of 26 players for the national team was still one short, and the standout player in this match was likely to claim that coveted spot. With his birthday approaching in less than a month, when he would turn 18, Su Huitang yearned to seize this opportunity to become a professional player for representing his country had been his lifelong dream, that he was acutely aware that their opponents were formidable, with a front line that had demonstrated exceptional scoring ability, having triumphed effortlessly in all preceding matches. As his thoughts raced, Su Huitang gradually regained his composure and began to focus on the unfolding action on the field. The match had scarcely begun when Haibei High School executed a brilliant play. Forward Ningyu received a pass from the midfield on the right side of the penalty area, deftly evading the advancing Jiangnan High School defender before attempting a shot on goal. The Jiangnan goalkeeper, seeing the ball approach, lunged in a desperate attempt to save it, but failed to make contact, his heart racing with fear as he turned to see the ball. Narrowly missed the post, alas. Ningyu sighed, feeling the weight of missed opportunity, knowing how rare the chance to join the U19 national youth team was. His shot had been overly ambitious in its pursuit of precision, veering just off target. The collective sigh resonated from the stands. Such a pity. The angle of the shot is rather unfortunate, Lu sighed. Observing this attempt, it is evident that Ningyu's ability to read the game still requires refinement. There was a teammate in the center of the penalty area who had successfully evaded his markers and was making a rapid advance. The ample space in the penalty area could have been exploited had he opted to pass the ball to the left. Haibei High School might have secured a goal, remarked Lu Qiuming, the head coach of the U19 national youth team, shaking his head gently after speaking with Lu. With the match just commencing, he hoped to witness a more remarkable performance. The overall strength of Jiangnan High School pales in comparison to that of Haibei High School, leaving them thoroughly suppressed, with scant opportunities to counterattack. On the rare occasions they reached the opponent's half, their attempts were thwarted by either interception or dispossession. As the match progressed beyond the 30-minute mark, after squandering several chances, Haibei High School's forward, Ningyu, finally found himself in a promising position. Within the penalty area, the right winger of Haibei High School skillfully evaded two defenders and delivered a cross to Ningyu. With no defenders in proximity, Ningyu controlled the ball with his chest and took a step forward. At that moment, the center back of Jiangnan High School reacted, rushing toward Ningyu, but it was too late. Ningyu unleashed a powerful shot that the goalkeeper could not save, sending the ball soaring into the top left corner of the net like a cannonball. The goal is scored. Jiangnan High School has finally executed a splendid play, culminating in a decisive strike by forward Ningyu. Haibei High School now leads Jiangnan High School 10. The commentator's passionate voice resonated once more. The stands of Haibei High School erupted in jubilation as students cheered and applauded, their voices echoing throughout the stadium. According to the information gathered, Ningyu is arguably the most formidable player in this high school football tournament, and he's also the top scorer in this national high school competition. Haibei High School has won their previous matches with relative ease, with Ningyu consistently netting more than 2 goals per game. In contrast, Jiangnan High School has faced arduous battles, often only securing victories in the second half, with goals coming from various positions: forward, midfielder, and even defender. However, this information is rather simplistic and does not reveal much depth. Lu was discussing with Lu Xiaoming while holding the data in his hands. As the first half draws to a close, it appears that Jiangnan High School is utterly defenseless. Coach Lu, do you think Ningyu stand a chance of being selected for the U19 national youth team? Consider this. Which forward in the national youth team could possibly surpass Ningyu? Yet, his performance in the first half still falls short of my expectations. He squandered too many opportunities. Although he managed to score, I hope for a more stellar display in the second half, otherwise it may prove challenging, Lu Xiaoming replied, furrowing his brow. He felt Ningyu's current performance was still lacking, and his team was not in need of forwards unless Ningyu could exhibit something extraordinary. A few minutes later, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with Haibei High School momentarily leading Jiangnan High School 10, thanks to Ningyu's solitary goal. During the halftime intermission, in the lounge of Jiangnan High School, the physical education teacher spoke emphatically. Remember, do not solely focus on defense. If an opportunity arises, push forward and take the shot. Do not be overly anxious. After all, Haibei High School possesses a stronger capability than us. Everyone should cast aside their burdens and strive to perform to their utmost potential. Su Huitang expressed his desire to enter the game, yet he was met with opposition. The reasoning was that Su Huitang's stamina was inadequate, and he should wait until the second half to join the fray, allowing his teammates to endure a bit longer. Presently, the score stood at a modest 0-1, and there was no need for haste. Simultaneously, within the confines of Haibei High School's lounge, their physical education teacher was rallying the team. The first half was commendable. Let us maintain this momentum. Ningyu, be mindful, do not overly pursue scoring. If a teammate has a favorable opportunity, pass the ball instead of fixating on personal goals. Though Ningyu verbally acquiesced, internally he mused, this chance is rare. I must score more goals to catch Coach Liu's attention. As the second half commenced, Jiangnan High School initiated the play. After a few passes, the forward made a rare touch on the ball, yet it was slightly overextended, allowing Haibei High School's defender to intercept. Haibei High School seized the opportunity and launched a swift counterattack. Following several precise passes, they advanced rapidly into Jiangnan High School's half. As the right winger approached the defenders, he deftly shifted the ball, redirecting it from the right flank to the left, landing at the feet of the left winger. Observing the approaching defender, the left winger noticed only one center back closely marking Ningyu within the penalty area. He gestured towards Ningyu and swiftly delivered a pass into the box. Recognizing the signal from the left winger, Ningyu effortlessly turned, evading the defender, and upon receiving the ball, found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Similar to the first half, in nearly the same position, Ningyu unleashed a powerful shot, the goalkeeper unable to respond in time as the ball soared into the upper left corner of the net. With Ningyu's 2 goals, Haibei High School now led 2-0, seemingly on the path to victory, while Jiangnan High School struggled to mount an effective counteroffensive. The second half has just begun, and Haibei High School's football team has once again penetrated Jiangnan High School's defense with precise passing and cohesive teamwork. They now lead 2-0, placing Jiangnan High School in a precarious position, as trailing by 2 goals proved challenging, especially under pressure from their opponents. The commentator analyzed the unfolding situation with a captivating voice that flowed seamlessly. Ningyu has scored again. It appears her touch has improved, Xiao Lu whispered to Lu Xiaoming, nodding in acknowledgement. However, Lu Xiaoming remained unresponsive, lost in thought. In truth, he felt a tinge of disappointment thus far. No standout player had emerged worthy of selection for the U19 national youth team. Su Huitang, quickly warm up, you're about to enter the game, came the call to action. The physical education teacher of Jiangnan High School could no longer remain seated. He had initially intended for the team to hold their defense for a few more minutes, but unexpectedly, as the second half commenced, Haibei High School scored once more. For Jiangnan High School, a 2-goal deficit posed a significant challenge. Upon witnessing Haibei High School's latest goal, Su Huitang also felt compelled to take action. He knew his time to enter the field was approaching and began warming up at the sidelines. Dear viewers, perhaps you have just turned on your television that we are currently broadcasting live on Huaxia Sports Channel, featuring a match between Haibei High School's football team and Jiangnan High School's football team. This contest is the final of the high school campus football tournament, with Haibei High School temporarily leading Jiangnan High School 20-. Jiangnan High School is preparing to make a substitution, indicating their intent to make a bold move. They are replacing a central defender with a midfielder, seemingly to bolster their offensive efforts. After this substitution, will Jiangnan High School's fortunes change? We shall wait and see. Chapter 2, on the field. The captivating voice of the Huaxia Sports Channel host narrated swiftly as Su Huitang jogged onto the pitch, replacing his team's central defender. Upon entering the field, Jiangnan High School initiated the kickoff. The forward gently nudged the ball, which was then passed to Su Huitang. Upon receiving the ball, Su Huitang accelerated forward with great speed. Two midfielders from Haibei High School, noticing the play, prepared to intercept. As Su Huitang advanced with the ball, he lifted his head to survey the field. The wingers and forwards were sprinting toward Haibei High School's goal. Su Huitang paused momentarily, gazing toward the left, ready to make a pass. Quickly, block his passing lane. Do not allow him to complete the pass. Indeed, the overall strength of Haibei High School's players surpassed that of Jiangnan High School significantly. Not only did they possess remarkable individual skills, but their teamwork was also commendable. Observing Su Huitang prepare to strike the ball and turn his gaze to the left, they deduced he intended to pass to the left winger. At that moment, a midfielder leapt to obstruct Su Huitang's intended pass to the left, while another fullback swiftly closed in on Jiangnan High School's left winger. Su Huitang flashed a smile at the Haibei midfielder. He had indeed looked to the left, and his movement suggested he was about to pass in that direction. It must be said that the players from Haibei High School demonstrated excellent judgment and positioning. However, they were mistaken. Su Huitang deftly used the outside of his right foot to send the ball to the right flank, executing the pass with perfect force and distance. The right winger of Jiangnan High School did not break stride, effortlessly receiving the pass while continuing his forward charge. What? The players from Haibei High School were taken aback. They had anticipated the pass would go to the left, only to be surprised as Su Huitang skillfully redirected the ball to the right flank. In that fleeting moment of hesitation amongst the Haibei midfielders, Su Huitang sprinted forward, surpassing both of Haibei High School's midfielders. After all, no one would deliberately extend special care to a player without the ball. In a moment of distraction, two midfielders from Haibei High School inadvertently allowed Su Huitang to slip past them. The instant they realized their mistake, regretting not having used their bodies to block the slender player from Jiangnan High School, it was already too late for them to turn and keep pace with Su Huitang. As Su Huitang sprinted forward, he gestured towards the right winger, who sent the ball sailing towards him. However, the pass was not executed with precision. The passer, fixated on Su Huitang, failed to deliver the ball ahead of him. Consequently, Su Huitang had no choice but to halt his run, using his chest to cushion the ball's descent. After controlling the ball, Su Huitang did not advance or immediately distribute it. Instead, he glanced forward and raised his hand, signaling. Just as the two defenders from Haibei High School began to close in, he made his move, sending the ball into the penalty area. The forward, having already recognized Su Huitang's signal, sprang into action the moment the ball was played, deftly evading the closely marking defender. What a beautiful pass! The coordination of Jiangnan High School is seamless, and their attempt to exploit the offside trap was successful, exclaimed Xiao Lu to Lu Qiuming. Lu Qiuming, however, remained impassive, yearning for more than just this fleeting moment. Mere words were insufficient for him. That moment, as the football descended rapidly, the forward required no adjustment to his stride to take aim. The pass was impeccably comfortable, and he unleashed a powerful strike at the falling ball. In this instant, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breath, the silence on the field so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The goalkeeper, witnessing the forward from Jiangnan High School raise his leg to shoot, reacted instantaneously, diving to save. Yet the ball slipped through his grasp, and a cold sweat broke out as he quickly turned to watch the ball's trajectory towards the goal. A collective sigh resonated from the stands as the football sailed just above the crossbar and out of play. The players from Haibei High School gasped in disbelief. Within mere seconds of Su Huitang's entrance, Jiangnan High School had executed a high-quality attack. Ning Yu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the opposing forward had not scored, that he feared losing the spotlight to other players, worried that someone might snatch away his sole opportunity to join the U19 national youth team. Ning Yu called out to his teammates, "Let's score another one," and aimed to decisively overwhelm Jiangnan High School. With that, Haibei High School once more leveraged their advantage, advancing toward the goal of Jiangnan High School with their practice coordination. However, as a midfielder from Haibei High School attempted to break through the center, Su Huitang preemptively intercepted, resulting in a collision that sent him tumbling to the ground. The referee, noticing the incident, hurried over to call a foul against the Haibei High School player. As the match commenced at Jiangnan High School, after a few exchanges of passes, Su Huitang sprinted forward in the midfield, gesturing for the ball. However, the pass from his teammate was inadvertently directed to the opposing player's feet. Observing his teammates advancing forward and the formation pressing high, Su Huitang swiftly brought down the opposing player. The referee called a foul against Su Huitang, granting Haibei High School an indirect free kick. Now, it was Haibei High School's turn to take the indirect free kick. Instead of opting for a long ball, they maintained possession at their feet, Once again, relying on their adept short-range coordination, Haibei High School advanced swiftly. After a series of passes, the ball was directed to the right flank, where the right winger spotted Ning Yu requesting the ball and sent it towards the penalty area. Su Huitang, having anticipated Haibei High School's passing intentions, leaped to intercept the trajectory of the pass. The ball struck Su Huitang's back, altering its direction, and subsequently landed at the feet of Jiangnan High School's left back. Su Huitang observed his team's possession of the ball and swiftly sprinted forward. At that moment, the ball was released from the feet of the left back of Jiangnan High School and found its way to the left winger. As Su Huitang recognized the opportunity for a counterattack, he sprinted forward, raising his hand to signal the left winger for the ball. With Haibei High School mounting a frenzied offensive, only two central defenders remained in their own half, while both fullbacks advanced to support the attack, yet had not retreated back into their defensive zone. Upon noticing Su Huitang's call for the ball, the left winger struck it directly towards the midfield area. The two central defenders of Haibei High School observed this pass. One swiftly surged forward from the back line to contest for the ball, while the other stayed behind to maintain defensive coverage. Su Huitang noticed the central defender from Haibei High School approaching him swiftly. In a moment of agility, he leaped and deftly nudged the ball with his head, allowing it to soar over the onrushing defender. Without pausing upon landing, he accelerated past the opponent, leaving him trailing behind. At this juncture, the Haibei High School defender, hindered by inertia, found it impossible to pivot and reclaim the ball. Indeed, it was a clean and decisive maneuver. Xiao Lu, observing Su Huitang's performance, felt a spark of admiration. He recognized Su Huitang's exceptional skills in ball control, passing, teamwork, and his ability to command the midfield. He wondered if Coach Lu would take notice of him. On the Su Huitang highway, he advanced with the ball, covering merely about 10 meters before lifting his gaze to the front and taking a shot. What? Was he attempting to pass? At this moment, the forward from Jiangnan High School had yet to catch up, making this an ill-timed decision for a pass. Xiao Lu felt a pang of regret. In the early stages, Su Huitang had executed 2 quick passes, but this time he seemed rather impatient. Behind him, only a single defender and the goalkeeper remained from Haibei High School, and the last defender had not surged forward. Regardless, he should have advanced with the ball, waiting for his team as forward to position himself for a more opportune pass, thus amplifying their chances. By attempting a pass before the forward arrived, was he not merely delaying the offensive play? Su Huitang from Jiangnan High School was poised to pass, yet the timing was far from ideal. The commentator, witnessing Su Huitang's actions, let out a sigh, soon followed by wide-eyed astonishment as he exclaimed, "No, wait. It's a shot." Su Huitang took a shot from 40 meters away from the goal. The commentator elevated his voice, and all the students and teachers in the stands could no longer remain seated, rising to their feet in anticipation. Chapter 3. The Goal. As Su Huitang lifted his gaze forward, he noticed that the goalkeeper from Haibei High School was positioned rather advanced. Without hesitation, he opted for a delicate lob shot. Channeling all his strength, he propelled the ball towards the opponent's goal, tracing a graceful arc in its flight. The football soared towards Haibei High School's net. The goalkeeper, reacting swiftly, retreated and leaped high in an attempt to intercept the shot. However, the ball sailed over his head. Mere meters from the goal, it plummeted sharply, landing within the confines of the net and rebounding off the mesh. A second later, the net lost its tautness and the ball settled motionless. A goal. Magnificent. A world-class strike. A lob from a staggering 40 meters away. This goal is destined to be etched in history. I never imagined witnessing such a breathtaking lob from an amateur high school team, leaving the opposing keeper utterly powerless. This shot evoked memories of August 17, 1996. When David Beckham made his name with a stunning 60-meter lob from near midfield in a match between Manchester United and Wimbledon. One wonders if this substitute player from Jiangnan High School could also achieve fame, perhaps being selected by coach Lu Qiuming for the national youth team roster. The live commentator was exuberantly narrating the goal, while Su Huitang embraced his teammates in celebration. "Coach Lu, what do you think of this newly substituted midfielder? This long-range shot demonstrates remarkable vision and control, rivaling that of professional players, and he has already delivered 2 precise passes. However, I still need to see more. I require a more comprehensive midfielder. He may have a chance at selection, but it depends on his subsequent performance." Lu Qiuming's interest was piqued, as he engaged in hushed conversation with his assistant, Xiao Lu, acknowledging that the match had taken on a new level of intrigue. Xiao Lu, however, felt that Coach Lu's expectations were rather lofty, and he refrained from further comment, hoping the players would showcase even greater prowess. Evidently, since Su Huitong's entrance, Jiangnan High School's performance on the pitch had significantly improved. Although possession was predominantly held by the players of Haibei High School, whenever there was a counterattack, Su Huitong's every precise pass posed a considerable threat to Haibei High School. Following Su Huitong's goal, Jiangnan High School's morale soared, no longer subjected to the same pressure as in the first half. During their counterattacks, Su Huitong emerged as the team's linchpin, orchestrating his teammates' movements and facilitating the flow of passes. During the defensive phase, although he was not particularly adept at defending, he exerted every effort to intercept the ball and collaborated with his teammates to thwart the relentless assaults from Haibei High School. Following another miss from a forward of Jiangnan High School, Haibei High School prepared to make a substitution, replacing a lackluster forward with a central defender, thus altering their formation to 5-4-1. Clearly, Haibei High School was intent on fortifying their defense, especially as time was running short. Before the central defender took the field, the physical education teacher of Haibei High School instructed him to closely mark Su Huitong, ensuring he could not receive the ball comfortably, while also reminding other players to disrupt Su Huitong's passing lanes. He firmly believed that as long as Su Huitong's performance was curtailed, Jiangnan High School would have no chance of winning the match. At that moment, with 20 minutes remaining, Su Huitong was being tightly marked, with little opportunity to gain possession. Haibei High School even resorted to fouls to impede Su Huitong. Given his slight frame, a minor foul would easily cause him to lose his balance and fall, without the risk of receiving a card. Let us stick to this strategy. If we can neutralize him, victory will be ours. Keep it up. Ningyu encouraged his teammates after one of their midfield players fouled Su Huitong. However, he himself squandered several scoring opportunities, his growing impatience only compounding his inability to find the net. At that moment, he simply wished for the match to conclude swiftly. Since Su Huitong entered the game, Jiangnan High School's offense has been vibrant. Now that Su Huitong is being contained, Jiangnan High School finds itself under pressure, and Ningyu has repeatedly encountered good shooting opportunities. Coach Lu remarked with a frown. The match had grown somewhat dreary, as Haibei High School's forward Ningyu repeatedly opted to shoot from unfavorable angles, appearing anxious, as if it were Haibei High School trailing. Observing Su Huitong in this passive situation, one could still discern flashes of brilliance. He displayed far more skill than Ningyu. Lu Qiuming nodded slightly, engaging in quiet conversation with Lu. In the eyes of professionals, the disparity in skill was immediately apparent. Time was dwindling for Jiangnan High School, as they were on the brink of entering stoppage time, with only a few minutes left in the match. Could Jiangnan High School conjure a miracle? The score remained 2-1, with Haibei High School currently in the lead. After enduring a long-awaited opportunity, Su Huitong's precise pass was once again misguided by the forward as the match entered its 89th minute. A minute later, the winger from Jiangnan High School sent a pass to Su Huitong, only to have it intercepted by a defender from Haibei High School, resulting in the ball being kicked out of play. Jiangnan High School was awarded a corner kick, with Su Huitong designated to take it. As he stood beside the corner flag, poised to execute the kick, the match had already transitioned into stoppage time. With just under 2 minutes remaining in the 2-minute added time, Jiangnan High School faced the imminent threat of defeat if they failed to score. The anticipation surrounding Su Huitong's corner kick was palpable. The commentator was narrating the unfolding events on the pitch. As the students in the stands could no longer contain their excitement, they all rose to their feet, waiting eagerly for the referee's final whistle to signal the end of the match. Su Huitong gestured and subsequently took the corner kick, which arched gracefully through the air. Countless players concentrated at the near post, vying for the ball's descent, but it appeared slightly too high, sailing over their heads. As it reached the far post, everyone realized that the corner was directed there. All players from Jiangnan High School had advanced into Haibei High School's half. How splendid! The center back from Jiangnan High School surged forward with great speed, evading the defenders from Haibei, and headed the ball towards the goal. The commentator exclaimed with excitement, "Ah! What a pity, the ball was cleared off the line by a defender from Haibei High School." A collective sigh echoed from the stands, as the students seemed to forget they were from Haibei High School, not Jiangnan. At that moment, the referee glanced at his watch, and with less than a minute remaining in the match, tension filled the air. Some began to shout in exhilaration, for Haibei High School was on the brink of victory. What a shame it would have been if that goal had gone in, for it would have equalized the score. potentially making Su Huitang the most valuable player of the match. Little Lu sighed, but then his eyes lit up. The game isn't over yet. Just as the spectators lamented the exquisite play, the ball was forcefully cleared by Haibei's defender, soaring high and far, demonstrating solid fundamentals. However, what unfolded next would be etched in the minds of the onlookers forever. Indeed, the match was not over. Jiangnan High School still had a chance. Chapter 4. Equalization. The ball was cleared to the edge of the penalty area, and almost everyone was momentarily stunned when a slender figure sprinted towards the ball's descent. It was none other than Su Huitang, who had swiftly moved to the edge of the penalty area after taking the corner. His perseverance had granted him this invaluable opportunity. At that moment, Su Huitang felt his stamina waning, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, refusing to yield. As he saw the ball being cleared, he dashed forward without hesitation. He swiftly turned half his body towards the descending football, executing a delicate flick with his left foot. The shot lacked power but was executed with remarkable speed and an exquisite angle. The goalkeeper lunged in vain, out of reach. The angle was too acute for him to intercept the ball. It went in. In the final moments, Su Huitang's deft flick equalized the score. He seized the last offensive opportunity, his shot effortlessly evading the players in the penalty area, truly astonishing. The resilient Jiangnan High School managed to level the score in the dying moments of the match. According to high school football regulations, the two teams would now engage in a penalty shootout. The commentator clenched his fists in excitement, exclaiming passionately, "This match had been nothing short of spectacular." After Haibei High School scored their second goal, everyone presumed their victory was assured. However, Su Huitang has nearly single-handedly salvaged the team, not only scoring 2 goals but also sparking a series of exquisite combinations within the Jiangnan High School football team since his arrival on the field. The atmosphere in the stadium erupted with fervor as all the players from Jiangnan High School embraced one another, as if they had already claimed victory. In stark contrast, the players from Haibei High School hung their heads in despair, with Ningyu wearing a sorrowful expression, taken aback by the equalizer in the final seconds. Upon witnessing the goal, Lu Qiuming finally smiled and nodded in approval. This is precisely what he desired. Su Huitang's passing, long-range shooting prowess, collaborative teamwork, composed mentality, and unyielding spirit, all embodying the attributes of the player he needed. Subsequently, as the Haibei High School goalkeeper prepared to kick off, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the 90 minutes, leading to a tense penalty shootout. On the Jiangnan High School side, all 11 players, along with their physical education teacher, gathered to strategize and determine the order for the impending penalty showdown. Su Huitang volunteered to take the first penalty kick, a position that bears the greatest psychological pressure. Ideally, it should be executed by the most composed player or the captain of the team. Unexpectedly, Su Huitang stepped forward, eager to take the first shot. Perhaps it was his unwavering confidence, or perhaps he was simply in a state of exceptional form, prompting his desire to be the first to kick. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Haibei High School was tumultuous, with no one willing to step up for the initial kick. Ultimately, as the captain and one of the most skilled players on the team, Ningyu, the leading scorer, was chosen by the sports teacher to take the first shot. Su Huitang gently positioned the soccer ball on the penalty spot. Casting a glance at the goalkeeper from Haibei High School, the goalkeeper appeared somewhat anxious, bouncing on his toes, stretching his limbs in anticipation. With a sharp whistle from the referee, Su Huitang calmly initiated his run-up and lifted his foot to strike. Observing Su Huitang's movement, the goalkeeper swiftly dove to his right. What an astonishing sight! Su Huitang from Jiangnan High School executed a Panenka penalty, the ball gliding effortlessly into the center of the goal, while the Haibei goalkeeper misjudged and lunged in the wrong direction. Jiangnan High School took an early lead with a score of 1-0 in the penalty shootout. The commentator's eyes widened in amazement as he excitedly narrated the event. "What a splendid Panenka! This lad truly possesses a vivid imagination," he chuckled. Little Lu laughed heartily, sharing his amusement with Lu Qiuming, who nodded in approval of Su Huitang's performance. In the ensuing moments, Ningyu, eager to impress, found himself overly tense and astonishingly sent the ball soaring over the goal. After both teams completed their 5 penalty kicks, Ningyu felt a sense of relief, as the final 4 penalties from Haibei High School were successfully converted, while 2 of Jiangnan High School's attempts were saved. Ultimately, Haibei High School triumphed in the penalty shootout with a score of 4-3, igniting an electrifying atmosphere in the stadium. Students from Haibei High School erupted in cheers, reveling in their victory. For Lu Qiuming, the outcome of the penalty shootout was of little consequence. What mattered was that he had discovered a promising talent. Although Su Huitong's shortcomings were evident, his strength, power, and endurance were still lacking. His performance during the match had clearly impressed Lu Qiuming. At that moment, Ningyu pondered. I scored 2 goals in this match, and our school emerged victorious. Surely, I must have a chance of being selected by Coach Lu. However, the final announcement left Ningyu feeling unjustly treated. Why was Su Huitong chosen over him? Coach Lu, I also scored 2 goals, and our team won in the end. Ningyu protested, his voice tinged with frustration. Ningyu, reflect on how many opportunities you squandered. You had numerous shots from unfavorable angles, yet opted to shoot yourself. Had you passed to a teammate making a run, Hebei High School might have sealed the victory long ago. In contrast, look at Su Huitong's contributions. He nearly single-handedly salvaged the team with his scoring, passing, and encouragement to his teammates, all of which surpassed your efforts significantly. Moreover, did you outshine Su Huitong in the penalty shootout? You did not. It was merely Hebei High School that triumphed over Jiang'an High School in that contest. Lu Qiuming stated sternly, addressing the defiant Ningyu. At last, Ningyu comprehended that even without Su Huitong's late equalizer, Coach Lu would undoubtedly have still chosen him. As for who claimed the championship, that was not Coach Lu's primary concern. He sought to evaluate who excelled in performance, perspective, and determination throughout the match. In every aspect, Ningyu had fallen short, and the defeat was resounding. He sighed, lowered his head, and after a moment of contemplation, mustered the courage to prepare for the exchange of jerseys with Su Huitong. Congratulations, I am truly impressed. Your performance has indeed surpassed mine significantly. Ningyu quickly composed himself, shook hands with Su Huitong, and exchanged jerseys. He then gently patted Su Huitong's shoulder, saying, in truth, your technique is quite commendable. However, your eagerness to showcase your abilities has led to a rather solitary style of play. If you could maintain your usual composure and relax a bit, you might find yourself with more opportunities. Su Huitong rubbed his shoulder, which had been somewhat stung by Ningyu's pat, and replied, there is no need to offer me consolation. I am already aware of my shortcomings. I hope that one day, we may cross paths on the field again. I eagerly anticipate the chance to compete with you once more. Ningyu prepared to pat Su Huitong's shoulder again, but he deftly evaded it. Your strength is too great. You have already played for 90 minutes, yet your energy remains so exuberant. Su Huitong chuckled, addressing Ningyu. Aha, at last. I have managed to gain a slight edge over you, in terms of strength and endurance. Upon saying this, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 5. Selection. Su Huitong still finds it hard to believe, not due to the performance in this match, but rather because of an unforeseen incident that occurred a month ago. Su Huitong recalled a month ago when he was the pivotal midfielder and captain of the national team, only to discover during a routine health examination that he had heart disease. That day, he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and afterward, his memory faded. Upon awakening, he found himself transported to the year 2008, inhabiting the body of a high school student who also bore the name Su Huitong. It was now 2008, with merely a month remaining until the Olympic Games commenced. Just a few days prior, he had secretly watched the UEFA Euro final in the early hours, concealing it from his teacher. Although he was already aware of the outcome, he yearned to witness it once more. Ultimately, Spain triumphed over Germany with a score of 1-0, thanks to Fernando Torres' golden goal. Since I am here, I shall make the most of it, Su Huitong contemplated. He had undergone a medical examination, confirming that he no longer suffered from heart disease, though his physique was notably frail, necessitating a commitment to rigorous training. He understood that he must diligently enhance his strength and endurance. Otherwise, even if he aspired to become a professional athlete, his growth would be stunted. The physical confrontations inherent in professional matches were beyond his current capabilities. He could not afford to be knocked down with the slightest touch. He realized that his former consciousness still lingered in his mind, harboring a secret affection for a classmate, Sang Guiyan, who sat in front of him. Although Sang Guiyan enjoyed watching Su Huitong play football, she deemed him academically lacking and, coupled with his modest family circumstances, believed that their paths would never truly intersect. Su Huitong, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, had refrained from confessing his feelings. As Su Huitong was lost in thought, Lu Qiuming approached him and said, congratulations. You have secured the final spot on the U19 national youth team roster. Please report to the training base in T-City in 3 days. Upon finishing, He handed Su Huitang a slip of white paper inscribed with the address of the training camp. The high school campus football tournament had finally reached its conclusion, and Su Huitang emerged as the sole fortunate individual chosen by coach Lu Xiaoming for the U19 national youth team. 3 days later, Su Huitang arrived at the training base, burdened with luggage. He had journeyed alone. His parents, aware of his unlikely prospects of attending university, had initially intended for him to seek employment. Unexpectedly, he remained resolute in his desire to pursue football. Incensed, his parents chose to ignore him, allowing him to travel alone to the training base, which spanned several provinces and required both train and bus rides, all while managing 2 large suitcases. Su Huitang still vividly remembers the words spoken by his father just before his departure. What difference does it make if you become a key player for the national team? You will still be criticized by the entire nation. Su Huitang could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, the recent performance of the national team has been dismal. The treatment of professional players back in 2008 was far from satisfactory, often leading to delayed salaries. Without being a main player in a Chinese Super League team, one cannot even qualify for the national team. In recent years, the national team has truly struggled. During the Asian qualifiers for the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, they finished at the bottom of their group and were eliminated once again, missing the chance to compete among Asia's top 10. He felt utterly helpless and could understand why his father held such low expectations for him. Nevertheless, whether he is the current Su Huitang or the one from the past, being a professional footballer remains his dream, a pursuit for which he is willing to dedicate his entire life. I will prove it. I shall demonstrate to all of you that there is a future in playing football. Having a son who plays football will not cause you to be looked down upon. Mom and Dad, just wait and see. Su Huitang clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. The summer in City T was exceedingly sweltering. After disembarking from the bus, he dragged his luggage and, after a few minutes, finally arrived at the entrance of the training base. He was utterly exhausted, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, unable to take another step. Oh, there are newcomers. 3 young players were chatting merrily at the gate, and one of them, with sharp eyes, spotted Su Huitang outside. Hello, I am the new player, Su Huitang. He introduced himself as the trio approached. Greetings, I am Zhuang Eriai, a forward for the team. A slightly shorter player than Su Huitang was pushed forward by the 2 taller players to greet him first. He stood at just under 1.7 meters, with a dark complexion that, if one did not look closely, could easily be mistaken for that of an African. Though slightly shorter than Su Huitang, he appeared to possess a sturdier physique. Haha, Eriai is the fastest player on our team. He has one defining characteristic. His short-distance sprinting speed is incredibly swift, with an explosive power that allows him to surpass defenders in an instant, a tall and robust player remarked, patting Zhuang Eriai on the shoulder. Zhuang Eriai blushed at the compliment, lowering his head. After greeting Su Huitang, he fell silent, giving an impression of being somewhat reserved. I am Zhang Chang, the substitute goalkeeper for the national youth team. This is my companion, Niu Hu, the substitute center back for the same team. The robust goalkeeper, Zhang Chang, enthusiastically continued, pulling over another strong player to introduce to Su Huitang. Su Huitang surveyed the 2 robust team members before him. Their physiques bore a striking resemblance, both towering and immensely solid. He estimated that each stood over 6 feet tall and weighed more than 176 pounds. The most conspicuous distinction between them lay in their skin tones. Goalkeeper Zhang Chang possessed a fair complexion, while center-back Niu Hu boasted a darker hue. As they stood before Su Huitang, it felt as though 2 formidable walls had risen to obstruct his view. Upon listening to their introductions, Su Huitang smiled and introduced himself. I am a graduate of Jiangnan High School, selected by Coach Lu to participate in this training camp. I play as a midfielder, excelling in passing and long-range shooting. Zhang Chang and Niu Hu, noticing Su Huitang drenched in sweat, approached to assist him with the 2 large suitcases, sprinting along the way. Observing the 2 effortlessly carrying the heavy boxes, Su Huitang felt a twinge of envy for their strength. A few minutes later, the 4 arrived at the base of a 4-story building. Zhang Chang led Su Huitang to the office on the ground floor, where Su Huitang presented his identification and filled out several forms, officially becoming a member of the U19 national youth team. Upon receiving the news that his dormitory was situated on the 3rd floor and that he would be sharing a room with Zhuang Eriai, Su Huitang dashed up the stairs with great enthusiasm. He was running swiftly, overwhelmed with joy and eager to see his living quarters. As he reached the stairway to the 3rd floor, a multitude of players emerged to glimpse the new arrivals. Coach Liu, once again, had recruited amateur players, leaving Su Huiteng perplexed at how these amateurs could possibly compare to professional athletes like himself. Observing one particularly frail individual, who appeared as if he might topple over with the slightest touch, Su Huiteng questioned the rationale behind Coach Liu's decision to include such inept individuals in the team. As the new players arrived, several residents of the dormitory rushed out to witness the newcomers. Among the crowd, a player clad in high-end sportswear and wearing headphones, his complexion fair, expressed his dissatisfaction upon spotting Su Huiteng. It was unclear how he had acquired information about Su Huiteng or why he held such disdain for non-professional players. Chapter 6. Teammates. Su Huiteng cast a glance at the player wearing headphones, receiving no response in return. He pondered, this individual, adorned with headphones and possessing skin that belied the ruggedness of a footballer, donned designer athletic wear, suggesting a comfortable familial background. It perplexed him why such a person would harbor disdain for others. He merely felt that as a newcomer to the team, he preferred to avoid conflict. Thus he chose to ignore the man's derision. What are you staring at? Did I speak incorrectly? Just look at your physique. A mere gust of wind could topple you. How on earth did you make it to the national youth team? The player with the headphones remained relentless, continuing his incessant chatter. Su Huiteng remained unresponsive, fixating intently on the youth adorned with headphones, who was tilting his head in mockery. The intensity of his gaze made the headphone-clad boy uncomfortable enough to turn his head away. Could he be mute? Why does he not speak? The headphone boy murmured to himself. Zhu Junquan, repeat that. Zhang Chong interjected, visibly irritated, as he shoved the headphone boy. Zhang Chong, I wasn't referring to you. My commentary was directed towards the newcomer, and I did not misspeak. Is he not rather frail? Upon hearing this, Su Huiteng continued to fix his gaze intently upon the youth with the headphones, Zhu Junquan, causing the latter to feel rather uncomfortable, hesitant to meet Su Huiteng's eyes. At that moment, the team captain, Wang Bo, interjected, Zhu Junquan, you ought to cease your comments. Do you truly wish to provoke a fight and face disciplinary action? Only then did Zhu Junquan relent and fall silent, though he cast a disdainful glance at Su Huiteng before retreating to his dormitory. Who exactly is Zhu Junquan? Why does he harbor such strong sentiments against non-professional players? In the dormitory, Su Huiteng was tidying up his clothes while conversing with Zhuang Erei. I don't know, was Zhuang Erei's brief response, after which he fell silent. After Su Huiteng had organized everything, he, along with Zhuang Erei, sought out Zhang Chong and Niu Hu. From Zhang Chong, he learned that Zhu Junquan was, in fact, a scion of wealth. Owing to his father's profound affection for football, Zhu Junquan had been nurtured by professional coaches from a tender age. By the time he turned 14, he had joined the second team of a professional club. Now at 18, having trained for 4 years, he played as a midfielder, adept at a myriad of technical skills. Having had little to no interaction with amateur players, he harbored a disdain for them, believing they fell short in every aspect compared to professional athletes. Furthermore, Zhang Chong revealed that Zhuang Erei hailed from a modest village, where, as a child, he played football with friends in the fields, inadvertently honing his ability to dribble at high speed. This skill, in particular, caught the attention of coach Liu Qiuming. Initially, when Zhuang Erei arrived, Zhu Junquan took every opportunity to mock him. However, despite being ridiculed for hours, Zhuang Erei remained unfazed, ultimately causing Zhu Junquan to cease his harassment. Upon hearing this, Su Huiteng mused to himself, this Zhu Junquan truly is a peculiar character. I wonder how the amateur players have offended him. Coach Liu, indeed, is an extraordinary mentor, and Su Huiteng hopes he can bring about a remarkable transformation for the national youth team. From the following day, under the guidance of the fitness coach, Su Huiteng immersed himself in the gym, dedicating his entire day to enhancing his strength and endurance. He understood the urgency of fortifying his physique, otherwise, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage during the group matches, and the coach would certainly not allow him on the field. He must continuously strive for improvement, ensuring he can withstand the most fundamental physical confrontations and aim for a stamina capable of lasting beyond a half of play in a short period. After 3 days of rigorous training in the gym, Liu Qiuming gathered all the players to announce some splendid news. Thanks to sponsorship, the Huaxiao Sports Channel would be following their journey, and in 2 days, the entire team and coaching staff would embark on a training expedition to Europe. The U19 national youth team would face formidable opponents, as the sponsors had successfully arranged matches with the youth squads of several illustrious clubs. This training camp would extend until the end of August, presenting a rare opportunity for this national youth team. During this period, the prestigious European leagues and cup competitions had concluded, making it the perfect time for warm-up and friendly matches. With the sponsors investing generously, it was quite effortless to engage the youth teams of these renowned clubs for matches against the U19 national youth team. After all, for these elite clubs, it was a chance to develop their young talents while also reaping financial rewards. What's not to love? Today, a team scrimmage would take place, and any substitute players who excelled would have the chance to usurp the positions of the starters. Upon Lu Xiaoming's announcement, the substitute players eagerly rubbed their hands together, ready to showcase their abilities in hopes of securing a place in the starting lineup. The mere thought of competing against youth teams from Manchester United, Arsenal, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Milan, and other prestigious clubs sent a surge of excitement coursing through them. They could hardly contain their enthusiasm. Even Zhuang Eri's face flushed with determination, clearly intent on impressing coach Lu Xiaoming. Su Huitang felt a surge of excitement, as the opportunity to compete against young stars from prestigious clubs was something he ardently desired. Take it easy. After all, we are merely substitutes of substitutes, he reassured Zhuang Eri with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Indeed, with a squad comprising 26 players, both Su Huitang and Zhuang Eri, along with two recently joined teammates, found themselves relegated to the role of substitutes. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong emerged as the primary goalkeeper for the substitute team, and Niu took on the responsibility of the main central defender. In truth, they too were substitutes for others, yet their situation was considerably more favorable than that of Su Huitang and Zhuang Eri, as they were afforded the opportunity to showcase their talents from the outset. Su Huitang sat on the substitute bench, observing the performance of the two teams. The contrast between the national youth team and the high school players was indeed striking. Not only were their passes and offensive shots more fluid and incisive, but their physical confrontations also exhibited remarkable intensity. Players frequently toppled during clashes, yet fortunately, the actions were not overly aggressive and no injuries occurred. As the first half drew to a close, the starting team held a commanding lead of 3-0. The substitutes were largely dominated, struggling to mount any effective attacks, with only a few ill-fated attempts at goal. When the match reached the 60th minute, Su Huitang and three fellow substitutes finally had the opportunity to take the field. Upon entering the match, Su Huitang discovered that the game unfolded in a manner entirely divergent from his expectations. No one seemed inclined to pass him the ball. Regardless of how vociferously he implored them to do so, his pleas fell on deaf ears, as if he were invisible. As the game progressed to the 75th minute, a defender from the opposing team cleared the ball with a powerful kick from within the penalty area, sending it soaring toward the vicinity where Su Huitang stood. He promptly sprinted towards the anticipated landing spot, confident that he would seize the opportunity. At that moment, however, the primary team's Zhu Junquan also charged forward to contest the ball, using his body to jostle Su Huitang and, while leaping, delivered a forceful nudge with his hip. As Su Huitang leaped into action, he was unexpectedly knocked off balance by Zhu Junquan, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The ball was effortlessly seized by Zhu Junquan, who passed it onward. Foul! Foul! Su Huitang raised his hand, signaling to Xiao Lu, who was playing the role of referee. This is merely a standard physical contest. No foul has occurred. The game continues, Xiao Lu shouted back at Su Huitang. Chapter 7. Training. You are such a fool. You can't even endure this kind of physical confrontation. I truly cannot fathom what Coach Lu saw in you, Zhu Junquan whispered into Su Huitang's ear. Su Huitang felt a sense of helplessness as Zhu Junquan deliberately toppled him to the ground, his actions so subtle that they appeared to be merely a natural physical confrontation. With a glare directed at Zhu Junquan, Su Huitang resignedly brushed off the dirt from his clothes and returned to his defensive zone. Soon, the 90 minutes elapsed, marking the conclusion of the match. Whenever Su Huitang managed to gain possession of the ball, Zhu Junquan would employ underhanded tactics to push him down or unbalance him, swiftly seizing the ball away. Throughout these 30 minutes, Su Huitang struggled to make an impact. Positioned at the forefront alongside Zhuang Eri, he found himself utterly unsupported, engaged in a relentless chase with little more than futile runs, reminiscent of a training exercise in shuttle runs, dashing forward only to retreat once more. The most industrious players on the field were Zhang Chong and Niu Hu, the substitute goalkeeper and central defender, respectively, tirelessly extinguishing fires across the pitch. The primary team's offense was relentless, keeping the substitute team under constant pressure, leaving Zhang Chong and Niu Hu breathless and sprawled on the grass, reluctant to move. Despite their commendable performance, the primary team managed to score only once in the second half. Ultimately, the primary team triumphed with a score of 4-0 in this intra-squad match. And none of the substitutes showcased enough prowess to threaten the positions of the starting players. While Zhang Chong and Niu Hu had performed reasonably well, they fell short of the excellence that Coach Liu had spoken of, leaving them still in the role of substitutes. Su Huiteng struck the grass with a fist. Acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, even in his confrontations with Zhu Junquan. The physicality of matches against youth teams from various prestigious European clubs would be even more intense, rendering it difficult for him to synchronize with his teammates. Should he be called upon to play, he recognized the urgent necessity to enhance his physical fitness and strengthen his body within the shortest possible time. The two newly arrived amateur players were still lacking. They might manage in amateur competitions, but they fell short in professional settings. Xiao Lu and head coach Lu Qiuming engaged in a hushed conversation nearby. As for Su Huiteng, let him focus on strength training and aerobic exercises. For Zhuang Erei, he should work on better collaboration with his teammates, honing his skills in avoiding offsides and retrieving the ball, Lu Qiuming instructed. I have already arranged strength training for Su Huiteng. Zhuang Erei may be too introverted and reluctant to communicate. He might still be adjusting to the rigors of professional training, which accounts for his slower progress. However, I will have a thorough discussion with him, Lu Qiuming added. After listening, he merely nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Following the conclusion of the match, Su Huiteng proceeded to the gym to engage in strength training. He first grasped a 10-kilogram dumbbell with one hand, performing dozens of repetitions before mirroring the action with his other hand, practicing with both simultaneously. After several minutes of training, Zhuang Erei, Zhang Chong, and Niu Hu approached Su Huiteng. Upon seeing Su Huiteng lifting the 10-kilogram dumbbell, Zhang Chang burst into laughter, exclaiming, I must say, young one, the weight you are lifting now is what I handled many years ago. You are merely 18. Do not feign the airs of age. Alas, I have no choice but to start with 10 kilograms. Any heavier would be quite taxing, and this weight is still manageable. Sigh. Su Huiteng chuckled softly, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. We will practice with you for now, and after the coach's scheduled session concludes, you shall accompany me for additional training this evening. With that, Zhang Chong effortlessly grasped two 30-kilogram dumbbells and began his workout. There is no need to flaunt your pectoral muscles before me. I am well aware of your strength. Su Huiteng gazed at Zhang Chong, who effortlessly lifted two 30-kilogram dumbbells, resembling a wall before him, as he chuckled. The laughter erupted amongst the group. Even the typically reserved Zhuang Erei covered his mouth, unable to contain his amusement. After the four had dined, they proceeded to the training ground. Your footwork is rather poor, Su Huiteng remarked. My goalkeeping skills cannot be showcased adequately. I've heard your technique is commendable. You even managed to score 2 goals at a crucial moment, helping the team equalize. That is why I've called upon you to assist me in honing my skills. Let us see if I can catch your shots. Zhang Chang, the team's substitute goalkeeper, draped an arm around Su Huiteng's shoulders. Is Zhuang Erei, the forward, truly that lacking in footwork? Su Huiteng pondered, finding it hard to believe. Zhuang Erei had initially played on the uneven, muddy grounds of a small village, so his skills were understandably modest. He excelled in speed rather than shooting prowess. Zhang Chong scoffed. Aren't he their other teammates? Don't they join you for a few kicks? Su Huiteng arrived at the field with a soccer ball in hand. Occasionally, I had invited a few friends to join me for practice, but each time they appeared discontented, lamenting that it wasted their precious leisure. I pondered the notion that perhaps it was best not to force what cannot be coerced. Isn't that more about imposing difficulty on others rather than forcing a sweet fruit? Su Huiteng chuckled. Ah, it's essentially the same thing. All right then, let me test your goalkeeping skills, he said, placing the ball on the edge of the penalty area. Is it really that far? You could place it closer, Zhang Chong shouted from outside the goal. First, catch my long-range shot, and if you fail to do so consecutively, we can try from an even greater distance, Su Huiteng replied. All right, bring it on, Zhang Chong called out, taking his position. Su Huiteng took a running start 2 to 3 meters away from the ball, sending it soaring in a graceful arc reminiscent of a crescent moon. Spinning rapidly towards the upper left corner of the goal, Zhang Chong anticipated its trajectory and leapt with all his might. Yet the ball slipped past his fingertips and nestled into the net's upper left corner. Indeed, it was impressive. It appeared that my leaping ability and reaction time were still insufficient. Zhang Chang sighed and gently shook his head. In my eyes, you are no less capable than the team's main goalkeeper. Perhaps you merely lack an opportunity, Su Huitang reassured him. Once more, Su Huitang moved the ball back a few meters and lifted his foot to shoot once more. Zhang Chang leaped valiantly, yet he could not thwart Su Huitang's strike. When Su Huitang maneuvered the ball over 30 meters away, Zhang Chang finally managed to intercept it, redirecting the football as it sailed out of the goal. At last, he succeeded. Huzzah! Zhang Chang leapt in exhilaration. The duo continued their practice, and Zhang Chang's success rate as a goalkeeper improved. Su Huitang proposed a change in their training method. This form of training indeed lacked technical complexity. It's no wonder others refrained from practicing with you. I will team up with Zhuang Erei, while you pair up with Niu Hu. We will assume the offensive role, and you two will defend. What do you think? Suggested Su Huitang. Chapter 8. Europe. Isn't that rather advantageous for you two? A midfielder paired with a forward against a center back and a goalkeeper. How challenging could that be? Zhang Chang lamented. Who told you to practice your goalkeeping skills? This just gives you more opportunities to enhance your diving and reaction abilities, Niu Hu chimed in. Niu Hu's point was valid. Wouldn't the challenge of defending be more beneficial for you? Haha. Su Huitang chuckled heartily, winking. Very well. Let us proceed. Subsequently, Su Huitang and Zhuang Erei coordinated their offensive efforts, but to Su Huitang's dismay, it became evident that they had never collaborated before, resulting in numerous mishaps. He passed the ball, intending for Zhuang Erei to continue forward and comfortably receive it. However, Zhuang Erei abruptly cut diagonally towards the goal, losing possession of the ball. With no alternative, Su Huitang had no choice but to shout, run forward, veer right, retreat, and retrieve the ball. Gradually, the two began to develop a semblance of coordination. After several attempts, Su Huitang proposed to use hand signals for communication, agreeing with Zhuang Erei that one finger would signify running forward, while two fingers would indicate cutting into the penalty area to avoid straining their voices from excessive shouting. As their synergy became more adept, Zhang Chang and Niu Hu found it increasingly difficult to defend against them. Zhuang Erei, leveraging his speed, could effortlessly glide past Zhang Chang to shoot at an open goal, or after a 1-2 play, it would be Su Huitang who would take the shot. Zhang Chang and Niu Hu could only occasionally perform exceptionally well to thwart the advances of Su Huitang and Zhuang Erei. When the four were nearly exhausted, Su Huitang called for a simulation of the scenario where he was knocked down during a daytime match, seeking a method to avoid being easily toppled. Zhuang Erei, come here. I cannot withstand the weight of both of you. Su Huitang addressed the trio, pulling Zhuang Erei closer. Haha. Zhuang Erei's strength and physique are no less than that of Zhu Junquan. It seems you will have your work cut out for you, Zhang Chang remarked. Niu Hu, let us continue practicing for a few more minutes. I will throw the ball to you, and you can head it towards the goal. As Su Huitang leapt, Zhuang Erei followed suit, colliding with him, yet Su Huitang was effortlessly knocked down. Are you all right? Zhuang Erei inquired as he helped Su Huitang to his feet. I'm fine. Fortunately, I reminded you not to use your full strength, or else I might have sustained an injury. Let's go again. After several minutes of practice, Su Huitang found himself repeatedly toppled, though he exhibited some progress compared to the initial attempts, as he now stumbled a few steps before falling. Su Huitang, you are too slender. You need to bolster your nutrition and consume more meat. With an increase in weight and strength, perhaps even Niu Hu and I would find it challenging to knock you down so easily, Zhang Chang remarked, draping an arm around Su Huitang's shoulders with a smile. In truth, Su Huitang understood these principles well. However, he recognized that progress must be gradual. Training cannot yield immediate results and requires daily accumulation. On July 16, 2008, the U19 national youth team finally embarked on their journey to Europe for training. Indeed, for many players, it was merely a journey, an enjoyable tour through 4 countries in Europe. However, for some players, this European training could potentially alter the course of their lives. On the plane, Zhang Chang held a ticket that read T-City to Milan, Italy, and called to the seats behind him, Su Huitang. Do you know if we are facing Inter Milan or AC Milan first? Regardless of which team it may be, both possess significantly greater strength than us. And as a substitute, why are you worrying about it? Su Huitang expressed that he is acutely aware of the high likelihood of finding himself seated on the bench during this match, a thought that fills him with excitement. Are you familiar with the emerging stars of these teams? Zhang Chang, unable to contain himself, finds it challenging to remain silent. as perhaps his greatest delight lies in conversing. Let me ponder for a moment. It appears I do indeed know of some remarkable talents. Su Huiteng pondered deeply, envisioning a multitude of future football stars. Who could they be? Please, do enlighten me. Once we arrive in Milan, I shall treat you to a sumptuous steak dinner. There is a forward for Inter Milan named Mario Balotelli. Su Huiteng immediately thought of an exceptional player. It seemed he had heard the name somewhere before. Was he truly formidable? Zhang Chang strained to recall when he had encountered that name, but could not remember. Indeed, he was impressive. As long as he was not pondering the meaning of life. Su Huiteng chuckled, stating that when he was not contemplating existence, he was one of the finest forwards in the world, already 18 years old, the same age as you and I, and had already participated in first-team matches. It seemed he had heard this name while watching Serie A. To play for Inter Milan in a first-team match was undeniably remarkable, and he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to face him. Zhang Chang's eyes sparkled. As a goalkeeper, to compete against one of the world's most talented young forwards was a dream he longed to realize. However, you are merely a substitute. Perhaps you, like me, will find yourself warming the bench in regular matches. It is imperative to enhance your skills first, for nearly every prestigious team boasts prodigious young talents. As long as you are granted the chance to play, is there any fear of not encountering other stars? Nevertheless, he may not necessarily take to the field, especially considering he is a player who has already participated in first-team matches. The nature of commercial games makes it uncertain whether he will appear. Su Huiteng chuckled softly, shaking his head, still uncertain when he would take the field. And what about AC Milan? Zhang Chang inquired with the curiosity of a child. Last summer, the Brazilian player Pato officially joined AC Milan for a transfer fee of 22 million euros. At our age, his transfer fee is already approaching that of a star athlete. Impressive, isn't it? Of course, I am aware of Pato, but he is a key player in the first team, not in the youth squad. I would be absolutely elated if a prestigious club were to express interest and offer me a contract as a young player. As Su Huiteng was about to articulate his thoughts, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Zhang Chang's fervent exclamation. He realized that he could scarcely keep pace with the rapid flow of Zhang Chang's thoughts. Numerous rising stars of our age abound, many of whom have already made appearances in the first teams of prestigious clubs. We must exert ourselves doubly to keep up with their strides. Therefore, after our daily training sessions, are we willing to extend our practice by an additional 2 hours? Zhang Chang inquired. It appears that an extra 2 hours of training poses no significant challenge to your stamina. Alas, it seems I am the one destined to suffer. Su Huiteng chuckled wryly, but ultimately acquiesced. All right. Nyohu responded succinctly, while Zhuang Erii nodded in silence. 12 hours later, they arrived in Milan, Italy, where Zhang Chang leaped with excitement, exclaiming, Europe, here I come. Haha, do not be overly exhilarated. Excessive excitement may affect one's condition. I must take a brief nap to adjust to the time difference. As Su Huiteng stifled a yawn, he addressed Zhang Chang. Your physique is indeed lacking. Well, once we arrive at the hotel, make sure to rest well. After you've recuperated, accompany me for some extra training. Zhang Chang, brimming with vitality, felt no discomfort whatsoever. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Zhuang Erii standing nearby, his expression even more dismal than Su Huiteng's. What's wrong? The three inquired with concern. I'm feeling nauseous from the flight, Zhuang Erii replied. I never anticipated you would fare worse than Su Huiteng. Both of you should rest diligently upon reaching the hotel, Zhang Chang said, shaking his head in resignation. A short while later, they arrived at the hotel arranged by their sponsors. Zhang Chang and Nyohu assisted Su Huiteng and Zhuang Erii, each supporting one as they made their way to their respective rooms. You two should rest well and quickly regain your strength, Zhang Chang and Nyohu said, unceremoniously placing their weary teammates onto the beds before turning on the air conditioning and stepping outside. Upon awakening, Su Huiteng found that night had fallen without his notice. He observed Zhuang Erii rubbing his sleepy eyes, just stirring from slumber. Shall we seek out Zhang Chang and Nyohu for dinner? Su Huiteng asked Zhuang Erii. All right. Zhuang Erii replied, his words sparse yet affirmative as he nodded. Zhang Chang, what uses your abundant energy as a goalkeeper? Come on, treat us to steak. As Su Huiteng and Zhuang Erii emerged, they soon found Zhang Chang, who was still diligently practicing his ball-catching techniques. Why must I treat you all? I am not a wealthy heir like Zhu Junquan, he protested. Because after dinner, we will accompany you for extra practice, Su Huiteng replied. Oh dear, with your slight frame. Even if you indulge in steak daily, I wonder when you will match Zhuang Erei in strength. Zhang Cheng then pinched Zhuang Erei's muscular arm, saying, look at you. You are far behind Zhuang Erei. Your arms are nothing but bones, devoid of any muscle. Come now, it's not that exaggerated. I've felt a significant increase in my strength over the past few days. Soon, I should be able to lift 15 kilograms with each hand during practice. Su Huitang chuckled. You crack me up, haha. 15 kilograms? Feeling stronger indeed. Oh, my stomach can't take it. Zhang Chang laughed heartily, clutching his belly as he turned away. Niuhu and Zhuang Erei joined in the laughter nearby. Don't even think about pretending your stomach hurts to escape this meal. If you don't treat us, I won't divulge any information about the star players in the prestigious club, Su Huitang insisted, fixing a stern gaze on Zhang Chang. Cough, cough. I'm merely laughing too hard. I'll be fine in a moment. I assure you, I never default on a debt, Zhang Chang declared, turning back while thumping his chest. Is that so? When we first joined the team, you promised to treat me to a meal, yet I waited endlessly for it. Niuhu retorted vocally. All right. Niuhu, you were truly my good teammate, delivering a perfect counter. Who would have thought your usual silence would yield such a powerful strike? Su Huitang joyfully patted Niuhu on the shoulder. Zhuang Erei, Niuhu, you must eat your fill. It's a rare occasion that Zhang Chang is treating, so give him some face. For the first time, Zhang Chang helplessly raised his hands, remaining silent. It appeared that treating others was merely a habitual phrase for him, likely owing many meals to others. After their banter, the four of them happily made their way to the steakhouse. Chapter 9. Inter Milan the following morning. The entire team gathered as head coach Lu Xiaoming announced the date and opponent for their upcoming match. In 3 days, on July 20th, the first match of their European training tour would commence. The inaugural game would take place at the Miazza Stadium, featuring the Inter Milan youth team against the Chinese U19 team. Su Huitang, do you think Mario Balotelli will play? I am eager to witness his prowess firsthand, Zhang Chang exclaimed, patting Su Huitang on the shoulder. Why are you more concerned about him rather than your own inclusion in Coach Lu's starting lineup? Su Huitang replied with a smile. Haha, I know I will definitely be the substitute goalkeeper, so I'm not overly concerned. I'm just looking forward to seeing how impressive those rising stars are. You'll get your chance to see them. Even if we don't spot Mario Balotelli in this match, subsequent games will showcase other talented stars. All right, you should go focus on strength training now. I'll seek you out for extra practice tonight. That evening, the four of us decided to engage in additional training, eager to see who among us would be the first to take the place of a substitute on the field. After expressing our intentions, we exited the premises amidst laughter and banter. Observing us from the sidelines, Zhu Junquan regarded our merriment with disdain, muttering softly, a bunch of fools. So cheerful while sitting on the bench. As night descended, Su Huitang continued his long-distance run, having persevered for half an hour without pause. Fatigue had begun to take its toll on his body, leaving him nearly devoid of strength. Just as he felt on the brink of surrender, 3 individuals approached him, joining in his endeavor. How long have you been running? Zhang Chang inquired. Su Huitang did not refrain from speaking out of reluctance. Rather, he was simply too fatigued. He feared that uttering even a single word might leave him breathless. Instead, he gestured with 3 fingers. 30 minutes was still far from sufficient. He must hold on. The first half had yet to conclude. Zhang Chang ran alongside Su Huitang, engaging in conversation. However, as they reached the 45-minute mark, Su Huitang could no longer endure and gradually came to a halt. Alas, it seems he could only manage slightly more than half a game. Zhang Chang shook his head. I believe Su Huitang has made progress, he remarked, albeit acknowledging its modest nature. Niuhu offered words of comfort, while Zhuang Erei nodded in gentle agreement. After a prolonged pause, Su Huitang finally expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your concern. If I progress just a minute each day in less than 2 months, I will be able to endure for 90 minutes. I found myself at a loss for words. All right then, you must improve by a minute every day, and I shall oversee your progress. Zhang Chang chimed in with a smile. Su Huitang jested. Remarkably, your use of idioms this time is flawless. Haha. Don't assume that my limited reading means I can't express myself with idioms, Zhang Chang retorted. The four of them laughed heartily as they prepared for additional practice. While Su Huitang took a brief rest before continuing his training, he noticed that when faced with the aggressive charges from Zhuang Erei, he often did not fall as he had before. However, he still struggled to maintain his balance, resulting in a lack of control over the ball. Remember, progress a little every day, Zhang Chang called out as he returned to his room. 2 days swiftly passed, and tomorrow marked the official match. Despite it being a commercial event, many players were too excited to sleep well. Lu Xiaoming gathered all the players at a nearby court, stating, "Tomorrow is the match. Today, we will once again practice our teamwork and set-piece strategies. I hope everyone collaborates effectively to perform well in the game. Our opponents tomorrow are formidable, the youth team of Inter Milan, so you must deliver an outstanding performance." After an hour of vigorous kicking, Su Huitang sat panting on the sidelines, exhausted. "With such a low intensity, you are still out of breath. It appears your body is far from fit," Zhang Chang remarked with a furrowed brow. "In our place, children used to run with sandbags tied to their feet. That is how I used to train. Why don't you give it a try and see if it proves effective?" Zhuang Erei, unusually verbose, expressed his thoughts. Su Huitang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Indeed, it was a splendid idea worth exploring. Gradually increasing the weight of the sandbags over time seemed a feasible approach. I had previously heard that certain places employed this method to train players with lower physical stamina. Upon hearing Zhuang Erei's proposal, Niu Hu also chimed in, affirming that it might indeed enhance one's stamina and strength in a short period. Zhang Chang, delighted, playfully slapped Su Huitang on the back. "Ouch!" Su Huitang winced, baring his teeth in response. "Haha, my apologies. I got a bit carried away." Zhang Chang sheepishly scratched his head. "I wonder, have you been perusing a dictionary of idioms in your spare time?" Su Huitang heavily patted Zhang Chang, yet Zhang Chang exhibited no response, akin to striking a solid wall, which only served to inflict discomfort upon Su Huitang's own hand. This night was destined to be one of restlessness, with many players tossing and turning in excitement, unable to find slumber, save for Su Huitang. Indeed, during the match against Inter Milan's youth team, the four of them remained seated on the substitutes bench. With no prospect of starting, their thoughts were solely focused on the possibility of being called upon to play. "Su Huitang," I inquired, "which one is Mario Balotelli? I seem to have missed him." Zhang Chang scrutinized the players warming up on the field. "No, Mario Balotelli is of African descent. He may have been promoted to the first team, thus he would not be participating in the youth match." Su Huitang shook his head and then remarked, "However, the Inter Milan youth team possesses several talented players, such as Davide Santon and winger Luca Tremolata. It seems this match will not be an easy one." "How do you know so much? Are you not aware of a game called Championship Manager? It contains comprehensive player profiles, including detailed information on youth teams. Have you never played it?" Su Huitang could not possibly speak the truth. He could only mislead them with information gleaned from the game. The three had never played the championship football game and thus believed him. They all shook their heads, and Zhang Chang felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to witness Balotelli's performance firsthand. Yet he understood there was little to be done about it. Notable young players, especially those who have already entered the first team, typically do not participate in such matches. "Who do you suppose will be the first among us to come off the bench?" Zhang Chang mused, feeling rather bored on the sidelines. As the match itself was quite uninteresting, the China U19 national team could hardly organize any effective offense. "You," Su Huitang replied succinctly. "Let us hope so. In truth, if your physique and strength meet the standards sooner, you will have your chance to shine." Look at Zhu Junquan, flaunting his footwork again. "It's a pity that after evading one defender, he was intercepted by another," Zhang Chang sighed. "Isn't it said he possesses the finest footwork among our age group?" Su Huitang inquired. "I see him as the most ball-hungry player among us. He prefers to keep the ball at his feet, no matter how skilled he is. Can he get past 1, 2, or perhaps 5 or 6 defenders? Besides, those he evades will return to defend," he added. "Perhaps he fancies himself as Maradona." Niu Huishan interjected wittily. Amid their banter, the first half concluded, and the outcome was as anticipated. The first half ended with Inter Milan's youth team leading the China U19 team 2-0. Chapter 10. Extra training. The Inter Milan youth team dominated the field, firmly controlling the ball at their feet. The China U19 team occasionally seized a few opportunities but failed to deliver the ball effectively to the opponent's penalty area. The national youth team managed only a single shot in the first half, a long-range effort by the forward. In contrast, their opponents registered 13 attempts, with 6 hitting the target, whether it be in terms of passing frequency, shot count, or possession time. The U19 national team fell significantly short in nearly every statistical category compared to their rivals. During the halftime break in the locker room, Coach Lu Xiaoming had already grasped the disparity in team strength. He instructed everyone, refrain from being overly hasty in attack. Focus on teamwork and strive to score at least one goal. On the defensive end, maintain your concentration and do not allow the opponents to shoot easily. As the second half commenced, despite the guidance of Coach Liu, fulfilling his expectations proved to be a formidable challenge. Zhu Juquan continued to indulge in dreams of evading 5 defenders, yet his attempts at feints and breakthroughs were thwarted, either by intercepted passes or being dispossessed under pressure. The team's captain and forward, Wang Bo, found himself devoid of support, repeatedly returning without success. The Inter Milan youth team, possessing a superior collective strength, did not accelerate their pace, yet each offensive maneuver consistently induced chaos within the U19 national team's penalty area. Even the national team's efforts to establish coherent plays fell short. They faced dispossessions, intercepted passes, and errors, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate their opponent's defense. The unfortunate quartet of substitutes did not see any playing time in the second half, as the coach made several substitutions, yet none included Su Huitang and his compatriots, perhaps indicating they had yet to meet the coach's standards. Ultimately, the referee's whistle marked the end of the match, with the U19 national team failing to capitalize on any significant opportunities, managing only 2 poor shots throughout the second half. In contrast, the Inter Milan youth team netted 2 additional goals, concluding the match with a resounding 4-0 victory. The television station, tasked with documenting the game, resorted to editing together some relatively commendable moments from the national team's performance, such as Wang Bo's 3 attempts on goal and Zhu Juan's elaborate dribbling in midfield, endeavoring to mitigate the adverse impact of the defeat. One day later, Coach Liu Qiuming announced the schedule for the upcoming match against their next adversary. On July 24th, they would face the AC Milan youth team at the San Siro Stadium. Su Huitang continued with his monotonous physical training, while the other 3 occasionally accompanied him in his endeavors. After practicing for 2 days with sandbags strapped to his feet, he removed them and discovered that running had become somewhat easier. Zhuang Erei, your method is indeed quite effective, Su Huitang remarked. Zhuang Erei nodded with a smile. After persisting for over 50 minutes, Su Huitang finally collapsed onto the grass, utterly fatigued and unwilling to move. The energy expended during the match far exceeded that of a leisurely jog. In such a high-intensity competition, one might only endure for half the game. Zhang Chang patted Su Huitang on the shoulder and remarked, I understand. However, improvement, even if incremental, is still progress. Strive to sustain your run for an hour within a short span. Su Huitang forced a smile, uncertain how to respond, as that goal seemed dauntingly distant. In the evening, the 4 continued their extra training, and Su Huitang noticed a marked enhancement in his free kicks, occasionally managing to execute a few exquisite elevator balls. In truth, he had always been proficient at long-range shots, with solid foundational skills, and recently he had begun to grasp the nuances of striking these elevated shots. Furthermore, as long as you do not execute an elevator ball, my chances of saving your shots have significantly increased compared to a few days ago. Zhang Chang taunted Su Huitang. Your reactions have indeed improved. I hope you can take the field soon and deliver an outstanding performance. Who knows, you might secure a starting position. Su Huitang, undeterred by his provocations, encouraged Zhang Chang. Indeed, my skills are not inferior to those of the main player. He hails from a champion club, while I emerged from a smaller establishment. I do not believe he is superior. I will undoubtedly surpass him. Yes, I believe in you. Your abilities are on par with others, and your diligence gives you the opportunity to excel. At 18, one is filled with passion and experiences the most rapid growth. Hey, why do you speak in such a pedantic manner? You sound like a 30-something veteran midfielder, one who is on the cusp of retirement. Zhang Chang retrieved Su Huitang's goal from the net, teasing him, and Niu Hu and Zhuang Erei joined in the laughter. However, what concerns me is, are you truly only a primary school graduate? The way you wield idioms is impressive. Su Huitang jested back. Well, I have a penchant for indulging in some rather tedious novels. With time, one becomes eloquent, wouldn't you say? Envious, perhaps. Envious? First, catch my lob shot. Then I shall envy you, Su Huitang declared, positioning himself for another free kick lob. Zhang Chang anticipated that the ball would plummet rapidly near the goal, yet it slipped past his fingertips and into the net. Alas, I still cannot discern the precise positioning. I can only sense the general area from which the lob originated. Zhang Chang remarked, somewhat disheartened. Do not fret. With practice, you shall improve. If one attempt fails, another will follow, and you will eventually perceive the trajectory of the ball after it is struck. However, remember that each player's strength and technique differ. During matches, do not treat your opponents as mere replicas of me, but instead observe their unique attributes. Su Huiteng feared that Zhang Chong, being stubborn, might be able to intercept the ball he kicked. If he were to approach the balls kicked by others in the same manner, it would be a grave mistake. I understand. Let's proceed. Apart from his notable improvement in free kicks, Su Huiteng has also discovered a growing synergy with Zhuang Erei at times. A mere glance from Zhuang Erei is sufficient for Su Huiteng to discern his intended movement and plan the next step. Zhang Chong and Yo Hu, when a goalkeeper and the other a defender, have developed an almost flawless collaboration after days of intensive training. When they focus intently, it becomes exceedingly challenging for an average forward to bypass Yo Hu and strike the goal effortlessly. Furthermore, Su Huiteng has noticed Yo Hu's commendable heading ability, and they have executed several corner kick strategies together. Yo Hu occasionally positions himself at the front post, sometimes near the small penalty area, and at other times at the far post. During close-range heading attempts, Zhang Chong finds it quite difficult to intercept the ball. Yo Hu boasts a goal conversion rate exceeding 50 when facing Zhang Chong in front of the small box. Yo Hu also hails from a small domestic club, sharing a nearly identical background with Zhang Chong, a bond that could be aptly described as one of mutual empathy. Upon joining the team, they were assigned to the same room and quickly forged a strong friendship. Given that both Inter Milan and AC Milan are located in Milan, and that the Miazza Stadium and San Siro Stadium are essentially the same venue, the U19 national team has maintained excellent physical conditioning in recent days, leading Lu Qiuming to have heightened expectations for this match. Chapter 11. AC Milan. On July 24th, the U19 national team faced off against the AC Milan youth team. The unfortunate quartet found themselves, as expected, seated on the substitutes bench, engaged in light-hearted banter. Alberticci, a defender, is regarded as the most promising successor to Maldini. Observe closely how he plays. As Su Huiteng's words faded, the U19 national youth team conceded a goal to the opposing forward. The opponent's forward exhibited remarkable speed. Granting him too many opportunities would certainly complicate the match. Xiaolu furrowed his brow and remarked to Lu Qiuming. By the end of the first half, the U19 national youth team found themselves trailing 0-3. I've heard that Inter Milan's youth team is stronger this year. Yet it's surprising that AC Milan managed to lead 3-0 by halftime, Zhang Chong commented to Su Huiteng. Such is the allure of football, isn't it? Perhaps the players from Inter Milan have yet to exert their full potential, Su Huiteng replied with a smile. Observe how AC Milan's defender Albertacci displays formidable defensive capabilities, executing clean tackles with ease. Zhu Juquan attempted to showcase his skills before him but was effortlessly intercepted. Indeed, Zhu Juquan's flamboyant tricks are of little use, Zhang Chong concurred. Yet, it isn't entirely futile. Most stars incorporate various feints into their repertoire. I can only assert that timing is crucial. The fleeting moment for a pass can vanish in an instant. When Zhu Juquan chose to feint instead of passing at the opportune moment, even if he had succeeded in dribbling past his opponent, the chance to pass was lost, rendering it ineffective. Lu Qiuming, overhearing Su Huiteng's conversation, cast a glance in his direction, but he still failed to capture Coach Lu's attention. After all, Su Huiteng's physical condition and stamina were significant drawbacks, and Coach Lu Qiuming was unlikely to field him in the current match. Consequently, the U19 national youth team suffered yet another disheartening defeat against Milan, this time at the hands of AC Milan, concluding the match with a score of 0-5. In the second half, AC Milan evidently slowed the pace, granting the U19 team some semblance of respect. Otherwise, the defeat might have been even more severe. Several substitutions were made in the second half. Yet the unfortunate quartet remained steadfastly seated on the bench. Lu Qiuming felt a sense of helplessness. In the previous match, players could excuse their performance by citing their recent arrival in Europe and their unfamiliarity with the conditions, or claiming they had not fully acclimatized to the climate or developed adequate teamwork. However, this time, there were no such excuses after several days of adjustment. Even the least physically capable players had acclimatized to the time zone, and team coordination had been practiced for days. The Football Channel had only edited a few minutes of highlights from the match, as the U19 team's moments of brilliance were regrettably scarce. Next, the entire squad embarked towards Turin, home to Juventus, a club renowned alongside the Milan Giants, where they were set to face the Juventus youth team on July 29th. Juventus boasted a strong front line, and hope lingered that this time the scoreline would not be excessively lopsided. On the train from Milan to Turin, Su Huiteng and Zhang Chong engaged in quiet conversation. Meanwhile, As the unfortunate quartet conversed lightly, Coach Lu Xiaoming and his assistant, Xiao Lu, also exchanged hushed words. Coach Lu, although our time together as a team has been brief and our cooperation still lacks harmony, we cannot afford to continue losing in this manner. Even the television networks are voicing concerns, as there have been scarcely any compelling moments throughout the match. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Lu quietly confided in Lu Xiaoming about their current predicament. Lu Xiaoming was well aware of the situation. After all, the disparity in strength could not be bridged in a short span of time. Moreover, this U19 national youth team had spent little time in cohesion, operating almost independently, resulting in a dismally low offensive efficiency. Reflecting on their encounter with the Juventus youth team, he remarked that should they face another crushing defeat, it might be necessary to consider replacing underperforming players. Taking a deep breath, Coach Lu Xiaoming voiced his concerns. After 2 consecutive matches, the fatigue among the key players was palpable, with only the unfortunate quartet, who had yet to see any game time, appearing relatively untroubled. The expressions of the other players revealed a lack of smiles. Some were visibly anxious, while others appeared despondent, enveloped in a cloud of gloom. In less than 2 hours, they arrived in Turin, where Su Huitang once again insisted that Zhang Chong treat them to steak. Su Huitang, you can't be planning to mooch off me forever, can you? Zhang Chong joked. After all, you are a professional player, and with your weekly earnings of 300 renminbi, treating us to a meal is merely a trifle. Surely, you wouldn't expect me, a recently graduated and cash-strapped student, to foot the bill? Would you even feel comfortable accepting my invitation? True enough, Zhang Chong conceded. But for the next meal, let Niuhu treat us. You two are still spending your family's money, while we have long been self-sufficient. He chuckled, gesturing lightly at Su Huitang and Zhuang Erei. Once I am scouted by a prestigious European club and become a key player, I shall treat you to lavish dinners every day, Su Huitang retorted defiantly. To catch the eye of a European giant, you first need to improve your stamina, Zhang Chong responded. After much contemplation, I have finally devised a brilliant training method. Have you heard of weighted runs in the military? You should strap sandbags to your feet and start with a 10-kilogram backpack. Once you find it manageable, you can increase the weight. He patted Su Huitang on the shoulder, wearing an expression of triumph. Why don't you join me in this weighted running? It would provide me with extra motivation. Su Huitang smiled wryly, aware that this would undoubtedly lead to greater exhaustion, feeling as weary as a dog each day. Even if opportunities to play arose, they would be futile. However, he understood that, fortunately, he had not been given any chances recently, which compelled him to devote himself to rigorous training, striving to meet the minimum requirements set by the fitness coach. What purpose does it serve for a goalkeeper like me to possess such exceptional stamina? He mused. Was that not your own assertion? He continued. Furthermore, with my current fitness level, merely enduring 2 matches is already quite a feat, Zhang Chong interjected. I shall accompany you in your runs, but I shall not bear any burdens, as he cheerfully patted Su Huitang on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. Alas, the cost of treating you to a steak is rather substantial. Su Huitang shook his head with a smile, prompting the 3 of them to burst into hearty laughter. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On July 29th, head coach Lu Xiaoming rallied the players, urging them to cast aside their burdens and not to let the weight of 2 significant defeats amplify their psychological pressure, but rather to strive for harmonious teamwork. However, what transpired was utterly unexpected. The team was mercilessly overwhelmed in the first half. The score of 6-0 blazed on the scoreboard, akin to a nail driven deep into the hearts of the U19 national team players, leaving both coach and players gasping for breath. It was only the first half, yet they were trailing by a greater margin than in the entirety of the previous 2 matches. Players who underperformed in the first half would be substituted, while those still on the field were reminded to focus, for their positions as starters were not guaranteed. Failure to improve could cost them their place in the lineup. Chapter 12. Juventus. For the first time, Lu Xiaoming lost his temper. His team was left in a daze by their opponents in the first half. One of the key central defenders seemed almost in a stupor, struggling to keep pace and reacting sluggishly. As a result, the opposing number 9 forward seized numerous opportunities, scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. During halftime, Niuhu was informed he would be coming on as a substitute in the second half, finally earning his chance to play, replacing the lackluster central defender from the first half. Unexpectedly, Niuhu was the first among the 4 of them to step onto the field. Niuhu, give it your all, he was reminded. Be particularly vigilant against the opposing forwards, especially the newly transferred Spanish forward, Iago Falk Silva, the number 9 player. He is undeniably a first-team caliber athlete. Su Huiteng pointed towards the distant number 9 forward, engaging in a hushed conversation with Nyohu. Indeed, he has been exceptionally active in the first half, scoring 2 goals. He is undoubtedly the strongest player in this youth team. Nyohu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, resembling a lion fixating on an antelope, as he prepared to closely mark Iago Falk Silva, eager to take to the field. By effectively neutralizing the opposing number 9, he would not only secure his position as a starter, but also hope to make a notable impression. Coach Liu, as Nyohu prepared to enter the game, emphasized the necessity of curtailing the influence of the opposing forward, lest the U19 national team face a humiliating defeat. While a few substitutes entered the match, only Nyohu from the unfortunate quartet was granted the opportunity to play, leaving the other 3 to languish on the bench. With Nyohu finally stepping onto the pitch in the second half, his fellow substitutes rejoiced as if they too had received the call to play. Upon his arrival, he diligently shadowed Iago Falk Silva, preventing him from turning when he received the ball. When the opposition launched high balls, Nyohu contested for headers, successfully clearing the ball away. Indeed, Nyohu's capabilities were commendable. Throughout his 30 minutes on the field, he outperformed the original starting center back, particularly excelling in aerial duels, consistently directing the ball high and far. Xiaolu and Lu Qiuming exchanged thoughts, with Lu Qiuming nodding in agreement. Recognizing that Nyohu's performance was sufficient to solidify his position as the starting center back, Nyohu's contributions were commendable. He successfully thwarted most of the opposing team's aerial threats and executed several decisive tackles, significantly alleviating the goalkeeper's burden. Zhang Chang watched with envy, his eyes gleaming with admiration, wishing he could replace the goalkeeper. Indeed, as I have stated, we only lack opportunities. When they arise, we must seize them and showcase the skills we honed during our training. Su Huiteng nodded, patting Zhang Chang on the shoulder. As they conversed softly, Iago Falk Silva received a pass from a teammate in the penalty area, turning his back to the defenders. He feigned a turn to the left, prompting Nyohu to close in quickly, preventing him from pivoting. However, this was merely a ruse. Iago Falk Silva misled with a feigned move to the left before swiftly turning right, deftly maneuvering the ball. Nyohu, caught off guard and losing his balance, was unable to keep pace with Iago Falk Silva's agile movements, resulting in a goal for the opposing team. Although Nyohu was unable to defend against this shot, it was clear to all that this was not a fault of his own, but rather a reflection of the disparity in skill. The opposing forward, wearing number 9, showcased exceptional technique and speed, and it was commendable that Nyohu managed to perform as he did. Following the goal, the opposing team deliberately slowed the pace of play. Iago Falk Silva was substituted by the coach, along with several other key players, perhaps believing that a scoreline of 7-0 was sufficiently decisive, or wishing to afford the Chinese U19 team a semblance of dignity, opting to avoid further intense confrontation to prevent injuries. In the second half, conceding only a single goal allowed coach Lu Qiuming to exhale with relief. At least they had not suffered a defeat by 3 goals or more, as that would have been particularly disgraceful, likely inciting the wrath of the fans. Iago Falk shone brilliantly in this match, scoring 3 goals and achieving a hat-trick, leading the Juventus youth team to a comfortable 7-0 victory. Although the second half displayed a more favorable performance, the trend over 3 matches had seen an increasing number of goals conceded, with none scored in return. There was hope that Coach Liu would implement some changes, thus providing the team with a chance to improve. Zhang Chang eagerly anticipated the opportunity to take the field in the next match, yearning for his moment to shine. The primary goalkeeper had performed without error in these 3 matches, yet his performance could hardly be deemed impressive. With the Italian leg of the tournament concluded, the team would set off for Germany the following day. Many players had underperformed in this match, and Nyohu was set to be promoted to the starting center-back position. Should the other main players fail to elevate their efforts, they risked being supplanted by their substitutes. Evidently, Lu Qiuming is under considerable pressure, as the results of the 3 matches have been dismal, causing him to lose his temper. The Football Channel has found it challenging to capture any captivating highlights and has begun to express dissatisfaction with Coach Liu. They had ventured to Europe with great effort, forsaking the opportunity to cover the Olympics, driven by their passion for football and the high hopes placed on this team. However, the outcomes have left them profoundly disappointed. Even the sponsors feel they are facing losses. They had heard of many talented players in this team and anticipated decent viewership, but instead, They suffered 3 consecutive crushing defeats without scoring a single goal. It is easy to imagine the mounting pressure Lu Xiaoming faces from all sides, should they endure another loss. Say 8-0, the Football Channel might well withdraw, unwilling to waste further time here. Meanwhile, the vitriol online has intensified, threatening to overwhelm the entire U19 national team. They claim this U19 squad represents the hope of Chinese football, yet it seems more akin to the despair of it. There are whispers of a player named Zhang Chong. Known for his exquisite footwork, yet despite his flashy style, he has been repeatedly dispossessed and has failed to deliver a single commendable pass. How can such talent be touted as a beacon of hope? The forwards have not scored a single goal over the 3 matches. Surely, if I were to play, I could manage to net a few. What are the defenders and goalkeeper doing, allowing so many goals to slip through? The entire front line, midfield, and defense appear inept. Perhaps this U19 team should simply retreat and save face rather than risk embarrassment in Europe. Is it not possible to adopt a more humble and discreet approach? Upon arriving in Germany, Coach Lu learned of these sentiments through various channels and yearned for change. However, he understood that haste would be futile. Once in Dortmund, the team was well aware of their next opponent. Coach Lu Xiaoming announced that on August 6th, they would face the youth team of Borussia Dortmund. Chapter 13. Dortmund. After an intense training session with the German quartet, Su Huidang lay breathlessly on the ground, reluctant to move. I never expected you could endure nearly an hour with a weighted load, Zhang Chong remarked with enthusiasm. Your stamina is more than sufficient for half a match now. If you keep this up, I might witness you maintaining full match endurance before leaving Europe. Let us hope so, Su Huidang replied with a smile. I've gained a few pounds since joining the team and now weigh 55 kilograms. At your height of 1.72 meters, 55 kilograms is no longer considered frail. You've just reached the standard weight. Well done, young man, Zhang Chong said, giving Su Huidang a hearty pat on the shoulder, causing him to jump. Why the forceful touch? Are you showing off your strength? Haha, you still need to gain more weight. Keep pushing yourself to surpass 60 kilograms in a short time. I am eagerly anticipating it, Zhang Chong chuckled, exhibiting a sense of accomplishment as he spoke, often sprinkling in idiomatic expressions lately. Su Huitang began to suspect that Zhang Chang's mind had been dulled by the mundane novels he often read. Fortunately, Zhang Chong exhibited no notable changes in other aspects. Zhuang Erei, come on, let us see if you can knock me down, Su Huitang remarked to Zhuang Erei. All right, Zhuang Erei simply replied. Subsequently, Su Huitang realized that it was virtually impossible to be toppled over. On several occasions, he managed to regain control of the ball upon landing, demonstrating significant improvement compared to when he first arrived in Italy. I'll give it a try, Zhang Chong declared as he sprinted towards Su Huitang and promptly knocked him down. Fortunately, I typically face midfield players who are not as robust. If they were all like you, I wouldn't even need to step onto the field. Su Huitang gave Zhang Chong a hearty slap on the shoulder, yet Zhang Chang appeared utterly unfazed, scarcely moving at all. Haha, continue to improve. As a midfielder, you need not be excessively robust. Too much strength may hinder your agility. Indeed, your encouragement touches me deeply. Therefore, I must share that Borussia Dortmund possesses an exceptionally talented young player who, had he not sustained an injury in this match, would undoubtedly take to the field. Su Huitang whispered to Zhang Chang, while Niuhu and Zhuang Erei observed their hushed conversation and insisted that Su Huitang share it with them. What secret could you two possibly have that is so clandestine? You won't even confide in us, Niuhu chuckled. Well, I had intended to persuade Zhang Chong to cover the expenses for our meals in Dortmund, but your interjection has thwarted my plan. It seems you and Zhang Chong shall alternate in treating, Su Huitang replied. Very well. If you wish for me to treat, just say so plainly. It makes me appear miserly. After all, a meal is hardly exorbitant, Zhang Chang retorted with a disdainful glance at Su Huitang. Enough of the jesting. The midfielder for the Dortmund youth team, merely 16 years of age and still a high school student, goes by the name of Jizhu. He possesses a vast field of vision, delivers exquisite passes, dribbles with finesse, and boasts a powerful long-range shot. Su Huitang took a sip of water and continued, therefore, Niuhu, you must exercise caution. The pressure on your defense will be immense. You will undoubtedly struggle to keep up with his speed. Remember to anticipate his trajectory and position yourself accordingly. Otherwise, you will be utterly unable to defend against him. The 3 individuals listened in silence, their words unspoken. Only Zhuang Erei appeared at ease, for he was not required to participate in the defense. As a forward, he relied not on physicality but on speed to thrive. Zhang Chong murmured to himself, his gaze resolute, I can hardly wait to take the field. I wonder if there will be an opportunity in this match. If we each perform our roles well, opportunities will surely arise. Come on, let's not dwell on it. Let us continue with our specialized training. Su Huiteng clapped his hands, interrupting Zhang Chang's swirling thoughts. On August 6th, in the city of Dortmund, a light drizzle began to fall. At the Red Earth Stadium, aptly named for its red clay surface, the Chinese U19 national youth team faced off against the Dortmund youth team in a commercial match. Before the match commenced, Su Huiteng softly whispered to Niu about some noteworthy characteristics of Jizhou. As the game began, the Dortmund youth team launched a formidable offensive, culminating in Jizhou's long-range shot from near the penalty area, which sailed just over the crossbar. The opposing team's number 10 exhibited remarkable speed. Fortunately, Niu closely marked him, preventing a clean breakthrough and forcing a rather poor long-range attempt. Xiao Lu, holding an umbrella for Lu Qiuming, murmured softly. As the match progressed to the 20th minute, the U19 national team's goalkeeper failed to clear a corner kick effectively, allowing the ball to land at Jizhou's feet. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot that breached the defenses of the U19 team. A collective sigh escaped from the players on the national team. Their initial defensive efforts had been commendable, with the number 10 tightly marked and limited in opportunities. Yet, this strike was beyond their defensive reach. As Niu was occupied with contesting a header from a tall opposing player within the penalty area, the rain began to pour increasingly, and at that moment, the goalkeeper once again fumbled the ball. Fortunately, Niu was alert and managed to clear it with a long kick. That was a close call. Had the opposing forward seized the opportunity, it would likely have resulted in another goal. Xiao Lu felt a wave of relief that this mistake by the goalkeeper did not lead to a concession. As the first half drew to a close, the Dortmund youth team earned a free kick in the attacking zone. Jizhou positioned himself at the ball, preparing to take the free kick. The distance to the goal was approximately 30 meters. It was clear that Jizhou possessed a formidable free kick ability. Su Huiteng softly reminded Zhang Chang to observe Jizhou's free kick. Jizhou stood calmly a few meters away from the ball, gradually building momentum before suddenly accelerating, lifting his leg to strike the football. The defenders, noticing his movement, quickly leapt to block the shot. However, Niu, having been forewarned by Su Huiteng, refrained from jumping. Yet, the ball did not trajectory towards Niu's area. Instead, it curved past him, skimming along the ground directly toward the lower right corner of the goal. As the defenders had already leapt the moment Jizhou executed his kick, the ball sailed between their legs and swiftly approached the goal. The goalkeeper, only realizing the ball's trajectory upon its approach, attempted to dive for a save, but it was already too late. Before he could hit the ground, the ball had crossed the goal line, resulting in a score. Chapter 14. Substitutions. Well done. The Dortmund youth team gathered around Jizhou, patting him on the head in celebration. The execution of this free kick by the number 10 was remarkably clever, as all players in the wall jumped, exposing the gap on the ground. The ball rolled in, taking a tricky angle that left the goalkeeper with no chance to intervene. Little Lu shook his head in disbelief, yet raised his thumb in admiration for the opposing number 10, feeling utterly helpless about the goal. Thanks to Jizhou's 2 goals in the first half, Dortmund comfortably led the U19 national youth team with a score of 2-0. During halftime, Lu Qiuming decided to make a substitution. The main goalkeeper had made several uncharacteristic mistakes, which, despite the drizzling rain, were unacceptable for a professional player. He replaced the error-prone goalkeeper with Zhang Chang. To Su Huiteng's surprise, Zhuang Erei also received an opportunity to play, joining team captain Wang Bo to form the forward line. Zhang Chang's face flushed with excitement, for he knew that his moment had finally arrived. As Su Huiteng observed Zhang Chang rise to his feet, his face flushed with a hint of anxiety. He gently patted Zhang's shoulder, signaling him to remain composed. Zhang turned with a smile, reassuringly stating, "It's nothing, just a bit excited. My mind is quite clear." "All right, give it your best," Su Huiteng joyfully called over the robust Zhang Chang and the agile Zhuang Erei. "Haha, don't be envious of me. You might soon find yourself in the spotlight as well," Zhang replied, patting Su Huiteng on the back. As the second half of the match commenced, the U19 national youth team continued their previous performance. While their defense held up decently, opportunities in the midfield and forward lines remained scarce. Even after Zhuang Erei entered the game, he could not capitalize on his speed advantage. At the 60-minute mark, Borussia Dortmund earned another free kick, this time from a more favorable position, closer to the goal and with a better angle. Zhang Chang meticulously recalled Jizhou's earlier goal from the first half, vocally directing the wall. Jitsu positioned himself in front of the ball, preparing to take the free kick. Zhang, feeling a surge of nerves, flexed his body, half squatting in readiness for a save. As Jitsu made contact with the ball, Niuhu and several teammates, still haunted by the earlier free kick, failed to leap. They soon realized their error. This kick was not a ground ball, but soared above them. By the time they decided to jump, it was too late. Jitsu executed a beautifully arcing free kick, resembling a falling leaf, soaring high as if it might clear the crossbar, yet just a few meters from the goal. It plummeted sharply toward the upper right corner. What a splendid free kick, a falling leaf. Someone gasped. Beautiful. A world-class save. Echoed a louder chorus of cheers from the crowd. At the moment Jitsu struck the ball, Zhang instinctively discerned that it wasn't a ground ball, but rather an upward kick. As the ball approached, Zhang recognized its similarity to the elevator shot Su Huitang had trained him on, though Jitsu's lacked the intense spin, appearing more floaty. When the ball descended toward the goal, Zhang swiftly sprang into action, leaping with all his might, stretching his body to its limit, and finally managing to touch the ball with his fingertips, redirecting it away from the goal. Jitsu was momentarily taken aback. This was a technique he had only recently mastered, and he aimed to test it out, never expecting such a well-executed shot would be thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. After accomplishing this remarkable save, Zhang collapsed onto the grass, relieved that his sturdy physique sustained no injuries. He effortlessly rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Borussia Dortmund earned a corner, and at that moment, Lu Qiuming prepared to make another substitution. He replaced Zhu Junquan with Su Huitang. According to head coach Lu Qiuming's assessment, Su Huitang's stamina would barely suffice for 30 minutes of play. Unbeknownst to him, Su Huitang had undergone specialized training, enabling him to perform for an entire half. Even amidst high-intensity competition, Zhu Junquan walked off the court with his head bowed, his expression devoid of emotion, fully aware that his recent performances had been subpar. However, what Zhu Junquan never grasped was why his effective dribbling skills, which had served him well domestically, ceased to be effective upon his arrival in Europe. Not only did his success rate in dribbling diminish, but the options available to him after maneuvering past defenders also became severely limited. After successfully evading an opponent, he found no teammates in advantageous positions to receive a pass, and attempts to continue dribbling towards the goal were thwarted by the distance from the penalty area, leaving him with scant opportunities to score. Su Huitang dashed onto the field, poised to exchange a high five with Zhu Junquan. However, it seemed that Zhu Junquan was oblivious to Su Huitang's presence, as he continued to walk off the field, lost in his own thoughts. Su Huitang, I knew you would have your chance. Now it's my turn to encourage you to perform splendidly, haha. Zhang Chang, while orchestrating the defensive formation against the opponent's corner kick, cheerfully greeted Su Huitang. Niuhu and Zhuang Erei, upon spotting Su Huitang entering the game, exchanged smiles with him. As the Dortmund youth team prepared to take the corner kick, they left only 3 defenders and the goalkeeper in the back, sending the rest into the Chinese U19 team's penalty area to contest for the ball. In the eyes of the Dortmund players, having 3 defenders was excessive, as they believed the Chinese U19 team would not breach their penalty area. Once the corner was executed, it was Niuhu who leaped high to seize the ball. As he soared, he glanced at the unfolding action on the field and noted Su Huitang sprinting ahead of him, delivering a powerful header to him. Soon, Dortmund realized their overconfidence. Upon receiving the ball, Su Huitang surged forward. Zhuang Erei, who had been relatively close to Su Huitang, recognized the opportunity and, akin to their specialized training, swiftly sprinted forward. The 3 Dortmund defenders had left 1 central defender at the back, while 2 advanced towards Su Huitang, intending to employ the same strategy they had used against Zhu Junquan. They were convinced that if Su Huitang attempted to break through, they could effortlessly reclaim the ball. Yet, they were mistaken. Among the nearby players, it was perhaps only the swiftly advancing Zhuang Erei who comprehended Su Huitang's intentions. As Su Huitang passed the ball, just before Zhuang Erei could surpass the opposing team's last center back, it found the vacant space ahead of Zhuang Erei. What a splendid pass. A lightning-quick delivery. A precise execution of the offside trap. Xiao Lu could not help but exclaim. He had initially been seated on the sidelines with head coach Lu Qiuming, holding an umbrella for him. In an instant, he abandoned the task of shielding Lu and dashed to the sidelines to watch the unfolding action. Chapter 15. World-class saves and instant passes hitting the post at that moment. Head coach Lu Qiuming, undeterred by the rain drenching him, stood up to observe the play intently. He felt a surge of excitement. Having waited far too long for such a collaboration, which had been absent in the previous 3 matches. Even Lu Qiuming appeared animated. It was no wonder Xiao Lu felt a twinge of grievance, pondering why the coach had not substituted Su Huitang onto the field sooner. However, for Coach Lu, Zhu Juquan had previously been regarded as the most technically gifted player in the U19 national youth team. He believed he had granted Zhu ample opportunity to shine. But the player had failed to deliver, necessitating his replacement. The pressure and responsibility on Lu were immense. If Zhu continued to underperform, the decision to bench him would be justified. At that moment, the last defender of the Dortmund youth team reacted, charging toward Zhuang Erei, who was poised to receive the ball effortlessly. Zhuang Erei, displaying the finesse he had honed during training, gently brushed the ball aside, evading the opposing center back, and faced the goalkeeper to slide the ball into the far corner. At this juncture, the coaching staff and substitute players held their breath, all anticipating the U19 national youth team's first goal during this European training expedition. With a resounding clang, the football struck the post, echoing in the hearts of all the coaches and players as if it were a physical blow. The startled Dortmund youth goalkeeper quickly regained his composure and smothered the rebounding ball beneath him. Alas! Xiao Lu slapped his thigh in disappointment, shaking his head and sighing deeply. A collective sigh swept through the crowd. What a pity. The opposing post had thwarted our team's scoring opportunity. A player who had been substituted joked about the situation. In the wake of this near miss, the Dortmund youth team fortified their defense, withdrawing from their aggressive forward position and tightening their backline. The defenders firmly anchored themselves in their own half, engaging the Chinese U19 youth team in a battle of attrition. As Su Huitang gained possession of the ball, 2 midfielders advanced, one aiming to intercept, while the other sought to prevent Su from passing. The robust midfielders relentlessly pressed Su Huitang. Initially, Su stumbled under the pressure, allowing the opposing team to seize the ball. However, he soon adapted, becoming more proactive in his movements. He anticipated his teammates' passes, accelerating to the right position before the defenders could close in, releasing the ball with precision. Regrettably, when Su was finally able to deliver another well-timed pass, time was running perilously short. Moments later, Zhuang Erei received Su's exquisite assist within the penalty area. Yet, confronted by 2 defenders, he could only maneuver the ball into a space before attempting a swift shot. Had he been a more proficient striker, utilizing his speed to create an opening for a shot would have significantly increased his chances of scoring. Alas, Zhuang's prowess lay in his speed. While his shooting technique was rather mediocre, his attempt was straightforward and easily intercepted by the opposing goalkeeper. As the match entered its final 2 minutes, Borussia Dortmund capitalized on the mental lapse of the Chinese U19 team. Jidze faced off against Zhang Cheng and once again breached the U19 national team's defenses. In a one-on-one scenario, Zhang, positioned too closely to Jidze, was rendered helpless against the acute angle of the shot, watching helplessly as the ball sailed past him into the net. The score settled at 3 o'clock by the time the final whistle blew. Jidze shone brightly in this match, having netted a hat trick, securing a 3 o'clock victory for his team. Despite the defeat, the head coach gleaned numerous insights from the game. Although the overall performance appeared less than perfect and in need of improvement, the second half was notably better than all preceding matches. This encounter, while still goalless, marked the least humiliating loss during their European training tour, showcasing commendable performances that included world-class saves and a spectacular shot that struck the post. Surely, the staff from the Football Channel would find satisfaction in this match. With ample highlights for a 30-minute feature, Little Lu hesitantly remarked to Lu Qiuming, uncertain of how the fans would respond to such a significant defeat. Zhu Junquan entered the dormitory, his expression oscillating between crimson and pallor. The redness signified his embarrassment. The player he had underestimated, Su Huitang, had remarkably transformed the dynamics of the U19 national team. The pallor stemmed from his fear of losing his starting position and becoming a bench warmer. He could not comprehend why Su's effortless passes pierced through the opponent's defenses with such ease, while his own strenuous efforts yielded little success. A burning indignation ignited within Zhu Juquan. He had been trained by professional coaches since childhood, excelling in various aspects far beyond Su Huitang. Yet, he found himself unable to manifest his true potential. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his fist against the dormitory wall, oblivious to the blood seeping from his knuckles. What must he do? What capabilities did Su Huitang possess that could alter the course of the game? Zhu Junquan pondered deeply, yet found himself utterly at a loss. Uncertain of how to enhance his abilities and alter the prevailing circumstances, his mind felt heavy, and he gradually succumbed to slumber upon his bed. Following this match, the online fan base bifurcated into two factions, those who supported the Chinese U19 youth team and those who derided them. Did a narrow defeat truly equate to a victory? Was a score of 0-3 significantly more palatable than 0-4? Was there really any substantial difference? After all, there were no goals scored. Would this team manage to net a single goal during their European training tour? Did you not observe the stark contrast between this match and the previous ones? Those who mocked were merely superficial fans, lacking the discernment to appreciate the thrilling highlights and fixated solely on the outcome. They were not worthy of concern. I found the goalkeeper quite impressive. His save remains etched in my memory, especially considering that the opposing team's number 10 executed a remarkably high-quality free kick, rendering the save exceedingly challenging. The forward displayed remarkable speed, yet alas, struck the post. How splendid it would have been had that shot found the net. You are not true aficionados. The midfielder who was substituted in during the last half hour was genuinely commendable. He orchestrated numerous attacks and executed several precise passes, including that shot that hit the post, which was a result of his swift delivery. A seemingly knowledgeable fan provided an analysis. At that moment, all members of the U19 national youth team had arrived in Munich. The players received notification that a football channel would broadcast the upcoming match live. Bayern Munich's youth team versus the Chinese U19 youth team. A live broadcast for this match. Given our lackluster performances in the previous 4 games, why would that be the case? Some players expressed disbelief. It was rumored that the reason stemmed from the Olympic team's match against Belgium today, where not only did they lose, but they also received 2 red cards, inciting a wave of online criticism. Thus, broadcasting our match seemed to be a strategy to divert the ire of the frustrated fans, perhaps? One could speculate. But it was certain that if we performed poorly, the backlash would surely be more intense than in previous matches, given the increased scrutiny. Chapter 16. Bayern. The quartet finally found themselves in a fortunate turn of events, as each was granted the opportunity to play. Su Huiteng, despite only being on the field for half an hour, relished the chance. He believed that his playing time would gradually increase in subsequent matches. Tell me about the formidable talents in tomorrow's match against Bayern's youth team, Zhang Chang urged Su Huiteng during a specialized training session. Tomorrow is my birthday. Aren't you going to treat us to a grand feast? Su Huiteng jested with a smile. Really? Of course, that's no problem. As long as you score or assist during the match, I'll ensure we celebrate you properly, Zhang Chang replied. Excellent. Let us first discuss the forward. Imler. His reaction speed is remarkably swift, his positional awareness is acute, and he possesses an extensive repertoire of shooting techniques, coupled with an extraordinarily high goal-scoring efficiency. Furthermore, he embodies the indomitable spirit characteristic of traditional Germans. He appears formidable. You mentioned that Bayern's youth team is quite strong. Are there others of note? Cruz, a promising young midfielder who once graced Bayern's first team at the tender age of 18, may or may not feature in this match. Additionally, there is Ekasai in the midfield and the formidable center-back Hummels. It seems there are many more than you previously indicated in earlier matches. Zhang Chang expressed his astonishment. Do not worry, not all of them are guaranteed to play. You managed to defend against Jidzu's curling shot, so what is there to fear? I am undaunted. The more goals you score, the more exhilarating it will be to triumph over Bayern. The more, the merrier. I can no longer endure your antics. You now speak in idioms faster than I can comprehend, and I feel on the verge of collapse, Su Huiteng remarked while deliberately covering his ears. Do not overexert yourself today. Return home early and rest well. Tomorrow, we shall be invigorated and ready to show Bayern a thing or two, Zhang Chang chuckled. I am truly impressed. Even English has surfaced in your speech. Tomorrow, you can engage in conversation with their forwards in English. I must return home to rest. Su Huiteng stifled a yawn and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chang. Observing the 3 individuals fleeing in disarray, Zhang Chang hurriedly pursued them, exclaiming, Tell me, do the Germans truly speak English? My education is limited, so do not deceive me. Indeed, came the reply. You shall ascertain the truth when you converse with the opposing forward tomorrow. As Su Huiteng ran, he turned back to shout at Zhang Chang. On August 11th, the match officially commenced, yet Su Huiteng found himself seated on the bench. The head coach believed that his stamina was insufficient to endure the entire game, opting instead to deploy him in the second half to launch an assault on the Bayern youth team. The football channel had set up their equipment well in advance for the live broadcast of the match. The coach of the Bayern youth team also regarded this match with considerable importance, fielding all of his key players. among the talented players mentioned by Su Huitang. Only Cruz remained absent from the match, as he has indeed been promoted to the first team and thus would not participate in this game. Nevertheless, the other three formidable players were all in the starting lineup. Of the originally unfortunate quartet, aside from Su Huitang, the other three took to the field. Perhaps having performed commendably in the previous match, and unlike Su Huitang, they did not face any issues with stamina. As the match commenced, Bayern Munich's youth team launched a fluid and dynamic offensive. Müller quickly showcased his strengths, receiving a diagonal pass from Ekasai at the edge of the penalty area and delivering a threatening header, which was perilously tipped over the crossbar by Zhang Chang. After approximately 10 minutes of play, Bayern's youth team executed a brilliant interplay between midfield and attack, culminating in Müller successfully evading the offside trap, deftly maneuvering past the advancing Zhang Chang and slotting the ball into the empty net. Zhang Chang, in frustration, struck the ground with his fist. However, such a conceded goal was hardly his fault, as even world-class goalkeepers would struggle to save a shot from an exceptional forward. In a one-on-one encounter between a forward and a goalkeeper, unless the angle is exceedingly narrow, the likelihood of scoring is inherently high. Consequently, Bayern Munich's youth team, led by their number 9 forward Müller, took the lead with a score of 1-0. The commentator on the football channel was narrating the developments on the pitch. "Nyohu, keep a close watch on this number 9 forward, Müller. Let's see how he fares." Zhang Chang shouted towards Nyohu while observing Müllers reaction after scoring. Of course, Müller could not comprehend Zhang Chang's English, and after his goal, he swiftly retreated towards the midfield. Facing two opposing defenders, Zhu Juquan finally ceased his attempts to dribble past them. He began to play more wisely by passing the ball to the flanks. However, lacking specialized training in passing techniques, his delivery was somewhat overhit, resulting in the ball going out of bounds and granting the opposition a throw-in. Zhu Juquan felt a sense of helplessness. His dribbling was ineffective due to the dense defense in the midfield. Now, with passing also proving unsuccessful, he pondered how he might improve his performance. Indeed, this matter has been a subject of contemplation for coach Liu Xiaoming, who perhaps believes that Zhu Juquan may not be suited for the role of a midfield orchestrator. As the match approached the 40-minute mark, under the close scrutiny of Nyohu, although Müller lacked an advantage in aerial duels, he managed to utilize his speed to evade Nyohu's defense when receiving low passes. Fortuitously, Zhang Chang's subsequent performance was commendable, as he thwarted several certain goals from Bayern's youth team, preventing the opponents from extending their lead. On the side of China's U19 youth team, the midfield was severely hindered, making it arduous to advance the ball, thus surrendering to a defensive posture and tightening their defensive line. When the match reached 40 minutes, Ekasai took a corner kick, leading to a chaotic scramble in the penalty area. Initially, Nyohu seized the first touch and headed the ball out of the penalty box. However, an opposing player regained possession and crossed the ball back into the area. In the ensuing fracas, Müller capitalized on the second ball and scored with a deft poke. This goal unfolded right before Zhang Chang's eyes, and due to obstructions in his line of sight and the proximity of the play, even his valiant attempt to save was in vain. By the conclusion of the first half, Bayern's youth team led with a score of 2-0. During the halftime break, coach Liu Xiaoming had already resolved to substitute Su Huitang into the game for the second half. Given that this match was being broadcast live on a football channel, he felt compelled to address the lackluster performance of certain players, including Zhu Juquan, who had been striving to make improvements by not overly clinging to the ball. Nevertheless, his passing accuracy paled in comparison to Su Huitang's, and his overall vision and ability to direct his midfield and forward teammates were even more deficient. He appeared to be fighting a lone battle, struggling to establish intricate combinations with his teammates, which led to a perception of his poor performance, marked by numerous errors. "Su Huitang, show them your true colors. I have faith in you," Zhang Chang exclaimed during halftime, joyfully patting Su Huitang on the shoulder. "But why doesn't Team Müller understand my English? Is it my pronunciation that is off?" Upon hearing Zhang Chang's remarks, Su Huitang could not contain his laughter. Nyohu interjected, "Zhang Chang, your jokes are far from amusing. We ought to focus on how to thwart Müller, who has already scored 2 goals in the first half." Zhang Chang, however, felt utterly perplexed, enveloped in confusion. Chapter 17. A goal at last. As the second half commenced, the Chinese U19 youth team found themselves once again under pressure, as Bayern's formidable midfield and attacking line maintained firm control of the ball, relentlessly passing around the periphery of the penalty area in search of a decisive strike. Fortunately, The U19 national team's defense proved relatively robust, and thanks to the outstanding performance of goalkeeper Zhang Chong, the goal remained unbreached. As the match reached the 60th minute, Zhang Chong once more thwarted a cunning shot from Imler. The ball soared to Niu Hu, who cleared it with a powerful kick towards the midfield. Su Huiteng observed Niu Hu's powerful kick and swiftly anticipated the trajectory of the ball, racing towards its destined point of descent. At that moment, Bayern's midfielder Ekasai, noticing that Su Huiteng had secured his position, hurried back from the defensive line and positioned himself against Su Huiteng's back, preventing him from turning. Su Huiteng found himself unable to turn, with his back facing the goal and being held in place. In a moment of brilliance, he deftly flicked the ball with the tip of his foot, sending it soaring high above Ekik's head. At the moment Su Huiteng executed a delicate chip, he swiftly darted towards the Bayern goal, leaving Ekasai momentarily perplexed. Ekasai had anticipated that Su would halt the ball to pass it back to a defender, but to his astonishment, it soared past him. He hesitated briefly, halting his forward momentum, and attempted to pivot in pursuit of Su Huiteng. What a splendid play! The elegant yet unpretentious maneuver was remarkably effective, allowing Su Huiteng to bypass the opposing team's number 6. The football commentator's voice rose in pitch, brimming with excitement as he narrated this simple yet practical feat. The U19 national team had been playing with a sense of passivity, nearly lulling the commentator into fatigue. But upon witnessing this captivating moment, he instantly rejuvenated, straightening his posture and amplifying his tone. After deftly maneuvering past his opponents, Su Huiteng observed Zhuang Erei sprinting rapidly along the flank. At that moment, 4 defenders from Bayern were still positioned in their defensive half. As he awaited 2 players to advance and block his path, he deftly passed the ball to Zhuang Erei, who was making an incisive run along the sideline. Hummels, not far ahead of Su Huiteng, leaped in an attempt to intercept the trajectory of the pass upon seeing Su Huiteng wind up. However, Su Huiteng executed the pass with remarkable precision. His movements were subtle, yet the velocity of the ball was impressive. Hummels was a moment too late, and the ball zipped past him. Splendid. Zhuang Erei received the ball, facing 2 defenders and the opposing goalkeeper, and it remained to be seen whether he could outmaneuver the defenders and execute a shot. The commentator's voice rose in excitement, laced with a hint of allure. Yet, before his words could fully escape, Zhuang Erei took his shot. When Su Huiteng delivered the pass, he had signaled to Zhuang Erei, having collaborated on numerous attacking strategies prior. Zhuang Erei understood the signal immediately. At the moment he received the ball, the remaining 2 Bayern defenders also converged towards him. At the very moment Su Huiteng delivered the pass, he did not halt but rather accelerated forward. At this juncture, Hummels also grasped the situation. Su Huiteng had executed a 1-2 play with Zhuang Erei. As soon as the ball reached Zhuang Erei's feet, it was immediately returned to the advancing Su Huiteng. Su Huiteng left Hummels in his wake, as Zhuang Erei sent the ball back toward him. Su Huiteng skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, preparing to advance further. At that moment, he sensed a force from behind that brought him down. It was Hummels who had discerned Su Huiteng's intentions, had he allowed him to progress. Su Huiteng would have faced the goalkeeper one-on-one as he entered the penalty area. Realizing this too late, Hummels could only resort to a foul from behind. A splendid collaboration in the midfield. Only the goalkeeper remained ahead. Alas, the commentator exclaimed, followed by a sigh, before regaining composure and stating, however, the U19 national youth team has earned a well-placed direct free kick, positioned about 2 meters outside the penalty area, where skilled players have scored numerous goals from such a distance. Coach Lu Xiaoming, witnessing the exquisite interplay between Su Huiteng and Zhuang Erei, could no longer remain seated and stood with his assistant, Xiao Lu, at the sidelines, watching intently. Su Huiteng stood before the ball, taking a gentle run-up before striking it with precision. The football surged forward with remarkable speed, adorned with a slight spin, tracing an elegant arc as it sailed over the defensive wall and toward the goal. Just as everyone presumed, Su Huiteng had sent the free kick soaring high. The ball descended rapidly mere meters from the goal. The goalkeeper, initially deceived by the ball's height, believed it would sail above the crossbar. To his astonishment, the football plummeted swiftly, and by the time he reacted to make a save, it was far beyond his reach, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. This was the very elevator ball that Su Huiteng and Zhang Chong had frequently practiced during their specialized training sessions. A goal. A glorious goal. Su Huiteng had scored. delivering a strike as precious as gold. He had executed an elevator ball, a true masterpiece. This marked the first goal of the China U19 national team's European training expedition. The commentator from the football channel, hoarse from excitement, exclaimed, when the free kick was taken, many assumed it would fly high. But it descended dramatically just a few meters from the goal. The goalkeeper had no time to react, and the China U19 national team has pulled one back, now trailing 1-2. The substitutes for the China U19 team erupted in jubilation, with head coach Liu Xiaoming pumping his fists in celebration. Even Zhu Junquan, seated on the bench, felt a spark of excitement, pondering, I too possess a special free kick technique, yet I have never had the opportunity, not even for a set piece in the attacking third, let alone in such a favorable position. Why does Su Huitang receive such splendid chances? Zhang Chong, Niu Hu, and Zhuang Erei rushed over to celebrate with Su Huitang, encircling him as they shouted in sheer exhilaration. They had waited far too long for this moment, after 4 matches without scoring. This golden goal dispelled the gloom of their previous encounters. When the referee signaled, the U19 national team reluctantly dispersed. The team's morale surged. Even the previously despondent key players felt invigorated. As Bayern's youth team prepared to restart the game, several defenders sprinted with renewed vigor to intercept the opposition's passes. The previously stagnant atmosphere transformed, forcing even Ekasai to act cautiously, hurriedly passing the ball after receiving it. The U19 national team's relentless pressing finally bore fruit minutes later, as a Bayern player succumbed to pressure, errantly sending the ball out of play. By this point, the match had progressed to the 75th minute. With less than 20 minutes remaining, Chapter 18, another goal. It was the U19 national team's turn to take a throw-in, and Niu eagerly volunteered to execute it. With considerable strength, he hurled the ball towards Su Huitang, who was signaling and sprinting forward. Su Huitang observed the soccer ball, propelled by Niu Hadali, soaring towards him. In a swift motion, he gently nudged the ball forward with the arch of his foot and darted towards the opponent's half. At that moment, Captain Wang Bo and Zhuang Erei, noticing Su Huitang advancing with the ball, swiftly split to the left and right, racing ahead. The Bayern players, aware of Zhuang Erei's remarkable speed, assigned 2 of their members to closely shadow him. As Su Huitang observed the unfolding play, he deftly passed the ball to Wang Bo on the right flank and continued his rapid advance forward. Upon surpassing the opposing midfielder, he signaled for Wang Bo to return the ball. After receiving the pass, Wang Bo found himself confronted by 2 approaching defenders, unsure of his next move. Just then, he heard Su Huitang's voice calling out, prompting him to swiftly send the ball back to Su Huitang's feet. However, as Wang Bo released the ball, he noticed 2 defenders closing in on him before Su Huitang could even receive it. Rapidly calculating his options, Wang Bo realized that remaining stationary would likely lead to a loss of possession upon receiving the ball. At that moment, Su Huitang could not afford to stand idle. He sprinted towards the incoming ball. As it soared towards him, he leaped high into the air, extending his leg to sweep the ball to the left. By initially passing the football to the forward Wang Bo, the defender closely marking Zhuang Erei shifted towards the right. The Bayern youth team's defenders recognized that waiting for Wang Bo to break through would be too late. Thus, they had to anticipate the play and cut off the space left open by Wang Bo's potential advancement. When the ball left Wang Bo's feet, Su Huitang exchanged a knowing gesture with Zhuang Erei, who promptly made a decisive run into the penalty area. Within mere seconds, the ball transitioned from Su Huitang's feet to the right side, then back to the midfield, only to be swept to the left by Su Huitang in midair. Although it may seem lengthy when recounted, this sequence of 3 passes was executed in a matter of seconds. What a splendid play, as Zhuang Erei faced 2 defenders. The commentator's voice crescendoed, and every player on the U19 bench rose to their feet in anticipation. Young Liu, filled with anxiety, clenched his fists, held his breath, and widened his eyes, captivated by the unfolding drama on the field. Upon receiving the ball, Zhuang Erei quickly assessed the situation. The opposing defenders reacted swiftly, closing off his path to advance. At this juncture, Zhuang Erei could leverage his speed to create space for a shot, although the likelihood of success in that endeavor was slim. Yet, he had already formulated his plan. The moment Su Huitang gestured, he understood what needed to be done. Zhuang Erei took 2 steps with the ball, faced with the defenders, and passed it back to Su Huitang's feet. After receiving the ball, Su Huitang prepared to shoot. But at that moment, Hummels had already closed in to block Su Huitang's path for a long-range strike. Had Su Huitang opted for a distant shot, it would undoubtedly have struck Hummels. However, Su Huiteng refrained from this action upon receiving the pass from Zhuang Erei. He swiftly delivered the ball along the ground into the vacant space within the penalty area, just a few steps away from Zhuang Erei. The defender, closely marking Zhuang Erei, was unable to keep pace when Zhuang Erei made his sudden move, hastily signaling for offside. Yet, at the moment Su Huiteng made the pass, Zhuang Erei was only half a body length behind the defender. This exquisitely precise pass, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, was indeed a remarkable play. Su Huiteng and Zhuang Erei executed a series of seamless and exquisite collaborations, deftly tearing through the opponent's defense and revealing a gap in the penalty area. Faced with such a golden opportunity, Zhuang Erei would certainly not let it slip away again. Utilizing his speed, he evaded the defending player, sprinting laterally into the vicinity of the 6-yard box, comfortably receiving Su Huiteng's pass. The opposing goalkeeper rushed out. Zhuang Erei, with a delicate touch, he maneuvered the ball past the keeper. Zhuang Erei, he deftly slipped past the goalkeeper and slotted the ball into the open net. It's a goal. It's a goal. After a dazzling display of teamwork in the midfield, it was ultimately Zhuang Erei, the forward, who delivered the decisive strike. The Chinese U19 youth team astonishingly equalized the score. The Football Channel commentator shouted hoarsely as the television broadcast showcased a slow-motion replay of the goal. Zhang Chong, from his position as goalkeeper, sprinted forward with exuberance. He was overjoyed that both Su Huiteng and Zhuang Erei had scored, and most importantly, that this goal had leveled the score at 2-2. Zhuang Erei was equally ecstatic, momentarily forgetting to celebrate as he charged towards Su Huiteng, playfully tackling him to the ground. "Don't pile on me, and tell the teammates not to jump in," Su Huiteng shouted. Only then did Zhuang Erei realize that Su Huiteng's slight frame couldn't bear the weight, and he quickly grabbed the captain Wang Bo, who also intended to join the celebration, while helping Su Huiteng up. At that moment, Zhang Chong and Niu Hu rushed over to join in the jubilation, with Zhang Chong enveloping Su Huiteng in a bear hug. "Not too tight, I can't breathe," Su Huiteng exclaimed. "Haha, I'm so thrilled. It's 2-2. We've equalized. Our opponents are the formidable Bayern, filled with talented players," Zhang Chong exclaimed, giving Su Huiteng a hearty pat on the shoulder. On the sidelines, Lu Xiaoming jumped up in delight upon witnessing the goal, vigorously waving his arms. The commentator, observing the route and arrows of the goal setup on the screen, remarked, "Let us review this combination play. First, the throw-in. Su Huiteng in midfield received the ball and passed it to the right flank. The right winger, Wang Bo, returned the ball to Su Huiteng, who, without hesitation, sent it to the left side of the penalty area where Zhuang Erei awaited. Zhuang Erei then returned the ball to Su Huiteng, who opted against a long-range shot, instead threading the ball into the open space in the penalty area. At this moment, Zhuang Erei, who had anticipated the play, successfully timed his run to avoid being offside. He effortlessly brought down the ball, calmly evaded the goalkeeper, and ultimately slotted it into the empty net. A perfect collaboration, the U19 national youth team executed a spectacular strike. "The match is not yet over. We must remain vigilant," Su Huiteng cautioned. At this juncture, the Bayern youth team finally took the matter seriously. They ceased their previous casual passing and minimal physical contact with the U19 national youth team. Now, they engaged in fierce tackles and intense physical confrontations. Due to his remarkable performance earlier, Su Huiteng is now under close scrutiny, with one player assigned to mark him closely while another joins in to provide support. Whenever the ball is directed towards Su Huiteng, defenders promptly intercept the pass or leverage their physical advantage to seize possession of the ball. Su Huiteng was knocked to the ground several times. Even on occasions when he remained upright, he stumbled unsteadily, beset by two players who seized the ball from him. The referee signaled that this constituted legitimate physical contact, deeming no foul was committed. Thus, Su Huiteng could only dust himself off and rise to his feet. When the Bayern youth team became earnest in their approach, Su Huiteng's physical disadvantages became apparent. He realized that his balance was still inadequate and that he needed to engage in further training. In truth, his balance was not the only deficiency. Although his physical strength had improved somewhat through training, it still paled in comparison to that of the robust European players. As the match was on the brink of entering injury time, the Bayern youth team executed another exquisite combination, culminating in a high-quality shot from Müller. Fortunately, Zhang Chong delivered an outstanding performance, deflecting the ball away. Bayern earned a corner kick, and Zhang Chong orchestrated the defensive setup within the penalty area. closely shadowed by Niu, who matched Imler stride for stride. As Su Huiteng observed Hummels maneuvering outside the penalty area, he called out to his teammates, urging one of them to mark the opposing center back. Chapter 19, though defeated, yet honorable. However, each player had their defensive responsibilities, and with a corner kick imminent, it was impossible for anyone to assist in guarding Hummels. Just as Su Huiteng became alert, the corner kick was executed precisely as he had anticipated, targeting the vacant space in front of Hummels. At that moment, it was too late for Su Huiteng to instruct another player to defend. The towering Hummels, standing at 192 meters, took 2 steps before leaping high to head the ball towards the goal. Upon witnessing the corner kick being executed, Su Huiteng leapt high into the air, endeavoring to head the ball away. Regrettably, the height disparity of nearly 20 centimeters between the two players rendered this effort futile. Consequently, Hummels, asserting his dominance, directed the ball into the goal guarded by Zhang Chong, who found himself powerless to counter such a close-range header. After Su Huiteng leaped, he collided with Hummels, who remained unscathed, while Su Huiteng himself fell to the ground. "Are you injured?" Zhang Chong hurriedly approached to inquire after the goal was scored. Su Huiteng moved his somewhat aching arm and smiled, saying, "Fortunately, I am not injured." "That's good to hear," Zhang Chong replied as he patted the dirt off Su Huiteng's clothes. It was unexpected that, in the end, the opponent still managed to score. Su Huiteng let out a rueful sigh, feeling a sense of regret. It was unavoidable. Each individual had their defensive responsibilities, and the opponents towered over them, making it impossible to guard every tall player effectively. Alas! A collective sigh resonated from the substitutes bench of the U19 national youth team as they watched what seemed to be a stalemate slip away, only to concede a goal in the dying moments. At that moment, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The U19 national youth team suffered a loss with a score of 2-3. However, the determination exhibited by the team throughout the game was evident to all. Their counterattacks were incisive, and although they faced defeat, they stood proud. The commentator passionately narrated the events as the match concluded. Despite the loss, not a single player from the U19 national youth team appeared disheartened. They not only scored 2 goals, but also managed to hold the formidable Bayern youth team to a draw for 89 minutes, only succumbing to a goal in the final minute. Losing by just 1 goal to an opponent like Bayern was a scenario no one had dared to imagine at the outset. Yet, they accomplished it, and remarkably well. As Su Huiteng, Zhang Chong, Niu, and Zhuang Erei gathered together, engaged in jovial conversation, their attention was drawn to the approaching figure of their opponent's number 9 player, Muller. "Greetings, Muller," Zhang Chong exclaimed upon noticing him. "Do you know my name?" Muller inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Zhang Chang replied confidently. Muller then gave Zhang Chong a thumbs up before making his way to Su Huiteng's side. He gestured between himself and Su Huiteng, before removing his jersey and offering it to Su Huiteng. Upon realizing the situation, Su Huiteng understood that an exchange of jerseys was upon them. He promptly removed his jersey and handed it to Imler. Imler gave Su Huiteng a thumbs up, to which Su Huiteng reciprocated. The two then embraced briefly before returning to their respective teams. "Su Huiteng, you are the first to exchange jerseys during this European training camp," Zhang Chang remarked, giving him a thumbs up. "Really? No one else has exchanged before?" Su Huiteng responded, somewhat surprised. "I hadn't been paying attention to that. However, I am even more impressed with you. You managed to communicate with the Germans. Haha, that's quite remarkable." Su Huiteng erupted into hearty laughter. "This is far better than mere pretense." Niu also gave Zhang Chong a thumbs up and quickly joined in the jest. As they exchanged banter, Coach Lu Qiuming approached, commending the 4 for their performance and encouraging them to maintain their momentum. He then announced a 2-day break for the entire team, allowing them to rest before their upcoming journey to England. With this match behind him, the clouds of doubt had dissipated for Lu Qiuming, leaving him in high spirits. He noted that despite the narrow loss of 2-3, the next match could very well present an opportunity for victory. He also recognized areas for improvement within the team, particularly regarding Zhu Junquan, who had not fully showcased his capabilities. As the 4 friends walked arm in arm, buoyed by their jovial spirits towards their accommodation, Zhu Junquan approached them. Blushing, he addressed Su Huiteng. "Su Huiteng, I sincerely apologize. I should not have underestimated you. You are indeed impressive. I concede that you are more skilled than I. From this moment forward, I am entirely convinced." "Did I hear correctly? You, a privileged heir, are actually apologizing?" Zhang Chong remarked with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Su Huitang, this is my first apology, for I have never bowed to anyone before. You are the first, Zhu Junquan confessed. I've heard today is your birthday, so let me treat you. This serves both as a celebration and as an act of atonement. I never felt we had any conflict. Those few words exchanged when I first joined the team were of no consequence. You need not apologize as if you have wronged me, since you wish to treat us. I gladly accept. A celebration on the dime of a wealthy heir. Shouldn't we choose a fine establishment? Absolutely. Niuhu immediately concurred. Well, to commemorate the resolution of your differences, we ought to find a nice place, Zhang Chong added with a chuckle. Let us book a table at the Westin Hotel in Munich right away, Zhu Junquan suggested, realizing that their small quarrel had been laid to rest, and smiled. Wow, a five-star hotel. Niuhu exclaimed in awe. What does five-star mean? Zhuang Erei asked, a puzzled expression on his face. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? We could simply dine at a modest restaurant, he added. At this moment, Su Huitang felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of the total cost that would be incurred for the meal. It's no concern. It's merely a trifling sum. Are you not aware that Zhu Junshuan's father is one of the sponsors for this European trip? Such a modest amount of pocket money won't faze him. Akin to my treating you to a steak dinner, Zhang Chong remarked. Indeed, you are correct. Therefore, I have made up my mind. Your birthday party tonight will be held at the Westin Hotel in Munich. Just the five of us, Zhu Junquan joyfully announced. As Zhu Junquan exited the dormitory, Wang Bo, from the same room, called out to him, Zhu Junquan, where are you heading this evening? It's Su Huitang's birthday tonight, and I'm treating. We're going to the Westin Hotel in Munich, Zhu Junquan replied. You're treating, and yet you didn't invite me? That is quite unfair. Since when have you started associating with Su Huitang? Weren't you disdainful of him? Wang Bo inquired, puzzled. We reconciled. You know the four of us are already together. I hadn't intended to invite many people. But if you wish to join, feel free to come along. I'm sure they won't mind, Zhu Junquan offered. All right, give me a moment to change my clothes, Wang Bo said. Chapter 20, 18th birthday. As Zhu Junquan emerged from his room, he noticed that Su Huitang and the other three were already dressed and waiting. Why are you all so formally attired, in suits and ties? He asked. Wang Bo, having come out in sportswear, felt distinctly out of place. It's a five-star hotel. Naturally, one ought to dress appropriately, though this suit seems a tad snug, Zhang Chong remarked. Of course, wearing a suit from a few years ago will inevitably feel tight. Su Huitang chuckled. I suppose I should go back and change. You fellows wait for me. Upon hearing that it was a five-star hotel and seeing the others so formally dressed, Wang Bo promptly turned back to change his attire. Once Wang Bo emerged, looking sharp, the six of them made their way towards the Westin Hotel in Munich. Upon arriving and stepping out of the taxi, they approached the entrance, where a staff member inquired. Sir, do you have a reservation? Zhu Junquan replied. I called earlier this afternoon to make a reservation for box 201 upstairs. The staff member led the six of them to the upstairs private room. Wow, how is Zhu Junquan so fluent in English? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. Su Huitang fixed his gaze upon Zhang Chong, desperately stifling his laughter, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face? Zhang Chong queried, suspicion evident in his eyes as he sensed that Su Huitang was up to some mischief, and he even touched his own face for reassurance. This is Germany, of course. Zhu Junquan was speaking in German. Given your proficiency, I cannot believe you did not recognize it as German. Ha 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 ha. Niuhu exclaimed, clutching his belly in mirth. Ah, you cunning Su Huitang. It seems you had set a trap for me long ago, claiming you would greet Muller in English. Take that, a monkey stealing peaches. Now enlightened, Zhang Chong understood that the German players were indeed conversing in German, and he promptly unleashed his own special skill. Su Huitang, observing Zhang Cheng's movements, instantly discerned his intentions. As he deftly dodged, he swiftly swatted away Zhang Cheng's large hand, reminiscent of a fan, and then patted him on the shoulder, saying, Zhang Chong, to compensate you, indulge in food and drink tonight. Humph, it seems you won't be footing the bill. However, I trust that Director Liu won't hold it against you if you overindulge. Zhang Cheng realized he had been playfully outmaneuvered by Su Huitang. Yet he bore no actual resentment, instead feigning a display of annoyance. Well, we are all quite familiar with one another. Who is unaware that you're merely putting on an act? Niuhu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Chong. As long as you don't get intoxicated and cause a scene, you can simply return home to sleep after the gathering. The coach won't be any the wiser. He mentioned a 2-day break, during which he wanted to concern himself with such matters, so relish your food and drink without worry. Zhu Juquan promptly chimed in, eager to eliminate any excuses Zhang Chang might concoct. Tell me, Zhu Juquan, why did you initially harbor such strong opinions against Su Huitang and Zhuang Erei? I don't recall you being so outspoken when we joined the team, Zhang Chang inquired, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. Why had Zhu Juquan treated Su Huitang and Zhuang Erei with such disdain when they were strangers? I'll explain that to you later, Zhu Juquan replied. Su Huitang, happy birthday. You are now 18, an adult. As the 6 took their seats, and once the food and drinks were served, the 5 raised their glasses in celebration. I say, friends, we are all 18. Why does it seem that you speak as if you are so much older than I? Su Huitang jokingly remarked, and 6 individuals erupted into laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The slight discord between Zhu Juquan and Su Huitang had long since dissipated. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhu Juquan's face flushed with a hint of crimson. He had consumed the most among the group. Initially, he insisted on making amends to Su Huitang and downed 3 glasses of beer, followed by a toast to each person present. Gradually, he began to recount his story. His father was an ardent football fan, rarely missing a live broadcast of any match. On occasion, he would delay attending company meetings just to finish watching a game. Influenced by this passion, Zhu Juquan developed a love for playing football from a young age, even receiving special coaching from his father. A few years ago, while playing for the youth team, he had a friendly match against a middle school team, and, after they lost, he mocked them, which led to a scuffle. Feeling superior, Zhu Juquan had harbored disdain for these amateur players, believing their skills were lacking and their sportsmanship poor, incapable of taking a joke. Thus, when he learned that Su Huitang had also been selected from high school, he felt irritated and attempted to provoke him, only to find that Su Huitang completely ignored him.
It was not until the day's match, where Su Huitang displayed remarkable composure and skill in directing play from the midfield, that Zhu Juquan was finally convinced.
What he could not achieve, Su Huitang had accomplished effortlessly, and in comparison, Zhu Juquan felt as though he was worlds apart from Su Huitang. From that moment on, Zhu Juquan held a newfound respect for him. It seems you've been haunted by shadows from your youth, Zhang Chang laughed. You act as if you're so grand. Yet you are merely 18. Niu Hu promptly chimed in, Zhu Juquan, honestly, I believe you should not play as a midfielder. In domestic matches, perhaps opponents struggled to contain you, allowing you to drive the ball near the penalty area for a long-range shot or to assist a forward. However, now, facing the youth teams of European giants, when confronted by 2 defenders, you find it impossible to reach the vicinity of the penalty area. Su Huitang had consumed a few glasses of beer, and a rosy hue graced his cheeks as he spoke to Zhu Juquan. Upon your mention, it appears I have finally grasped the issue that has long plagued my thoughts. It seems the problem lies here, and I ought to advance my position further forward. Zhu Juquan experienced a moment of realization. If he were to shift his position 20 meters ahead, the situation would be markedly different. Upon breaking through, he would find himself less than 30 meters from the goal, fully poised to take a long-range shot. However, Lu Jidao's formation did not include an attacking midfielder, and it was unlikely that he would alter the formation for Zhu Juquan's sake. Zhang Cheng deemed this improbable. If both Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan were to take the field simultaneously, with both occupying attacking midfield roles, the defense would be significantly compromised. I doubt Lu Jidao would permit Zhu Juquan to play as an attacking midfielder, Niu Hu interjected, sitting upright. Meanwhile, Zhuang Erei continued to indulge in food and drink. Indifferent to such matters, he was merely a forward, focused solely on seizing opportunities to score and sending the ball into the opponent's net. In truth, head coach Lu Qiuming had already recognized this predicament, but had not yet managed to make the necessary adjustments. After the match, he discussed with his assistant, Xiao Lu, about allowing Zhu Juquan to play as a left winger during the next team training session. The team lacked proficient left-footed players, and the original left midfielder had been a weak link. Lu Qiuming considered it prudent to advance the left midfield position, substituting Zhu Juquan for the left winger role. Zhu Juquan possessed commendable skills with both feet, showing no discernible weakness, thus rendering the left and right sides nearly interchangeable. As the 6 of them finished their revelries, their faces flushed, they supported one another as they exited. Hello, young men, you must be Chinese players, right? A man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s called out to the 6, addressing Su Huitang in Mandarin. Are you Chinese? Su Huitang was the first to react. He gazed at the man before him and asked in confusion, "This is my business card?" The man produced a card and handed it to Su Huitang. "I do not understand German." Su Huitang took the business card and scrutinized it carefully, awkwardly scratching his head. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a Chinese national of German descent named Dai Junjian, and I am the head coach of the Sandhausen Football Club in the Regional Liga. I watched videos of the China U19 youth team and noticed that several of your players possess commendable skills. If you are interested, feel free to come for a trial at our club." "Regional Liga? Does that include assistant coaches? What kind of team is that? An amateur one?" "I am not interested." Zhang Chang squinted and mumbled. "Do not be hasty. The Regional Liga has already completed 3 rounds, and Sandhausen has triumphed in all 3 matches, accumulating 9 points, leading the standings. This indicates that we are likely to be promoted to the 2. Bundesliga this season. It is noteworthy that many of the mainstays of the Chinese national team can only compete in the 2. Bundesliga." Dai Junjian began to articulate passionately, extolling the virtues of his team. He believed that if he could recruit a few young yet talented players, perhaps the owner would grant him a salary increase. Furthermore, the prospects of the team ascending to the 2. Bundesliga appear promising, which he believed would be appealing to these young athletes. If it were merely a 2. Bundesliga team, it would be passable. We still have a few matches left, so let us discuss this after completing all the games during this European training expedition." Su Huitang replied dismissively, expressing his lack of interest in debbing, while the others continued to move forward. The final day of the transfer period is September 1st, with only 20 days remaining. The business card contains a mobile number. If you are interested, do make sure to contact me in advance. Dai Junjian shouted towards Su Huitang's back. When he heard Su Huitang describe the 2nd division of German football as merely mediocre, he grimaced slightly, thinking to himself, "This young man certainly has high aspirations. Does he truly believe that the 2nd division is merely average? Only a select few key players from the Chinese national team can compete in the 2nd division, after all. Very well, I shall observe what heights you are capable of reaching." Su Huitang made an okay gesture without turning to look at Dai Junjian. Su Huitang's mind was remarkably clear. He understood that debbing was not an ideal team. Given their capabilities, they might still contemplate participating in the 2nd division. He summoned a vehicle, and the 6 of them returned together. It was somewhat late, so there would be no specialized training that evening. Everyone should rest well and continue the next day. Su Huitang guided them to the dormitory and offered his counsel. "What specialized training?" Zhu Junquan inquired, perplexed. "We have devised a unique training regimen designed for advanced practice. This is what we call specialized training. Just look at how swiftly we have improved. Such progress is a testament to the efficacy of this training," Zhang Chang explained. Upon hearing about this intriguing approach, Zhu Junquan, fully alert now, eagerly expressed his desire to join. Wang Bo, seizing the opportunity, initially assumed that this specialized training was some miraculous method capable of rapidly enhancing the abilities of the substitutes. Little did he realize that the original prowess of these substitutes was not inferior to that of the main players. The specialized training was merely a different approach to the usual drills prescribed by the coach. Chapter 21. The 6-person group. Early the next morning, Zhu Junquan was stopped by assistant Xiao Lu, who advised him to practice more on the left-wing position. Zhu Junquan understood that coach Lu Qiuming intended for him to play as a left winger, allowing him to fully exploit his speed and dribbling skills, and he readily agreed. Although today was supposed to be a rest day, both Zhu Junquan and Wang Bo were eager for the specialized training with the 4 others. So they decided to proceed after breakfast. Half an hour into the specialized training, Zhu Junquan gradually found his rhythm. He dribbled down the left flank, cutting inside toward the penalty area when Niu Hu approached to block him. During his rapid dribbling, Zhu Junquan executed a feint to evade Niu Hu and unleashed a shot. The ball curved beautifully toward the goal, but Zhang Chang made a valiant effort to deflect it out with his fingertips. "Excellent. I feel fantastic," Zhu Junquan exclaimed excitedly after his shot, his exhilaration surpassing even that of scoring a goal. "It seems you have finally found your groove. Playing as a left winger is indeed the right choice for you," Su Huitang shouted joyously at the thrilled Zhu Junquan. Following that, the 6-person specialized training involved various combinations, including pairs working together as well as intricate collaborations among the 4 in the midfield and forward positions. They then split into a 3-on-3 offensive and defensive contest, with Su Huitang teaming up with Zhang Chang and Niu Hu to defend. Su Huitang found himself with little choice, with 2 forwards and 1 winger. It was undoubtedly an offensive formation. Moreover, he felt his defensive skills were somewhat lacking, providing an excellent opportunity for additional practice. After successfully executing a feint on the flank, Zhu Junquan exuberantly shouted, "This feels absolutely exhilarating." However, he was cautioned not to celebrate prematurely, for scoring would prove elusive. Niu approached a block, prompting Su Huitang to swiftly pivot and return to defense. At that moment, Zhu Junquan opted to pass instead of continuing his advance, delivering a diagonal ball into the vacant space before Wang Bo in the penalty area. Upon seeing the incoming pass, Wang Bo leaped and headed the ball. The proximity to the goal was simply too close. Zhang Chong was caught off guard and conceded a goal. "Haha, we scored." Zhu Junquan and Wang Bo, this inseparable duo, embraced tightly as if they had netted a goal in an official match. Following the goal, Zhu Junquan provocatively remarked to Zhang Chong, "Aren't you two supposed to be the strongest defense in the team? Yet we scored with such ease." Su Huitang, not being a defensive player, was countered with. It felt like a 3-on-2 situation, hardly a fair victory. Zhang Chong retorted loudly, "Just a jest, don't take it to heart. No wonder you two are clandestinely practicing this special training every day. I must say, it feels absolutely fantastic. Next time, make sure to include us." Zhu Junquan pointed to himself and then to Wang Bo. "No problem. As long as you treat us to the sumptuous meals we've been enjoying in Europe over the past few days," Zhang Chong replied with a grin. Zhu Junquan made an okay gesture and resumed their specialized training. Su Huitang realized that his defense was riddled with flaws, as Zhu Junquan effortlessly maneuvered past him, managing only to intercept a pass on rare occasions. Su Huitang realized that he still had deficiencies in defending, particularly in cutting off passing lanes, anticipation, and reaction speed. The only aspect in which he excelled was his clean footwork. The unfortunate quartet transformed into a formidable 6-man unit with the addition of Zhu Junquan and Wang Bo, soon becoming renowned as the European Six, but that is a tale for another time. After intensive training, Su Huitang returned to focus on his strength regimen, increasing the weight of his dumbbells to 20 kilograms, one in each hand. Upon concluding his strength training, he proceeded to engage in aerobic exercises, strapping sandbags to his feet and a backpack to his back, running for over an hour until utterly exhausted, finally collapsing onto the grass to rest. The following day, all players were preparing to board a flight to England. Meanwhile, the online discourse was abuzz. Since the 2-3 loss to the Bayern youth team, the commentary had surged, intensifying with each passing moment. Trailing 0-2, they managed to equalize at 2-2. Is this truly the Chinese team I know? Moreover, the opponent was Bayern. This was merely the U19 youth team, and to perform thus was entirely beyond my expectations. I had anticipated a defeat by a double-digit margin. The midfielder, whose name escapes me, scored a remarkable free kick, reminiscent of many free kick maestros like Pirlo and Beckham. This midfield orchestrator displayed commendable skill, though his physique was somewhat frail, making him vulnerable in physical confrontations later in the match. The forward also impressed, netting a goal with astonishing speed, while everyone fixated on the scoring players, who paid heed to the defense. Without the outstanding performances of the goalkeeper and that central defender, the scoreline would have undoubtedly reflected a far greater defeat, and the prospect of a tied game at the 89th minute would have been improbable. Indeed, the substitute midfielder, Tadeo, who entered in the second half, might have made a difference had he started from the outset. Was his stamina insufficient to last the full match? The midfielder in the first half was woefully inadequate. Compared to Su Huitang in the second half, he seemed like a mere jester, repeatedly making mistakes and squandering countless opportunities. That first-half midfielder was quite renowned, named Zhu Junquan, who had been lauded by the media prior to the match. I wonder why he has been out of form in these recent games. How can such a player be hailed as a genius? It is nothing short of a farce, and now he has exposed himself in Europe. Zhu Junquan closed his laptop, inhaled deeply, and adjusted his breathing, tightly clenching his fists, as a myriad of scornful jibes echoed in his mind. In stark contrast to Su Huitang, he felt as if he were on the ground, while Su soared above. Zhu Junquan had become the subject of others' ridicule, and he was eager to prove his worth, determined to show that he was not merely a decorative player devoid of substance. Upon arriving in England, head coach Lu Qiuming announced that they would play 2 matches, on August 17th against the Manchester United youth team, and on August 20th against the Arsenal youth team in London. Su Huitang, I questioned whether the coach had erred. How could there only be 2 matches in England? It is well known that the Premier League boasts many formidable teams, and it is, after all, one of the foremost leagues in Europe. Why were there no matches against teams such as Liverpool or Chelsea? The Premier League season must be on the brink of commencement. Or perhaps the sponsors do not prioritize the Premier League matches, who can say? Perhaps Spain holds unexpected delights in store for us. Su Huiteng shrugged, expressing his helplessness. He could only comply with the orders given. I understood that due to the limited sponsorship funds, this European training trip had indeed consumed a considerable amount of money. As the team would be competing against the youth squads of both Barcelona and Atletico Madrid. The youth academies of Manchester United and Arsenal have consistently performed well, producing many talented young players, making these two matches quite challenging. Zhu Junquan shared some insider information, whispering to the group, Haha, none of these matches will be easy. They all feature elite youth teams. For me, they are all quite similar. As long as we can limit their goals, that would be a success. Zhang Chong remarked with a smile. If you can manage to keep their goals under 2, we might have a chance to avoid defeat, Su Huiteng joked. That would be difficult. I felt I played at my utmost during the match against Bayern, yet we still conceded 3 goals. Haven't we become stronger through specialized training? Especially Zhu Junquan. After adjusting his position, he has truly thrived, Neo who commented. Indeed, the previous Zhu Junquan resembled a fish out of water. Zhuang Erei finally found an opportunity to interject, as he was quite familiar with fish. I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you all looking at me with such peculiar expressions? Zhuang Erei scratched his head and added, Zhuang Erei's metaphor is quite apt, albeit a bit unflattering. No worries, I now feel as if I am indeed swimming in water, he concluded. Zhu Junquan hastily sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 22. The Goal Fest against Manchester United, Part 1. On August 17th, in Manchester, the weather was splendid. With clear skies and temperatures barely reaching 20 degrees, perfect conditions for a match. The Chinese U19 youth team was eager to take the field. Head coach Lu Qiuming instructed Zhu Junquan to play as a left winger, necessitating a modification of their original 4-4-2 formation. He devised an unconventional setup, an asymmetrical formation of 4-1-2-1-2. In goal was Zhang Cheng, with 4 defenders in front of him, a defensive midfielder added ahead of the back line. And the midfield retained the original right winger alongside the central playmaker, Su Huiteng. Zhu Junquan occupied the left wing, while the forwards remained as they had been, Zhuang Erei and captain Wang Bo. Given the impressive performance of the Chinese U19 team in their previous match, the Football Channel opted to broadcast this game live once more. Before the match commenced, Manchester United's coach Sir Alex Ferguson approached youth team coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, seeking to scout a few young players to bolster his squad. The Premier League had kicked off the previous day, with Manchester United triumphing 2-0 over Newcastle. Unfortunately, injuries had plagued the team, with Cristiano Ronaldo, Owen Hargreaves, and Park Ji-sung already sidelined, bringing the total number of injured first-team players to 4. Sir Ferguson was compelled to contemplate the inclusion of several youth players into the first team for contingency purposes. Solskjaer informed the esteemed manager that the youth team was set to compete against a traveling Asian team that day, providing an opportunity to observe the youth players' performance. He took the liberty of introducing several standout talents from the youth squad, with the most remarkable being Welbeck, a black player occupying the forward position, known for his exceptional speed, agility, and balance. Of course, Sir Ferguson's primary focus was on evaluating his own youth players, and the identity of their opponents was of little concern, especially considering they were merely the 2nd or 3rd tier Chinese U19 team. However, as the match began, Ferguson found himself inadvertently drawn to one particular player from the U19 national team, none other than Su Huiteng, the players of the Manchester United youth team. Aware of Sir Ferguson's presence for observation, played with fervor, determined to impress the legendary manager and engage vigorously with their Chinese U19 counterparts. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the match, with the Chinese U19 team initiating play. The forward passed the ball back to Su Huiteng, who advanced a few steps before 2 opposing midfielders closed into contest possession. Su Huiteng lifted his left foot, feigning a pass to the right. Observing this, 2 midfielders from Manchester United erroneously anticipated his move in that direction. Unexpectedly, Su Huiteng utilized the outside of his left foot to send the ball to the left, where Zhu Junquan had already made his run, receiving the pass perfectly. As Zhu Junquan sprinted at full speed, he executed a feint to evade the opposing fullback who attempted to intercept him, swiftly cutting inside to position himself on the left side of the penalty area. The youth team's coach, Solskjaer, shouted instructions to his defenders, urging them to prevent the opposing winger from taking a clean shot on goal. At that moment, Zhu Junquan lifted his right foot as if to strike at the goal, only to pivot and return the ball with the outside of his right foot to an unmarked space 10 meters outside the penalty area. At this juncture, Su Huiteng surged forward, meeting the ball with a powerful long-range shot. This intricate play had been practiced by Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan for several days during their training sessions. Initially, Su Huiteng passed the ball to the left side of the field before immediately advancing forward. After Zhu Junquan's breakthrough on the left, he feigned a shot, only to pass the ball back to Su Huiteng, who was unmarked at the edge of the penalty area, ready to unleash a long-range effort. The Manchester United youth goalkeeper, Woods, threw himself in a desperate attempt to save, yet Su Huiteng's shot was exceptionally angled and curved outward, which stretched his body to the utmost, but still failed to touch the ball, helplessly watching as it soared toward the goal. At this moment, the coaching staff and substitutes of the Chinese U19 team could no longer remain seated. They rushed to the sidelines, eyes wide with anticipation, all wondering if a goal could be scored within just seconds of the match commencing. Meanwhile, Ferguson inquired of Solskjaer, "Is this truly the Chinese U19 team and not the Japanese youth team? To my knowledge, only Japan's national teams possess such refined technical skills capable of executing such intricate coordination." Solskjaer, equally astonished, shook his head, responding, "I heard that this team suffered 3 consecutive defeats since arriving in Europe. I wonder if that is indeed true. I assumed this was merely a commercial match and did not delve into researching the opponent." Ferguson remained silent, observing the unfolding events on the pitch. Just as everyone believed the ball was destined to find the net, an unexpected twist occurred. The ball curved outward, evading the goalkeeper and hurtling toward the goal. However, a resounding thud echoed across the field as the ball struck the post, ricocheting back into play, where the alert goalkeeper swiftly smothered it. A collective sigh escaped from the Chinese U19 team's players. Meanwhile, some players from Manchester United stood in bewilderment, while others expressed relief. Those lost in thought pondered, wasn't this team supposed to be weak? They have been consistently losing by large margins and being dominated. Could it be that our information was incorrect? The fortunate players silently exclaimed in relief. Thankfully, that ball did not find the net. It was merely the beginning of the match. Had this seemingly weaker team scored, who could predict whether the obstinate Ferguson would storm off in frustration? What a splendid play. The left winger, Zhu Junquan, deftly executed a feint, successfully maneuvering past defenders and cutting into the left side of the opponent's penalty area. Zhu Junquan struck the ball, but rather than a shot, it was a precise pass. In a flash, midfielder Su Huiteng surged forward, meeting the ball with a stunning volley. Magnificent. The goalkeeper was left powerless, and the commentator let out a sigh of disappointment. Viewers in front of their televisions initially gasped, followed by exuberant cheers, ultimately culminating in a resigned exhale. Moments later, Manchester United's goalkeeper launched a powerful goal kick, and after a series of intricate collaborations, it culminated in Welbeck taking the final shot. Fortunately, Zhang Chong performed exceptionally, securely holding onto the ball. 10 minutes into the match, the pace of transition between offense and defense was rapid, having already witnessed several thrilling exchanges. Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan received special attention. Whenever they possessed the ball, it was almost certain that 2 defenders would converge upon them. Su Huiteng, displaying considerable acumen, wisely refrained from engaging in direct physical contact with them, fully aware that vying for space with his body would likely result in a lost possession. On several occasions, he initiated his movements in advance. Before the ball could touch the ground, he deftly redirected it with his head. Chapter 23, The Goal Frenzy Against Manchester United, Part 2. After several exchanges of probing attempts, the U19 national youth team once again executed a brilliant display of cohesive teamwork. After receiving the ball once more in the midfield, Su Huiteng passed it to the left winger, Zhu Junquan. Confronted by 2 defenders, Zhu Junquan had no choice but to return the ball to Su Huiteng. As Su Huiteng observed 2 defenders closing in around him, he realized that pausing to control the ball before passing could likely result in a turnover. Instead, he sprinted toward the incoming ball, leaping to send it to the periphery of the penalty area on the right side. There, the captain, Wang Bo, effortlessly received the ball and lifted his foot in preparation. The opposing players, noticing the ball at Wang Bo's feet, assumed he was poised to strike and advanced to intercept. However, to their surprise, Wang Bo passed the ball backward. Even before Wang Bo completed his pass, Su Huiteng deftly evaded the 2 defenders assigned to him, positioning himself to receive Wang Bo's delivery. "Quickly, block his shooting pathway," shouted Manchester United's central defender Evans, aware of Su Huitong's formidable long-range shooting prowess, as teammates rushed to obstruct Su Huitong's trajectory. Upon receiving the ball, Su Huitong had already observed a vast space on the left side of the penalty area. He gestured as he sent the ball toward that vacant spot. At that moment, only one defender, Zhuang Erei, noticed Su Huitong's movement and immediately sprang into action. At the instant Su Huitong passed the ball, he was not offside at all. Utilizing his exceptional speed, Zhuang Erei swiftly evaded the opposing defender, effortlessly receiving the ball. Faced with the goalkeeper's advance, he calmly opted for a shot into the far corner. Goalkeeper Woods made a desperate dive, but failed to make contact with the ball, watching helplessly as it slid past him. A splendid midfield collaboration, China's team was on the move again. Confronted by two defenders, Su Huitong anticipated the ball's arrival and deftly passed it to the right side. The forward, Wang Bo, who received the ball, realized he had no chance to shoot and wisely returned it to Su Huitong. What a splendid play. A brilliant combination. Zhuang Erei successfully evaded the offside trap, shaking off the Manchester United youth team's defenders. Zhuang Erei shoots for the far corner. It's a goal. It's a goal. The Chinese youth team has taken the lead, 1-0, thanks to Zhuang Erei's strike. The commentator's passionate narration echoed once more. Countless bars across the country erupted in celebration. Fans had just witnessed the heartbreaking performance of the Olympic team and were still reeling from the disappointment. Now, seeing the U19 national team's outstanding performance, they released all the pent-up frustration of the past few days. Lu Qiuming joyfully waved his arm. Astonished that the players had finally taken the lead against their opponents after so many matches, and against Manchester United no less. What a marvelous feeling. That midfielder from the opposing team, did it remind you of the original Manchester United players? Solskjaer noticed Ferguson intently watching China's Su Huitong. Indeed, this player bore a striking resemblance to Beckham, though he also had some of Scholl's traits. As Ferguson spoke, he shifted his focus. "I now suspect your information may be incorrect. It must be noted that their opponents are a Manchester United youth team. This is certainly not a typical U19 squad. Even their national team could not execute such exquisite midfield play, were it not for their Asian complexion. I might begin to doubt if this were a Brazilian or Argentine youth team." Ferguson leisurely chewed his gum and smiled at Solskjaer, asserting that the match's score held little significance to him. Losing was not a great concern. His purpose for being there was to identify standout players within the Manchester United youth team, those capable of competing at the first-team level. Solskjaer shook his head in resignation, smiling as he remarked, "It seems I must inquire after the match whether they are playing a prank on us by sending their national team. However, judging by the players' ages, it doesn't seem likely. Alas, their coordination is something even the Manchester United youth team cannot contend with." After Ferguson finished speaking, he found himself pondering certain matters. Some players on the opposing team appeared to possess commendable abilities, leaving him uncertain whether they could maintain such a consistent performance. Should those few players excel throughout the match, he might be tempted to unearth and sign a prodigious talent. After all, both Giggs and Scholes have aged and can no longer play for many more years. It would be wise to introduce fresh blood ahead of time. Zhuang Erei scored, and all the players rushed over to celebrate, with Zhang Chong and Niohu sprinting from the backline in sheer exuberance. "Well done, Erei. I never expected your footwork to improve so remarkably. Haha." Zhang Chong chuckled heartily, clapping Zhuang Erei on the shoulder. It seems he has become more composed in his ball handling. Sometimes, a simple placed shot suffices, proving more effective than a powerful strike. Ultimately, what matters is scoring. Su Huitong, pressing down on Zhuang Erei, turned his head and chuckled, "Zhang Chong, you are too heavy." Zhuang Erei, feeling the sudden weight, as Zhang Chong also leaned in, gasped for breath. Fortunately, Zhang Chong quickly lifted himself up, aware that Zhuang Erei's physique was considerably sturdier than Su Huitong's, and a mere slight pressure posed no issue. At first, Manchester United exuded confidence, yet their pace was sluggish, failing to exert sufficient pressure on the U19 national team. After conceding a goal, particularly in front of Ferguson, they collectively held their breath, eager for retribution. "It's just one goal," they reassured themselves. That was merely luck on their part, perfectly timed into an open space, and their forward happened to be in the right place. "Our strength prevails. If we perform well, victory will surely be ours." Welbeck rallied the team as Manchester United resumed play after a series of passes. The ball was swiftly advanced into the U19 national team's territory. At this moment, United's midfielder cleverly distributed the ball to the right flank. The right winger, after receiving the ball, surged forward near the baseline, delivering a cross into the U19's penalty area. Nyohu, tightly marking Welbeck, anticipated his move but was caught off guard when Welbeck, unable to pivot, took a step sideways and executed an acrobatic volley. The shot was executed with remarkable speed, dangerously close to the goal, and the ball spiraled toward the lower left corner. Zhang Chong, noticing the impending threat, dove in an attempt to save it. His fingertips grazed the ball. Yet, the proximity and velocity, coupled with the ball's intense spin, proved too daunting. Zhang Chang's body had not fully extended, and despite making contact, the ball found its way into the net. Nyohu pressed closely against the opposing forward, who, unable to turn, resorted to a bicycle kick. The goal was scored. Goalkeeper Zhang Chong had exerted his utmost effort, managing to touch the ball from such a close distance. Yet regrettably, the opponents still found the back of the net. Just as the China U19 national team had taken the lead, the opposition quickly retaliated. "Oh dear!" exclaimed the fans watching on television, their collective sigh of disappointment resonating. The Chinese team had barely established an advantage before being swiftly equalized. Little Lu, witnessing the goal, slapped his thigh in frustration, feeling helpless against the opponent's forward, whose physical prowess and quick reflexes rendered the defenders powerless. Welbeck's shooting technique and speed were not particularly remarkable, yet his physical attributes were outstanding, allowing him to execute challenging maneuvers with ease. Solskjaer took the opportunity to elaborate on Welbeck's characteristics to Ferguson, who nodded in silent approval. It was astonishing that the U19 national team had only held their lead for a mere minute before Manchester United's youth team equalized. "No worries, everyone stay focused," they encouraged. The opposition's goal was simply a matter of fortunate placement. The forward had a stroke of luck. "Let us not be disheartened." Su Huitang encouraged the somewhat despondent Zhang Chong and Nyohu, acknowledging their commendable performance despite conceding a goal. No individual was at fault for this lapse. It simply occurred. There is no reason to lament such situations, as the opposing team scored through Welbeck's individual prowess, which pales in comparison to the dazzling, high-caliber interplay exhibited by the U19 youth team. When it was China's U19 youth team's turn to initiate play, the opponents had already placed key focus on marking Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. Su Huitang was also striving to sprint, attempting to shake off the defender closely trailing beside him with a sudden burst of speed. Su Huitang patiently sought opportunities. When he passed the ball to the right midfielder, he noticed a defender approaching that side and promptly instructed the midfielder to return the ball. Through a series of simple passes, Su Huitang horizontally stretched Manchester United's formation. Upon receiving the ball back, he did not hesitate and swiftly sent it to the left flank. Zhu Junquan, upon receiving the ball, skillfully maneuvered past a defender and once again delivered the ball to the feet of the rapidly advancing Su Huitang in the midfield. Su Huitang noticed that the opposing player was closely shadowing him, and he dared not make any significant adjustments. He swiftly passed the ball once more. Su Huitang exhibited remarkable speed in his passing, advancing the ball from midfield to the attacking zone in mere seconds, ultimately delivering it into the penalty area of Manchester United's youth team. At the moment of his pass, he gestured to Wang Bo, who understood the signal perfectly, evading his defender. The ball landed comfortably for him, and with a graceful leap, Wang Bo executed a header. Unfortunately, his attempt was too straightforward, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to seize it. Su Huitang's pass was indeed splendid. No offside, the opportunity arose. Wang Bo heads the ball towards the goal. Alas, the commentator's tone gradually escalated, only to exhale in disappointment as the ball was collected by United's goalkeeper, Woods. He elaborated on the remarkable interplay. This collaboration was truly exquisite. The Chinese player's swift and precise pass, coupled with proactive positioning, propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed. Such fluidity and execution had seldom been witnessed in previous matches involving the Chinese team, as they once again showcased brilliant coordination in midfield. Culminating in a header from team captain Wang Bo. Regrettably, the angle was too direct, and the ball was captured by the Manchester United youth team's goalkeeper. Chapter 24. The Goal Fest against Manchester United, Part 3. Subsequently, Manchester United responded promptly with efficient teamwork, culminating in a shot from Welbeck that was valiantly parried out by Zhang Chong. The pace of the match escalated rapidly, reaching the 45-minute mark. with a minute of stoppage time indicated by the referee, who began to glance at his watch. The first half was nearing its conclusion, with substitutes and coaches on the sidelines eagerly awaiting the referee's whistle. At that moment, the Chinese U19 youth team, in their defensive half, saw Nyohu clear across from a Manchester United player. The cleared ball was swiftly collected by the U19 team's midfielder, who promptly relayed it to Su Huiteng. The U19 team launched another rapid counterattack, with only Cleverly and 4 defenders remaining in the back line, while the other United players hastily retreated. Su Huiteng advanced with the ball, and upon noticing the opposing midfielder cleverly pressing him, swiftly transferred the ball to Zhu Juanchuan's feet. Cleverly rapidly surged towards Su Huiteng, intending to intercept the pass. However, due to the momentum of his movement, it took him 2 or 3 seconds to come to a halt and pivot back around. Su Huiteng seized this opportunity to break free from Cleverly and sprinted forward with great determination. Upon receiving Su Huiteng's pass, Zhu Junquan advanced rapidly along the sidelines with the ball. Skillfully maneuvering past a defender, he approached the baseline and confronted with an impending block. He decisively opted to deliver a cross. Both Wang Bo and the opposing center back Evans leapt high into the air, vying for the header. After Su Huiteng passed the ball to Zhu Junquan, he sprinted forward with determination, swiftly leaving the pursuing Cleverly behind. At that moment, Evans intercepted the ball, sending it soaring high and far beyond the penalty area. Upon discerning the trajectory of the incoming football, Su Huiteng timely positioned himself just outside the penalty area. And without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he decisively opted for a volley. His shot was not overly forceful. Rather, he executed a delicate flick, sending the ball on a low, arcing trajectory towards the lower left corner of the opposing goal. At the moment Su Huiteng lifted his foot, the opposing goalkeeper leapt into action, yet failed to make contact with the ball, which slipped through his fingers. The spectators, who had previously been seated, had all risen and gathered at the sidelines to witness the unfolding drama. Ferguson and Solskjaer had also approached the edge of the pitch to observe this U19 national team's offensive maneuver. Viewers at home held their breath, transfixed by the television screen. Regrettably, the ball was cleared by the opponent's center back, Su Huiteng. Su Huiteng, in an excellent position, he unleashed a long-range shot. The opposing goalkeeper could not intercept it. A world-class strike. The ball is in. The ball is in. The commentator, noticing a quiver in his voice, coughed discreetly, cleared his throat, and continued. As the first half draws to a close, China's U19 has scored again, taking a 2-1 lead thanks to Su Huiteng's spectacular long-range effort. It was truly astonishing that the U19 team was ahead of the formidable Manchester United youth team. No one had anticipated this outcome prior to the match, yet they had achieved it. It seems that this Chinese midfielder possesses an impressive long-range shot, which bodes well. Indeed, Welbeck shows potential for a first-team spot. Let us see if he can maintain this in the second half, remarked Solskjaer to Ferguson. That Chinese midfielder has certainly piqued my interest. I shall instruct scout Jeff Watson to continue monitoring his upcoming matches and to procure recordings of his previous games, Ferguson replied, chewing gum and smiling at Solskjaer, an eager glint igniting in his eyes. At that moment, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Su Huiteng, simply remarkable. 2-1. The opponent is Manchester United. What an extraordinary world-class strike, Zhang Chong exclaimed, excitedly patting Su Huiteng on the shoulder during halftime. Don't pat too hard. My stamina isn't quite sufficient for the second half. The defensive pressure will undoubtedly be immense in the final 30 minutes, so I'll need your performance to shine. Su Huiteng chuckled in response. I'll massage your back and legs. Take advantage of the halftime to recover some energy. The longer you can hold out, the less pressure I'll face, Zhang Chong said, pulling Su Huiteng to a chair and beginning to knead his legs. Unexpectedly, coach Ferguson from Manchester United also appeared, presumably to scout young talent from the youth team. Zhu Junquan had long recognized the illustrious Sir Ferguson on the Manchester United sidelines. This is splendid, as it compels their youth team to engage seriously in competition, providing us with a rare opportunity to hone our own skills, exclaimed Xiao Lu joyfully upon overhearing the players' conversation. Indeed, the more earnest our opponents, the greater the value of our matches, a player quickly echoed. Zhu Junquan, perhaps you might be selected to take Cristiano Ronaldo's position, haha. Zhang Chong jested while assisting Su Huiteng with a calf massage. He chuckled, see, Ronaldo is still quite young, but their first-choice goalkeeper, Van der Sar, is aging. You might just usurp his spot. Zhu Junquan joined in the banter, Van der Sar? I shall inevitably take his place. Zhang Chang laughed. Such ambition. I truly admire your spirit. Niu Hu clapped Zhang Chang on the shoulder. Niu Hu, have you finally submitted to my prowess? Zhang Chang asked. I concede your talent. But I am in awe of your audacity, haha. Niu Hu burst into laughter. As Zhang Chang, still massaging Su Huitang, stood up and chased after Niu Hu, he shouted. Stop. I promise not to strike you. Van der Sar is indeed aging. Replacing him is not out of the question, though I never claimed it would happen this year. Zhang Chang added, flicking his hair and casting a sidelong glance at Niu Hu, implying his determination to persevere. During halftime, the U19 national youth team's locker room was lively, filled with an uplifting atmosphere. In stark contrast, Manchester United's locker room was shrouded in gloom, many players appearing despondent and lacking in fighting spirit. For them, being outplayed by such an opponent in the first half was indeed humiliating, especially with Coach Ferguson observing from the sidelines. No worries. We will regain our footing in the second half. As long as we perform to our capabilities, we shall secure this match. And Coach Ferguson will surely grant us our chance, Welbeck encouraged loudly, noticing the dejection among his teammates. Solskjaer entered and remarked, just focus on performing well. Don't overthink it. If you shine, opportunities to join the first team will surely arise. Chapter 25. The Goal Fest against Manchester United, Part 4. As the second half commenced, the Manchester United youth team accelerated their offensive pace, swiftly advancing the ball into the U19 national team's territory with a series of precise passes. A winger made a low cross, which Niu Hu bravely headed away. The ball was deflected outside the penalty area, where Welbeck met it with a fierce shot, only to be spectacularly tipped over the crossbar by Zhang Chang. What a close call. The Manchester United youth team nearly equalized, yet fortunately, the U19 goalkeeper showcased remarkable skill. The commentator exhaled deeply, his resonant voice ringing out once more, well done. Niu Hu and Zhang Chang exchanged a firm handshake, their gaze fixed upon the black player named Welbeck. Zhang Chang urged Niu Hu to closely mark Welbeck, while directing his teammates to fortify their defense against the corner kick. Once the corner was taken, Niu Hu once again leapt energetically to clear the ball, which was promptly intercepted by Su Huitang, who had anticipated its trajectory. The U19 national youth team launched a swift counterattack after a swift 1-2 exchange between Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. The ball was advanced into the midfield territory of the Manchester United youth team. Su Huitang feigned a pass into the penalty area, and as the defending players made a misjudgment, he swiftly delivered a diagonal ball to the left flank. Zhu Junquan, in the midst of a rapid sprint, effortlessly tapped the ball, maintaining his speed as he darted down the sideline. Observing an approaching defender, Zhu executed a deft nutmeg, skillfully maneuvering past the opponent who sought to intercept him, cutting into Manchester United's penalty area. The young center-back Evans moved in to intercept, but Zhu once again employed a feint, performing a Marseille turn to evade Evans, using his body to shield another defender. Half-turning, he unleashed a long-range shot. Here comes Zhu Junquan. What a strike! He skillfully evaded one opponent. Magnificent. The elegant Marseille turn left the opposing center-back behind. Zhu Junquan took a shot. The goalkeeper made a valiant save, deflecting the ball away. Although the quality of Zhu's shot was exceptional, it was unfortunately parried, resulting in a corner kick for the China U19 national team. The commentator's impassioned voice rose and fell with excitement. Those on the substitutes bench and the coaching staff stood up, drawn to the sidelines to witness Zhu's remarkable display. A collective sigh emerged from the U19 national team as Zhu's shot was thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Su Huitang jogged slowly toward the corner flag, preparing to take the corner kick. Su Huitang raised his right hand high, extending 2 fingers as he began his slow run-up, deftly directing the ball forward. The team's captain, the towering striker Wang Bo, was under close scrutiny from the opposing defenders, and as the corner kick had yet to be taken, he could only meander within the penalty area. Wang Bo noticed Su Huitang's signal and, with a sudden burst of speed, dashed toward the ball. The Manchester United defender, who had been closely trailing him, was caught off guard and could only shout to his teammates, "Mark that tall player." Unexpectedly, as Wang Bo approached the ball, he leaped high, opting not to head the ball directly towards the goal, but instead gave it a deft flick with his head. The football soared swiftly through the air, finding its way to the back post, where the lurking Niu Hu was already poised outside the penalty area. Seizing the moment, he sprinted toward the back post, outjumping Evans to deliver a powerful header. Evans, slightly slower to react, failed to contest the aerial ball, and could only watch helplessly as the football sailed toward the goal. Su Huiteng took the corner kick, and Wang Bo flicked the ball on at the near post, and here comes Niu Hu. Niu Hu heads it. The ball raced with speed and an acute angle, too quick for the Manchester United youth goalkeeper to react, and it found the net. It's a goal. Niu Hu strikes again, making it 3-1. The China U19 youth team, with Niu Hu scoring once more, now leads the Manchester United youth team by 2 goals, a splendid execution of their corner kick strategy, culminating in a decisive finish from center-back Niu Hu. It was utterly astonishing. The China U19 youth team had taken a commanding lead. The commentator began to quicken his pace, his mouth moving rapidly like a machine gun, delivering a relentless stream of words, his voice erupting like bullets from his lips. At this moment, the China U19 youth team erupted in jubilation, 3-1, an unbelievable scoreline. Just days prior, if they had found themselves trailing by 2 goals in the second half, head coach Lu Qiuming would have been overjoyed. After the goal, Zhang Chong rushed to the front and tightly embraced Niu Hu, jumping with excitement. This was the fruit of the rigorous training of the European Six. Their meticulously rehearsed collaboration yielding remarkable results once again. Su Huiteng and his companions approached to celebrate with Niu Hu, exchanging high fives. Energized, they realized the match was far from over. The second half had only just commenced. Welbeck clapped his hands vigorously, rallying his teammates. The Manchester United youth team swiftly launched a fierce offensive, cleverly unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area, which Zhang Chong deflected with his fists. The ball was once again seized by Cleverly, who delivered it into the box. Amidst the chaos within the penalty area, Welbeck executed a stunning scorpion kick, sending the ball into the net guarded by Zhang Chang. The distance between Zhang and the ball was merely 3 meters, leaving him no time to react as he watched helplessly. Excellent. The Manchester United youth team celebrated, swiftly clawing back a goal, reinvigorating their spirits. Ferguson's eyes sparkled. He recognized Welbeck's potential, believing he could be promoted to the first team, alongside several other promising young players. Both teams continued to display the same dynamic pace as in the first half, with rapid transitions between offense and defense. 60 minutes had elapsed, and amid the intense and high-speed confrontation, Su Huiteng felt his legs grow heavy, his stamina nearly depleted. He slowed his pace but gritted his teeth in determination. The score of 2-3 was precarious, and Manchester's onslaught remained formidable. The U19 national team could only rely on counterattacks to withstand the pressure. As Zhang Chong confidently secured another shot from the opposition, he promptly executed a powerful overhand throw to Su Huiteng, igniting yet another swift counterattack for the U19 national team. Su Huiteng observed that Zhu Junquan was being closely marked by the opposing team. He signaled for a low pass, directing the ball into the vacant space in the center of the forward field. Zhuang Erei, understanding the unspoken communication, withdrew from the penalty area to receive the ball, swiftly turning and dribbling towards the goal. Noticing this, Manchester United's central defender Evans advanced in an attempt to intercept Zhuang Erei's possession. However, Zhuang Erei, having previously coordinated with Su Huiteng through gestures, recognized Evans' movement and promptly returned the ball to Su Huiteng, who was now leisurely advancing forward. At this moment, both Su Huiteng and Zhuang Erei had drawn the attention of the majority of the opposing defenders, leaving Zhu Junquan with only a solitary defender. Su Huiteng raised his hand once more, passing the ball to Zhu Junquan. Originally stationed on the flanks, Zhu Junquan, upon perceiving the gesture, swiftly accelerated and altered his direction, racing towards the penalty area. "Quickly, intercept that winger," Evans shouted, acutely aware of the U19 national youth team's intricate collaboration in the attacking front. They dared not let their guard down. Soon, an opponent was closely marking Zhu Junquan. He understood the intent behind Su Huiteng's signal and recognized the absence of space for a breakthrough. As Su Huiteng and his teammates made their dynamic runs, Manchester United's defensive line imperceptibly tilted towards the left and the center. Zhu Junquan promptly returned the ball to Su Huiteng, who was cognizant of the defensive players surrounding him. And there was more than one. Su Huiteng felt that his strength had been utterly depleted, yet he persevered, striving to accelerate once more as he raced towards the ball. Su Huiteng gently controlled the ball with his chest, allowing it to descend gracefully. Without waiting for the defenders to close in, he summoned all his strength to pass the ball into the vacant space on the right side of the penalty area. At the moment he released the ball, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. In Chapter 26, the goal-scoring frenzy against Manchester United unfolds. Wang Bo remained motionless at the front, observing his familiar teammates executing their coordinated plays. When Zhu Junquan passed the ball back to Su Huiteng, he ran while raising his hand to signal, realizing an opportunity had emerged. Indeed, Su Huiteng delivered the ball into the vacant space in front of Wang Bo. The instant Su Huiteng passed, Wang Bo accelerated, evading the defender closely marking him. He leapt high to meet the ball, powerfully heading it towards the goal. What a magnificent shot! Su Huiteng's pass found the open space in the penalty area, and Wang Bo. No offside, Wang Bo. A header on goal. It's in. It's in. It's in. The commentator's voice rose to a fever pitch, then softened as he recounted the slow-motion replay of this collaboration. The China U19 youth team, through exceptional teamwork, tore through the opposing defense, leaving the goalkeeper utterly helpless. Once again, Su Huiteng executed a precise assist, and Captain Wang Bo delivered the final blow. What an exhilarating moment. The score now stands at 4-2. With 30 minutes remaining in the match, can the U19 national team secure victory? Haha, I finally scored, Wang Bo exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he helped Su Huiteng to his feet, lifting him up in a celebratory whirl. Other players, witnessing the goal, rushed forward to join in the jubilation. Look at you, so thrilled. With so many in the front line, only Zhu Junquan has yet to score. Come on, I believe in you. Zhang Chong ran over to celebrate, shouting encouragingly at Zhu Junquan. The Manchester United defenders exchanged glances on the field, seemingly powerless against the synergy of their opponent's midfield play. With 30 minutes still to go, the match was far from over. Scoring a goal every 10 minutes was certainly feasible. We can do this, Welbeck asserted with determination, showing no signs of dismay at being 2 goals down, but rather filled with ambition to net even more goals. At this juncture, the U19 national team made substitutions, replacing Zhuang Erei and Su Huiteng with a defensive midfielder and a center-back, while Zhu Junquan retreated to a deeper position. Coach Lu Qiuming noticed that Su Huiteng was drenched in sweat, on the verge of exhaustion, and promptly instructed the players to assist him off the field. Well done, he acknowledged. Lu Qiuming gently patted Su Huiteng on the shoulder, signaling his determination to mount a staunch defense, intent on safeguarding the fruits of victory. Only a solitary center forward, Wang Bo, was left up front to seize any opportunities, while 4 midfielders and 5 defenders fortified the rear. Observing this tactical arrangement, Solskjaer promptly made his own adjustments, musing that if they were to commit to a full defensive stance, then he must respond with an equally fervent offensive approach. He introduced 2 forwards, transforming the formation to a 4-2-4, gearing up for a relentless assault in the final 30 minutes. Zhang Chong, positioned nearby, vociferously directed the defense. As the match progressed into the 70th minute, he exerted himself to punch the ball out of the penalty area, only for it to land at the feet of Manchester United youth midfielder Cleverly. From the edge of the box, Cleverly executed a volley. Zhang Chang had lost his position and was unable to react in time, helplessly watching as the ball soared into the net. Mark the opposing attackers. Why did you not stay with Cleverly? Zhang Chong admonished a recently substituted teammate. That defender, momentarily caught off guard, was easily outmaneuvered by Cleverly, who unleashed a long-range shot. The newly introduced defender felt a pang of embarrassment, offering a wry smile in resignation. The Manchester United youth team erupted in exuberant celebration, while Welbeck shouted, "Hurry! Let's score another goal. We still have a chance at victory." With Zhu Junquan retreating, it became increasingly difficult to penetrate the opponent's half. And lacking support from other attacking players, he could only launch long passes to Wang Bo in hopes of winning headers. Such attempts were effortlessly dealt with by the Manchester goalkeeper and defenders. Absent support from midfielders, Wang Bo found himself rendered ineffective on the pitch. Once more, the Manchester United youth team unleashed a tidal wave of assaults, their attacking players surging forth like relentless waves, forming a cascade of red circles converging rapidly towards the U19 national team's penalty area. Zhang Chong stood firm amidst the turmoil, resolutely repelling every shot from the Manchester United youth team. If they could endure just a few more minutes, the end of the match would be near. As the clock approached 89 minutes, Zhang Chong bellowed at his defensive teammates. Su Huiteng could no longer contain the excitement within him and, alongside the other substitute players, approached the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the referee's final whistle. At that moment, the Manchester United youth team once again maneuvered the ball down the flank and into the penalty area, where Nyohu managed to head it away. The ball fell to the corner of the box, and Welbeck took a shot, which was valiantly blocked by Zhang Chong. However, the deflected ball did not travel far. Welbeck seized the opportunity, leaping to head the ball again. Zhang Chang, now on the ground, scrambled to intercept the ball. But perhaps he was too late, as it sped into the net. The score was now 4-4, with Manchester United's youth team having equalized. With 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining, hope lingered that the U19 team could hold on and avoid defeat. The commentator lamented the missed opportunity of leading 4-2, fearing that conceding another goal would render their efforts futile. Losing in such a manner would be unbearably frustrating. Everyone needed to remain focused and steadfast in their defense. Although no one had made an error leading to the goal, Zhang Chang anxiously shouted, as he did not wish to see his team overtaken at the last moment. As the U19 national team kicked off, the Manchester players launched a full-field press. Eventually, Zhu Junquan, while dribbling down the flank, was encircled by 2 Manchester players who managed to dispossess him. The Manchester youth team quickly initiated another fast-paced attack, advancing the ball into the attacking third. Quick! Close him down. Do not allow him to take a comfortable shot, Zhang Chang bellowed, directing his defensive line as the Manchester winger approached the edge of the penalty area. The winger delivered a cross, and centre-back Evans surged into the U19 penalty area to contest for a header. Evans connected, but Zhang Chang kept his composure and parried the ball away. The ball was subsequently cleared outside the penalty area by a defending player, only for cleverly to unleash a long-range shot that spiraled towards the goal with tremendous velocity. Zhang Chang stretched to his limits, managing to finger-dip the ball, which struck the crossbar and rebounded out. Seeing the ball heading towards him, Welbeck sprinted forward, eager to contest the drop. Niu Hu, also in pursuit, desperately lunged to obstruct Welbeck's header. The ball struck Welbeck's head with significant force, altering its trajectory and curving ominously as it descended rapidly towards the goal. Zhang Chang, having lost his position, appeared helpless as the ball neared the net. In a moment of sheer disbelief, all present witnessed an extraordinary scene. Zhang Chang, still on the ground, raised a thigh to block the ball. Miraculously, his thigh intercepted the ball just inches from the goal line, causing it to roll slowly out into the penalty area, where a U19 defender promptly cleared it out of bounds. The referee glanced at his watch. Stoppage time had elapsed, and the match was nearing its conclusion. As the Manchester youth team prepared to take a throw-in, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Su Huitang, weary yet determined, sprinted towards Zhang Chang and the others. In the final minute, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You performed splendidly, securing a draw for the team, Zhu Junquan exclaimed as he rushed to Zhang Chang's side. Fortunately, your golden leg came through. Thank goodness it is robust enough. Had it been me, I might not have even touched the ball. Su Huitang excitedly embraced Zhang Chang, exclaiming, Haha, could I possibly replace that Van der Sar? Zhang Chang squinted his eyes and jestingly replied, the coach Ferguson is right over there. Why don't you go ask him? Zhu Junquan stepped forward to tease Zhang Chang. Hey, do you think I'm foolish? I don't speak English. I'll translate. I know English. Zhu Junquan insisted playfully. Stop teasing him, if he actually goes over. It might frighten the old gentleman. Niu Hu stepped forward with a smile. As long as I continue to perform well, what team wouldn't want to sign me? If Manchester United doesn't tee, there are plenty of other teams. Bayern, Barcelona, Real Madrid. I've even heard Arsenal, their old rival, is quite commendable. Bragging. Zhuang Erei interjected succinctly. The group joyfully embraced, sharing laughter and chatter when a few Manchester United players approached. The standout of the match was undoubtedly Welbeck, who executed a hat trick, helping his team equalize in the final moments, nearly turning the tide. It's your turn to shine, Zhang Chang. English is your forte. Su Huitang playfully nudged Zhang Chang, engaging in light-hearted banter. It turned out that these individuals had come to exchange jerseys with the standout players from the U19 national youth team's recent match. Welbeck gave Su Huitang a thumbs up, exclaiming, You are remarkable. I believe in your potential. I hope you do not seek opportunities with other Premier League clubs. If you aspire to play in the Premier League, it would be wise to join Manchester United, as it is the finest team in the Premier League. Indeed, the best in the entire world. Good. Very good. Su Huitang listened intently to Welbeck, yet he still struggled to comprehend his words. Ultimately, he resorted to giving a thumbs up, indicating all was well. After exchanging jerseys, Su Huitang noticed Zhu Junquan animatedly conversing with Cleverly. Once Zhu Junquan had completed his exchange, Su Huitang approached him and inquired, What did he say? Cleverly replied that they could not possibly be the Chinese U19 national team, as he was entirely unconvinced. Zhu Junquan shrugged his shoulders. So, Does that imply that your performance has reached their level? Su Huiteng asked. Perhaps that's what he believes. Or maybe he was merely offering a compliment. Who can say? Zhu Junquan shrugged once more, extending his hands. Chapter 27. Su Huiteng attracts attention. The match concluded, and the Chinese U19 national team demonstrated to the world that they were not to be underestimated. Against the formidable Manchester United youth team, they maintained a lead for 89 minutes before the latter equalized at the last moment. The final score settled at 4-4. The commentator continued to narrate the exhilarating highlights of the match, a thrilling spectacle that ignited passion within viewers. Across various bars in the country, patrons jubilantly celebrated the U19 national team's draw, singing and dancing, ensuring that the night would be one of sleepless revelry. Ferguson ultimately selected 3 players, informing Solskjaer to promote them to the first team: Welbeck, Cleverley, and Evans. After arranging matters, Ferguson swiftly departed, eager to consult scouts for Su Huiteng's information and to observe his forthcoming matches. In this game, Su Huiteng's exceptional performance successfully piqued Ferguson's interest. "Watson, come to my office," Ferguson instructed as he called scout Jeff Watson into his office. Minutes later, Jeff Watson arrived. "Sir, what instructions do you have for me?" he inquired respectfully. "I need you to gather information on this Chinese player and monitor their upcoming matches in Europe," Ferguson replied. Jeff Watson picked up the photo Ferguson handed him, puzzled. "A Chinese player, sir? Are there any players from China that could possibly impress you?" "Indeed, he is Chinese. Had I not witnessed this afternoon's match myself, I would hardly believe he was a Chinese player. Yet, his actions have truly moved me. Therefore, my friend, you must procure all available information on him." "Of course, sir. I will take care of it immediately," Jeff Watson affirmed readily. In the office of Bayern's coach Klinsmann, scout Alexander Weber retrieved a USB drive from his pocket. "Sir, I have gathered the materials you requested. These are the live recordings of the match between the Chinese U19 national team and the Manchester United youth team that I downloaded from the internet." "Excellent. Continue to observe the performance of this team," Klinsmann instructed. Klinsmann issued instructions upon learning that Bayern's youth team had drawn with this distant team for 89 minutes. He became intrigued by the visitors. Moreover, since the Bayern youth squad had fielded nearly all of their key players, it certainly piqued his interest. He mused that he might discover some reasonably priced yet talented players among them. "Su Huiteng, you appear quite fatigued. Have you exhausted your stamina?" Zhang Cheng inquired. Observing Su's lack of energy, "I'm fine. A brief rest will suffice. This evening, we have specialized training, and I must engage in less strenuous activities. Otherwise, my body truly cannot withstand the strain," Su replied. "Indeed. However, if you find the time, you might consider practicing your defense. Your anticipation is already commendable. And if you prepare in advance during defensive plays, predicting your opponent's passes or dribbles, you could intercept the ball effectively," Zhu Junquan suggested to Su Huiteng. "Zhu Junquan, why didn't you practice defense before?" "In the previous matches, I had no opportunities to score," their roommate Wang Bo grumbled. "It's not that I didn't want to practice. I aspire to, but I lack Su Huiteng's level of anticipation and passing skills. My strengths lie in dribbling, speed, and long-range shooting." "That's true. However, today's match was truly exhilarating. It was the most enjoyable game I've played," Wang Bo chuckled. "It seems you relish the thrill of scoring, but regrettably, Zhu Junquan has yet to find the back of the net." Su Huiteng gazed at the exuberant Wang Bo and smiled. "I do not mind the progress or the goals," he remarked. Wang Bo is right. What matters is the joy of playing. He reflected on his previous frustrations on the field, where he often found himself too far from Wang Bo to make a meaningful pass. Constantly returning the ball felt futile and prone to errors. When attempting to dribble past defenders, he had no one to support him. After all, he was not Maradona, capable of surging from midfield to score. It seemed that Zhu Junquan had been holding back for quite some time, and now he finally felt a sense of relief. Director Liu. Su Huiteng held his own for 60 minutes in this match, which is commendable. Unfortunately, after his departure, Manchester United managed to equalize. Xiao Lu expressed with a hint of regret. "We should have secured this match, but alas, they leveled the score in the final 3 minutes. I plan to reposition Su Huiteng to an attacking midfield role for the next match, shifting the right winger forward to become a right forward. This will allow us to adopt a 4-1-3-2 formation, and I will ensure they adapt during training." Coach Lu Qiuming contemplated carefully, believing that the team's offensive capabilities were robust enough to warrant this adjustment. As evening fell, it was once again time for specialized training. Have you noticed that our specialized training may appear quite ordinary, yet it possesses a remarkable power? Zhu Junquan mused, feeling pleasantly surprised after several days of focused practice. It has fostered greater cohesion among us, enhanced our teamwork, and facilitated various small combinations. Thus, this specialized training embodies a transformative force that turns the mundane into the extraordinary. Su Huitang nodded gently, expressing his delight. Ever since you both joined our specialized training, your skills have noticeably improved, Zhang Chong remarked, giving Zhu Junquan a pat on the shoulder. In truth, their abilities had not diminished significantly. They had merely been isolated and unsupported, which rendered their performances lackluster. Now, with our cohesive play in the midfield and forward positions, they appeared to be excelling. This was only possible due to their inherent strength. Enough idle chatter. Let's focus on the training, Niuhu stated. During this offensive maneuver, Su Huitang learned that his position had advanced, necessitating additional practice in offensive coordination. As for defense, he reduced his training regimen, dedicating only a brief 10 minutes at the outset. He began attempting to intercept Zhu Juanquan's dribbling, yet Zhu effortlessly maneuvered past him with feints. After several attempts, Su finally managed to tackle the ball away from Zhu. However, it did not roll far and was quickly reclaimed by Zhu. Well done, there is progress. Let us continue, Zhu remarked, employing another feint to glide past Su Huitang. Su Huitang earnestly recalled Zhu Juanquan's movements, striving to devise a strategy to counter Zhu's feints. Subsequently, Su Huitang and his three companions engaged in practicing offensive coordination. The defensive side consisted solely of Zhang Chong and Niuhu, with Zhang Chong busily defending against the onslaught. After less than an hour of practice, Su Huitang began to feel fatigued and remarked, "I think I will observe from the sidelines. I need to rest and conserve my energy. All right, just watch us. Your recent improvement in stamina has been quite remarkable. The intensity and speed of your offensive and defensive transitions are commendable, and you managed to endure for 60 minutes, which is impressive," Zhu Junquan commented to Su Huitang. "Perhaps my initial level was relatively low, which is why my progress appears more rapid," Su Huitang reflected. Chapter 28. Su Huitang's stamina the following day. Head coach Lu Qiuming announced the schedule for the upcoming match against Arsenal's youth team, set for August 20th in London. Now, let us discuss Arsenal's prodigious talent. It is said that their youth training is on par with Manchester United's, so they must possess formidable players, right? Zhang Chong inquired eagerly, gazing at Su Huitang. "Please refrain from looking at me with such anticipation. I am not a woman, and it seems you are nearly drooling." Su Huitang waved his hand dismissively before Zhang Chong and remarked, "Humph. You think I am watching you? I am merely anticipating those rivals." I found it somewhat perplexing why Su Huitang possessed such an intimate knowledge of these competitors. Even after my research, I could not uncover details as comprehensive as his. Zhu Junquan furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. "Well, I might not be believed when I say this, but all their information resides in my mind. I seem to possess a certain talent. Once I see those players, I immediately discern their strengths." Su Huitang pondered on how to articulate his thoughts to convince them, while simultaneously trying to deceive. "I cannot believe it. How could I possibly lack such capability?" Zhang Chong exclaimed. "Look at that. The physique of Niuhu simply cannot be that of a winger, can it?" Su Huitang gestured towards Niuhu and remarked, "Indeed, I am aware of this as well. It is evident upon observation. However, there are certain nuances that you may have overlooked. Just observe Zhu Juanquan's thigh muscles, and then compare them with your own. They are distinctly different, are they not?" Su Huitang squeezed Zhu Juanquan's thigh, then did the same to Zhang Chong, who quickly dodged. "What are you afraid of?" "It's not like I'm taking advantage of you," Su Huitang joked. "I'm afraid of tickling," Zhang Chong replied. "But can you really see it?" "Of course." Zhu Juanquan's thigh muscles resemble those of a sprinter, indicating that he has an impressive stride length and speed, along with powerful calves. Is that sufficient? I haven't finished talking yet. So, can you see the characteristics? Players with long strides and quick paces excel in dribbling and speed. Do you understand? I merely wish to say that you are a genius. I lack such ability. Zhu Junquan then examined his own thigh muscles closely before squeezing Su Huitang's thigh. "Yours has little muscle, yet you manage to deliver excellent passes. How is that possible?" "Well, a good midfielder relies on intellect, not muscle." Su Huitang pointed to his head. "Are you implying we are foolish?" The five surrounded Su Huitang, pretending to strike him, but instead spun him around playfully until he felt dizzy. "Stop. I'll tell you about Arsenal's outstanding players." Upon hearing this, The five promptly released Su Huiteng, Ramsey, and Walcott. I trust Zhu Junquan has already researched them? Su Huiteng spoke slowly. However, these two are already in the first team. Ramsey was initially sought after by Manchester United, but later transferred to Arsenal this summer. They are the same age as us and are already playing in first-team matches. Oh, wait, Ramsey is only 17, a year younger than us, and has already appeared in the starting lineup for the first round of the Premier League. Wow, impressive. But they won't participate in this match, right? Zhang Chong thought that first-team players typically did not compete in youth matches. That's correct. However, the next player to mention is their prodigious youth star Wilshere, who plays as a midfielder and is a product of Arsenal's youth training. What are his characteristics? Zhang Chong inquired curiously. Patience, I'm not done yet. His ball control, dribbling, technique, and passing are all exceptional, along with a powerful long shot. You should be cautious. Did you derive all this information from observing his thighs? Zhang Chong still seemed skeptical, shaking his head gently. I assure you, it's true. If you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. Su Huiteng shrugged his shoulders in resignation. I believe that some players have records from their youth, albeit difficult to locate. I have only managed to find sparse details, leaving me unaware of their unique attributes. Zhu Junquan pondered aloud, acknowledging Su Huiteng's astute analysis. As his assessments of players consistently proved accurate based on their performances in matches, I shall engage in some lighter physical training. Gentlemen, I shall see you all this evening. Su Huiteng declared as he rose to his feet. You must endure weighted runs for over an hour and a half, spending ample time on the field. Had you played the last match for the full 90 minutes, perhaps victory would have been within reach. Zhang Chong lamented the last-minute equalizer at 4, for with a tinge of regret. In this moment, the online discourse was abuzz, predominantly filled with positive feedback. It was said that the viewership for this match surpassed that of the Olympic team facing Brazil. Perhaps the national team's dismal performance in the Olympics contributed to this. Or perhaps it was the commendable display of the U19 national youth team that captured attention, engaging in an offensive exchange with Manchester United. I dare say the national team could scarcely aspire for more. Wouldn't you agree? It was the Manchester United youth team, not the senior squad. Could the national team truly contend with the first team of Manchester United? Achieving such a result against the youth team is already quite remarkable. Yet, where there are accolades, there are inevitably a few critiques. After all, conceding an equalizer in the dying moments left a bitter taste. While this U19 squad exhibited commendable prowess, I must express my discontent. Why must it be the dark 3 minutes once more? Observe the previous 2 matches. Goals conceded in the final moments. This time is no different. Have they unwittingly inherited the national team's tradition? Indeed, I too have noticed this trend, yet a scoreline of 4 is commendable. Just look at the matches of the Olympic team to grasp their plight. Engaging in a back and forth with Manchester United was once a mere figment of my imagination. Yet it has now become a palpable reality. I hope that in their next match, they can shed the burden of the dark 3 minutes. Fans are undoubtedly the most endearing of individuals, the same group of people who, in times of triumph, resound with encouragement and praise. Conversely, when the team's performance falters, the tide of criticism rises, threatening to drown the players in a deluge of disparagement. Only a few discerning fans can perceive the deeper layers beneath the surface. This afternoon, after my weighted runs, fatigue has set in. Thus, I shall rest well this evening and forego the specialized training. You all may proceed. Su Huiteng felt quite fatigued and decided it was best to retire early for the night. If he continued in this state, facing the Arsenal youth team without fully restored stamina would be troublesome. Now, Zhuang Erei could no longer overpower him. He needed to persist. The previous matches indicated that he had no significant issues with ordinary physical confrontations. Zhang Chong meticulously analyzed Su Huiteng's physical condition. In truth, Su Huiteng had lost a bit of weight. He still lacked robust muscle. Once he gained a little more weight and engaged in additional training, he would be just fine. Zhu Junquan pinched Su Huiteng's thighs and arms as he lay resting on the grass, shaking his head in disapproval. Subsequently, Su Huiteng returned to the dormitory to rest. After a day of exertion, he needed to retire early to avoid exhausting his strength. Chapter 29, Arsenal Next. Su Huiteng and his 5 companions proceeded with their respective training until the evening, when they engaged in a relatively light special training session. On August 20th, scouts from Manchester United, Jeff Watson, and Bayern Munich, Alexander Weber, arrived at the sidelines to observe the match. It was evident that their interest did not lie in the performances of Arsenal's youth players. Rather, they were focused on the promising yet affordable Chinese youth players. Time passed swiftly, and on this August 20th, the imminent match featured the Arsenal youth team pitted against the Chinese U19 youth team. The Football Channel surprisingly commenced the live broadcast of this match half an hour early, dedicating the initial segment to a detailed introduction of the U19 national team's previous matches. Such an occurrence has been exceedingly rare, typically reserved for significant events, such as the national team's Asian qualifying matches, which warrant an early start. This decision underscores the channel's considerable regard for this match, possibly influenced by the impressive viewership during the thrilling goal fest against Manchester United's youth team, which garnered favorable reactions from fans. Indeed, the fans expressed their enthusiasm, relishing the 4-4 draw against Manchester United's youth squad. Even days after the match, discussions surrounding the U19 national team's performance during their European training session remained fervent online. Particularly astonishing was the performance of several substitute players, with notable mention of Zhu Junshuan's transformation. Once criticized vehemently by online fans in the first 3 matches, he has suddenly become a figure of acclaim, with many drawing comparisons to the likes of Robin and Cristiano Ronaldo. However, some discerning media outlets have cautioned that China has previously boasted exceptional youth players who ultimately faded into obscurity, warning against excessive adulation from certain uncritical media sources. Lu Qiuming made slight adjustments to the formation, moving the right midfielder from the match against Manchester United to the right winger position and shifting Su Huitang to the role of attacking midfielder. His strategy aimed at employing an aggressive offensive approach to suppress Arsenal's youth team, hoping to secure several goals before halftime. Initially, there were high expectations for Su Huitang, with many believing he would make an immediate impact in this match. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Huitang faced considerable attention from multiple opposing players right from the outset. Wilshere directed his teammates to closely mark Su Huitang, preventing him from easily receiving passes from his teammates. At times, 2 players would closely defend him, utilizing their physicality to disrupt his movements. On other occasions, 3 players formed a tight circle around him. After approximately 20 minutes of play, Su Huitang realized that the balls being delivered from the midfield were distant and sluggish, making it challenging for him to secure possession amidst the encroachment of several defenders. Even when he managed to position himself effectively, Arsenal's defenders would often leap to disrupt with headers or force him out of position, resulting in the loss of possession. Given his physical stature and disadvantages in physical confrontations, if this continued, the forwards would find themselves as isolated as in his initial matches in Europe. He promptly instructed his midfielders to direct more passes towards the left flank, where Zhu Junquan and the right winger were positioned, to divert the opponent's attention. Occasionally, when the ball was passed centrally, he directed the tall striker Wang Bo to retreat, using his body to shield against oncoming defenders and to flick the ball towards Su Huitang or Zhu Junquan with his back to the goal. After all, the opposing team could field a maximum of 7 defenders, while the U19 national youth team boasted 5 attacking players. Arsenal's youth team could not afford to allocate too many players to defend against Zhu Junquan and Wang Bo, thanks to the exceptional performances of Zhang Chong and Niu Hu. After weathering over 20 minutes of relentless pressure from Arsenal's youth squad, Su Huitang and his frontline teammates gradually began to forge effective combinations. A deep pass from a defensive midfielder found Wang Bo, and although the delivery was not perfectly placed, Wang Bo managed to leap and direct the ball towards Su Huitang through sheer effort. Su Huitang was aware that 2 or 3 defenders were trailing closely behind him. The moment Wang Bo delivered the pass, he surged forward to meet the ball, without waiting for it to touch the ground. Su Huitang gestured emphatically as he deftly sent the ball to Zhu Junshuan's feet. Confronted by a single defender, Zhu Junquan effortlessly executed a cow-tail dribble, skillfully maneuvering past the opponent before him. Upon witnessing Su Huitang's pass, the defensive players surrounding him retreated, diverting their focus to contend with other offensive players from the U19 national youth team. In such moments, they could no longer maintain their pursuit of Su Huitang. Should Zhu Junquan be afforded the opportunity to effortlessly penetrate the penalty area for a long-range shot, it is highly probable that a goal would ensue, even in the absence of Su Huitang's involvement. At this critical juncture, the meticulously rehearsed coordination, honed through countless training sessions, was executed flawlessly. When Su Huitang passed the ball to Zhu Junquan, he signaled discreetly. Zhu Junquan, understanding the cue, noticed that only one defender was trailing Su Huitang. After skillfully maneuvering past his opponent, he swiftly delivered a precise through ball into the vacant space to the right of Su Huitang. Wilshere, retreating in defense, caught sight of Zhu Juanchuan's pass and recalled that Su Huitang had previously scored a long-range shot from this position during his time with the Manchester United youth team. He lunged in an attempt to obstruct Su Huitang's line of sight, positioning himself directly in front of him. Had Su Huitang taken a shot from distance, it would undoubtedly have struck Wilshere. However, Wilshere's anticipation was misplaced, or perhaps his reaction time was too slow to make a difference. In the fleeting moment before receiving the ball, Su Huitang glanced ahead and then made his move. He did not signal, for he was uncertain how many times he had collaborated with Zhuang Erei from this position, and the pace of their exchanges was simply too swift. Upon seeing Zhu Junquan pass to Su Huitang, Zhuang Erei comprehended the strategy of the attack. He initially retreated a few steps, allowing the opposing center-back to linger at the back. As Su Huitang lifted the ball for a pass, Zhuang Erei suddenly surged forward, surpassing the Arsenal youth team as center-back. The defender could not keep up with Zhuang Erei's sudden acceleration and could only watch helplessly as Zhuang Erei took his shot. During his sprint, the ball fortuitously landed right before him, and he struck it with precision. The Arsenal youth team's goalkeeper was caught off guard, failing to react in time, and the ball found its way into the net. Zhu Junquan dribbled through, executing a splendid feint. He passed to Su Huitang. An opposing midfielder attempted to block, but Su Huitang took aim, delivering a swift pass to Zhuang Erei, who was not offside. An instantaneous exchange. Zhuang Erei, utilizing his speed, evaded the defenders and executed a volley. The ball rippled the net. The commentator exclaimed, Su Huitang's delicate pass was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, effortlessly tearing through Arsenal's defense. Zhuang Erei scored the first goal for the China U19 youth team, opening the gates for the Arsenal youth team. This collaboration was simply classic. Chapter 30. Leading Arsenal youth team 2-0. Lu Qiuming vigorously waved his arm, prompting all the players on the bench to rise, shouting and jumping with excitement. At last, a goal. The previous 20 minutes had kept me on edge, fearing a return to the dire circumstances I faced upon arriving in Italy. Little Lu patted his chest, speaking with exhilaration. Su Huitang's ability to read the game had also improved. He recalled a time when he faced a similar situation upon joining the team, where he was severely thwarted by Zhu Juanchuan's defense, compounded by coordination issues with other players. Now, his capability to discern the flow of the game and his command in midfield had significantly advanced. Lu Qiuming, the head coach, gradually analyzed. Well done. A goal at last. Su Huitang, Zhuang Erei, you are all commendable. Zhang Chong ran from the backfield, giving a thumbs up to the players in the attacking line. You two have performed admirably, having thwarted several threatening shots from the opposition. Su Huitang gently patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder and remarked, the scouts from Manchester United, Jeff Watson, and Bayern Munich, Alexander Weber, were captivated by the splendid collaboration and recognized the commendable performances of several players. This match was being broadcast live on China's football channel and later. The video could be downloaded from the internet for the head coach's review. In truth, both Ferguson and Klinsmann placed considerable emphasis on certain players, which motivated them to dispatch scouts to meticulously observe their performances and gather information, enabling prompt action if they decided to sign any of them. It's all right. They've only scored one goal. Wilshere shouted to his teammates. Wilshere advanced the ball through the midfield, and Su Huitang seized the moment, aiming to intercept. But Wilshere skillfully maneuvered past him. After executing a 1-2 with the winger, Wilshere approached the penalty area and unleashed a powerful long-range shot, the ball spiraling vigorously towards the corner of the goal. Zhang Chong anticipated the trajectory and leaped to save, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar. Arsenal earned a corner kick, which was valiantly headed away by Nyohu. Following a few passes, the ball arrived at Su Huitang's feet, who then sent it down the left flank. The counterattack from the China U19 team was swift. In less than half a minute, they surged into Arsenal's final third. Zhu Junquan carried the ball forward at high speed, evading a defender, and delivered a low cross from the byline. Wang Bo leaped high for a header, but it was parried away by the opposing goalkeeper. Great shot. The header was saved. The ball was cleared out of play by an Arsenal youth defender, granting the China U19 team a throw-in. Su Huitang, Zhuang Erei, and Wang Bo became the focal points of attention, and at that moment, Zhu Junquan found his opportunity. As the match approached the 40-minute mark, Zhu Junquan finally scored with a remarkable long-range shot, marking his first goal since the European training camp. He skillfully maneuvered past a defender on the sideline, reaching the left side of the penalty area as an opposing defender charged towards him. Zhu Junquan executed a simple 1-2 with Su Huitang, receiving the ball in an open space at the center of the penalty area, where he struck a precise shot, with no defender closely marking him. The quality of Zhu Junquan's shot was exceptional, the ball curling towards the upper left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dived but could not reach it, and the ball found the net. Zhu Junquan maneuvered past the defenders and, with another defender in front of him, opted not to shoot, but instead passed to Su Huitang. After the pass, he quickly darted laterally into the penalty area. Su Huitang, without pausing, sent the ball into the vacant space on Zhu Junquan's right. Their 1-2 collaboration tore through the opposing defense, allowing Zhu Junquan to turn and shoot. The goalkeeper was caught off guard, and the ball went in. "It's a goal!" the commentator exclaimed with fervor. 2-0. The China U19 team leads 2-0 at halftime. Absolutely fantastic. The young men of China are truly remarkable. With a resounding roar, Zhu Junquan dashed before the camera of the football channel, releasing all the pent-up emotions within him. At that moment, he finally manifested his individual prowess and teamwork by scoring a goal. He had awaited this moment for far too long, and it was only in the 7th match of the European training tour that he achieved it. The Arsenal youth team swiftly launched another incisive attack, but the valiant center-back Niu Hu and goalkeeper Zhang Chong resolutely defended the goal. Under the watchful eye of Niu Hu, Wilshere did not perform particularly well, and Arsenal failed to score in the first half. As the first half concluded, the China U19 youth team led Arsenal's youth team 2-0. Excellent work. They must continue to strive, as the opposing team will undoubtedly intensify their offensive in the second half. The defenders face considerable pressure, and the forwards must enhance their pressing. During halftime, Lu Qiuming encouraged his players in the locker room. As the second half commenced, Arsenal indeed made substitutions, replacing a midfielder with a forward, transforming their formation to 4-3-3. It was evident that they were determined to attack with full force. This change had both advantages and disadvantages, with one less player for defense. Su Huitang felt a significant reduction in pressure, allowing him to showcase his abilities more effectively. However, Arsenal's attacks became increasingly fierce, and Zhang Chong found himself overwhelmed. He leapt high to claim a corner kick from the opponent, gathering the ball to his chest, drenched in sweat. Su Huitang defended at the edge of the penalty area. Observing Zhang Chong, who was sprawled on the ground, he approached and playfully patted Zhang Chong on the back, saying, "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Are you feeling fatigued?" Zhang Chang slowly rose to his feet and replied, "Not at all. My stamina could carry me through 2 matches. I merely wish to delay the game a bit longer." Su Huitang observed Zhang Chong rise to his feet and leisurely make his way towards the midfield, offering him a thumbs up and encouragement. After playing for over 50 minutes, Su Huitang felt somewhat fatigued. The pace of the match was rapid, with intense physical confrontations. During the first half, he frequently stumbled and lost his balance due to being jostled by opponents. Moreover, when the opposing team launched their attacks, he had to sprint from his position as an attacking midfielder to defend near his own penalty area. Perhaps Su Huitang believed that his stamina and defensive skills had improved, as he would not typically venture into his team's defensive zone. However, this decision resulted in a quicker depletion of his energy. Nevertheless, thanks to his and Zhu Junquan's involvement in defense alongside several other forward players, they managed to maintain a precarious 2-0 scoreline for nearly 60 minutes. As Su Huitang faced Wilshere, who was dribbling towards the sidelines, he executed a splendid tackle that sent the ball out of play. However, Su Huitang collapsed to the ground, clutching his foot and exclaiming in pain. Wilshere raised both hands to the referee, indicating that he had not committed a foul against Su Huitang. At that moment, Zhang Chong, Niu Hu, Zhu Junquan, and others rushed over. "I have a cramp. My calf is cramping," Su Huitang cried out in agony. Chapter 31. The first victory. Zhang Chong immediately grasped Su Huitang's leg, gently straightening his foot while using his abdomen to support it, and pressed down on the big toe of the affected side with his hand. "I am nearly exhausted. Is this what you meant by stalling for time?" Su Huitang felt slightly better and joked with Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong gave Su Huitang a thumbs up, saying, "You learned so quickly. Is this a case of applying what you've just learned? I truly have a cramp, and this cannot be feigned. It's best to let the coach substitute me, as I can no longer endure. You must perform well and strive to secure victory in this match. The outcome now rests upon you." Lu Qiuming noticed Zhang Chong gesturing for a substitution and understood that Su Huitang could no longer continue. preparing to make the change. At this moment, Su Huiteng's calf no longer pained him. However, he was utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he ambled slowly off the field. After substituting Su Huiteng, Coach Lu Qiuming promptly replaced Wang Bo and Zhuang Erei, leaving no forwards on the pitch, as he intended for the team to focus entirely on defense. As the match progressed beyond the 70-minute mark, the Arsenal youth team finally scored. Following a series of shots that Zhang Chang fervently saved, Wilshere seized the opportunity amidst the chaos in the penalty area, delivering a powerful strike that found the back of the net. At this moment, Su Huiteng, seated on the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety. He dreaded a repeat of the earlier match against Manchester United's youth team. However, the uncertainty of the forthcoming minute loomed large, as holding a lead was anything but secure for the current Chinese U19 team. Arsenal tenaciously equalized, bringing the score to 2-1. With roughly 20 minutes remaining in the match, it was uncertain whether the U19 national team could preserve their hard-earned victory. The commentator voiced his concerns, recalling the previous matches marred by a dismal 3 minutes. With 20 minutes still to play, the outcome remained uncertain. Once again, the Chinese U19 team found themselves in a defensive stalemate, leaving everyone to wonder if they would succumb to another disheartening 3 minutes. Subsequently, Arsenal unleashed a relentless wave of attacks. If Arsenal's initial offensives resembled a surging tide, the final 20 minutes surged forth like a colossal wave crashing toward the Chinese U19 goal. Zhang Chang stood as a guardian, embodying the last line of defense for the U19 team. In the final 3 minutes, the quick-reacting Zhang Chang thwarted several threatening attempts from the opposition. Notably, in the dying seconds, Arsenal unleashed 3 consecutive shots, each met with Zhang Chang's resolute saves. As the stoppage time concluded, the referee blew the final whistle. Zhang Chang, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, felt utterly drained. He did not join his jubilant teammates in celebration, as he sensed that his body had been completely depleted, hastily departing the field for a much-needed rest. Su Huiteng observed Zhang Chang descending the stage with deliberate slowness and promptly rushed forward to embrace him. To his surprise, as Su Huiteng exerted force, he inadvertently toppled Zhang Chang onto the grass. My apologies. How is it that you possess no strength at all? The defensive line of Su Huiteng resembled an impenetrable wall. At this moment, Zhang Chang, utterly exhausted, scratched his head and offered an apology. It's nothing. I have never felt this fatigue before, but having secured victory in this match makes it all worthwhile. Truly worthwhile. Zhang Chang reclined on the grass, breathing heavily, and continued. Let me rest for a moment. I am utterly spent. 2-1. The China U19 youth team has triumphed. They achieved their first victory during this European training tour against the formidable Arsenal. The commentator excitedly narrated the events as the television showcased slow-motion footage of the 2 goals scored by the U19 national team. Scouts from Manchester United, Jeff Watson, and Bayern Munich's Alexander Weber departed immediately after the match concluded. They recognized that it was not only Su Huiteng who excelled, goalkeeper Zhang Chang, goal scorer Zhu Junquan, and the steadfast defender Niu, who were all worthy of consideration for their candidate lists. Both scouts acknowledged one another, understanding that their respective teams were also interested in the young talents from China. They were eager to relay this information to their head coaches. Wilshere approached and noticed Su Huiteng and Zhang Chang reclining on the grass, engaged in conversation. He removed his jersey, signaling a desire to exchange it. However, Su Huiteng and Zhang Chang were too close together, and they could not comprehend Wilshere's English. Momentarily, they were both taken aback, wondering who he intended to swap with. You go ahead, one suggested. I exchanged jerseys with Welbeck from Manchester United last match. Given your outstanding performance that led to our victory, I believe he is looking to swap with you, especially since you were the MVP of this match. Su Huiteng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and pulled Zhang Chang up, encouraging him to exchange jerseys with Wilshere. Both of you are remarkable. Perhaps we shall meet again on the pitch. In the Premier League, the pinnacle of world football, after the exchange of jerseys between Wilshere and Zhang Chang, he addressed the two, saying, Yes, okay. Su Huiteng gave a thumbs up towards Wilshere and said, What exactly did he say? Zhang Chang inquired, as he had not comprehended a single word. It seemed to be something about arranging a meeting with you. Su Huiteng pretended to comprehend. What time and place did he mention? Zhang Chang inquired, perplexed. Why don't you go and ask him? He hasn't gone far. Su Huiteng gave Zhang Chang a gentle push. At that moment, Zhu Junquan approached them and remarked, He says you two are quite formidable. We shall meet again and compete on the Premier League stage. Su Huitang retorted, "You're teasing me again. Behold my ultimate move. The monkey steals the peach." Zhang Chang attempted his signature maneuver once more, but Su Huitang deftly evaded it. "It seems I must practice my reaction speed further." "You managed to dodge me again," Zhang Chang admitted with a shake of his head. "Do not be so modest. Your reflexes are already quite impressive. Otherwise, the score would not be 2-1. It could very well have been 2-3. Zhu Junquan chimed in with a grin. Zhang Chang chuckled and refrained from another sneak attack. Continuing, "It appears Wilshere is quite confident about joining the Arsenal first team soon. I believe he is. But when he says we can compete in the Premier League, it's merely flattery. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Let us focus on doing our best without thinking too far ahead," Zhu Junquan advised. "Zhu Junquan, how does it feel to have scored a goal?" Zhang Chang reflected, nearly falling for Su Huitang's trick again, as he moved forward to ask Wilshere for the details of their meeting. Thankfully, Zhu Junquan revealed the truth. "Good." Zhu Junquan chuckled. "He said you didn't perform as well as you did," Su Huitang translated. "I understood that. I can comprehend English now," Zhang Chang replied, casting a skeptical glance at Su Huitang. "Don't deceive me again. Just because I haven't read much doesn't mean I can't grasp the word God. That indicates your prowess. Once in Spain, you'll be able to converse fluently in English with Atletico Madrid players," Su Huitang teased. "Haha, you're trying to trick me again. Germans speak German, and Spaniards, of course, speak Spanish," Zhang Chang retorted, having learned from past experiences. He now recognized that Spanish speakers do not communicate in English. In truth, some players are multilingual, like Zhu Junquan. He speaks Chinese, English, German, Spanish. Su Huitang spoke slowly, expressing that this time he would not be deceived. He decided to rest well in the evening and would not participate in the special training session. Zhang Chang felt that the match had been exceedingly exhausting, more so than playing 2 matches in the past. "I, too, need to recuperate. I even suffered a cramp from running. This match was indeed arduous," he remarked. "Fortunately, they emerged victorious in the end," Su Huitang added with a smile. Lu Qiuming once again gathered the players to announce a 2-day break, following which they would head to Madrid, Spain, where their next opponent would be Atletico Madrid. The city of Madrid is home to 4 top-tier teams: Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Getafe, and Rayo Vallecano. "Wait, Zhu Junquan, why is there no match against Real Madrid?" Zhang Chang inquired, surprised after hearing the coach's arrangements. "On August 25th, we face Atletico, and on August 28th, we encounter Barcelona. Yet there is no match with Real Madrid. This is unexpected." Upon hearing this, Zhu Junquan explained what he knew. "To my knowledge, there was initially supposed to be a match against Real Madrid's youth team. However, due to their congested schedule filled with commercial matches worldwide, several key players were unavailable, leaving only a few young players from the youth team. Perhaps this is why the match against Real Madrid's youth team was cancelled." It was indeed astonishing to many that such a prestigious club would not have a match scheduled. Nevertheless, he cautioned, Atletico Madrid is also a formidable team. One must not underestimate their strength in comparison to Real Madrid. Upon overhearing the dialogue between Zhang Chang and Zhu Junquan, Su Huitang promptly interjected, "Will De Gea, the goalkeeper of Atletico Madrid's B team, participate in this match? And what about Diego Costa, the forward who has recently returned from his loan? He originally came from Atletico's youth squad." He expressed hope that both players would take the field, eagerly anticipating his confrontation with Costa. Zhang Chang rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. Most of the players selected for the B team and reserves have not participated in youth matches. "This game could be unpredictable," he remarked. Zhu Junquan shook his head in response. "Do you possess insider information suggesting that they will not play?" Zhang Chang queried, puzzled. "I have no insider knowledge. I merely speculated," Zhu Junquan replied. "Regardless, whether De Gea and Costa are on the pitch or not, we must strive to secure victory in this match," Su Huitang encouraged. "Indeed, winning only 1 match during our European training is far from sufficient," Zhang Chang responded enthusiastically. Chapter 32. The Scout from Manchester United before departing Germany. Su Huitang and his companions requested Zhu Junquan to open his laptop and peruse the domestic fans' evaluations. Upon examination, they discovered that the reviews for this match were overwhelmingly positive. The goalkeeper's exceptional performance had been pivotal, showcasing world-class skill that salvaged the team's victory. "This comment pertains to me. World-class indeed," Zhang Chang exclaimed with delight as he pointed at the remarks on the screen. "Well, your performance was certainly commendable, but do refrain from being overly modest. You are cosmic level, not merely world-class. Su Huitang jested, and at first, Zhang Chong believed that Su was genuinely praising him. However, upon hearing the latter part of the comment, he felt a twinge of discomfort and chased after Su, intent on delivering a blow. I know you lack stamina. Don't waste your effort. You'll never catch me, Zhang Chong exclaimed as he pursued his target. Hold on. You two. Let's pause the quarrel for a moment. This comment seems rather intriguing, Zhu Juquan interjected, halting the two in their tracks. I've never heard of these players' names. Even Zhu Juquan, the most renowned among them, is merely a substitute in the club and has only made a single appearance on the national team's roster without ever stepping onto the field. How can they appear more formidable than the mainstays of the national team? This defies logic. Zhang Chong pondered aloud. I share your thoughts. Why have I not secured a starting position domestically? If I am to return, I must ensure I sign a contract as a primary player. Otherwise, I shall seek opportunities in the Premier League to see if any club would take me in. After all, my youth player contract with the club is nearing its expiration. Our opponents comprise the youth teams of various clubs, not the first teams of elite clubs. In truth, we are not as far from the national team S level as we might think. For instance, Zhu Juquan has consistently been a substitute for a domestic champion club. Training alongside the first team, he inherently possesses the caliber for the national squad, merely lacking the opportunity and teammates capable of executing exquisite plays like ours. Moreover, a critical factor is our youth. We hold immense potential and ample room for growth. One day, we shall surpass them. The national team's mainstays are no longer my aspiration. My sights are set on becoming the FIFA World Player of the Year. Haha. As Su Huitang spoke, he became somewhat animated, bursting into hearty laughter. I am not feverish. Why am I speaking nonsense? Zhang Chong remarked, gently touching Su Huitang's forehead. I am merely articulating my aspirations. I did not imply that I must achieve them this year. It is merely setting an ambitious goal for myself. So there is no need to be overly anxious. Isn't your objective to surpass Van der Sar? Su Huitang released Zhang Cheng's hand and then patted his shoulder, exclaiming, This is truly remarkable. I granted full marks. Niohu raised his thumb in approval. Is there anything else to discuss? Zhang Chong curiously glanced at Zhu Juanquan's computer. Everyone has been mentioned, all in praise. There is nothing particularly noteworthy left to see. It's simply something to peruse during moments of boredom, Zhu Juanquan stated before shutting down the computer. At that moment, many small teams had learned of the Arsenal youth team's unexpected defeat to a distant youth squad amidst a depleted lineup. Following this match, Su Huitang and his companions garnered attention from several championship teams in England. However, upon further inquiry, they were taken aback to discover that this was a Chinese youth team, with Zhu Juquan having only made a recent, singular appearance in the national team. Being non-EU players without sufficient international experience, they could not acquire work permits, thus making it impossible to sign such players, unless they were affiliated with prestigious clubs like Manchester United, Arsenal, or Chelsea, which could invoke the FA's genius clause. The prospect of securing a few competent players was bleak. These second-tier teams would undoubtedly find that their potential recruits did not meet the criteria for genius players, making the notion utterly futile. On the evening of August 21st, the day following the match against Arsenal, Lu Qiuming observed Su Huitang and his 5 companions engaged in specialized training once again. Ever since he noticed Su Huitang's remarkable improvement in stamina and the increasingly seamless coordination among the group, he had come to understand that they often undertook such intensive training sessions. Just as he suspected, shortly after dinner, the 6 emerged once more for their specialized practice. Lu Qiuming called out to Su Huitang, Su Huitang, come to my office. The 6 exchanged puzzled glances, and Zhang Chong speculated that Su Huitang must have done something wrong and was being summoned for a reprimand by the head coach. Su Huitang shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. Perhaps it is a fortuitous turn of events? Shall we proceed with our specialized training, the 5 of us? Zhu Juanquan remarked, giving Zhang Chong a light pat. Let us hope so. Zhang Chong pondered deeply for a moment. There had been no recent occurrences of note, aside from meals, training, and specialized sessions. Upon arriving at the office of Chief Coach Lu Qiuming, Su Huitang noticed that Xiao Lu and a foreigner were already seated inside, engaged in a hushed yet animated conversation. Both wore broad smiles, seemingly enjoying their discussion. Xiao Lu introduced, This is Jeff Watson, a scout from Manchester United. Hello. Su Huitang exchanged greetings with Jeff Watson. Yet he remained perplexed by the latter's intentions. After observing Arsenal's match, Manchester United scout Jeff Watson promptly sought out Sir Alex Ferguson. as he had identified a peer who warranted immediate attention. Sir Ferguson, upon reviewing the footage of Su Huiteng's performance and deliberating carefully, instructed Jeff Watson to proceed with signing Su Huiteng. Without delay, Jeff Watson approached the head coach of the U19 national team, Lu Xiaoming, to explain his purpose. "What do you think Su Huiteng has been summoned for?" Zhang Chang remarked absently, having made several minor errors during the training session. "With the way you seem distracted. Are you secretly up to no good with Su Huiteng? I've heard that England has plenty of bars and nightclubs," Zhu Junquan jested. "Impossible. We are always together. If we went out, you would surely know," Zhang Chang replied. "Perhaps we should take a break and wait for him. Though I can't discern whether this is fortunate or unfortunate." "I suspect it's fortunate," said Zhuang Erei. "I still harbor some concerns. If it were indeed a positive matter, why would Coach Lu summon him alone at such a late hour? It feels as though he might have committed some transgression. And Coach Lu prefers to address it privately rather than reprimanding him in front of us," Zhang Chang expressed, shaking his head in doubt. Chapter 33. Declining the Manchester United starlet contract, a youth player contract? Su Huiteng questioned, bewildered. "This is not merely a youth player contract. It is a starlet youth contract. The distinction lies in the fact that upon joining the Manchester United youth team, you would become a core player. Should you perform commendably, you would be selected for the first team." Lu translated Jeff Watson's words for Su Huiteng. "As far as I am aware, Welbeck has already been chosen by Coach Ferguson for the first team. Does Sir Ferguson believe my abilities to be inferior to his? If so, even if I were to sign, I would not obtain a work permit. I do not wish to be loaned to Antwerp, only to wait until I turn 21 to join the Manchester United first team." Upon hearing Su Huiteng's remarks relayed by Lu, Jeff Watson was taken aback. He was astonished not only by Su Huiteng's knowledge of Welbeck's ascension to the first team, but also by his familiarity with the regulations of the English Football Association. If the starlet status is granted through appeal, it is indeed possible to obtain a work permit, but it necessitates Mr. Ferguson's approval. What Mr. Ferguson has instructed pertains solely to the youth team contract. Nothing further has been mentioned. If your only grievance is the salary within the contract, that is entirely negotiable. Jeff Watson promptly elucidated the specific regulations regarding work permits, stating that Ferguson only instructed to sign contracts for youth players, without addressing the issue of appealing for a work permit. No, that is not my intention. I feel that Manchester United has not accorded me the attention I deserve. What I aspire to is securing a contract as a substitute player for the first team, and subsequently appealing to the FA to see if I might obtain the work permit." Su Huiteng pondered the implications of signing a youth team contract, contemplating the possibility that if Manchester United chose not to appeal the work permit issue or were to fail in their appeal, he might find himself unable to participate in first-team matches for several years. The absence of a work permit posed significant complications, leaving Su Huiteng uncertain about when he would ever grace the first team with his presence, and he harbored fears of wasting his potential during those years, becoming akin to a talent unfulfilled. Upon hearing Su Huiteng's resolute stance, Xiaolu hesitated to translate for Jeff Watson, wary that such a revelation might jeopardize their negotiations. In his mind, Xiaolu thought, "How audacious of you to entertain thoughts of a first-team contract. Would Sir Alex Ferguson so readily acquiesce? Even being a part of the Manchester United youth team is a dream that players from other national youth squads scarcely dare to entertain, especially when it pertains to a coveted hopeful star contract." This signified that one foot was already poised in the realm of the first team, and yet, he contemplated rejection and yearned for a first-team contract. At that moment, Lu Xiaoming could no longer remain passive. He sensed a troubling discontent and began to counsel Su Huiteng, stating that the distinctions between a hopeful star contract and a typical youth team contract were significant. He believed this opportunity was exceptionally rare, suggesting that Su Huiteng could take a few days to reflect. "You may return and contemplate thoroughly. It is not too late to decline once you have given it due consideration. Coach Lu," he continued, "I noticed that not just one scout attended yesterday's match. I'm not merely trying to inflate the stakes here, yet the work permit issue in England is indeed a considerable dilemma. I fear that years without first-team matches could lead to the squandering of my potential." Su Huiteng winked at Lu Xiaoming and said. Observing Su Huiteng's resolute demeanor and profound thoughts, Lu Xiaoming decided to refrain from intervening, allowing him to make his own decisions. Of course, if it were not for the vexing labor certificate, Su Huiteng would actually find the contract with the youth team's rising star quite acceptable. It is worth noting that no Chinese player has ever secured such a contract. Even becoming a substitute for Manchester United's youth team would be enough to evoke envy in others. However, Su Huiteng was aware that other clubs were also interested in him, undoubtedly prestigious teams that had competed at a high level, so he would not readily accept an offer without hearing from another club first. Furthermore, should he sign a contract as a substitute for the first team, and if the appeal for the labor certificate were to succeed, he would train alongside the first team and might even play in the Premier League or Cup matches in the near future. Such prospects are not comparable to those of the Rising Star contract, which remains a youth team agreement. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoming conveyed Su Huiteng's intentions to Jeff Watson, who indicated that this must be communicated to Coach Ferguson for a decision, as he did not possess the authority to agree on his own. Before leaving, Jeff Watson was reminded by Su Huiteng to act swiftly, as the summer transfer window in England would close on September 2nd, with little time remaining. Additionally, after signing, an appeal to the FA would be necessary to obtain the labor certificate, which would require several more days. Lu Xiaoming escorted Jeff Watson out of the office, leaving him with a phone number and informing him that they would be heading to Spain, advising that if they wished to sign Su Huiteng, it would be best to contact him first. Zhang Cheng noticed Su Huiteng slowly approaching the training ground, seemingly a bit dejected, and hurriedly inquired, "Did Coach Lu criticize you? What mistake did you make?" "Not at all. The scout from Manchester United contacted me, stating that Coach Ferguson wants to sign me." "Ferguson? So did you sign?" Zhang Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was Manchester United, a fortuitous opportunity. "No, it is an extraordinary opportunity, a monumental one." "Not yet. I merely declined the Rising Star contract from Manchester United," Su Huiteng replied nonchalantly. "The Rising Star? Su Huiteng, that is not just an ordinary youth player contract." "Are you joking with me?" Zhang Chong articulated each word of Rising Star, then chuckled, suspecting Su Huiteng was attempting to tease him again. This seemed unlikely. If Ferguson had presented the Rising Star contract, there might be a chance, but if Su Huiteng declined, then it was impossible. "It is true. I wish to sign a contract as a substitute for the first team." Su Huiteng raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Zhang Cheng's face twitched rapidly, unable to contain his emotions, feeling that Su Huiteng's rejection of such a monumental opportunity was nothing short of a crime. He loudly reiterated his question, "Is everything you said true? You're not deceiving me?" "No," Su Huiteng replied, still maintaining an impassive expression. "I swear I will strike you." "Do not try to stop me." Zhang Chong erupted in fury, the reality of Su Huiteng's outright refusal striking him with profound indignation. He could not fathom such a precious opportunity being dismissed so casually, especially when others could only dare to dream of it. If he were in Su Huiteng's position, he would have gladly signed even a modest contract with the Manchester United youth team. The others hastily restrained the furious Zhang Chong. "I find it utterly lamentable. What on earth are you doing? Such a splendid opportunity, and you treat it like refuse. Do you even realize who Ferguson is? Do you think he will simply agree to a first-team contract?" Zhang Chong lamented passionately, unable to comprehend Su Huiteng's willingness to forfeit such an extraordinary chance. "Let me finish," Su Huiteng interjected. "If I sign the youth contract and my work visa appeal fails, I would have to wait 2 or 3 years before I can play in the first team. Those years spent in youth matches or on loan to a lower league would be a significant loss for me," Su Huiteng remarked, and Zhu Junquan nodded in agreement, stating, "Dongfang spent 3 years in the Belgian second division before earning a chance to join Manchester United's first team, playing in Belgium, especially in the second division. During those 3 years, an era of rapid progress, I would rather not squander my time in such a place. If that is the case, I might as well sign with Sandhausen in the German third division, where there are no labor permits required, and they are likely to be promoted to the second division next year. But what about the contract you signed as a substitute for the first team? If you have not obtained a labor permit?" Zhang Chong interjected, having noticed that Zhu Junquan seemed to concur with Su Huiteng's perspective. Once a first-team contract is signed, and if the labor permit is not granted, that contract becomes void. One cannot participate in first-team matches, after all. If the labor permit appeal is successful, then playing in first-team matches would be no issue at all, thus elegantly resolving this wretched labor permit dilemma. Su Huiteng chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of missing this opportunity. "It appears I have misjudged you. My apologies. However, the matter is rather complex, and I still do not fully comprehend it. Did you all understand?" Zhang Chong felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired of the other four. "We are all brothers. It matters not to me. Besides, you are only considering my interests. I understand you have not had the privilege of extensive education. and I will not hold that against you. Su Huiteng smiled. For the first time, Zhang Chang refrained from reproaching Su Huiteng for his lack of scholarly background. Having observed that Zhuang Erei seemed to grasp the situation as well, he asked, Zhuang Erei, you understood it too? It's quite simple. The English do not wish to sign contracts for youth players. If they are to sign at all, it must be a first-team contract. Isn't that straightforward? Zhuang Erei retorted, leaving Zhang Chang at a loss for words. He felt that perhaps it was better to maintain a simpler perspective, for overthinking only muddled his understanding. Prior to boarding the plane for the U19 national youth team, Bayern scout Alexander Weber hurried to the hotel where the U19 team was staying. Upon learning they had departed for the airport, he swiftly made his way there. Just in time, Alexander Weber arrived before they boarded the plane. Here is Bayern's contract. Please take a look. Alexander Weber presented a document. Zhu Juquan translated. It is a contract for a youth team prospect, but unfortunately, Germany lacks the necessary work permit. Shall we proceed with the signing? Inform him that Manchester United has already agreed to offer a substitute contract for the first team, and he should return to discuss it with the head coach. Su Huiteng quietly remarked to Zhu Juquan, you are indeed quite cunning. However, what if? Zhu Juquan pondered the merits of Bayern, reassured by the absence of concerns regarding a work permit. As long as the head coach required him, he could readily participate in first-team matches. The possibility of seamlessly transitioning from the Bayern youth team to the first team was slim, fraught with uncertainty and prolonged waiting periods. Not to mention the necessity of applying for a loan to even compete in the second division. In light of this, it might be more advantageous to establish himself as a key player in the second division, showcasing his talents, and thereby attracting interest from first division clubs in due course. Su Huiteng spoke with a calm demeanor, expressing his admiration for Zhang Chang's composure. Zhang Chang, wide-eyed, gazed at Su Huiteng in astonishment. Zhu Junquan translated Su Huiteng's words for Alexander Weber, who found himself unable to make a decision and could only relay the message back to the head coach, acknowledging that this was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Regarding the labor certificate for players from the United Kingdom, 1. Non-EU players must have appeared in over 75 of their national team's matches in the past 2 years, including both starting and substitute appearances, excluding friendly matches and youth teams. 2. The national team's FIFA ranking must not fall below 75th place. Su Huiteng does not meet the aforementioned criteria and would thus face rejection. At this juncture, Manchester United may opt to appeal to the FA, requesting a determination on whether he qualifies as a player of exceptional talent. A player whose national team lacks overall strength yet exhibits extraordinary individual prowess may be classified under the talent program as a special case. The pertinent regulations invoked state that they possess clear competitive ability or the potential to elevate the quality of the highest level of competition in England. Chapter 34. Triumph over the Atletico youth team unexpectedly. A few days later, news emerged that Manchester United and Bayern Munich were vying for Su Huiteng's signature, with intentions to prepare a first-team contract for him. This development immediately drew broader attention to the U19 youth team. Su Huiteng did not anticipate that his strategy of stalling would elicit such a considerable response. Perhaps it was due to the imminent transfer deadline that many clubs had yet to secure sufficient players. Or perhaps it was because Su Huiteng was not affiliated with any club, making his signing a risk-free investment. Most likely, it was Su Huiteng's remarkable performances that genuinely captivated these clubs. After all, in the few matches he played, his prowess overshadowed that of other prodigious talents in rival youth teams, making it inevitable for these clubs to vie for him. Ah, Su Huiteng, did you stir up this commotion? Zhang Chang remarked, patting Su Huiteng on the shoulder. Do I possess such caliber? It must be some major media outlet making such claims. Su Huiteng pondered aloud. The Manchester Evening News, leaning towards Manchester City's rivals, is likely sensationalizing this to compel Manchester United to invest heavily in you. However, they are unaware that you are not currently signed with any club. Merely securing a contract with you suffices. Yet, even so, Manchester United now faces additional competition, achieving their intended goal. Perhaps they wish to create a diversion, drawing attention to me while they discreetly acquire Zhang Chang. Su Huiteng chuckled. Little did he know. His jest contained a kernel of truth, though Manchester City was interested not in Zhang Chang, but in Zhu Juquan. On August 23rd, Manchester City scout Mike Rigg arrived in Madrid, Spain, with the intention of signing Zhu Juquan. Mr. Mark Hughes is aware of your previous national team selection and has reviewed your recent performances. Here is the contract the club has prepared for you. Please take a look. Mike Rigg stated, presenting a contract to Zhu Junquan. What does it say? Zhang Chong felt he recognized some of the words, but upon closer inspection, they eluded him. First team substitute player, weekly salary of 3,000. Zhu Junquan recited the terms, then inquired of Mike Rigg, regarding the work permit, will Coach Mark Hughes appeal? He understood that his work permit would initially be denied, and only through an appeal might there be a chance of success. Mr. Mark Hughes has assured that he will appeal, and having reviewed your match recordings, he believes the prospects for a successful appeal are quite favorable, Mike Rigg replied calmly. However, I have a club contract in China. Shouldn't you negotiate a fee with my club before approaching me? Zhu Junquan expressed his confusion. This process seemed amiss. After all, he had several years remaining on his contract, and if his club refused to release him, the matter would be moot. We are currently in negotiations and believe a transfer will be finalized soon. Given the pressing timeline, both discussions are proceeding concurrently as the final transfer day is September 2nd. Rigg reassured him. Indeed, this contract poses no issues. Once you reach an agreement, I can sign it immediately. Zhu Junquan expressed his complete confidence in the contract, reflecting for a moment before adding, I will accompany your team, and as soon as negotiations conclude, I will promptly seek you out. I am certain success will be achieved in no time. After Zhu Junquan and Mike Rigg finalized their preliminary intentions, Zhang Chong hurriedly approached to offer his congratulations. We are on the path to fortune. Haha, 3,000 pounds a week. What does that amount to in a month? Su Huitang, could you calculate it for me? My fingers are insufficient. Zhang Chong felt somewhat overwhelmed, realizing he needed to convert pounds to renminbi, multiplying the weekly figure by 4 to obtain the monthly total. Then we shall include your toes in the calculation, and it will all come together. Su Huitang jokingly remarked, all right. Zhang Chong indeed removed his shoes, counting on his fingers and toes while exclaiming, 3,000 multiplied by 4 equals 12,000. The pound is more than 10 times the yuan. That's 120,000 yuan a month. I suspect you must have purchased your elementary school diploma, given how long you've taken to calculate this, even including your toes. Su Huitang, you jest about me again. However, Manchester City's cunning maneuver of subtly negotiating with Zhu Junquan's club while all eyes were elsewhere truly exemplifies their craftiness. Yet, Zhu Junquan is not short of funds. The first team is the most valuable asset, is it not? Su Huitang chuckled softly. Indeed, as evening descended, Zhu Junquan received a call from the club, informing him that they had reached an agreement with Manchester City for a transfer fee of £1 million, over 10 million yuan. Manchester City truly means business, Zhang Chong mused. In truth, Manchester City stands to gain significantly from this transaction, Su Huitang reflected. Yes, although Manchester City may not yet be a titan of the Premier League, it is said that the Abu Dhabi Consortium is in the process of acquiring the club and has reached an initial agreement. I believe that in a few years, Manchester City will emerge as a formidable Premier League team. If that happens, I might find myself playing in the Champions League, which is precisely why I readily accepted their offer, not merely due to their sincerity, but also because of the potential. Zhu Junquan explained that upon reviewing the contract, he immediately agreed. Little did he know that Zhu Junquan was considering the long term, while Zhang Chong assumed that merely a first-team contract would suffice to impress him. The following morning, Zhu Junquan signed the contract with Mike Rigg. Tomorrow marks the match against Atletico Madrid, and we must perform exceptionally well, as this would significantly enhance our chances of a successful appeal for the work permit. Indeed, I too must excel, as this could attract the attention of prestigious clubs. Zhang Chang encouraged himself. As Su Huitang clapped his hands, he was engaged in specialized training with 5 others. On August 25th, Su Huitang and his 5 companions noticed that Atletico Madrid's De Gea and Costa were absent from the match. With La Liga and the Segunda División already underway, Costa had been loaned to Albacete, while De Gea, being part of the B team, did not participate in the youth match. Consequently, the Chinese U19 national team secured a relatively easy victory, triumphing 2-0 over Atletico Madrid's youth squad. This iteration of Atlantic Tico's youth team opted for a defensive counterattack rather than engaging in an open confrontation with their Chinese counterparts. Faced with the opponent's dense defense, Su Huitang and his teammates initially struggled to devise an effective strategy, patiently seeking opportunities. As the match progressed into the second half, after more than 50 minutes, Su Huitang executed a brilliant quick pass to set up the first goal scored by Zhuang Eriai. The second goal occurred over 70 minutes into the match when Zhu Junquan was brought down at the edge of the penalty area. Su Huitang executed his signature free kick, famously known as the elevator ball, leading his team to a remarkable 2-0 victory in the match. Chapter 35. The first successful contract signing. Although Su Huitang did not score in this game, he meticulously orchestrated the team's offensive strategies, resulting in a possession rate that significantly surpassed that of Atletico Madrid, a feat previously unobserved in earlier matches. Notably, he engaged in minimal physical confrontations throughout the game and was substituted by head coach Lu Qiuming after an impressive 80 minutes of play. This match marked the first occasion where the U19 national youth team truly dominated, as opposed to merely executing counterattacks like in previous encounters. Following the match, a scout from Manchester United presented a contract, aware that Bayern was also keen on Su Huitang and eager to secure his signature first. The contract was for a spot on the first team as a substitute, offering a weekly salary of 2,000, slightly less than that of Zhu Junquan, yet still commendable given it was Manchester United. Zhang Chong, upon hearing Su Huitang discuss the details of the contract after signing, listened enviously from the side. Prior to this, several Premier League and Bundesliga teams had approached Su Huitang, all offering similar first-team substitute contracts. Ultimately, Su Huitang chose Manchester United, valuing the club's rich heritage. It remained a mystery why Bayern had been slow to act. Perhaps they believed that Su Huitang's work permit appeal would fail, thus presenting a greater opportunity to secure him, as Bayern's influence far surpassed that of other Bundesliga clubs. Unexpectedly, a few hours later, Zhang Chong, who had recently envied Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, found himself grappling with a delightful dilemma as 3 scouts approached him with contracts. It seemed that following the newspaper coverage of the U19 national youth team, numerous clubs had developed an interest in the squad. Su Huitang, please advise me on this. Arsenal's first-team substitute goalkeeper, the starting goalkeeper from a German second-division team, and a promising talent from Bayern's youth academy, Zhang Chong pondered. He refrained from immediately responding to the scouts, requesting their contact information to deliberate further, while he wore a troubled expression, seeking Su Huitang's counsel. None of these options are lacking. If your work permit appeal fails, will Arsenal support your case? Su Huitang inquired. Yes, they have assured me they will, Zhang Chang replied thoughtfully. However, moving to the second division would allow me to play immediately. Signing with Arsenal and then being loaned to a championship team to gain first-team experience could also be a viable path, Su Huitang suggested. Indeed, I am concerned that remaining at Arsenal without playing will hinder my development. Even if I sign, I would only be the team's third-choice goalkeeper, and unless there are injuries, I will not make it onto the substitute list. It seems I must proactively request a loan from Coach Wenger. Certainly, Coach Wenger would likely agree, as it would benefit your development. We could propose a loan agreement that includes a recall clause, allowing you to return in case of an injury to the starting goalkeeper. All right, I shall sign with Arsenal, and I hope our work visa appeals will be successful, Zhang Chong said cheerfully. It should be. Unless Arsenal has several players appealing as well. You must have faith in yourself. If it doesn't go through, you can always sign with Bayern or that team in the second division, he replied. Yes, let it be so. After all, Germany isn't that troublesome. They have already agreed on a price with my club, and I can sign at any time. Upon hearing Su Huitang's analysis, Zhang Chong expressed his delight. In the final match of the European training tour, prior to facing the Barcelona youth team, the first player from the Chinese U19 national team to officially sign with a European club emerged. It was not Su Huitang, nor Zhu Junquan or Zhang Chong, but rather Zhuang Erei. Zhuang Erei was the highest scorer for the U19 national team during this European tour, and his explosive acceleration was remarkable. He had executed several splendid combinations with Su Huitang and others, ultimately scoring by outpacing defenders with a sheer speed. Real Sociedad in the second division, how splendid! Real Sociedad is a prestigious La Liga team. In the 2006 to 2007 season, they parted ways with several key players and ultimately faced relegation, finishing in 19th place. This is undeniably a team of La Liga caliber. In other words, if you join Real Sociedad and perform well, I am confident that within a few years, they will return to La Liga and you will be able to compete in the top league. Naturally, if you excel in the second division, it is also possible for other prestigious clubs to seek your acquisition. Upon hearing Zhu Junquan translate the contract details, Su Huitang leaned towards having Zhuang Erei sign the agreement. This implies that a signing is imminent, does it not? Is it akin to the first-team contract you possess? Zhuang Erei remained noncommittal, expressing a sense of disbelief at the prospect of signing so swiftly. Although it was a second-tier league team, Su Huitang's words suggested the club possessed the strength of a La Liga squad. If the timeline were short, perhaps within a year or two, promotion to La Liga could be achievable. Your contract is essentially one for a rotating player in the first team, already on par with first-team agreements and significantly superior to that of a substitute player, ensuring your participation in matches. Initially, you might find yourself as a substitute, entering during garbage time or in less critical cup matches. Furthermore, during periods of intense competition, you could emerge as a starting rotation player. This situation is quite favorable. Should a primary forward sustain an injury, you might temporarily ascend to a pivotal role, or if you excel in less significant matches, the head coach may grant you additional playing time. Zhu Junquan, Zhang Chong, and others nodded in agreement, indicating that signing was entirely feasible. Zhuang Erei hesitated, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden turn of fortune, his mind somewhat hazy. Hey, we are all brothers here. There's no fear of betrayal, Zhang Chong chuckled. That's not my concern. If I weren't favored by Coach Liu, I might have ended up working menial jobs. I lack qualifications and any specialized skills, so I would undoubtedly be relegated to the lowest tier of labor. I just feel that you all play better than I do. And none of you have signed yet. How can I be signing so quickly? It feels surreal. Zhuang Erei's excitement was palpable, having rarely spoken so much. Zhang Chong pinched Zhuang Erei's arm, prompting a startled exclamation from him. What was that for? Hee, do you now realize you're not dreaming?
Zhang Chong replied with a grin. Hearing the commotion, Coach Liu Qiuming and his assistant, Xiao Lu, entered to inquire, "How are your considerations progressing?"
I find this contract quite satisfactory. It guarantees your play time in La Segunda, a contract that national team players would envy. With the coach's endorsement, Zhuang Erei ceased to waver and, without further ado, inscribed his signature on the contract with Real Sociedad. Chapter 36. Barcelona, congratulations. Congratulations. You are the first among us to successfully sign, Zhang Chong exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Zhuang Erei's shoulders in jubilation. When payday arrives, I'll treat you. 3,000 euros. I never imagined I could earn such a sum. Zhuang Erei, with tears welling in his eyes, spoke with palpable emotion. However, when payday comes, we might be in England or perhaps Germany. We'll have to find another opportunity to celebrate. Additionally, Zhuang Erei, you must learn the basics of Spanish for communication. Otherwise, the inability to converse with your teammates could prove to be quite a headache. Zhu Junquan remarked. With that said, my command of English is merely mediocre, and I must continue my studies. Zhang Chong promptly concurred. Are you certain your English is merely mediocre? Niuhu questioned with wide eyes, feeling that both he and Su Huitang were still far from proficiency, while Zhang Chang claimed to be merely mediocre. Ignorance breeds no fear. We should not undermine his confidence. Apart from Zhu Junquan, we all have much to learn. Once the contract is successfully signed, we must diligently pursue the study of foreign languages. I now realize that my previous neglect of English studies was a grave mistake. The inability to communicate fluently with teammates is indeed a painful experience. It hampers our ability to coordinate effectively, especially in the initial stages when we are all unfamiliar with one another. Su Huitang furrowed his brow as he spoke. Although he had studied English for 6 years, the majority of his training in China consisted of writing in notebooks, with little genuine practice in listening and speaking. His conversations with English speakers were limited to the simplest exchanges. Anything more complex or spoken at a faster pace left him bewildered. Additionally, some British individuals spoke with regional accents, further complicating comprehension. That evening, the 6-member team engaged in a relaxed training session once more. After several consecutive matches, Su Huitang decided to ease off on the rigorous training, aiming to conserve his stamina to endure longer, ideally for 90 minutes. Tomorrow marked the final match, and he pondered the formidable players of the Barcelona youth team. This esteemed youth squad was notably robust, hailing from their renowned La Masia academy. For instance, Busquets, a defensive midfielder, had already ascended to the B team. It remained uncertain whether he would continue participating in youth matches like those from preceding teams. He was a player of great wisdom, possessing exceptional ball control, astute game reading capabilities, and a remarkable defensive aptitude, rarely conceding possession. It seems his defensive skills surpass yours. What else? Su Huitang mused, convinced there were more exceptional talents beyond just Busquets. Thiago, who occupied a similar position to mine, could play both as a central midfielder and an attacking midfielder, excelling in ball control, receiving, passing, and shooting. Notably, his one-on-one dribbling ability was extraordinary, reminiscent of Zhu Quan. Isn't he essentially a fusion of you and Zhu Quan? That's rather intimidating, Zhang Chang exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Don't think too highly of him. Perhaps his passing and shooting aren't as proficient as Su Huitang's, nor his dribbling as effective as mine, Zhu Quan retorted confidently. Indeed, I have yet to witness anyone surpass Su Huitang in passing throughout these numerous matches. What about the defenders? The right back, Montoya, was dubbed the Energizer Bunny, implying he was indefatigable. Gay Aslan, a forward, was referred to as the second Messi, while Romeo, another midfielder, was noted for his speed. Impressive. I find myself increasingly anticipatory, Zhang Chang said with a cheerful grin. Which match haven tea you looked forward to? It seems you have high hopes for everyone, Nyohu chuckled. On August 28th, Guardiola visited the Barcelona youth team to scout young talent, aware that several promising players resided within the squad, and he aimed to observe their performances closely. The 2006 to 2007 and 2007 to 2008 seasons saw Barcelona miss out on consecutive league titles. In early summer of this year, the club relieved Rijkaard of his managerial duties, appointing the young Guardiola as the head coach of the first team. On the day of the match, the Football Channel arrived early, commencing a live broadcast of the encounter between the Barcelona youth team and the U19 national team half an hour in advance. The players I had mentioned were present, and to my surprise, Busquets was also there, albeit seated on the substitutes bench. Before the commencement of the match, Su Huitang was stretching his legs while conversing with Zhang Chang and a few others. It's good that everyone has arrived. It's essential that all are present. How could Busquets be a substitute? Perhaps he believes we are not worthy of his presence on the field, so let us compel him to join us through our performance. Zhang Chang's face was radiating excitement, his eyes nearly narrowing into slits. This time, Coach Lu Xiaoming has deployed an attacking 4-4-2 formation. The forward line remains unchanged, with Zhuang Erei and the team captain, the tall striker Wang Bo, partnering together, a combination of height and speed. On the flanks, Zhu Quan continues to be positioned as the left winger. Su Huitang returned to his pivotal role as a central midfielder, orchestrating the team's offensive plays. Alongside him, another midfielder took on the defensive responsibilities. The backline remained unchanged from previous matches, consisting of 4 defenders, with Nyohu positioned as a center-back and Zhang Chang guarding the goal. As the match commenced, Su Huitang quickly discerned that their opponents possessed formidable prowess, surpassing even the likes of Arsenal, Manchester United, and Bayern Munich. The front 4 of the opposing team exhibited seamless coordination, skillfully passing the ball and diligently searching for openings both inside and outside the penalty area. However, the Barcelona youth team's formation held firm, proving difficult to breach. The lightning-fast midfielder Romeo closely shadowed Su Huitang, making it uncomfortable for him to receive the ball, and on several occasions, nearly succeeded in executing a successful interception. Su Huitang had to rely on his suddenly activated burst of speed and exceptional predictive ability to maneuver through the opposition. Yet, even so, it was challenging for the ball to penetrate the opponent's penalty area. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed in the match, and after executing a 1-2 with Zhu Quan, he lofted the ball into the vacant space within the box. Zhuang Erei had scored numerous goals in similar situations, but this time the ball was intercepted and cleared by the opposing center-back, Batla, who acted swiftly. Following another straightforward 1-2 with Zhu Quan, Su Huitang again delivered a quick pass to Zhuang Erei. Alas, the defenders were highly focused, their formation and positioning impeccable, resulting in the ball being cleared by the defenders of the Barcelona youth team. The commentator had just raised his voice, anticipating a scoring opportunity, only to be met with disappointment as the chance was thwarted. What a pity, that should have been a goal, sighed Xiao Lu. This team seems quite formidable. Are they the national team of Japan? Guardiola inquired of the youth team coach. This team is neither from Japan nor in national squad. They are the U19 youth team from China. Recently, they have triumphed over the youth teams of Arsenal and Atletico Madrid, garnering attention from numerous prestigious clubs. And it is rumored that some have even signed contracts with Real Sociedad. Chapter 37, A Stunning Mississippi. Oh, they appear quite strong. I wonder why our scouts have not informed me of such news. Talented young players like these should not be overlooked. Perhaps they are from China. And the news has only emerged in the past couple of days, as many top clubs are now monitoring their progress. Moreover, the players of the Barcelona youth team are also quite remarkable. Indeed, if this team possesses outstanding players. It might be worth considering signing one or two for our youth team, Guardiola mused quietly. Guardiola's information was outdated, and he had overlooked the potential of this youth team from the ancient eastern nation of China, missing an opportunity to acquire quality players at a reasonable price. Unbeknownst to him, several other elite clubs had already extended first-team contracts, more enticing than the youth team contracts he had intended to offer. Perhaps Guardiola believed that the players of the Barcelona youth team were the finest young talents in the world. As the match reached the 20-minute mark, Su Huiteng received the ball in midfield and was nudged by Romeo. Just before he fell, he managed to pass the ball to the left winger, Zhu Junquan. Zhu Junquan executed a Marseille turn to evade a defender and combined with Wang Bo, who had his back to the goal, in a 1-2 play, advancing into the center to take a long-range shot. The ball, spinning fiercely, flew towards the goal but struck the intersection of the crossbar and post, bouncing back into the grasp of the Barcelona youth team's goalkeeper. The Chinese U19 youth team was increasingly displaying remarkable synergy, orchestrating several threatening combinations. However, there were still no particularly favorable scoring opportunities, as several attempts were valiantly thwarted by the Barcelona youth team. Naturally, the Barcelona youth squad did not remain passive. They engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks with the U19 national team, consistently crafting several threatening shots, all of which were expertly defended by the formidable Zhang Chong and Niu Hu. As the first half approached its conclusion, with 40 minutes of play elapsed, the U19 national team seized the ball in their defensive zone, presenting themselves with an exceptional opportunity for attack, and swiftly launched another counteroffensive. After a wall-pass combination between Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan, they reached the midfield and continued to surge forward with the ball. Observing this, two players from the Barcelona youth team rushed towards Su Huiteng, intent on intercepting his pass. At that moment, Su Huiteng realized that a successful breakthrough was implausible, so he swiftly lifted his right foot, feigning a pass to Zhu Junquan on the left flank. The defender, focused on Zhu Junquan, hurriedly positioned himself in front of him, anticipating the pass. However, Zhu Junquan did not remain near the left sideline. Instead, he accelerated diagonally into the penalty area, utilizing a sudden burst of speed to evade the defender in front of him. He had already discerned that Su Huiteng's pass was not intended for him but rather directed elsewhere. Indeed, with a deft flick of his ankle, Su Huiteng sent the ball with the outside of his right foot into the vacant space at the right edge of the penalty area. Following the pass, he sprinted towards the Barcelona youth team's goal. Meanwhile, the astute Wang Bo quickly retreated, controlled the ball with his chest, and adjusted his position. The defenders from the Barcelona youth team, noticing that the ball had reached the feet of the U19 national team's forward, were determined not to allow Wang Bo an easy shot, with two defenders swiftly closing in on him. Wang Bo, seeing the defenders approach and with Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan making rapid movements, prepared for the unfolding play. Su Huiteng positioned himself centrally just outside the penalty area, while Zhu Junquan occupied the left side at the same distance. Wang Bo swiftly delivered a low, flat pass to Su Huiteng, not far in front of him. "Quickly mark the midfielder," shouted the youth team's head coach from the sidelines, fully aware of the potential danger posed by Su Huiteng's long-range shots. If Su Huiteng were allowed to strike freely, who could predict whether a goal would ensue? Before Su Huiteng could even receive the ball, a defender lunged toward him, with another closing in from behind. In such a scenario, should Su manage to obtain the ball without immediate action, he would likely be intercepted, rendering any thoughts of a long-range shot utterly futile, as defenders already positioned themselves directly in his path. In that fleeting moment, he cast a glance at Zhu Junquan, who, with a deft lift of his foot, feigned a shot but cleverly allowed the ball to slip past him. Observing this, Zhu Junquan, unencumbered by defenders, had already prepared himself, poised for action, and decisively opted for a long-range strike. The goalkeeper of the Barcelona youth team leapt in an attempt to save, but the ball traced a beautiful arc, evading his grasp. At first glance, it appeared as though the shot had veered wide of the goal, only to curve back towards it just before reaching the net. Magnificent! Zhu Junquan did not hesitate. He struck the ball with conviction, and it found the back of the net. The goal was scored. Zhu Junquan's stunning long-range shot had shattered the defenses of the Barcelona youth team. What a splendid strike! The synergy displayed by the U19 national team was truly remarkable. The commentator, filled with excitement, exclaimed and then dissected the goal in slow motion. It was evident that Wang Bo had played the ball laterally toward the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Su Huiteng was flanked by two defenders. His astute decision to let the ball pass to the left side for Zhu Junquan was nothing short of brilliant. As a mere reception could have resulted in a loss of possession, Zhu Junquan, upon receiving the ball, wasted no time and decisively took the shot. With the defenders unable to respond in time, the Chinese team had ingeniously crafted a scoring opportunity against the tightly knit Barcelona youth defense, culminating in Zhu Junquan's spectacular strike, making it 1-0. The Chinese U19 team had drawn first blood through exceptional teamwork and individual prowess. What a goal! Guardiola could not contain his elation. On the bench, Butskis watched in wide-eyed amazement at the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. Fantastic! Head coach Lu Qiuming leaped in joy. Zhu Junquan, that was brilliantly executed. Zhang Chang sprinted over to celebrate the goal. It was Su Huitang's clever assist that made it possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to score. Zhang Chang, you did well too. Keep it up. Su Huitang smiled. Barcelona intensified their offensive efforts, however, until the halftime whistle. They could not breach the goal defended by Zhang Chang. During the intermission, the Barcelona youth team's coach made a substitution, bringing Butskis on for Romeo. Butskis finally made his entrance. Zhang Chang remarked with anticipation. However, he is not an attacking midfielder. You shouldn't confront him directly. Be cautious of his passing. Now I find myself in a predicament, as I am directly aligned with him. Butskis's defensive prowess is truly remarkable. It is imperative to pass the ball frequently to the flanks, allowing Zhu Junquan to make incisive runs and either deliver crosses or cut inside to seek opportunities. Su Huitang analyzed the situation gravely. No problem, Zhu Junquan asserted firmly. The purpose of Butskis entering the field was unmistakable. He intended to closely mark Su Huitang, preventing him from easily receiving the ball and ideally severing any passes directed towards him. As the second half commenced, we awaited to see if Su Huitang, closely monitored by Butskis, could continue his previous stellar performance. The commentator noted the substitution of the Barcelona youth team, with Butskis stepping onto the field, and immediately captivated the viewers with his mellifluous voice. Chapter 38, a showdown of acting masters. Upon Butskis' arrival, Su Huitang indeed felt a significant discomfort, as his performance was increasingly restricted by Butskis' relentless defense. Fortunately, Butskis was not particularly robust, allowing Su Huitang to engage in physical confrontations without appearing overly awkward. During a cross from the Barcelona youth team, a scramble ensued in the U19 national team's penalty area, culminating in Nyo, whose header clearing the ball. The ball soared high and fast, and both Su Huitang and Butskis quickly assessed its trajectory. They leaped to contest the header, but Su Huitang, being shorter by several centimeters, found himself at a disadvantage. The ball was headed by Butskis into the penalty area, where Thiago was arriving at the right moment to unleash a powerful shot. Zhang Chang, the goalkeeper, dove to make an extraordinary save, deflecting the ball off the crossbar. Phew, that was close, the commentator exclaimed, acknowledging that Thiago of the Barcelona youth team nearly scored, but thanks to Zhang Chang's exceptional reflexes, the certain goal was thwarted. Truly a world-class save. As Barcelona's youth team took a corner, Zhang Chang again valiantly punched the ball away. The ball soared towards the edge of the penalty area, and Su Huitang, positioned advantageously compared to Butskis, was poised to seize it. However, Butskis, trailing by half a body length, suddenly nudged Su Huitang in a manner that skirted the line of reasonable physical play and foul. Normally, such an incident would prompt the referee to allow the game to continue. Yet, Su Huitang was knocked off balance and sent sprawling. Observing this, the referee promptly blew the whistle. Su Huitang perceived that Butskis was exceedingly astute in his maneuvering. It appeared as though he exerted little effort, yet in reality, Su's body was being forced into a state of disarray, ultimately leading to the ball being effortlessly seized by Butskis. Should he continue to be as naive as before? Stumbling and losing his position under pressure, compounded by the referee's home-ground bias, it was highly probable that the match would persist unfavorably for him. Su Huitang was acutely aware that losing possession of the ball just outside the penalty area could lead to a swift counterattack from the Barcelona youth team, a situation fraught with peril. Consequently, when Butskis approached him, he cleverly feigned being forcefully knocked down, rolling dramatically on the ground several times. Butskis immediately gestured to the referee, asserting that there had been no intentional push, merely a legitimate physical challenge. Zhang Chang sprinted from the goal line, pointed to his eyes, indicating that they all observed the incident clearly, deeming it a malicious foul. As he gestured, he shouted at the referee, declaring it an obvious case of a collision foul. emphasizing Butskis's apparent suffering on the ground. The other players from the China U19 national team quickly gathered around, exerting pressure on the referee. Although the referee could not comprehend Zhang Chang's words, it was evident that the China U19 team was quite dissatisfied with the foul. Furthermore, he had clearly witnessed Butskis's evident act of colliding, making it difficult to show undue favor to Barcelona, leading him to issue Butskis a yellow card and awarding the U19 national team a free kick from the backfield. Naturally, a red card was out of the question, given that it was Barcelona's home ground. Zhang Chang helped Su Huitang to his feet and whispered in his ear, "You rascal, you're becoming increasingly cunning. Truly a master of theatrics. I know you wouldn't have been sent flying that far. During our training, even if I were to knock you down, you wouldn't go tumbling so far. Just look at Butskis. He is not particularly robust. You were just acting, weren't you? Your performance was quite commendable. I had no choice but to be crafty. Butskis was too clever. When he pushed me, he controlled his force masterfully. It didn't seem vigorous. Yet he used subtle strength to unbalance me. If I hadn't fallen, the match would have continued, and our players were advancing toward Barcelona's territory. They would have launched a counterattack right at the edge of our penalty area. Quite dangerous, wouldn't you say? It seems you are even sharper than he is." As Zhang Chang spoke, he gave Su Huitang a thumbs up. To the uninformed observer, it appeared as though Su Huitang, despite his evident pain, was valiantly attempting to stand. At that moment, Zhang Chang extended his thumb, leading others to believe he was encouraging Su Huitang, unaware that his gesture held a different significance. Butskis, witnessing Su Huitang rise and grimace in apparent agony, shouted at him in Catalan, "Stop pretending." Although Su Huitang could not fully comprehend the words, he could roughly infer their meaning. He called out to Butskis in Chinese, "If it weren't for the home referee, your action would have been deemed a foul. I'm merely resorting to this as a last resort." After speaking, Su Huitang shrugged and spread his arms wide, adopting an expression of feigned innocence. Despite their mutual inability to understand each other's language, both individuals grasped the essence of one another's sentiments through their expressions and gestures. Butskis firmly etched Su Huitang's image in his memory, confident that they would cross paths again in an official match in the near future. Su Huitang fully recognized the formidable strength displayed by this tenacious opponent, indeed a challenging adversary. Subsequently, the U19 national youth team, under Su Huitang's direction, executed a free kick, passing the ball to Zhu Junquan, who surged down the left flank with remarkable speed. As Zhu advanced along the sideline, he deftly maneuvered past the defender and approached the baseline to deliver a cross. Wang Bo leapt to contest the aerial ball, only to be thwarted by the Barcelona youth team's goalkeeper, who skillfully deflected it away. The Barcelona youth team swiftly launched a counterattack, however. Their efforts were effectively dismantled by the outstanding performance of Niu Hu, who cleared the ball with a powerful kick. As the match reached the 80th minute, head coach Lu Qiuming began to make a series of substitutions. Exhausted, Su Huitang was the first to be replaced. Subsequently, all frontline players were substituted as Lu prepared to bolster the defense. Barcelona's incisive attacks relentlessly pressed against the U19 national youth team's defense. Yet, despite their barrage of attempts, they failed to score. In the end, the Chinese U19 youth team valiantly secured their victory, triumphing over the Barcelona youth team with a score of 1-0. In this match, Su Huitang did not score any goals or provide assists, yet his performance was commendable. Notably, his remarkable defensive lapse and his theatrical prowess significantly contributed to the team's success. Even when Butskis entered the field, Su remained undeterred, showcasing remarkable stability and delivering several threatening passes. Victory was theirs. The coaches and players of the Chinese U19 youth team joyfully embraced one another, their elation akin to winning the World Cup. In contrast, the Barcelona youth team maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any visible frustration. Butskis approached Su Huitang to exchange jerseys, giving a thumbs up and remarking, "You play with great intelligence." Commanding the field with a poise reminiscent of Xavi, Su Huitang could only understand Harvey, and he gave a thumbs up, indicating that he recognized Harvey as an exceptional player. "Zhang Chang, your performance was outstanding. You managed another clean sheet. However, this time against Barcelona, it elevates your achievement even more." Su Huitang joyfully exclaimed after exchanging jerseys with Zhang Chang. "Winning is what matters. Everyone played remarkably." Zhang Chang, unusually modest, acknowledged the compliment. Chapter 39. Guardiola misses an opportunity upon the conclusion of the match. Barcelona's head coach, Guardiola, immediately instructed his scouts to gather information about this team from China. He was eager to assess the performance of this enigmatic squad and the remarkable players who had showcased their talents. Perhaps he could recruit a few young talents for Barcelona's youth academy. Unbeknownst to him, several clubs had already extended lucrative offers to some players from the U19 national team. At that moment, Guardiola was clearly lagging behind other elite clubs and could not offer contracts from the first team. That evening, Guardiola appeared in Lu Xiaoming's office, expressing his desire to sign 3 young players. The trio of Su Huitang, Zhu Junquan, and Zhang Chong, who were undergoing specialized training, were summoned by head coach Lu Xiaoming to the office. Guardiola conveyed his intentions, stating he wished to sign them into Barcelona's youth team. If Guardiola had approached me when I first arrived in Europe, I would have eagerly accepted. But now, I must await Arsenal's appeal, Zhang Chong chuckled. I share Zhang Chang's sentiment. I will only consider it if the appeal is unsuccessful, Su Huitang added. I think the same, after all. Contracts from the first team are far more enticing, unless Guardiola can offer one, Zhu Junquan agreed. Then perhaps you should ask him if he can provide a first-team contract. Considering we have not officially signed anything yet, merely a preliminary agreement, Zhang Chong jested. Zhu Junquan relayed their thoughts to Guardiola. Upon hearing this, Guardiola was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, saying Premier League clubs are indeed audacious, offering first-team contracts. It seems their youth training has not been up to par in recent years. However, he quickly clarified, Barcelona cannot extend first-team contracts. This is a matter of the club's principles, and I will not alter that. Ultimately, Guardiola could only helplessly inform the trio that if their work permit appeal was unsuccessful, they should seriously consider Barcelona, but a first-team contract was out of the question. Barcelona would not be as reckless as Manchester United, Arsenal, or Manchester City, and the club was not lacking in talented young players. Following the match against the Barcelona youth team, discussions erupted once again online, heralding this youth team as the future of China, with hopes of qualifying for the World Cup. I hope that one does not achieve early fame only to lead a life of mediocrity in adulthood. Regardless, this is undoubtedly the most formidable U19 youth team I have ever witnessed. I have heard that numerous prestigious clubs are pursuing several key players. I am aware of certain developments. A domestic club has already sold Zhu Junquan, and an English Premier League team is appealing for a work permit, having sold him for a staggering $1 million. However, I am left wondering which Premier League club has made this acquisition. I also know that Real Sociedad from the Segunda División has signed Zhuang Eriai, a player I had never heard of before this European training excursion, and unexpectedly, he became the first to secure a contract. Perhaps in a few years, as we watch the UEFA Champions League final, there will be key players of Chinese nationality, and possibly more than one. How exhilarating the prospect is. I sincerely hope these young athletes grow and mature well, and that we do not witness another Shangzhongyong incident. I am eager to celebrate the glorious return of the U19 national youth team by presenting flowers at the airport. The online community is abuzz with praise, and figures such as Su Huitang are becoming somewhat elated. Subsequently, head coach Lu Xiaoming announced that the team would rest in Barcelona before departing for home on September 1st. Just yesterday, after competing against the Barcelona youth team, the 6 players, for once, did not partake in special training but instead gathered to converse quietly. Zhuang Eriai is scheduled to depart this afternoon for San Sebastián in the Basque region to report to Real Sociedad. Today is already August 29th, leaving only 3 days remaining. I fervently hope that the work permit appeal is resolved swiftly. Otherwise, he may have no choice but to sign with a German club. Zhang Chong lamented. I then inquired, Zhang Chong, have you been studying English recently? Su Huitang was engrossed in an English book, practicing his spoken language. Yet, his mind was elsewhere. I am still uncertain whether my appeal for the labor certificate will be successful, lamented Zhang Chong, his face etched with worry. You ought to take a leaf out of Zhuang Eriai's book. He is in a similar position as you, lacking a foundation in foreign languages. However, he has been diligently studying Spanish these past few days, and he is now able to communicate with the hotel staff through both speech and gestures. If you manage to secure a contract with Arsenal and venture to London alone, a place unfamiliar to you, I fear you might fall prey to unforeseen dangers. Su Huitang gently patted the shoulder of the grim-faced Zhang Chong and remarked, although my education is limited, it does not imply that I am foolish. You seem to assume that everyone is as cunning as you, but deceiving me will not be an easy task. Zhang Chong, with his head held high, disdainfully retorted. You are merely putting on an act. Niu Hu interjected. Indeed, Why hasn't any team reached out to you yet, despite Zhang Chong overshadowing you with your consistent performance? It is surprising that no team has made contact. Su Huitang inquired with a hint of perplexity. In truth, I had received a document regarding a trial with a La Liga team, which I had yet to share. I resolved to depart in the afternoon alongside Zhuang Eri. As I was set to trial with Mallorca in La Liga. Should I succeed, I would be signing a contract with them. Indeed, Mallorca is a distinguished club within La Liga, even if I were to find limited opportunities on the field. I could seek a loan to play as a starter in the Segunda División. However, Wang Bo sat there, somewhat despondent, without uttering a word. Wang Bo's ascension to the role of team captain was not due to his technical prowess being the finest on the team. His greatest strengths lay in his physicality and heading ability, while his other skills were rather average. Nevertheless, his psychological maturity rendered him a figure akin to an elder brother within the team, where he exhibited considerable care for his teammates. For instance, when Su Huitang first joined the team and faced provocation from Zhu Junquan, it was Wang Bo who intervened to put a stop to it. Su Huitang stepped forward and suggested, if you do not wish to return to a domestic club, you might consider contacting Dai Junjian, the assistant coach of the Sandhausen team in the 3rd Division of Germany. Wang Bo nodded in agreement. Although Sandhausen is merely a team in the 3rd Division, they currently boast an impeccable record of 5 victories, accumulating 15 points, thus holding the top position in the league. Given the club's current standing, it seems quite feasible for Sandhausen to secure promotion to the 2nd Division this season. Playing as a starter for Sandhausen is undoubtedly a more appealing option than returning to a youth team back home. Su Huitang swiftly dialed Dai Yunjian's number to inform him that the center-forward Wang Bo had yet to secure a contract with any European club and inquired whether his team might have an interest.
Chapter 40. Success in staying in Europe. Dai Junjian meticulously observed every match of the U19 national youth team, fully aware that players like Su Huitang were unattainable.
Thus he focused his attention on a few others. He had conducted a thorough analysis of Wang Bo's attributes and concluded that he could perform admirably in the regional Liga and potentially secure a starting position in the 2. Bundesliga. It seemed that the brilliance of Su Huitang, Zhu Junquan, and others overshadowed Wang Bo, even leading to Zhuang Eri surpassing Wang Bo in goal tally, which accounted for the lack of offers for Wang Bo from other clubs. A closer examination would reveal that Wang Bo often assisted his teammates even in less favorable situations, demonstrating a strong sense of teamwork. Notably, he possessed the ability to score with headers, having netted a crucial goal against Manchester United's youth team. Dai Junjian readily agreed and promptly reached out to Wang Bo's domestic club, confident that as long as the club did not demand an exorbitant fee, the possibility of signing Wang Bo was substantial. While they were engaged in quiet conversation, a scout from Manchester City arrived, bringing with him Zhu Junquan's official contract, as the appeal for his work permit had been successful. Really? That's wonderful. I didn't expect them to act so swiftly, Zhang Chongxian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with envy. They had to move quickly. It's already the 29th. If they delay, the transfer window will close. Our outcome should also materialize soon, Su Huitang added cheerfully. With Zhu Junquan's work permit appeal now successful, Su Huitang felt reassured, believing that his own chances of a successful appeal had also increased. Before long, Zhu Junquan's father arrived. Having learned that the Manchester City scout was seeking Zhu Junquan, presumably regarding the work permit issue, and hurried over. Father, why are you here? I didn't expect to see you, Zhu Junquan remarked in disbelief. I am one of the sponsors. In truth, I have always been with you. I simply refrained from contacting you out of concern that it might affect your performance. You need not worry about me, although I have never traveled far alone. I am safe with the team and have friends looking after me, he reassured. You rascal. Do you think turning 18 makes you an adult? Nonetheless, I am delighted that you have made it to Manchester City's first team. My years of effort have finally borne fruit, Zhu Junquan's father exclaimed. Then invited Su Huitang and the others to join him and his son for lunch. Zhu Junquan's father, in high spirits and having indulged a bit too much, reflected. I hope that in a few years, while watching a live broadcast with friends, I will see you gracing the Champions League stage, fulfilling my lifelong wish. Uncle Zhu. It will surely happen. I have faith in Zhu Junquan's abilities, came the response. Su Huitang promptly responded, Director Zhu, I too believe that within a mere 2 years, your aspirations shall undoubtedly come to fruition. Zhang Chong quickly added, Well said. Let the truth emerge. Zhu Junquan's father raised another glass in celebration. Su Huitang, I hear you are also heading to Manchester, correct? Please ensure that you keep a vigilant eye on Zhu Juquan, so he does not fall prey to the undesirable influences of the English players that could jeopardize his future. Uncle Zhu, he replied, you need not worry at all. Zhu Juquan is no longer a child. Although we are not part of the same club, I will certainly look out for him. Rest assured. After Su Huidang finished speaking, he smiled at Zhu Junquan and winked. Zhu Junquan shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of resignation. After finishing lunch, Zhu Junquan's father, having indulged a bit too much in drink, was assisted by Zhu Junquan to take a rest. By the afternoon, Wang Bo resolved to set off for Germany. Zhu Junquan also made his decision to embark on his journey, having already secured his flight from Barcelona to Manchester. Su Huidang and Zhang Chang were bidding farewell to Zhu Junquan, Zhuang Erei, Niu Hu, and Wang Bo. The summer in Spain was not sweltering. On the contrary, Su Huidang, clad in his jersey and shorts, felt a gentle coolness. As he said his goodbyes, a wave of sorrow washed over him, the bittersweet pang of parting enveloping him entirely, leaving him in a state of disquiet, uncertain of what he had lost and whether it could ever be reclaimed. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Oh, Zhang Chang, why are you crying? Niu Hu teased, noticing the redness in his old friend's eyes. I am not crying. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. You are all off to pursue your dreams, and as your brother, I cannot help but feel elated. Zhang Chang fought back tears, his eyes brimming yet unyielding. Though we have known each other for just over a month, it feels as though we have shared a lifetime. Good brothers, for life. After Su Huitang finished speaking, he embraced the four individuals and watched them depart. On the morning of August 30th, Su Huitang received news that Zhu Junquan had been put up for rent and was soon loaned to the English championship team Watford. Zhu Junquan's swift actions were remarkable. His work permit appeal had just been successful, and within a day or two, he was already loaned out. Zhang Chang, somewhat perplexed, looked at Su Huitang and remarked that the news had just surfaced online, confirmed by the official announcement from Manchester City, which undoubtedly held truth. Such rapid movements were essential. At that moment, a string of good news followed, as Niu Hu successfully completed his trial. In fact, Mallorca had been prepared to sign Niu Hu after observing his performance. The trial was merely a formality to assess his physical condition. Wang Bo, upon arriving in Germany, was persuaded by Dai Junjian to convince the head coach to spend 500,000 euros on the talented yet affordable Wang Bo. Dai Junjian had articulated to the head coach that the current lineup would be inadequate for the upcoming season in the Bundesliga, and that proactive measures were imperative. With the head coach recognizing Wang Bo's capabilities, he reluctantly agreed to invest a significant sum in acquiring him. For a team in the regional Liga, 500,000 euros indeed represented a substantial expenditure. However, for a player of Wang Bo's caliber, securing him for that price was undeniably a wise investment. At this moment, Su Huitang felt a sense of urgency. It was already August 30th. Even if the appeal for the labor permit were to succeed imminently, there remained the task of listing the property for rent, and he was uncertain if there would be enough time. After lunch, scouts from Arsenal and Manchester United arrived in succession, presenting formal contracts. Su Huitang finally breathed a sigh of relief. With 2 days remaining until the transfer deadline, he hoped for a smooth loan process. Ferguson, aware that Su Huitang had officially signed, called to inform him that although he had joined the first team, he would not be included in the 25-man league roster. The implication was clear. Su Huitang would not participate in the league, and even opportunities in cup competitions were uncertain. When Ferguson inquired if he would accept a loan, Su Huitang quickly agreed. It was a decision any sensible person would make. Given the coach's unmistakable message about the lack of playing time, it was only logical for him to embrace a loan to hone his skills. Ferguson had anticipated this outcome. And shortly after their conversation, Su Huitang was made available for loan. Both Zhang Chang and Su Huitang were set to embark on their journey to England, albeit in different directions, one to London and the other to Manchester. Do not cry. We are both in England, and we shall meet often. Su Huitang embraced Zhang Chang, patting him on the shoulder and saying, I did not shed a tear. I must perform admirably. I have already placed Coach Wenger's name on the rental market. Next year, I shall await your arrival in the Premier League. Zhang Chang responded with an air of confidence. Indeed, this is the Zhang Chang I know. Take care. Until we meet again. With that, Zhang Chang vigorously waved his hand in farewell to Su Huitang. Thus, the entire group of 6 successfully remained in Europe, embarking on a new journey. End of Volume 1. The English League is about to commence. Chapter 41. Successful Loan Agreement. Commencement of Volume 2. The English League is on the verge of beginning. At Manchester United, Su Huitang has joined the team and is currently undergoing a medical examination. Standing at 173 centimeters and weighing 57 kilograms, he appears somewhat slender. The club's medical staff has advised Su Huitang to gain weight and engage in strength training to enhance his physical resilience. After Su Huitang underwent a medical examination, he exhaled in relief, discovering that he was free from heart disease and any other ailments. At last, he felt at ease. From that moment, he officially became a substitute player for Manchester United's first team. His contract, signed for 3 years, indicated that he would remain a player for Manchester United during this period. Unless the club terminated the contract or another team purchased him, he had agreed to pursue opportunities elsewhere. Cristiano Ronaldo. Upon encountering the illustrious Manchester United star, Cristiano Ronaldo, Su Huitang promptly extended his greetings. "Are you Japanese or Korean?" inquired Ronaldo. "I am Chinese," replied Su Huitang. Ronaldo expressed his astonishment, pondering how it was possible for a Chinese player to be recruited by such a prestigious coach as Sir Alex Ferguson. After all, even the most skilled Korean player, Park Ji-sung, was merely a rotational member of the squad. The words of Su Huitang lingered in his ears, akin to a Chinese individual inquiring whether Indians also engage in the sport of football. He mused silently. "Surely, the Chinese will excel. I wonder if you will join Real Madrid next year. If so, you may very well become my rival." From this moment forth, a succession of Chinese football stars shall emerge. Su Huitang chuckled softly, yet Cristiano Ronaldo chose to regard him with indifference, for he was merely a substitute player, not a key figure in the team. Ronaldo pondered with skepticism. Perhaps this player was selected for the first team due to commercial motives. Such occurrences are not uncommon among prestigious clubs, where players admitted for commercial reasons are often either loaned out or sold at a bargain. Subsequently, Su Huitang did not encounter any other stars. He had initially hoped to exchange pleasantries with the likes of Rooney and Van der Sar. After Su Huitang was placed on the loan market, he became the target of fierce competition among various teams, a turn of events he had not anticipated. In less than a day, he made his choice. Watford Football Club, a team in the English Championship located in Hertfordshire, England, was the selected destination. Coach Ian Holloway, aged 45 and a seasoned manager, was troubled by the team's recent performance. The afternoon's match in the 4th round of the championship ended in yet another defeat for Watford. After 4 matches, the team remained winless, accumulating only a single point and occupying the bottom position on the league table. Their sole point came from a draw against relegation favorites Doncaster Rovers at home, while they suffered defeats in the other 3 encounters. To compound his woes, one of his key wingers was injured, necessitating the loan of young player Zhu Junquan from Manchester City. Just when he thought matters couldn't worsen, another key midfielder, John Eustace, sustained a serious injury. This season had truly been a string of misfortunes for Watford. The team was now in dire straits. If solutions were not found, relegation loomed. Having fallen from the Premier League to the Championship 2 seasons prior, could they be on the brink of dropping to League One this season? Holloway was engulfed in frustration. "Sir, John Eustace has torn his ligaments," the team doctor informed. "He will be sidelined for approximately 6 months. The substitutes simply cannot match his caliber. We must secure a primary midfielder." The assistant coach, observing Holloway's troubled expression, spoke up. "I understand, but our transfer budget is quite limited, insufficient to procure a starting midfielder. Similar to how we acquired Zhu Junquan on loan, let us explore which midfielders in the Premier League are available for loan with commendable skills," Holloway replied thoughtfully. This Su Huitang. Manchester United only announced his availability for loan yesterday, and I had just seen the news," remarked the assistant coach, his eyes lighting up as if he had spotted prey. "Is he the midfielder from the same country as Zhu Junquan?" Holloway was well aware of Su Huitang's prowess, having taken note of him while reviewing Zhu Junquan's match footage. "Yes, if we can secure him on loan. Zhu Junquan and Su Huitang should integrate into the team more swiftly. Should we proceed with the loan?" The assistant coach was eager to take the initiative, but the final decision lay with the head coach. "We must act decisively, for he is likely to attract interest from other championship teams. We cannot afford to offer him the same terms as Zhu Junquan, merely a 60,000 salary and a rotation contract. That is." The assistant coach hesitated, questioning whether they would truly offer Su Huitang a starting position despite his lack of familiarity with the team. Offer him a 100,000 salary and secure a starting role for him. No, make him a core player. If there are numerous teams vying for the same player, We are willing to allocate a rental fee, not exceeding 100,000 for a year. This sounds agreeable. I shall attend to it immediately. The assistant coach perceives that Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan possess similar capabilities. However, it is surprising that the treatment afforded by the head coach varies so greatly. Perhaps the head coach is in urgent need of a competent midfielder to address the pressing issues at hand. After all, the transfer window is about to close. And if we do not act swiftly to secure a key playmaker, our chances of avoiding relegation will become increasingly challenging. Su Huitang has truly become a coveted asset. As soon as he was listed, over 10 clubs submitted offers to secure his loan. Even 2 relegation-threatened teams from the Premier League extended contracts for him to rotate in their lineup. In the end, Su Huitang ultimately opted for Watford, a team in the Premier League known for its rotation players. Indeed, they are merely utilized for substitutions. Joining a club struggling to avoid relegation in the Premier League does not guarantee ample playing time. It is quite possible that he will find himself on the bench for numerous matches, which is far from ideal. He is in urgent need of game time to facilitate his rapid development. Ultimately, Watford successfully secured the loan of Su Huitang with a fee of 100,000, alongside a salary of 100, under a contract that includes core players. Su Huitang arrived at the Watford club in Hertfordshire, where he was met by Zhu Junquan. Wonderful. You have come to Watford as well. It is said that numerous clubs were vying for your attention, Zhu Junquan remarked enviously. Isn't it because I wish to see you? That is why I agreed to join Watford. Su Huitang jested. The head coach has offered you a contract as a core player, while I am merely a rotational player. The disparity in treatment is quite substantial. In truth, the circumstances are rather similar. You too will be positioned as a starter. Initially, the head coach may allow you to acclimate to the team before assuming a starting role. In contrast, other teams have already solidified their lineups, while Watford has opted to loan you due to the injury of a key player. Furthermore, many championship teams do not employ wingers, but rather wing midfielders. And other clubs perceive you solely as a player for the winger position. Su Huitang explained slowly. Chapter 42. Acquainting with new teammates. Zhu Junquan smiled and said, I understand these principles, yet I feel a sense of imbalance within me. It has been quite some time since we last met. Allow me to treat you to dinner this evening. Has it been a long time? Su Huitang responded, nodding. It has only been 2 days. Isn't 2 days quite a while? Remember the recent period when we trained intensively together and participated in competitions? Those times were filled with joy. However, there are no 6-person training sessions here. Then let us engage in a 2-person training session, just like before, for 2 hours. Su Huitang gently patted Zhu Junquan's shoulder and smiled as he inquired, why has there been no news regarding Zhang Chang's loan? Zhu Junquan, perplexed, responded. He has been on the market for over a day, hasn't he? The goalkeeper position is distinct. Typically, a loan would only occur if the first-choice goalkeeper is injured. However, I did come across a report stating that Birmingham's primary goalkeeper in the championship has sustained an injury. I wonder if that might lead to Zhang Chang being loaned out? Su Huitang conveyed the information he had heard to Zhu Junquan. I have also heard about Birmingham's situation. They are a strong contender for promotion. I hope he gets the opportunity, as we will then face them as rivals. Birmingham possesses considerable strength, and Zhang Chang is quite skilled as well. I hope our relegation efforts are not hindered by him, Su Huitang remarked. Is your sole objective merely survival? Have you not contemplated leading Watford to the Premier League? Zhu Junquan questioned. I am determined to guide the team to a series of victories and ascend to the Premier League. By that time, I should be able to return to Manchester City and participate in first-team matches without the need for further loans. Indeed, that is a commendable aspiration. However, football is a collective endeavor requiring the concerted efforts of 11 players. Progress is made gradually, one bite of food at a time, one match at a time. First, let us focus on securing our position above the relegation zone, he advised. Su Huitang smiled at Zhu Junquan, and they proceeded together to the player registration desk. Zhu Junquan and Su Huitang were assigned to the same dormitory, as their communication would be more convenient and their lifestyles were quite similar. Zhu Junquan. You don't have a cleanliness obsession, do you? I often leave my clothes strewn about. Su Huitang observed that Zhu Junquan's bed and cabinet were meticulously arranged and cautiously inquired, in that case, I shall prepare a basket for you. You can toss your sweat-soaked jerseys and shorts directly into it, and we can wash them all together. Please make sure not to carelessly discard them. I would not appreciate finding them on my bed. Zhu Junquan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Rest assured, I shall only scatter them on my own bed. I will not allow them to encroach upon yours, as long as that is acceptable to you, Su Huitang said with delight. Zhu Juquan gently shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, the two began participating in the team's training. The captain of Watford, Demerit, approached to greet them. Hello, friends. Welcome to Watford. Greetings. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan approached and extended their hands for a handshake with Demerit. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan participated in the team's cooperative training, gaining some insight into their teammates. The captain, Demerit, is a central defender with commendable defensive skills and a wealth of match experience. Head coach Eddie Bosroyd has boldly introduced several young players this season. For instance, goalkeeper Roche and forward Priskin, both aged 19 and 21 respectively, have been given opportunities to showcase their talents. However, based on the first 4 matches, while they have not made significant errors, their performances have been rather unremarkable, nearly falling into the realm of mediocrity. Su Huitang has also become acquainted with several key players from the team, such as the Polish center-forward, Laziak, who is on loan from Southampton, previously played for Serie A Siena, and possesses commendable heading abilities. Another young forward, Priskin, demonstrates decent speed and technical skills. However, he has yet to deliver an impressive performance in the preceding matches. Additionally, there is right-winger Tommy Smith and left-back Matthew Sadler among the roster. Su Huitang pondered. It seems that this team is not as weak as the standings suggest. I wonder why they find themselves at the bottom of the championship. Perhaps the continuous injuries to key players have dampened the team's morale, or perhaps misfortune has befallen them, resulting in a mere single point after 4 matches. On the evening of September 1st, with only a few hours remaining until the transfer window closed, Su Huitang finally received the news that Zhang Chong had been successfully loaned out. The team acquiring him was Birmingham, who were in dire need of a primary goalkeeper due to injuries, and they promptly signed a contract to secure Zhang Chong as their starting player. The next match would not occur until September 13th, leaving an unusual span of over 10 days without a game. Zhu Junquan felt somewhat bored. He had anticipated jumping straight into matches upon arrival, only to find himself with an extended lull. The 4th round of the league had just taken place on August 30th, but perhaps this pause would prove beneficial, allowing the team to bond further and enhancing their synergy on the field. Su Huitang believes that the match on September 13th will be promising, as over 10 days of practice have enhanced his synergy with teammates, which is essential for effective collaboration on the field. Nearly everyone expresses elation at the arrival of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, as they are viewed as the team as saviors, embodying the hope of securing their position in the league. However, amidst the joy, discontent brews. Yobi Mikanov, the number 10 player for the Jamaican national team and its linchpin, is notably distressed. With Zhu Junquan's arrival, he fears he may be relegated to the bench, and his demeanor during training has reflected his discontent. Another disheartened player is the young athlete O'Toole, who initially anticipated that the injury to the starting midfielder Eustace would grant him an opportunity. Instead, a Chinese player has arrived, seemingly usurping the very starting position he believed was within his grasp. This player, a youth team member who has yet to compete at the national level, has unexpectedly secured a starting role. It appears he was merely signed by an English Premier League team for commercial reasons, leading them to question his true capabilities. Both players, resigned to the prospect of remaining on the bench, harbor a plethora of grievances. They remain unconvinced until Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan demonstrate their prowess. On September 6th, during an inter-squad scrimmage, Su Huitang was unceremoniously taken down by O'Toole in a brutal tackle. How could one resort to such a violent foul? Su Huitang had long been aware that this player, who was of a similar age, harbored a disdain for him. He was taken aback when the player resorted to a malicious foul amidst the confrontation. I did not intend to, O'Toole exclaimed loudly, insisting that the foul was unintentional.
For the past few days, he had been harboring a surge of resentment and did not consciously seek to commit a foul.
It was merely an instinctive action that led to him inadvertently tripping Su Huitang. Are you injured? Zhu Junquan approached, concern etched on his face as he inquired about Su Huitang's well-being. It would indeed be a stroke of misfortune if he were to sustain a serious injury from a foul by a teammate, thereby missing this match. Those unaware might mistakenly think of Su Huitang as fragile, as if he would be injured by the slightest contact, which could adversely affect his professional career. Chapter 43, Internal Conflict. Su Huitang stood up and moved around a bit, relieved that his bones were intact, with only a slight abrasion to show for it. Your foul play was rather excessive. Had Su Huitang been injured, Could you justify your actions to the team and to the coach's efforts? Zhu Junquan believed that Otul was deliberately targeting Su Huitang and approached to express his indignation. I didn't mean to, Otul protested. At that moment, head coach Ian Holloway approached, sternly admonishing Otul and demanding an apology. But, sir, I did not intend any harm. Otul attempted to retort, reluctant to offer an apology. Regardless of your intentions, such actions are unacceptable during inter-squad contests, thus you must apologize. Holloway's displeasure grew. A young substitute dared to challenge him. If he refused to apologize, how could he ever lead this team? Morale was already low, and such defiance could fracture the unity of the squad. I'm sorry. Under the pressure from his coach, Otul reluctantly complied, though his heart remained unyielding. Despite Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan demonstrating their exceptional skills in just a few days, Yobi McCann and Otul remained unconvinced, arguing that without genuine physical confrontation, the assessments were flawed. They believed that Su Huitang's physique would falter under even the slightest contact and that he could not withstand the fierce physicality of the championship. They also contended that while Zhu Junquan's moves were flashy, in a real match, opposing players would press him tightly, employing various tackling maneuvers, leaving him little room to showcase his dribbling finesse. No worries, just refrain from such crude actions in the future. Su Huitang had no intention of engaging in a dispute with Otur, nor did he find it necessary to create any unpleasantness with a substitute player. Taking a step back, he believed that there was much to gain from maintaining harmony, especially as a newcomer. There was no reason for him to clash with his teammates. With the assistance of Zhu Junquan, Su Huitang has made remarkable progress in his English studies, fortunate as he is to possess a foundational understanding that has facilitated his swift relearning. The competition is set for tomorrow, and it is advisable that the intensive training this evening does not prove too exhausting. One must be cautious of excessive physical depletion, which may hinder timely recovery. Zhu Junquan engages in light-hearted banter with Su Huitang as they undergo their specialized training. Presently, I can barely endure a 90-minute match, provided that the pace of offense and defense is not overwhelmingly brisk throughout the entire game. Upon concluding his words, Su Huitang dashed towards Zhu Junquan, intent on intercepting the ball, only to be skillfully evaded by Zhu's dazzling footwork, successfully breaking through. Your defense has shown some improvement, however. It remains challenging to contain me in a one-on-one situation, Zhu Junquan remarked with a smile after deftly maneuvering past Su Huitang. Your breakthroughs have become sharper as well. Your progress is commendable. Yet, your passing is unparalleled. Your precision is astonishing, allowing the ball to reach its target with impeccable accuracy. Receiving your passes is an absolute delight, as I can seamlessly advance without hesitation. However, I find myself with fewer opportunities for scoring and assisting compared to you. After you drive the ball forward, you can either shoot or deliver a cross to our towering striker, Laziak, who has a fair chance of scoring. Your set pieces also present scoring opportunities. Prior to encountering you, I believe my free kicks were quite proficient, but your execution has proven to be even more formidable. You've mastered the art of the elevator ball. The two engaged in mutual flattery and jest, resembling longtime friends. They had entirely forgotten that less than 2 months prior, they had viewed each other with disdain, nearly coming to blows. At the pre-match press conference, there was little interest in Watford, a team seemingly on the verge of relegation this season, with only a local Hertfordshire television station interviewing head coach Ian Holloway. Mr. Holloway, your team is currently facing difficulties, having drawn only 1 out of 4 matches at home, and with key players injured. What are your thoughts on this match? A reporter inquired. This away game will be quite challenging. However, I remain confident that we can secure all 3 points, Coach Ian Holloway replied calmly, unfazed. Where does your confidence stem from? Is it from the 2 young players recently loaned from China? They have yet to compete in a formal match, the reporter pressed. I believe in them, Coach Ian Holloway succinctly asserted, exuding confidence. Rod, the 52-year-old head coach of Norwich, cast a glance at Ian Holloway. Feeling skeptical, could it be that Sue from China truly possesses remarkable talent? Wasn't it said that he was merely brought into the Manchester United squad to satisfy commercial interests in Asia? Wasn't it suggested that his abilities would only qualify him for the youth team? As for Zhu Junquan, Rod had paid him no heed. He had only perused Su Huitang's information and media comments out of curiosity, having heard of the fierce competition among teams to secure his loan. Mr. Rod, do you have confidence in your team's victory? A Norwich television station promptly inquired. Certainly, as we are playing at home, we must secure all 3 points. Despite the formidable strength of our opponents, Rod replied with a smile. This statement struck other reporters as somewhat ironic. Is the opponent truly formidable, given their position at the bottom of the league standings? Subsequently, numerous reporters posed intricate questions to Rod, all of which he deftly navigated. Ian Holloway sat there, feeling somewhat awkward, as no journalist approached him for inquiries, rendering him seemingly superfluous, merely a decorative presence. As the press conference concluded, Ian Holloway prepared to submit the roster of 16 players, with Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan undeniably securing their places in the starting 11. On September 13th, Watford faced Norwich away from home. The weather was splendid, with temperatures hovering just above 10 degrees. The players who had yet to take the field felt a slight chill, and they began to hop around to warm up. Norwich had garnered 5 points from their previous 4 matches, with 1 victory, 2 draws, and 2 defeats, placing them in the lower mid-table. A win today would elevate them into the mid-table. Watford, however, had only managed a single point across 4 matches and would remain at the bottom if they were to lose. A victory might still leave them in the relegation zone unless they achieved a resounding win, which could potentially extricate them from the danger of relegation. Nonetheless, Watford had to consider their opponent's performance. All other relegation candidates had succumbed to defeats, and only a commanding victory could afford Watford the opportunity to momentarily evade the relegation zone through superior goal difference. Chapter 44, Trailing 0-1. Head coach Ian Holloway faced immense pressure, grappling with uncertainty regarding Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan's capabilities. He was compelled to place his trust in them, as their outstanding performances during training had indeed left an impression on him. Thus, he resolutely decided to include both in the starting lineup. The match commenced with Watford kicking off, following the touch from Watford's forward. The ball was passed back to the midfielder, Bangura. It appeared they favored the Sierra Leonean midfielder, Bangura, given Su Huiteng's recent arrival at the club. Although Su Huiteng had performed admirably in training, this was a formal match, and the Watford forward instinctively chose to entrust the ball to Bangura for orchestrating the attack. As Bangura advanced with the ball, he surveyed the field and noticed Su Huiteng calling for it on his right. With a deft flick, he attempted to pass the ball to Su Huiteng. However, the pass was slightly over it, and given Su Huiteng's modest stature, he leaped with all his might but failed to make contact with the ball, which sailed out of play. Alas, Su Huiteng let out a soft sigh. Yet he still gave a thumbs up to Bangula. He remarked that this Su was quite remarkable, though in his view, it was merely bluster. Had it been another midfielder of greater stature, the ball would never have crossed the line. Norwich's coach, Rod, sat contentedly on the sidelines, considering that with such an early mistake from Watford, there was no way Norwich would succumb to defeat. It was of no concern. Su Huiteng observed Bangula's disappointment due to an errant pass and promptly approached to offer encouragement. Norwich initiated a swift counterattack through a throw-in, and Su Huiteng positioned himself to intercept the opposing midfielder's advance. However, he was outmaneuvered by a clever 1-2 play, allowing the ball to advance rapidly towards Watford's goal. The opposing midfielder unleashed a long-range shot, but Watford's goalkeeper, Roche, leaped in an attempt to save it, ultimately failing to make contact with the ball. Su Huiteng watched helplessly as the football sailed into his team's net. As a player adept in both defensive and offensive midfield roles, he felt utterly powerless regarding this goal conceded. Norwich's coach Rod leapt with joy, spinning 360 degrees while exuberantly waving his arms. The match had barely commenced when a goal was scored. It appeared that fortune was favoring him, as a long-range shot he had hardly hoped for unexpectedly found the back of the net. Subsequently, Rod cast a sidelong glance at Ian Holloway, noting that Ian remained composed, seated as if unperturbed. Inwardly, Rod scoffed, thinking, "You look like a cat on a hot tin roof, yet you maintain such an air of calm." Nevertheless, it was time to rally. The game had only just begun. After shouting a command onto the field, Ian Holloway resumed his tranquil demeanor. Once more, Watford initiated the kickoff, and this time, Bangura did not falter in his pass, allowing Su Huiteng to receive the ball. Su Huiteng advanced the ball a few steps before delivering it to the feet of Zhu Junquan, who was ardently sprinting forward. The precise pass from Su Huiteng found Zhu Junquan, who, in the midst of his rapid sprint, deftly nudged the ball with his head before swiftly advancing with it. As Zhu lifted his gaze, he noticed the towering forward, Laziak, had already positioned himself within the penalty area. After eluding a defender, he delivered the ball to him. Laziak, anticipating the trajectory of the football, outmaneuvered the opposing defender and attempted a header at goal. Unfortunately, the attempt was somewhat straightforward. allowing the Norwich goalkeeper to comfortably secure the ball in his grasp. Norwich, undeterred, launched another offensive. As the ball surged towards the edge of Watford's penalty area, their midfielder unleashed a long-range shot. However, fortune did not favor him this time, as the shot soared high, sailing well over the crossbar. 20 minutes had elapsed in the match, with Norwich maintaining a slender lead of 1-0 over Watford. The Norwich head coach, Rod, sat leisurely on the sidelines, observing the unfolding contest. At this juncture, Norwich firmly commanded the game's flow, boasting a possession rate of 69. Yet, Watford was not solely on the defensive. Their counterattacks were equally incisive. Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan repeatedly created several threatening opportunities. However, Zhu Juanchuan's long-range shot veered off target, and the towering striker Laziak's rare header soared over the crossbar. Watford's central defender and captain, the American Demerit, cleared the ball from the penalty area, sending it towards the left flank. Left-back Matthew Sadler glanced ahead and delivered a long pass to Su Huiteng. Su Huiteng occupied his position. Yet before he could receive the ball, he was pressed from behind by an opposing midfielder, rendering him unable to turn. Rod smiled as he observed the unfolding scenario on the field, contemplating, "Youngster, it would be wise to pass back. You cannot turn and thus cannot launch a swift counterattack." Watford's coach, Holloway, felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that missing this opportunity for a quick counter would indeed be regrettable. The opposing defense comprised merely 3 players, while the rest were too far upfield, yet to retreat. It appeared that Watford's counterattack would falter, but unexpectedly, with his back to the Norwich goal, Su Huiteng deftly flicked the ball behind him. The defender momentarily froze, the ball soaring over his head, and in that fleeting second of confusion, Su Huiteng swiftly darted past him. At this juncture, it was too late for the defender to turn and pursue. The ball, having been lofted by Su Huiteng, began its descent, and after evading the defender, he easily caught it. Just then, a Norwich defensive midfielder approached to intercept, opting for a direct and aggressive slide tackle. He resembled a venomous snake, his sliding foot akin to a serpent's fang, lunging towards Su Huiteng's foot. Should Su Huiteng fail to react, he risked injury or having the ball snatched away. Su Huiteng anticipated his movement, swiftly extending his arms to cradle the soccer ball as he leapt into the air. In that moment, Su Huiteng resembled a majestic eagle soaring gracefully, deftly evading the opposing defender's tackle. As his body descended to the ground, he immediately executed a pass, having already become well acquainted with Zhu Juanchuan's positioning. Engaged in a tussle with the defender along the left flank, Zhu Junquan suddenly accelerated, cutting inward and shaking off his adversary. The football, perfectly transmitted by Su Huiteng, appeared beside him at just the right moment. The pass was remarkably comfortable, allowing Zhu Junquan to effortlessly gain control with a mere extension of his foot. Observing this scenario, Holloway rose in excitement, moving to the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding action. Rod too stood up, somewhat anxious, astonished that this young player had indeed executed such a brilliant combination. The position of the left winger was precarious. If not timely obstructed, it was highly probable that the opposing team would score. "Mark him closely, stay tight," Rod shouted to his team's central defenders. Chapter 45. Equalizing the score, Zhu Junquan had entered the penalty area, confronting the last central defender. Leaning his body to the left, the Norwich defender mirrored Zhu Juanchuan's movement. However, it was merely a feint. Zhu swiftly pivoted and advanced towards the right. The Norwich defender, caught off balance, instinctively extended a foot in an attempt to intercept the ball. With a deft touch, Zhu Junquan nudged the football, which slipped through the defender's legs. Quickly pursuing the ball, Zhu faced the Norwich goalkeeper and calmly aimed a shot towards the far corner. Although the strike lacked significant force, the angle was expertly calculated, heading directly for the goal's blind spot. The goalkeeper, unable to reach it in time, found himself helpless against the close-range shot. The ball rolled slowly into the net. It was a goal. Hooray! Zhu Junquan leaped high into the air, vigorously waving his arms, then sprinted towards Su Huiteng, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Well done. Your composure was commendable," Su Huiteng praised. "It is your excellent passing that truly matters," Zhu Junquan replied. "Scoring is what counts. We have finally equalized. Let us press on and strive for victory in this match." Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan once again shook hands vigorously. Luo just stood by the sidelines, momentarily dazed, as his mind seemed to falter. This match proved far more challenging than anticipated. To his dismay, the lead was equalized merely 20 minutes in. Holovi raised his arms in jubilant exultation, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. The long-awaited goal had finally arrived. Watford had not displayed such splendid teamwork in ages, and this goal dispelled the shadows that had lingered in his heart. He now brimmed with confidence that the team could secure 3 points away from home. Meanwhile, seated on the substitutes bench, the mood of both Otto and Yobi McAnuff, who were initially in low spirits, had worsened. Although the team had equalized, the goal was the result of a collaboration by others, diminishing their hopes of being called upon as starters. They were left to ponder whether they would remain benched indefinitely before being granted an opportunity. In a small city named Jiangnan in China, Su Huitang's father, Su Yang, was engrossed in watching the live text commentary of the match, pulled into the moment by a group of friends. A broadcast on the Huaxia football channel? That was inconceivable. This was a championship match, not a headline event of the Premier League. A few days ago, Su Yang received a call from Su Huitang, who announced that he had been signed by Manchester United, becoming a player on the first team. Su Yang could hardly believe it. Even though he had not been following football closely, he was certainly aware of Manchester United's illustrious name. How could they possibly sign an amateur player? It seemed utterly preposterous. He thought that Su Huitang must be deceiving him, perhaps concocting a tale to linger in Europe a little longer. However, some of his fan friends, having gathered information from various sources, confirmed that Su Huitang's situation was indeed genuine. They then visited Su Yang's home to inform him that there was a match featuring Su Huitang that day. Upon hearing his friend's words, Su Yang remained somewhat skeptical. Nevertheless, he was persuaded by his companion to sit before the computer and witness the live text commentary. Su Huitang has assisted, another Chinese player has scored, a friend exclaimed joyfully. Yet, the text was in English, which left him puzzled. Could it be a ruse crafted by netizens? Su Yang found it hard to believe, as he had not witnessed the match footage himself. After all, this was the official website from England. How could it possibly deceive him? Yet, how could that wretched boy be chosen by Manchester United, and even more so, to be part of the first team? Were the leaders of Manchester United blind? He mused. Is there truly such a father as you? Your son is achieving great things, and yet you remain skeptical. Well, he continued, I am aware of a bar specifically designed for fans to watch matches, equipped with satellite broadcasts. We can go there to catch the championship games. Just to clarify, your son is not playing for Manchester United. He is currently on loan to the championship team Watford. Do you understand? Not entirely, Su Yang replied. But I grasp the concept of a loan, which indicates that his contract belongs to Manchester United, making him a part of their squad. Correct. This is Manchester United's method of nurturing new talent, since he cannot secure a position in the first team at Manchester United. Playing in the second-tier league allows him to gain experience as a starter. Still, I find it hard to believe. Did you not mention before that only the best players represent the national team, and few have played in the championship? What merit does that boy possess? Just accompany me to the bar and witness it for yourself, then you will believe. With that, his friend took hold of Su Yang and led him to the bar to watch the match. As the game progressed, Watford's possession began to rise, and their counterattacks proved exceptionally sharp, compelling Norwich to bolster their defense. At the 30th minute, Watford seized a golden opportunity. Su Huitang's long-range shot from outside the penalty area struck the post and ricocheted out of play. Sighed Holloway, standing at the sidelines. What a pity that shot hit the post. The team was so close to taking the lead. The match continued for over 40 minutes, with only a few minutes remaining in the first half. At that moment, Su Yang arrived at the bar in his friend's car, where they prepared to reserve a small private room to watch the game. Once you see the live broadcast on television, you will have no choice but to believe what we have said, his friend said with a grin. We'll see, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Su Huitang received the ball in midfield, his body leaning slightly to the right, simulating a movement to advance towards that direction. Observing this, several defenders positioned themselves strategically. One moved to Su Huitang's right to obstruct his path forward, while another blocked his passing lane towards the right flank. However, Su Huitang did not proceed with the anticipated advance or a rightward pass. Instead, he merely shifted his body a fraction to the right and deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot to the left wing. After the pass, Su Huitang continued his forward run, devoid of the ball, with only one defender trailing closely beside him. Prepared for the moment, Zhu Junquan instantly accelerated, shaking off the nearby defender to seize the football. Upon receiving the ball, Zhu Junquan swiftly cut in laterally, driving towards the penalty area. Hurry, stop him, shouted Rod from the sidelines to Norwich's defenders, as Watford had equalized through Zhu Junquan and could not afford to let him easily take another shot. Without waiting for the two defenders to converge, Zhu Juquan delivered a precise through ball into the vacant space just outside the penalty area. As Su Huitang accelerated forward while Zhu Juquan passed the ball, the defending players noticed a vacant space ahead of the ball's descent. Should Su Huitang be allowed to take a shot effortlessly, it would spell danger for their goal. Chapter 46. The lead regained only to be equalized. The defenders, unable to keep pace with Su Huitang, resorted to pulling him down from behind in a desperate attempt to thwart his advance. Su Huitang merely sensed a force from behind. Before his foot could even make contact with the football, he found himself sprawled on the ground. The referee promptly blew the whistle, issuing a yellow card to the Norwich defender and awarding Watford a free kick in the attacking zone. Su Huitang, Zhu Juquan, and a few others deliberated on how to execute the free kick. It is only fitting that you take it, as you were the one who earned the opportunity. And your technique surpasses mine, Zhu Juquan remarked. Su, you should take this free kick. The other teammates, well aware of Su Huitang's prowess in taking set pieces, also encouraged him to take the shot. Su Huitang refrained from further words, placing the soccer ball upon a patch of impeccably smooth grass, positioning the valve core of the ball directly beneath him, slightly towards his lower center. Having established the optimal placement, he readied himself to execute the free kick. The penalty spot was a mere 20 meters from the goal, and the angle was notably advantageous, directly aligned with the net. Su Huitang retreated a few steps. As the wall of Norwich players took their positions, the referee blew the whistle, and Su Huitang began his run-up with a measured pace. The inner side of his foot connected with the ball, which spun slightly as it soared diagonally upward. The ball reached a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour, hurtling toward the goal of Norwich with a fierce whistle. It was too high. Upon noticing the ball's trajectory, Rod felt a surge of delight in his heart. Conversely, Horowitz experienced a mix of tension and excitement at the moment Su Huitang struck the ball. It appeared that the free kick had been executed quite well. The ball arced over the wall, and just as the Norwich players believed the kick had sailed over the crossbar, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the ball approached the goal, it suddenly dipped. It oscillated unpredictably, leaving the goalkeeper caught off guard, unable to react in time as it slipped into the net. The goalkeeper stood in stunned silence, bewildered that the ball had not flown away as anticipated but had instead plummeted unexpectedly. He realized, to his dismay, that he had misjudged the trajectory. Excellent. Horowitz leaped into the air, vigorously waving his arms, as if his team had already clinched the league championship. For the first time this season, they had taken the lead against their opponents, and it was away against the formidable Norwich. Su Huitang joyfully sprinted with great determination, reaching near the corner flag, and executed a graceful bow and arrow gesture as if to shoot a great eagle. Zhu Juquan, equally elated, dashed to Su Huitang's side, enveloping him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "That was truly spectacular. Your execution of the free kick showcased your exceptional skill." Perhaps during the strike, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Su Huitang beamed with delight as Su Yang and his friends entered the private room and adjusted the channel. The television was already displaying a slow-motion replay of the free kick goal. Upon witnessing Su Huitang's remarkable strike, Su Yang murmured in astonishment, "Is that my son? It's simply unbelievable." His friends chuckled at his bewilderment, remarking, "We all recognize him. Why is it that you, as his father, do not?" Even those among us who are not keen on football know what this is called, a free kick. It was splendid. When did he practice this? I had no inkling. You've never supported his passion for football and have scolded him for his academic performance. How could you possibly be aware? One friend said with a smile, gently shaking his head. At this moment, Su Yang could not help but believe everything his eyes beheld. It was all undeniably real. His son, Su Huitang, had truly established himself in England. The last time you mentioned his weekly salary was 2,000. Is that accurate? Su Yang inquired. Indeed, it is true. You can now enjoy the fruits of your labor. His friends chuckled kindly. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Su Yang felt a tumult of emotions within him, as if caught in a dream, witnessing his son carve out a niche for himself in the realm of football. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Astonishingly, Watford led 2-1 away from home, a scenario few had dared to envision before the match. A team languishing at the bottom of the league had managed to equalize and then take the lead after trailing by a goal. This was nothing short of miraculous. Well done. Maintain this performance in the second half, and be wary of the opponent's counterattacks, Holovi remarked during the halftime break, his spirits lifted. Be more patient in our attacks. Avoid excessive long-range shots, and keep a close eye on their key players. Rod frowned as he spoke to his players, noting their numerous errant long-range attempts in the first half. Aside from the opening goal, their shots had been hasty and lacking in cohesive play. In contrast, Watford's Su Huitang orchestrated the attack with remarkable precision, while Zhu Juanchuan's incisive breakthroughs on the flanks posed significant challenges for Norwich. As the second half commenced, Norwich displayed a newfound patience, refraining from rushing long-range efforts. Each offensive maneuver was characterized by a deliberate passing into the penalty area before allowing the forwards to shoot. Around the 60-minute mark, Norwich's patience bore fruit. Their wing player delivered a low cross, which the goalkeeper managed to deflect. The ball then fell to a Norwich midfielder, who took a shot that was blocked by a Watford defender. In the ensuing chaos, a Norwich forward skillfully nudged the ball into Watford's net. "Yes," Rod exclaimed, leaping in joy. The team had finally leveled the score. If they continued in this manner, bolstered by the home advantage, their chances of winning the match increased significantly. Halovi sighed softly, yet he remained resolute in his belief that the team could secure all 3 points away from home. He recognized the severe shortcomings in the team's defense and acknowledged that defensive training needed to be prioritized moving forward. 2-2. Will Su Huitang's team emerge victorious? He mused. My son will undoubtedly succeed. After all, one must consider whose son he is. As Su Yang sipped his beer, he cheerfully remarked, I must say, Brother Su, you now seem to have immense confidence in your son. Were you not previously unsupportive of his football aspirations? A friend jestingly interjected, Indeed. I was initially unaware of his capabilities. I mistakenly assumed that his performance would mirror the lackluster displays often seen in televised national matches. Had I known he possessed such remarkable talent, I would have wholeheartedly supported him from the very beginning. Su Yang took another sip of beer and remarked, Brother Su, have you ever watched Su Huitang play football? I haven't. He was always training at school. I have no idea how well he plays. What a pity. If your son becomes a great football star in the future, those recordings and photographs of Su Huitang's matches will be worth their weight in gold. My son earns nearly 1 million RMB a year. I'm not concerned about such trivial sums. I'm not speaking of monetary value, but rather the significance of these precious materials. A friend shook his head, acknowledging that it indeed seemed somewhat regrettable. Chapter 47. Securing victory, the match had progressed to the 66th minute, and the score remained tied at 2-2. Su Huitang received a pass from left-back Matthew Sadler and executed a wall pass with Zhu Junquan, advancing the ball into the opponent's half. Su Huitang advanced with the ball through the center, as two defenders from Norwich approached in an attempt to intercept the football at his feet. Su Huitang delivered a pass to the left flank, where Zhu Junquan effortlessly controlled the ball with his chest. However, two defenders from Norwich were swiftly approaching him, one from each side, threatening to encircle him. As Zhu Junquan faced the imminent squeeze, he skillfully trapped the ball between his feet and leaped high, maneuvering his body and the ball seamlessly between the two adversaries. What a remarkable play. Watford's coach, Halovi, silently applauded. Zhu Junquan evaded the two defenders, but another defender was quickly closing in. At this critical juncture, Zhu Junquan could opt to bypass this defender and attempt a long-range shot. Yet, should he choose this route, he would face 3 more defenders within the penalty area, rendering his shooting position rather unfavorable. In a moment of strategic wisdom, Zhu Junquan opted to pass back to Su Huitang. After completing the pass, he continued to advance laterally towards the penalty area. Block his long-range shot, commanded Norwich's coach, Rod. As a center-back had already set his sights on Su Huitang, angling his body to challenge him, Su Huitang opted not to take a long-range shot. Instead, he delicately lofted the ball over, sending it soaring past the head of the sliding center-back. The football traced a graceful arc, landing perfectly in the vacant space ahead of the swiftly cutting-in Zhu Junquan. Subsequently, Su Huitang leaped into the air, deftly evading the outstretched foot of the center-back to avoid injury. Outside Norwich's penalty area, Zhu Junquan and Su Huitang executed a splendid wall pass. As the ball descended, Zhu Junquan lifted his left foot and struck it midair. The goalkeeper lunged in a desperate attempt to save, but it was futile. He failed to make contact, and the ball sailed into the top right corner of the net. Goal. 3-2. Upon witnessing the goal, Su Yang joyfully exclaimed. To his surprise, Brother Su demonstrated remarkable insight, quickly grasping the situation. Are you belittling me? Such a simple goal is not beyond my comprehension. Even a primary school student would understand it. Halovi, elated, clenched his fists and waved his arms, fervently yearning for victory. Subsequently, Rod made substitutions, replacing a defender with a midfielder. Shortly thereafter, he substituted another midfielder for a forward. His intentions were unmistakable. Norwich aimed to bolster their offense. For a score of 2-3 held no significance for him, especially with the dwindling time left in the match. These consecutive substitutions resulted in a surge of attacking momentum for Norwich, who almost encircled Watford's penalty area. With even Su Huidang and Zhu Junquan joining in the defensive efforts, Rod, sensing the possibility of equalizing, watched as his team was on the brink of leveling the score when an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the 87th minute, after Watford had valiantly weathered a wave of Norwich's assaults, they executed a brilliant counterattack. Su Huitang received the football ejected by the goalkeeper within the penalty area, deftly passing it to the right winger, Tommy Smith. Subsequently, he evaded the defender beside him and continued his forward run. Tommy Smith comprehended Su Huitang's intention. It was a classic wall pass, executing a swift 1-2 combination as he returned the ball to Su Huitang. Su Huitang lifted his gaze and noticed that two forwards were positioned in an offside position on the right side of the Norwich penalty area. Unable to pass to them, he gestured towards Zhu Junquan. Understanding the cue, Zhu Junquan swiftly made his way laterally towards the penalty area on the left side. Su Huitang felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, as if his strength had been nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and sent the ball soaring. Zhu Junquan dashed towards the vicinity of the penalty area. At the precise moment of Su Huitang's pass, he ceased his lateral movement and, with a sudden burst of speed, angled forward, surpassing the central defender ahead of him. Su Huitang's pass was perfectly placed in the vacant space on the left side of the penalty area. At the moment the ball was played, Zhu Junquan was positioned behind the opposing center-back, remaining onside. He extended his foot to receive the ball and deftly nudged it to the right, evading the final defender's sliding tackle. Before him stood only the goalkeeper, who rushed forward, lunging towards Zhu Junquan's feet. With a graceful choice, Zhu Junquan opted for a delicate chip shot. The goalkeeper's weight had already shifted downward as he desperately reached out to intercept the strike. However, it was too late. Before the goalkeeper could fully extend his arm, the soccer ball sailed above his outstretched hand and into the net. "Hooray!" Halovi jubilantly exclaimed, spinning in circles and waving his arms passionately. He realized that victory was secured. With just 2 minutes remaining in the match, Norwich's hopes of equalizing with 2 goals had vanished. Splendid. Yet again it was Su Huitang's exquisite pass. Su Yang joyfully slapped the table in the private room. Rod's face had turned ashen. At that moment, he realized that they were destined to lose at home, and to none other than the bottom-ranked Watford, which was nothing short of a disgrace. A hat trick, Zhu Junquan. Su Huitang joyfully embraced Zhu Junquan, exclaiming while dancing, "This feels absolutely magnificent. It is my first hat trick. I have never experienced anything like this before, not in any match whatsoever." "Thank you, Su Huitang." Zhu Junquan replied with excitement. "What did you say?" Su Huitang deliberately pretended not to hear. "I said, thank you. You rarely express gratitude, do you? Most people perceive you as quite aloof, and only someone as warm-hearted as Wang Bo can tolerate your demeanor, correct? Indeed, you are remarkable. Not only do you possess an innate ability to discern a player's characteristics by merely observing their legs, but you can also penetrate the thoughts of others. I have come to realize, after less than 2 months of acquaintance, that you see right through everything, and that feeling is rather unsettling, to say the least." Zhu Junquan remarked with an odd tone. One can only say that you are indeed a person of unique traits. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Huitang shrugged and remarked that after Zhu Junquan scored, he celebrated with his teammates for nearly a minute before the referee signaled for them to return. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan reluctantly parted ways, longing to prolong their time together, for in the realm of competition, those fateful last 3 minutes often unfold, and every fleeting second counts. At this juncture, the match had progressed to the 89th minute, and the head coach substituted Su Huitang with a central defender, intent on fortifying their defense for the remaining moments. Su Huitang feigned complete exhaustion, gradually inching off the field like a tortoise. He was indeed moving. Acutely aware that the coach's substitution was a tactic to waste time, thereby extending the game's duration by another minute. It was not until the referee approached him that he hastened his movements to avoid receiving a yellow card. Chapter 48. A week of consecutive matches. The referee issued a warning to Su Huitang, but refrained from showing a card. Before Su Huitang could reach the sidelines, Coach Holloway made yet another substitution. At that moment, the board displayed 3 minutes of stoppage time. In the 91st minute, Zhu Junquan was finally substituted, with merely 2 minutes remaining in the match. Watford's left-back, Matthew Sadler, executed a tackle on the opposing player, sending the ball out of play. Unexpectedly, Holloway seized this opportunity to utilize his final substitution. As the match reached the 92nd minute, Holloway replaced forward Priskin with a defensive player. By the time this substitution was completed, 93 minutes had elapsed. A Norwich player threw the ball back into play, only for it to be intercepted by a Watford player who promptly kicked it out of bounds. At this juncture, the referee noted that the stoppage time had long since elapsed, rendering Norwich's offensive attempt futile, and he blew the final whistle. Victory was finally theirs. All of Watford's players joyfully embraced one another, as if they had triumphed in the Champions League final, though it was merely a league victory. Nevertheless, they had waited far too long, and the shadow of having garnered just 1 point from 4 consecutive matches was dispelled by this win. The Chinese twin stars undoubtedly shone the brightest in this encounter. Following the match, Zhu Junquan was awarded the title of Man of the Match for his remarkable hat-trick. Su Huiteng, with 3 assists and a goal, achieved the second highest score. Both players, due to their remarkable performances in this match, were selected for the championship's best 11 of the 5th round. After the game, head coach Horlevy attended the press conference, where a throng of journalists surged toward him. Compared to the pre-match conference, it was as if Horlevy and Rod had swapped places. Now, only a few local news outlets surrounded Rod, while Horlevy was encircled by a plethora of media representatives. Among them, the most notable were the Manchester Evening News, which leaned towards Manchester United, and the Manchester Evening Chronicle, which favored Manchester City. Mr. Horlevy, you expressed confidence in victory before the match. Was it due to your faith in Zhu Junquan from Manchester City? Inquired an intern from the Manchester Evening Chronicle. Indeed, but there is another player worthy of mention, Su Huiteng from Manchester United, Horlevy replied, unable to overlook Su Huiteng's performance. Despite knowing the fierce rivalry between the two clubs, Mr. Horlevy, how would you assess Su Huiteng's performance? Thank you, the intern from the Manchester Evening News interjected, keen to ensure that Su Huiteng's name was recognized by other media outlets. Su Huiteng is the midfield linchpin of the team, an indispensable player. Without his orchestration of the attack, victory would have been unattainable. And what about Zhu Junquan's performance? He was named the best player of the match today. The intern from the Manchester Evening Chronicle countered without hesitation. Zhu Junquan delivered a hat-trick and performed excellently. Both players are remarkable, and neither can be overlooked. Horlevy, ever astute, generously praised both, not wishing to show favoritism. The following day, both Manchester newspapers lauded their 2 young Chinese players on loan, dedicating significant coverage to their performances in the match. The Manchester Evening Chronicle reported that Zhu Junquan's hat-trick made him undeniably the brightest star of the match. In contrast, the Manchester Evening News asserted that Su Huiteng was the true core of Watford, suggesting that Zhu Junquan only shone thanks to Su Huiteng's brilliance. Su Yang, inebriated, returned home and informed Su Huiteng's mother, Jiayu, that his son had indeed played football in England and that he had watched the match. Jiayu, believing Su Yang was merely babbling due to his intoxication, expressed her disbelief and scolded him, saying he was neglecting responsibilities to frolic with friends and had become thoroughly inebriated. Watford, having secured a precious 3 points in the 5th round away match, accumulated a total of 4 points after 5 rounds, ascending 2 positions on the league table, now resting in 3rd from the bottom. However, they remained in the relegation zone, albeit in a slightly improved situation, considering several teams ahead had garnered 5 or 6 points. After the match, Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan observed on the dormitory computer that Zhang Chang had started in Birmingham's lineup, and ultimately, Birmingham triumphantly defeated their opponents with a score of 2-0. Upon seeing the 2-0 scoreline, I knew Zhang Chang must have performed exceptionally well. Su Huiteng reclined on the bed, chuckling as he conversed with Zhu Junquan. Witnessed the exhilarating highlights. Zhang Chang dazzled with numerous spectacular moments. Yet, ultimately, the accolade for the best player was awarded to the forward from their team who netted 2 goals. It seems that Zhang Chang continues to maintain his remarkable form. Currently, the team I least desire to encounter is perhaps Birmingham, where Zhang Chang plays. With their victory in this match, they have ascended to 2nd place in the standings, merely 1 point shy of the top position. Su Huiteng gently shook his head and said, "Indeed, it is quite challenging to score more than 3 goals against the formidable defense guarded by Zhang Chang." Notably, Birmingham's organizational strength appears to be superior to that of Watford. Moving forward, with the schedule demanding matches twice a week, our specialized training must adopt a more relaxed approach. Otherwise, recovery of stamina would be unattainable. Su Huitang made a suggestion. Although your stamina can barely support you for 90 minutes, after a week of double matches and several consecutive games, sustaining your energy for over 70 minutes would be quite commendable. Just endure through this period, and it will be manageable. During the pre-match press conference for the match against Watford and Derby County, Watford's head coach, Holloway, appeared on stage with a beaming smile. Mr. Holloway, considering that Watford will be playing at home against a Derby County team that is not particularly strong, do you feel confident of securing victory? He was asked. I am quite confident in winning this match. However, Derby County is not a weak team. Their strength is significant, although they currently sit lower in the league standings. Their points tally is only 2 points above ours. As Derby County plays away, their coach, akin to Holloway's previous experience in Norwich, faced a chilly reception with almost no questions directed at him. Only one media outlet from Derby County inquired about his confidence in winning the match. The Derby County coach understood the challenges of playing away and hoped to at least secure a draw. Otherwise, a defeat could bring them perilously close to the relegation zone, leading to the possibility of falling into it. On September 16th, just 3 days after Su Huitang and his team triumphed over Norwich,
Watford hosted Derby County in the 6th round of the league. Chapter 49. A comfortable lead indeed. Derby County proved to be somewhat weaker than Watford.
With the advantage of home ground, Watford dominated the game from the outset. Within the first 5 minutes, Su Huitang executed a wall pass with Zhu Juquan and swiftly advanced towards the Derby County goal. When he was over 30 meters away from the goal, Su feigned a long-range shot but instead delivered a precise long pass to the towering forward, Laziak, in the penalty area. Laziak outmuscled Derby County center back and headed the ball into the net, scoring the first goal and putting Watford ahead 1-0. After scoring, Laziak was overjoyed, marking his second goal of the season, though he credited the assist entirely to Su Huitang. Su Huitang's pass was exceptionally delightful. As he was in motion, he leaped and struck the ball with his head, effortlessly sending it into the net. Laziak scooped Su Huitang into his arms, exclaiming, "Su, you are far too light. You must add some weight to your physique." Haha, take your time. Su Huitang's weight is now within the standard range. However, at merely 57 kilograms, he still appears somewhat lightweight for a football player. He has diligently trained for nearly 2 months, yet the muscles in his thighs and arms remain insufficiently pronounced. Nevertheless, compared to when he first joined the U19 national youth team, he has gained a considerable amount of weight, and his physical resilience has significantly improved, rendering him less susceptible to being toppled by opponents. Excellent. Splendid. Su Yang, pulled by friends to a bar, exuberantly exclaimed, "Is it the pass or the goal that is beautiful?" A friend jested, "Surely it is the pass. Without my son's exquisite assist, how could he score so effortlessly?" Following the goal, head coach Holloway did not leap from his seat in a fervent display of celebration. Instead, he remained seated, a smile gracing his face as he clenched his fist, only to subsequently relax. Perhaps he sensed that victory was all but assured, particularly given the weakness of the opposing team. From the current perspective, Derby County appeared utterly incapable of staging a comeback. As it was Derby County's turn to kick off, their midfielder attempted to deceive Su Huitang with a feint, only to be thwarted by Su Huitang's skillful slide tackle, successfully reclaiming possession of the ball. Su Huitang suddenly realized that his defensive skills had improved. He thought to himself, "Your feint is truly convincing, a far cry from the prowess of Zhu Juquan." When facing Zhu Juquan, Su Huitang would be fortunate to achieve a successful steal once in 10 attempts. He never anticipated that this time, seizing the opportunity, he would execute a successful tackle with precision. The opponent's feint was so convincing that Su Huitang saw through it at a glance, leading to his triumphant interception. After successfully stealing the ball, Su Huitang immediately passed it to Zhu Juquan. After taking a few strides along the flanks, Zhu Juquan returned the ball to Su Huitang. The duo skillfully executed a wall pass, and Su Huitang lifted his gaze to see forward Priskin making a run on the right side of the penalty area. He delicately delivered the ball ahead of Priskin, who, upon noticing the pass, swiftly eluded his marker. The pass was perfectly timed. As Priskin was half a step behind the opposing defender at the moment, Su Huitang released the ball. After shaking off his defender, Priskin unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as the ball soared past him towards the goal. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the post and ricocheted out of play. Alas, the forward's poor finishing squandered an opportunity for my son's assist. Su Yang remarked, "Isn't this not too shabby? After all, football is not akin to basketball. Scoring a goal is not as facile. Just because he did not score, does that render him inferior? Perhaps other stars would have found the back of the net." Su Yang's rebuttal left his friend speechless. Derby County found it exceedingly challenging to advance into Watford's penalty area, and despite a few opportunities, their long-range attempts from the outskirts of the box proved futile. Several shots either soared into the sky or veered off target, posing no threat whatsoever to Watford's goal. The Watford goalkeeper, Roach, ambled about the pitch as if he were an extraneous player. As the match reached the 30-minute mark, Su Huitang was presented with a golden opportunity to score. Zhu Junquan delivered a cross from the left flank to the towering striker, Laziak, who headed the ball back to the unmarked Su Huitang. Su Huitang unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, the football tracing a graceful arc as it sailed into the bottom corner of the net. The goalkeeper merely shifted his body, utterly unable to make a save. The strike was remarkably sudden, the ball traveling at a breathtaking speed. Before the goalkeeper could fully react, it had already found its mark. With a score of 2-0, just 30 minutes into the match, Watford comfortably led it home. 2-0, my son scored. What a magnificent goal. Su Yang joyfully waved his arms, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from his friends. In the match, Su Huitang demonstrated remarkable consistency, much to the excitement of Su Yang. As the first half concluded, Watford had failed to extend their lead, maintaining a score of 2-0. The team performed admirably, and they were urged to sustain their dominance over the opposition in the second half, without any lapse in focus. Watford's coach, Holloway, offered words of encouragement to the players. At the onset of the second half, Derby County's coach made substitutions, introducing 2 attacking midfielders while replacing a defender and a defensive midfielder. This strategy was a bold gamble aimed at enhancing midfield control and intensifying pressure across the pitch. The objective was to regain possession swiftly in midfield and launch a rapid counterattack. With a 2-goal deficit already established, the team had little to lose and sought to fight back valiantly to reverse their fortunes. Following the substitutions, Su Huitang felt the pressure increase. Derby County now had 6 midfielders on the field. Every time he gained possession, 2 midfielders would immediately advance to challenge him. Fortunately, Su Huitang's synergy with his teammates proved effective, allowing them to maintain control of the game and keep the ball at their feet. He exhibited remarkable composure, refraining from hasty forward passes, especially given the opponent's tightly knit midfield. In moments of limited opportunity, Su Huitang opted to pass back to the fullback, gradually drawing Derby County's midfielders away. Once the 6 opposing players had distanced themselves, he orchestrated a sudden offensive strike. The previously slow tempo transformed into a rapid assault, catching the Derby players off guard. The ball swiftly transitioned from Su Huitang's feet to the left flank, after which he eluded his nearby defender and surged forward. Zhu Junquan received the ball, dribbling inward while a defender approached to intercept. This time, he chose not to attempt a breakthrough, but instead passed to the swiftly advancing Su Huitang. After making the pass, Zhu Junquan took advantage of the defender's momentary hesitation to evade their grasp. Chapter 50. A 50-meter lob shot as Su Huitang found himself closely pursued by 2 defenders. He refrained from waiting for the ball to touch the ground before receiving and passing it. To do so might have risked losing possession to his opponents. Instead, he sprinted towards the ball, leaped, and deftly returned it to Zhu Junquan before it could land. Upon receiving the ball, Zhu Junquan noticed a Derby County center back advancing towards him, obstructing his path to goal, while another defender sought to intercept him. In this predicament, long-range shooting was not an option for Zhu Junquan. He feigned a long shot, then gently nudged the ball past the defender beside him. The defender, anticipating a strike, turned partially and leaped to block the shot. Unexpectedly, Zhu Junquan executed another subtle feint, skillfully guiding the ball into the empty space within the penalty area. The leaping defender could no longer intercept, as any attempt to pursue would cost him nearly a second, a precious moment, indeed. In football, a second can be the difference between opportunity and despair, and this was ample time for Zhu Junquan to score. The last defender in the penalty area charged forward, attempting a sliding tackle on Zhu Junquan. Once more, Zhu Junquan faked a shot, but instead, he deftly pushed the ball to his right with the outside of his foot. Immediately following, he raised his leg to feign another strike, only to guide the ball to his left with the inside of his foot. At this juncture, all defenders in the box had been skillfully outmaneuvered. The goalkeeper opted to rush out, and Zhu Juquan, with a swift leftward flick, evaded the goalkeeper's challenge, bringing the ball to the left side of the net. Ultimately, in a tight angle, Zhu Juquan executed a precise shot into the open goal. His series of 4 deceptive feints had effortlessly outwitted all defenders within the penalty area and bypassed the goalkeeper, culminating in a simple tap into an empty net. Zhu Juquan's fluid dribbling skills were on full display at that moment. Is this Chinese player not exceptional? Indeed, credit must be given to my son, for it was he who provided the pass. Watford held a commanding 3-0 lead over Derby County as the match reached the 55th minute. The substitution made by Derby County's head coach failed to yield any positive results, resulting instead in an additional goal conceded. For him, the distinction between losing by 2 or 3 goals was negligible. As the match progressed past the 70-minute mark, the Watford manager, confident of securing victory, replaced Su Huitang with a defensive player. In the final 20 minutes, Derby County's offense showed occasional signs of life, yet they remained unable to breach Watford's defenses. Ultimately, the match concluded with Watford comfortably defeating their visitors, Derby County, by a score of 3-0. Following the match, Su Huitang was awarded the title of Man of the Match. Although Zhu Juquan's goal was of higher significance and arguably the most brilliant of the round, Su Huitang's 2 assists and 1 goal earned him the accolade, placing Zhu Juquan in second position in the ratings. Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan have once again been selected for the best starting 11 in this round of the league. Following the 6th round of the championship, Watford has accumulated 7 points, placing them 16th in the standings, thus completely distancing themselves from the relegation zone. It appears as though all is progressing favorably for Watford. Holloway has begun to envision a place within the top 6 of the table, aiming for a chance to compete in the playoff for promotion. On September 20th, Watford will face Nottingham Forest in an away match. Should they secure another 3 points, they could ascend to mid-table, drawing closer to the coveted top 6. However, each match must be approached with diligence. During this period, Holloway has specifically arranged defensive training, even though they did not concede any goals in their previous home match against Derby County. Nevertheless, Nottingham Forest is not Derby County. Their offensive capabilities are notably superior. Currently, Nottingham Forest holds the 10th position in the standings, and Watford faces the challenge of an away game. Thus, head coach Holloway remains cautious, understanding that the team's defense must be solidified in order to leverage their formidable midfield and forward line to triumph in this encounter. Today, Su Huitang's father, Su Yang, has once again been invited by his friends to watch a football match, and they have reserved a private box once more. Su Huitang's mother, Jia Yu, noticed that Su Yang had stealthily slipped out again, and a sense of unease crept into her mind, casting doubts upon whether he was engaged in some nefarious activity. After all, why had he not confided in her? Thus, Jia Yu discreetly summoned a car to follow him. To her dismay, she discovered that Su Yang had entered a bar with a group of dubious companions, igniting a surge of frustration within her. However, feeling it inappropriate to express her anger in public, she returned home. As the match commenced, Nottingham Forest indeed unleashed a formidable offensive, just as Holloway had anticipated, leveraging their home advantage. Yet, Watford's counterattacks proved to be even more incisive. The pace of the game quickened, revealing that Watford's defensive counterattacks posed a far greater threat than Nottingham Forest's offense. Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan have become the focal point of scrutiny. However, this has allowed other Watford players to seize several scoring opportunities. At the 23-minute mark, after squandering a few chances, Watford's forward finally found the net. Forward Prieskin successfully evaded the offside trap and effortlessly received a through ball from Su Huitang. He utilized his speed to glide past the goalkeeper and calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. By the end of the first half, Watford led Nottingham Forest 1-0. Watford registered a total of 13 shots in the first half, with 5 on target and 1 finding the back of the net. Although their shooting accuracy was not particularly high, they nonetheless held the lead. Nottingham Forest also had a fair share of attempts, totaling 10 shots, but only managed 2 on target, with 8 going astray. As the second half commenced, Nottingham Forest intensified their offensive efforts. This, however, inadvertently heightened the threat of Watford's counterattacks. In the 53rd minute, Su Huitang received a pass from the fullback Sadler in midfield, initiating a rapid counterattack. With only 2 defenders remaining in Nottingham Forest's backline, Su Huitang found himself in a promising position. A defender on his left closely pursued him, stretching out his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball at Su Huitang's feet. Su Huitang did not press forward. Instead, he glanced up toward the goal and deftly nudged the ball to his right side. With a subtle flick, he eluded the defender on his left. The defender, having shifted his weight to the left, found it too late to sprint to the right. Although it may seem lengthy to recount, the act of Su Huitang nudging the ball to the right and swiftly striking it occurred in the span of a mere second. Su Huitang took a direct shot from the midfield. Indeed, it was a lofty lob from nearly 50 meters away. As he lifted his gaze towards the goal, he noticed the goalkeeper positioned well outside the penalty area, standing rather far forward. Without hesitation, he struck the ball with precision. Chapter 51. Zhuang Guiyin. The football traced a graceful arc as it soared toward the goal. The goalkeeper, retreating, leapt high in an attempt to intercept the shot. However, the trajectory was too elevated, and the goalkeeper could not reach the ball. Descending rapidly near the penalty area, the ball struck the intersection of the crossbar and the post, ricocheting downwards. After bouncing back into the goal, it continued to rebound several times before finally rolling gently into the net. Su Huitang delivered a stunning celestial strike, scoring another goal for Watford. With a score of 2-0, Watford comfortably led by 2 goals away from home. The head coach of Nottingham Forest, determined to turn the tide, made a series of substitutions to bolster the offensive efforts. As the match reached the 59th minute, Watford was awarded a corner kick. Su Huitang delivered a corner kick, and the towering striker Lasiak, leveraging his physical prowess, outmuscled the opposing centre-back to head the ball into the Nottingham Forest net. With the score at 3-0, this goal utterly shattered Nottingham Forest's morale. As the match progressed to the 75th minute, Su Huitang was substituted once more. It was only before the final whistle that Nottingham Forest managed to score a goal, salvaging a modicum of dignity. By this point, their hopes of netting 2 more goals had become futile, as time was no longer on their side. Ultimately, Watford secured yet another victory, marking their 3rd consecutive win. Over the past 7 rounds, despite a challenging start, Watford has climbed the standings with 3 wins, 1 draw, and 3 losses, amassing a total of 10 points. They have ascended the league table like a rocket, now positioned in 12th place. Su Huitang once again distinguished himself as the most valuable player of the match, contributing 2 assists and a goal. The goals scored by Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan have been ranked 1st and 2nd respectively for the best goals of the 7th round of the league. After the competition, Su Yang returned home, slightly inebriated. Upon seeing him, Jia Yu inquired, "What have you been up to?" "Just a small gathering with a few friends," Su Yang replied. "A small gathering at a bar? It seems to me you are concealing something nefarious," Jia Yu retorted, his voice escalating in volume. "Oh, please don't be angry. I went to watch my son's match," Su Yang explained. "Your son's match? You're still deceiving me. My son told me he was staying in Europe, presumably off wandering aimlessly. Now you two are lying? Speak quickly. Why are you and your son conspiring to mislead me? What are you hiding?" Jia Yu persisted, his tone unyielding. At that moment, a neighbor emerged, drawn by the commotion. A middle-aged man, having overheard their argument, interjected, "Su Huitang is indeed playing football in Europe. I've seen reports about him in the sports newspaper." Still skeptical, Jia Yu insisted, prompting the man to rummage through his house for the newspaper. As Jia Yu held the paper, he murmured, "Is this true? £2,000 a week. How much is that in RMB? Over 10 times. More than 20,000 a week. Surely this cannot be a hoax." Jia Yu felt as though he had fallen into a dream, unable to comprehend the revelations within the newspaper. "Please, calm down. It is indeed my fault for not informing you sooner. Next time, I will take you along to watch our son's live match, and you will see for yourself that all of this is true." Su Yang offered an apology, leaving Jia Yu in a state of skepticism, which prevented further escalation of the situation. As the neighbors realized there was no spectacle to behold, they dispersed. However, the news that Su Huitang could earn 20,000 yuan in a week and potentially become a millionaire within a year spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of nearly everyone in the small town. This was, of course, fueled by the enthusiasm of football fans. From this moment onward, the number of children playing football in the town increased significantly. In due time, many would venture abroad to pursue football careers, but that is a story for another day. 4 days later, on September 24th, Watford was set to face their 3rd-round match in the League Cup. They were fortunate, having drawn Cambridge United, a team from the 5th tier of the league, over 20 days prior. Su Huitang was aware that Cambridge was home to a world-renowned university. However, he could not recall the existence of a team named Cambridge United. He had never even heard of them. The fact that a fifth-tier team had reached the third round of the League Cup suggested they might possess the capability for unexpected upsets. At Cambridge University, two international students, Zhuang Guoyin and her classmate Sun Jing, were joyfully chatting in their dormitory. Guoyin, didn't you say you used to love watching football? Why have you stopped following the matches on television? Sun Jing expressed disbelief that such a demure girl would have an interest in football. Zhuang Guoyin momentarily froze at the question, inadvertently recalling a certain carefree and cheerful boy she used to enjoy sitting in class, gazing out the window at the figure playing football on the field, quietly observing him. She couldn't fathom why he had come to mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently shook her head, dismissing the thought. I need to focus on my studies to earn a scholarship. I hardly have time to watch. Besides, my mindset has changed since then, so I'm not following football anymore. I heard there are some young players from who are quite popular online. They're about our age. Not only skilled at football, but also quite handsome. They play in the championship, and their next match is in Cambridge. Sun Jing exclaimed excitedly, animatedly recounting Su Huitang and Zhu Juanchuan's recent performances. You little infatuated girl, do you want to chase after stars? Zhuang Guoyin chuckled, covering her mouth. Why not? We have no classes on the 24th. Come with me. It could be like a day trip. What do you say? Sun Jing grasped Zhuang Guoyin's hand, shaking it vigorously in an attempt to persuade her to join in watching a football match. Zhuang Guoyin pursed her lips and remained silent, shaking her head. She had no intention of attending the game, despite the presence of exceptionally talented players.
She was indifferent to such matters and did not wish to squander her time on watching a match. By the way, you should take a look at their photos.
They are truly handsome. I assure you, once you see them, your heart will flutter. After Sun Jing finished speaking, she forcibly led Zhuang Guoyin to the computer. Unable to resist, Zhuang Guoyin reluctantly smiled wryly as she approached the screen. Quick, look. These are the two stunning gentlemen I mentioned. Aren't they handsome? Sun Jing exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at her desktop, which displayed high-definition images of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan in their football kits. Initially dismissive, Zhuang Guoyin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes widening as she leaned closer to the screen, seemingly witnessing an incredible sight. Hey, Zhuang Guoyin, you don't need to make that face just because you see a handsome guy, do you? And you still call me a love-struck fool. Noticing Zhuang Guoyin staring intently at the screen, Sun Jing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Chapter 52, The Infatuated Admirer. Zhuang Guoyin had just labeled her a love-struck fool. Yet Zhuang Guoyin's current infatuated expression far surpassed her own. Sun Jing waved her hand in front of Zhuang Guoyin's eyes, and seeing her still entranced by the screen, playfully tapped her shoulder and chuckled. Have you seen enough, my dear lovesick friend? I know this person. Zhuang Guoyin stammered, pointing at the screen. Which one? Who are you referring to? Sun Jing asked eagerly. Zhuang Guoyin leisurely pointed at Su Huitang on the screen and said, This one, he is my high school classmate. Haha, don't joke with me. I've never heard you mention him. Sun Jing waved her hands in disbelief. It's true, but how could it be him? He just graduated from high school. How could he possibly be playing in the championship? Zhuang Guoyin wore a skeptical expression, beginning to suspect that Sun Jing might be playing a prank. However, she reasoned that Sun Jing likely didn't know Su Huitang, so how had she obtained his photo? Confused thoughts swirled in Zhuang Guoyin's mind. You don't believe me, do you? Just wait a moment. I will find a video of his match. And then you will have to believe, Sun Jing declared, then busied herself retrieving a video saved on her computer before playing it. What a goal. Chinese player Su Huitang takes a shot from 50 meters out, and it's in. It's in. A world-class strike. An unbelievable lob. The commentary in the video came from the Huaxia Sports Channel, covering a recent match of the Watford team. What do you think? I didn't mislead you, did I? Sun Jing said joyfully, though she too felt a flicker of doubt about whether Zhuang Guoyin truly knew Su Huitang. That Su Huitang isn't your boyfriend, is he? If not, I might just have to pursue him. Sun Jing intentionally tested Zhuang Guoyin. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Guoyin felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, an ineffable sensation rising within her. She urged herself to remain calm and said, If you wish to pursue him, go ahead. So you agree to accompany me to the match, right? Upon hearing Zhuang Guoyin's words, Sun Jing leaped up joyfully. Also, since you know him after the match, I must get their autographs, and it would be splendid to dine with those two handsome men. Sun Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled Zhuang Guoyin along. Zhuang Guoyin smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, Fine, but I must be able to get close to him. What if they leave quickly, and I miss the chance? I have a plan. Sun Jing suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. believing she could successfully attract the attention of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. She thought, isn't Watford significantly stronger than Cambridge County? Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan are their team's main offensive force. Sun Jing's idea was to create a banner, inscribing Su Huitang, I love you upon it. The banner stretched over 10 meters long. And she mused, surely they would see it when they glanced towards the stands after scoring, as the Chinese characters are quite striking. Next, Sun Jing purchased tickets and invited several close classmates to join her in watching the match. This way, the banner could be fully displayed, undoubtedly becoming the most eye-catching feature in the stands. Sun Jing, you're spending quite a lot just to catch a glimpse of a handsome guy. Is it really worth it? Zhuang Guiyan inquired with a slight frown. Absolutely worth it. Who knows? I might even owe you a favor later. Just don't say you don't know them. Sun Jing replied, beaming with joy despite the autumn chill. I truly know Su Huitang. But whether he pays you any mind, I cannot guarantee, Zhuang Guiyan smiled. On September 24th, Watford faced Cambridge United in an away match in the English Football Association National League. Su Yang and his friends invited Jia Yu to watch the match of Watford. Jia Yu initially intended to decline, feeling that it was inappropriate for a woman to be among a group of men watching a football game. However, unable to suppress her curiosity and having not seen her son for quite some time, she made a concerted effort to persuade herself to join them at the bar. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan were engaging in a jovial conversation. Upon learning that Cambridge United was a team from the 5th tier of the league, Zhu casually remarked, this match should be rather easy, right? Su smiled in response. It ought to be, if we can't win such a game. Then what is there to say about competing in the Premier League? We might as well head home. With unwavering confidence, Zhu replied, well then, let us aim for 10 or even 8 goals. Su quipped, 10 plus 8 makes 18? That seems a bit challenging. Su Huitang jestingly remarked. I never imagined you would aim for 18 goals. Truly remarkable. I thought achieving 10 would be an impressive feat. Zhu Junquan joined in the banter. And the atmosphere among the team was remarkably relaxed, as if they were not there to compete, but rather to enjoy a leisurely excursion. The disparity in strength between the two teams was indeed vast. Cambridge United posed no threat to Watford whatsoever. Zhuang Guiyan, accompanied by her classmates, arrived early, having been ushered in half an hour prior by Sun Jing, and took her seat in the stands. As the starting lineup for Watford was announced, Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan were confirmed to be in the starting 11. Sun Jing, upon hearing the announcement, exclaimed with excitement, yes, I heard it. Zhuang Guiyan responded with a calm demeanor, yet she could feel her heart racing. A mix of nervousness and anticipation washed over her, prompting Zhuang Guiyan to take a moment to steady her breathing and regain her composure. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan approached the field with an air of ease, as if they were merely participants in a practice match. Su Huitang, I adore you, shouted Sun Jing from the stands upon spotting the two players. However, the cacophony of the surroundings rendered Su Huitang oblivious to her enthusiastic declaration. Nearly 3 minutes into the match, Su Huitang assisted Zhu Junquan in scoring. The defense of Cambridge United crumbled before Zhu Junquan, as fragile as paper. After deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders, he effortlessly sent the ball into the net. Zhu Junquan, I love you too, Sun Jing exclaimed, her excitement unabated as she witnessed the goal. Zhu Junquan glanced towards the stands, but did not scrutinize deeply. The banner held by Sun Jing was not properly displayed, and thus he failed to notice the words inscribed upon it. Moreover, he did not recognize any of the girls present, pondering if perhaps they were admirers, as he indeed had a considerable following. Su Huitang still did not see Sun Jing. After celebrating with Zhu Junquan, he sprinted back to the center of the field. 18 minutes into the match, Su Huitang, from a distance of 26 meters from the goal, unleashed a powerful shot that found the back of the net. He made his way to the corner flag, performing a bow and arrow celebration. At that moment, Sun Jing caught sight of Su Huitang facing the stands in her direction. She raised her voice, exclaiming, Su Huitang, I love you. Chapter 53. Farewell to Zhuang Guiyan. Su Huitang finally caught sight of the boisterous Sun Jing. Upon noticing Su Huitang's gaze, Sun Jing promptly urged her classmates to hold the banner tightly and exclaimed, Su Huitang, I adore you. Su Huitang first smiled at her, but he suddenly realized that the girl beside Sun Jing looked remarkably familiar, someone who had often appeared in his memories. Su Huitang pondered, is this not Zhuang Guiyan? Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? I have not dreamt of Zhuang Guiyan for over a month now. Su Huitang rubbed his eyes and, upon focusing again, confirmed that he had not been mistaken. Zhuang Guiyan was seated there, smiling at him, while Sun Jing stood nearby, shouting. Zhu Juquan approached and jestingly inquired, "Is she your girlfriend? When did you acquire a girlfriend without informing me?" Su Huidang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "One of them is my high school classmate, not my girlfriend. The others are likely her classmates who accompanied her to watch the match." However, Zhu Juquan interjected, "An explanation is merely a disguise." With that, he winked at Su Huitang, conveying a sense of understanding that required no further elaboration. "She truly is not my girlfriend," he insisted. Su Huitang continued to explain. However, Zhu Juquan was utterly unconvinced. Instead, he found the notion rather romantic. He envisioned a future where, should he have a girlfriend, she would create a grander and longer banner, adorned in the most vibrant colors, proclaiming Zhu Juquan, "I love you," embellished with 2 large hearts, and a single arrow uniting them. Such were the thoughts that danced in Zhu Juquan's mind. Su Huitang spotted Zhuang Guoyin and waved vigorously at her. Upon seeing this, Sun Jing mistakenly assumed that Su Huitang was greeting her and exclaimed with delight, "Look, the handsome guy is waving at me." She too waved back excitedly, blowing kisses as she did so. In the bar, watching the match, Su Yang and Jia Yu also witnessed this scene unfold. "Is that girl holding the banner the girlfriend of my son?" Upon seeing Su Huidang actually appear on the field, Jia Yu began to believe Su Yang's words. However, he was suddenly captivated by the large red characters on the banner that read Su Huitang, "I love you." The moment was fleeting, and the camera quickly shifted back to the game, leaving him unable to discern what the girl looked like. "I wonder, could she possibly be a foreigner?" Su Yang inquired with a hint of uncertainty, pondering that Su Huitang played football in England. He had prematurely assumed that the girl was British. Having not clearly observed her appearance, only catching a glimpse of 6 prominent characters. "She seems to be Chinese, doesn't she?" a friend replied hesitantly. "I distinctly noticed that the girl had black hair," asserted another friend with conviction. "Are you certain you saw her clearly? Do British people even have black hair?" Jia Yu expressed his concern. "Aren't you overthinking this? We still don't know if that girl is Huidong's girlfriend," another friend remarked. "Let's wait until after the match. Perhaps you can make an international call to ask your son. For now, let us focus on the game." Su Yang was uncertain whether that girl was Chinese, gently shaking his head as he spoke. In the subsequent match, Su Huitang's playing style underwent a sudden transformation, becoming somewhat solitary. Zhu Juquan felt as though he could no longer keep pace with Su Huitang's rhythm, as if he had suddenly become a stranger to him. Su Huitang struck a long-range shot that veered off target. Zhu Juquan approached him and remarked, "Your girlfriend is here to watch you. There's no need to exert yourself so much." Fortunately, their opponent was Cambridge United. In truth, Zhu Juquan implied that Su Huitang was somewhat isolated, and the opportunity for a long-range shot was not particularly favorable. Su Huitang could undoubtedly pass the ball to Zhu Juquan and Gao Zhongfeng, both of whom were unmarked at that moment. Apologies. At this juncture, Su Huitang had come to a realization and refrained from further explanations. For no matter how he justified it, Zhu Juquan would never believe that the girl was not his girlfriend. Su Huitang, in his fervent desire to showcase his skills, momentarily lost his composure and felt an irresistible urge to strike for a goal. Su Huitang's subsequent performance displayed a notable evolution from his previous demeanor. Although he occasionally opted to pass when opportunities appeared unfavorable, his desire to score remained fervent, and he seized every chance to take a shot at goal. However, the opposition, Cambridge United, offered little resistance. In the 70th minute, Su Huitang netted 3 goals, and with the team leading 5-0, he was substituted by head coach Holloway. Ultimately, Watford triumphed over Cambridge United with a resounding score of 7-0. Su Huitang delivered a remarkable hat-trick, becoming the team's highest scorer. Watford triumphed over Cambridge United in an away match, successfully advancing to the 4th round of the League Cup. After the match, Sun Jing urged Zhuang Guoyin to accompany her in seeking out Su Huitang, unable to refuse her insistence. Zhuang Guoyin reluctantly agreed and joined Sun Jing in her quest to find Su Huitang. Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan emerged from the players' tunnel, engaged in jovial conversation and laughter. Su Huitang spotted Zhuang Guoyin and waved at her, greeting, "Zhuang Guoyin, I didn't expect to see you in the UK as well." Sun Jing cheered towards Zhuang Guoyin, exclaiming, "I can't believe you two actually know each other." She then swiftly produced a basketball jersey, eagerly requesting Su Huitang's autograph. Su Huitang, upon seeing the red Manchester United jersey, readily accepted it and signed. Sun Jing then swiftly produced a sky blue Manchester City jersey and called over Zhu Juquan for his signature. The other female classmates also eagerly presented their jerseys for Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan to sign. The other teammates of Su Huitang looked on with envious eyes. They were astonished to discover that these two young Chinese individuals enjoyed such popularity, having garnered female admirers. One player thought to himself, filled with admiration. Once all the autographs were signed, Sun Jing nudged Zhuang Guiyan, signaling her to extend an invitation for dinner with Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan. Bound by the camaraderie of their friendship, Zhuang Guiyan felt compelled to speak up. She turned to Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan, saying, "Gentlemen, do you have time this evening? Let us all dine together." Su Huitang replied without a moment's hesitation, "Indeed. Of course there is." Zhu Juquan chuckled quietly to himself, thinking, "You still claim she isn't your girlfriend? Just look at your eager demeanor." Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan promptly approached their coach to request a leave of absence. The coach, in high spirits recently, readily acquiesced and advised them not to indulge too excessively, as a competition awaited them in 3 days. Horowitz was apprehensive about the potential impact of their revelry on their performance. If their state were to be compromised, it would be detrimental. Thus, he offered a gentle reminder. Zhu Juquan readily assured him, "Rest assured, sir, we shall return to the team by tomorrow." Horowitz smiled, recognizing that it was quite natural for young athletes to enjoy some personal time, as long as it did not hinder their performance. Why wait until tomorrow? You may return after dinner. Su Huitang conversed with Zhu Juquan, who smiled knowingly, as if to say, "I see through your pretense." That evening, Su Huitang, Zhu Juquan, and Zhuang Guiyan, along with 5 others, gathered at a Western restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Su Huitang inquired, "Zhuang Guiyan, what brings you to England? Are you unaware that your girlfriend is studying at Cambridge University? What kind of boyfriend are you?" Sun Jing deliberately sought to gauge Su Huitang's thoughts. Su Huitang felt his face flush with embarrassment as he hurriedly clarified, "Zhuang Guiyan is not my girlfriend. We share a purely platonic relationship as classmates." Sun Jing remained skeptical, wearing an expression of disbelief. Zhuang Guiyan gradually began to recount her story after graduating from high school. She diligently gained admission to the University of Cambridge and ventured to England to pursue her studies alone. She was majoring in law, having harbored the ambition of becoming a renowned barrister since childhood. In her class, she met Sun Jing, who also hailed from China, and the two quickly formed a close friendship. However, Sun Jing's exuberant personality made her appear familiar with everyone, while Zhuang Guiyan embodied the essence of a refined lady, often speaking very little. Chapter 54. The transformation. Su Huitang wished to express something, yet found himself at a loss for words. The two sat silently opposite each other, sipping their drinks and savoring their Western cuisine. Fortunately, with the presence of Zhu Juquan, Sun Jing, and others, the atmosphere between them remained bearable. Sun Jing, ever the inquisitive one, curiously inquired, "Zhu Juquan, do you have a girlfriend?" Su Huitang quickly remarked, "I am aware that he is unattached." "Well then, I shall seize this opportunity," Sun Jing exclaimed with delight. Su Huitang listened in astonishment, realizing that he must learn a great deal from Sun Jing, who so boldly expressed her feelings without hesitation. As the gathering dispersed, Su Huitang and Zhuang Guiyan exchanged phone numbers before parting ways. After they separated, Zhuang Guiyan felt a sense of emptiness within her, a poignant longing that she could not quite grasp, and she was compelled to force herself not to dwell on it. "What a pity," Zhu Juquan lamented. "What is regrettable?" Su Huitang inquired. "Such a splendid and picturesque moment. What a pity." Zhu Juquan remarked in an odd tone, "I have stated that we are not in a romantic relationship, yet you still do not believe me. She is like a majestic phoenix, one I could never aspire to reach." "I see that is how you perceive it. If she is indeed the phoenix, then you must embody the phoenix as well." Thus deserving of her, Zhu Juquan encouraged, patting Su Huitang on the shoulder. Su Huitang's gaze grew resolute, and he clearly understood the path he must tread. His ambition was to become the World Footballer of the Year. On September 27th, Watford faced a formidable opponent in Sheffield United at home, currently ranked 5th in the league. Sheffield United was merely 2 points shy of 4th-placed Reading, establishing themselves as a strong contender for promotion. Before the match commenced, rain began to fall upon the stadium. The autumn rain descended like fine silk, silently cascading onto the stands, the goalposts, and the pitch, drenching the spectators, the surroundings, and the grass alike. In the dormitory of Cambridge University, Zhuang Guiyan was engrossed in her study materials. Sun Jing sat motionless before her computer, her eyes fixated on the screen. "Zhuang Guiyan, aren't you going to watch the match between Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan?" Sun Jing inquired, noticing Zhuang Guiyin's calm demeanor as she studied. Zhuang Guiyin indeed wished to watch. Yet she reminded herself to remain composed and restrained, striving to suppress her emotions and avoid distractions. The most effective way to achieve this, of course, was to study. Nevertheless, she realized that her concentration was faltering, uncertain whether it was due to Sun Jing's influence or her own shifting mindset. I say, Zhuang Guiyin, you needn't be so serious. An hour and a half won't make a difference. If you don't catch this match, there won't be another like it, Sun Jing persistently coaxed. All right, I'll join you. Your incessant chatter has rendered my studies futile, Zhuang Guiyin conceded, setting aside her materials as Sun Jing eagerly pulled her along. Though she was also keen to watch, albeit hesitant to express it openly. They're already on the field. Look how handsome they are, Sun Jing gushed. Which one are you actually interested in? Zhuang Guiyin chuckled, shaking her head. I find both appealing. I can't bear to give up either. Sun Jing replied with a playful smile, her eyes glued to the players about to take the field. Meanwhile, Su Huitang, who had yet to step onto the pitch, sensed the chill in the air. Indeed, it was autumn, and the rain had caused him to shiver slightly. It seems your physique has grown a bit frail. Feeling cold already? Zhu Junquan teased as they ran out together. In truth, Su Huitang did not feel particularly cold. It was merely an involuntary shiver that arose from within. Perhaps it was simply because his body had yet to warm up. Su Huitang contemplated that, despite the rain that fell prior to the match, nearly 80 of the stands were filled with enthusiastic supporters. Perhaps it was the string of victories that Watford had achieved recently, which instilled a sense of confidence among the fans, igniting their hopes for promotion. This match marked the highest attendance so far this season at Vicarage Road Stadium, the home ground of Watford for the 2008-2009 season. The fans braved the rain to witness the game, yearning for another resounding victory for their beloved Watford. Su Huitang remained unaffected by the rain. On the slick grass, his organization was still remarkably orderly, and Watford's offense was executed with flair. By halftime, Watford had established a commanding lead of 2-0 over Sheffield United. The possession statistics for Watford in the first half were nearly on par with those of Sheffield United. However, Watford's offensive efficiency was evidently superior to that of their opponents. Su Huitang's several passes posed a significant threat. Both goals were linked to him. One was an assist to Zhu Junquan, who scored, and the other saw Su Huitang suddenly launch an attack from midfield, culminating in a cross from Zhu Junquan, which was deftly finished by the towering striker, Laziak. Just when everyone believed that Watford would effortlessly secure victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the second half progressed, the rain intensified, and due to a grueling schedule of consecutive matches, Su Huitang found his stamina waning, compounded by the slippery pitch presenting additional challenges. In the 52nd minute, while dribbling in midfield, Su Huitang was met with a reckless slide tackle from a Sheffield midfielder. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Huitang swiftly passed the ball to the left flank and prepared to leap in an attempt to evade the opponent's sliding tackle. The Sheffield United midfielder executed his tackle with remarkable speed, and compounded by the exceedingly slippery conditions of the pitch, he was unable to halt his momentum, resulting in a collision with Su Huitang's calf. Su Huitang immediately collapsed onto the grass, feeling a piercing pain surge through his calf. He realized he was injured. The discomfort radiating from his leg made him ponder the severity of the injury, hoping it was merely a minor setback that could heal with a few days of rest. Zhu Junquan swiftly kicked the ball out of bounds, relinquishing a prime opportunity for a counterattack. He hurried over to inquire about Su Huitang's condition. Can you stand? Zhu Junquan asked with concern. It hurts a lot. I think I'm injured and cannot continue, Su Huitang replied, as Zhu Junquan helped him up. He shouted at the referee that was a malicious foul. The opponent should receive a red card. At that moment, Coach Holloway also rose from his seat, vociferously protesting to the referee. The referee, somewhat slow to react, consulted the assistant referee and then produced a yellow card for the Sheffield United defender. After checking on Su Huitang, he signaled for the Watford medical staff to enter the field. Zhu Junquan was quite dissatisfied with the referee's decision to issue only a yellow card, yet he realized there was nothing more to be done. The referee's ruling was final. Rather than continue to argue, he was solely focused on Su Huitang's injury, entirely forgetting his own aversion to dirt, as Su Huitang lay there covered in mud. He swiftly carried the muddy Su Huitang towards the sidelines, eager for the team doctor to assess the injury. Holloway silently prayed that no more players would be injured. The team had just begun to find its rhythm, and any further injuries would leave him with no substitutes available. With a sense of resignation, He urged Otto to start warming up, anticipating that if Su Huitang was indeed injured, Otto would need to take his place. Otto, sitting on the bench, felt a mix of excitement and anxiety upon hearing the coach call his name. He stood up to warm up, thrilled at the prospect of finally getting to play after waiting through numerous matches. However, he was also apprehensive about stepping into Su Huitang's role, as Su Huitang had expertly orchestrated the team's attacks. The team doctor meticulously examined Su Huitang, and upon realizing he could not continue, informed Coach Holloway of the need for a substitution. With a heavy sigh, Holloway shook his head in resignation. He had no choice but to utilize his first substitution, replacing Su Huitang with Otto. Chapter 55. 1-month injury break. Su Huitang has been brought down, Sun Jing exclaimed loudly. Zhuang Guiyan, who had initially thought the match was devoid of suspense with Watford leading 2-0, had planned to return to her study materials. However, upon hearing Sun Jing's shout, she jolted upright and rushed to Sun Jing's computer to watch the game. At that moment, Su Huitang was sprawled on the ground, clutching his calf with a grimace of pain. Hey, Zhuang Guiyan, although you deny any romantic involvement with Su Huitang, your anxious demeanor speaks volumes. What more can I say? Sun Jing spread her arms wide, expressing a gesture of exasperation. It was then that Zhuang Guiyan realized her own lack of composure. However, a sense of worry and disappointment lingered in her heart. Zhuang Guiyan, your silence implies consent. During our last meal together, I noticed that Su Huitang indeed harbors feelings for you. I caught him stealing glances at you several times. Sun Jing chimed in cheerfully. Ah, you hopeless romantic. Weren't you supposed to pursue Su Huitang? Why are you so pleased now that he is injured? Zhuang Guiyan's inquiry left Sun Jing momentarily speechless. Yet, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, she replied, in truth, this could be fortuitous for you. You might visit him, and who knows? It may lead to further developments between you two. I've decided to pursue Zhu Junquan instead, leaving Su Huitang to you. Zhuang Guiyan's face flushed, and she shot Sun Jing a disapproving glance, exclaiming, your audacity is indeed unmatched. You win this round. Nevertheless, Zhuang Guiyan's brow furrowed in concern. Just how severe was Su Huitang's injury? It was not discernible from the live broadcast. Would it affect his performance? Might it jeopardize his career? When Zhuang Guiyan encountered Su Huitang once more, it seemed as though her life had descended into chaos. Recently, she found herself unable to concentrate on her reading, frequently interrupted by inexplicable thoughts. The substitute, Achual, indeed fell short of Su Huitang's caliber, committing several passing errors. Zhu Junquan sprinted forward in an attempt to receive his pass, but ultimately failed to reach the ball, which rolled out of bounds. It was evident that Achual's pass had been excessively ambitious. Zhu Junquan gently shook his head but refrained from placing the blame on Achual. In the subsequent play, Zhu Junquan broke free from his defender and surged forward, yet Achual directed the ball towards Zhu's original position. Zhu had to halt his momentum to receive the ball, thus squandering yet another fast break opportunity. Having squandered numerous chances, Watford finally succumbed to their opponents, who capitalized on an opportunity to score. Initially, Sheffield United possessed a slight superiority in overall strength compared to Watford, but thanks to Su Huitang's adept orchestration and control in midfield, they managed to hold their ground. With Su Huitang's precise passes, they breached the opposing defense and netted 2 goals. However, after Achual's introduction, he failed to fulfill his role effectively, committing a series of passing errors that led to Watford conceding goals. Although Achual had a few moments where he did not make glaring mistakes, the timing of his passes was far from optimal. When he delivered the ball to Priskin, the latter found himself surrounded and unable to manage it, resulting in a turnover. As the match reached the 66th minute, Sheffield United finally scored, seizing on Achual's error to reclaim possession in midfield and launch a rapid counterattack that culminated in a goal from their forward. Holovi observed that after Achual's introduction, the team's organization and attacking prowess had diminished significantly. In a bid to preserve this victory, he substituted the forward Priskin for a defender to bolster their defense. Nevertheless, maintaining the lead proved to be a formidable challenge. Sheffield United also made consecutive substitutions, replacing 2 defenders with an attacking midfielder and a forward. Eventually, in the 87th minute, Sheffield managed to equalize the score, 2-2. Holovi experienced profound anguish as the hard-won victory slipped away, compounded by the injury of pivotal midfielder Su Huitang. Misfortune seldom comes alone. It is as if the roof leaks just as the rain begins to pour, and the ship encounters headwinds while already delayed. Without support from the midfield, Zhu Junquan seemed to vanish from the field. On the rare occasions when opportunities arose, he found himself besieged by multiple opponents, forced to pass back to Atul in hopes of executing a wall pass. Yet, Atul mirrored Zhu's lackluster performance, opting to forge ahead through the center without even glancing at Zhu's gestures. It was plainly evident that the ball was effortlessly intercepted by several Sheffield United players. In the final minutes of the match, Watford's goalkeeper, Roach, became the busiest player on the pitch. Fortunately, Roach's performance remained steady, preventing any further goals. The match concluded with a 2-2 draw, awarding each team a point. At the season's onset, securing a point against Sheffield United would not have been deemed unfavorable for Watford. However, given their current winning streak and buoyant morale, this result abruptly halted their momentum. And with Su Huatong's injury, uncertainty loomed over their prospects. Watford's upcoming days promised to be challenging. Now, head coach Halovi could only pray that Su Huatong's injury was minor and that he could return to the field after a few days of rest. A score of 2-2, while not particularly disastrous, left no Watford player in high spirits. Even Atul was disheartened. Though whether his disappointment stemmed from Su Huatong's injury or his own underwhelming performance remained known only to him, the head coach did not blame Atul. The shift from a 2-0 lead to a draw was not solely his fault. He reassured Atul to relieve himself of excessive psychological burdens and to focus on performing well. In the next season, it would be nearly impossible for Watford to secure the loans of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. As long as Atul delivered commendable performances, his opportunities to play would increase. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Jiayu, watching the match in a bar, became aware of Su Huatong's injury. "Have you called your son recently?" Su Yang inquired of Jiayu. "No, I refrained from making a call as I feared it might affect my son's performance in the competition. I wonder how his injury is faring. That team is truly despicable. When they cannot compete in football, they resort to violence." Su Yang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I wish to see my son." Jiayu replied, "But that is in Europe. Nevertheless, if you truly wish to go, I shall accompany you." Su Yang had not initially intended to travel to Europe, but upon hearing Jiayu's suggestion, he felt compelled to visit Su Huitang. He decided to apply for a tourist visa, as their stay would be brief. They would return in a few days if his son faced no significant issues. Additionally, he was determined to inquire thoroughly about his son's girlfriend. Although Jiayu was inwardly anxious, she maintained her composure and replied unhurriedly, "Well, let us proceed with the application. The sooner, the better. As I have heard, it may take over a week at the least." Su Yang did not conceal his anxious feelings in the slightest. A friend, upon hearing this, mentioned having an acquaintance who could facilitate the process and expedite the visa application. After a brief discussion among the group, they parted ways. Following a thorough examination, the team physician concluded that Su Huitang's calf strain was rather severe, necessitating approximately a month of rest. "A month?" Coach Halavi asked with a furrowed brow. "Sir, I too hope for his swift recovery so he can return to the field sooner. However, I estimate that a month is a reasonable time frame if the healing goes well. It might even take only 27 or 28 days." Upon hearing this, Halavi sighed in resignation. Chapter 56. Brother. Girlfriend? After the match, Zhu Junquan carried Su Huitang towards the lounge, noticing that Su Huitang had gained some weight. "You feel quite heavy," Zhu Junquan exclaimed. "Is it heavy? Perhaps the rain has soaked me and added to my weight?" Su Huitang chuckled in response. "Are you a waterlogged item? Has the rain made you this heavy?" Zhu Junquan joked. "If I were waterlogged, wouldn't Coach Ferguson be at a significant loss?" Su Huitang replied with a smile. "He has spent a penny. How could he possibly suffer a loss? But if you are waterlogged, who would dare to claim they are of solid value?" Zhu Junquan said earnestly, then suddenly looked down and remarked, "You are quite large." "Huh, what?" Su Huitang wondered if perhaps the moisture had made him feel uncomfortable, leading to this remark. Su Huitang awkwardly remarked, "I must say, your calves have swollen quite noticeably. What on earth were you contemplating? What water has soaked them?" Zhu Junquan feigned ignorance. Yet he could not conceal the amusement bubbling within him. Su Huitang glanced at his calves, noticing a slight swelling. He quickly masked his embarrassment and remarked, "I was referring to my calves as well, but fortunately, it is not very conspicuous. Thankfully, I did not injure any bones. The soft tissue damage should not be too severe, I hope." After Su Huitang finished speaking, he shyly scratched his head. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed that Zhu Junquan's face was shifting. Upon closer inspection, he realized Zhu Junquan was suppressing a laugh. "How delightful, Zhu Junquan. I never expected someone as aloof as you could be so playful. You have managed to fool me as well. It was then that Zhu Junquan could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Weren't you the one who often played tricks on Zhang Chong in the past? I have learned this from you. Does this not signify that the student has surpassed the master? It was at that moment that Su Huitang discovered a different side to Zhu Junquan. Perhaps his aloof demeanor was merely a facade, revealing his true self only in the presence of close friends. The two did not allow Su Huitang's injury to dampen their spirits. They continued to banter and laugh as they always did. Neither perceived the injury as severe. It was merely that Su Huitang found the pain somewhat unbearable. Zhu Junquan, please carry me to the shower, as my clothes are covered in mud, and I am unable to walk on my own. Su Huitang patted Zhu Junquan's shoulder and said, as long as you can walk on one foot, you can hop along like a rabbit. Zhu Junquan could already feel Su Huitang's grimy jersey pressed against his neck, an experience that was decidedly unpleasant. However, he did not abandon Su Huitang to wash up alone. I know you have a peculiar obsession with cleanliness, but the floor is slippery. If you happen to fall, it would be troublesome. Surely you wouldn't want to aggravate your old injuries by adding new ones. Su Huitang patted Zhu Junquan on the shoulder and said, do you truly believe I would abandon you? I was merely jesting. If I do not support you, who will? After all, you are my dear brother. Zhu Junquan chuckled and retrieved his changed jersey and shorts from their bags, carrying Su Huitang into the bathroom. He realized that his obsession with cleanliness was gradually being alleviated by Su Huitang's presence. Under such circumstances, he simply had to bear him. Without Su Huitang, he would not have remained in Europe, nor would he have caught the eye of Manchester City. Had it not been for Su Huitang, he would have returned to his original club like many of his U19 national teammates. Furthermore, upon his return, he would have likely been relegated to the bench, perhaps with a chance to secure a starting position in a few years. Yet the opportunity to remain in Europe might have eluded him forever. It can be said that what he has achieved thus far is partly due to his own diligence, but largely thanks to Su Huitang's assistance. Carrying him was merely a small task, not a Herculean endeavor, and thus he would certainly not refuse. Just as Zhu Junquan himself mused, who else but my good brother? A smile graced his face as he contemplated. If I do not carry you in this team, what would others think of me? They would surely perceive me as a petty individual. The day following Su Huitang's injury, he learned that he would need to recuperate for a month. At this moment, Sun Jing brought Zhuang Guiyan to visit him. Hello, handsome. My princess Zhuang Guiyan has come to see you. Are you pleased? Sun Jing exclaimed loudly upon seeing Su Huitang. Su Huitang nearly expressed his delight, but quickly reconsidered and said to Zhuang Guiyan, I didn't expect you to come all this way to see me. I am quite all right. Just a minor calf strain that requires a month of rest. Su Huitang was taken aback, yet exhilarated to see Zhuang Guiyan visiting him. Fortunately, everything was well. The crucial bones and ligaments were unharmed. Hey, you awkward handsome fellow. We've been chatting for quite some time now. Isn't it nearly lunchtime? Sun Jing, noticing Su Huitang's somewhat dazed demeanor as he conversed with Zhuang Guiyan, hurriedly reminded him. Oh, allow me to treat you to a meal. Let us go together. Su Huitang tapped his forehead, suddenly realizing his own folly, as he pondered how he had become so foolish in an instant. Zhu Junquan regarded him with a peculiar expression. Bemused by the contrast, Su Huitang exhibited remarkable intelligence on the football field, yet seemed to lose his wits in the presence of a woman. Subsequently, Su Huitang requested Zhu Junquan to carry him, and together with Zhuang Guiyan and Sun Jing, they ventured out for a meal. Zhu Junquan was initially reluctant to partake, yet found himself with no choice, as someone needed to bear Su Huitang along, and thus he acquiesced. During the meal, Sun Jing persistently inquired about Zhu Junquan's background, asking where he was from and what he enjoyed doing when not playing football. Observing Sun Jing's fervent approach, Zhu Junquan adopted a nonchalant demeanor, reluctant to engage with her questions. This, however, only solidified Sun Jing's resolve to win Zhu Junquan's affection. Su Huitang and Zhuang Guiyan exchanged few words, merely inquiring about her life in England and whether she had grown accustomed to it. Zhu Junquan is quite captivating. After the gathering, Sun Jing remarked to Zhuang Guiyan on the train home, You are such a love-struck fool. Zhuang Guiyan responded with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. I find Zhu Junquan incredibly charming. The more elusive he is, the more determined I become to win him over. Sun Jing continued to chatter excitedly. I think this girl, Sun Jing, is rather delightful. You might want to consider her. Su Huitang jested about Zhu Junquan. This girl is excessively extroverted, rushing about with fervor. Having swiftly transitioned from Cambridge to the Watford club, Zhu Junquan did not feel that Sun Jing was a suitable match for him. Being spirited is advantageous, given her demeanor. She surely possesses a nurturing nature, making her quite compatible with you, doesn't he? Su Huitang continued to persuade him, aware that Zhu Junquan had been cared for since childhood. If you truly wish to enter a romantic relationship, it is imperative to wait until I have established myself as a key player in Manchester City before considering such matters. For now, let us put a halt to this. Zhu Junquan shook his head and responded. After listening, Su Huitang felt he should learn from Zhu Junquan, realizing that he must establish his footing at Manchester United before contemplating pursuing Zhuang Guiyan. Chapter 57. Consecutive defeats and diminished morale. On September 30th, Watford faced Wolverhampton at home. Following their victory in the previous match, Wolverhampton ascended to 5th place in the league standings, becoming a formidable contender for promotion. Without Su Huitang, Watford struggled with possession, managing a mere 32. They conceded a goal shortly after the match commenced, and the score remained 1-0 until halftime. In the second half, Zhu Junquan showcased his individual prowess, skillfully maneuvering past two defenders with feints before launching a long-range shot from outside the penalty area that equalized the score. Head coach Halovi was filled with hope of securing a point at home. However, Wolverhampton extinguished his aspirations with a goal in the 79th minute. As the game approached the 85th minute, Wolverhampton scored again, sealing the victory. Ultimately, Wolverhampton triumphed over Watford with a score of 3-1, taking home 3 points.
This marked Watford's first defeat in several rounds, occurring for the first time in Su Huitang's absence. Although Zhu Junquan's long-range strike was awarded the best goal of the round,
it was of little consolation, as Watford had succumbed to defeat and was inching closer to the relegation zone. After 9 matches, they had accumulated 11 points. Currently positioned 16th among 24 teams, languishing in the lower mid-table. On October 4th, Watford travelled to Lancashire, England, to challenge Preston North End. Preston occupied 19th place in the standings, 3 positions below Watford. While Preston appeared to be a weaker side, Watford, without Su Huitang, found the away match exceedingly challenging. Zhu Junquan managed to score in the first half, granting Watford a temporary lead of 1-0. However, the lead was short-lived, as Preston equalized shortly after the second half began. In the 51st minute, Preston took the lead, leaving Watford trailing by 1 goal. Resilient, Watford equalized in the 60th minute when Zhu Junquan assisted tall striker Laziak, who scored with a header. They maintained the 2-2 scoreline until the 80th minute. Yet, in the 81st minute, Preston scored again, shifting the score to 3-2. Subsequently, Zhu Junquan was substituted due to a calf cramp, depriving Watford of the opportunity to level the score. Watford ultimately fell to Preston 2-3, swapping positions in the standings and dropping to 19th place. Zhu Junquan, I always believed you had boundless stamina. I never expected you would cramp, Su Huitang expressed with concern. It's nothing, I'm uninjured. After 7 consecutive matches and double fixtures in a week, even an Iron Man would struggle. Fortunately, we have a break of over 10 days without matches. Otherwise, the team's condition is truly dire, he replied. Zhu Junquan scored a goal and provided an assist. Yet it was insufficient to prevent the team from slipping towards the relegation zone. Regrettably, I still require over 20 days for recovery. However, it is fortunate that there are no matches for the next 10 days, allowing the team a moment to catch their breath. Alas, if only you had not been injured. Perhaps the team would now be closer to the top 6, and achieving that would secure a place in the promotion playoffs. Zhu Junquan felt somewhat disheartened. His performance had not been lacking, yet it failed to translate into victories for the team. Watford, without Su Huitang, appeared to struggle defensively, showing little improvement from their previous form. However, they conceded a notable number of goals, primarily due to a diminished possession rate. With Su Huitang absent, Watford's control of the ball significantly declined, allowing opponents to patiently seek opportunities, thus enhancing the quality of their attacks. Scoring 3 goals in a match became less surprising under these circumstances. The absence of Su Huitang resulted in a critical loss of possession. The midfield struggled to retain the ball, and passing errors increased, weakening the connection between the front and back lines. This has become Watford's most pressing issue. Following this match, the Manchester Sports News subtly noted our longing for Su Huitang. They interviewed several fans and, with some of their own insights, remarked that Watford, without Su Huitang, had lost its backbone, resulting in a series of defeats. They referenced matches played by the Chinese U19 youth team during their training in Europe, indirectly illustrating that Su Huiteng's importance far surpasses that of Zhu Junquan. A team may endure without Zhu Junquan, but it simply cannot function without Su Huiteng. On October 8th, Su Yang and Jiayu arrived in England. Upon receiving a call from Jiayu, Su Huiteng instructed Zhu Junquan to carry him into a taxi as they set off together to the airport to greet a visitor. "Huiteng, is your leg all right?" Jiayu inquired urgently upon seeing Su Huiteng. "It's nothing serious, merely a calf strain. It will heal in due time," Su Huiteng remarked. Jiayu finally felt relieved and then pointed at Zhu Junquan, asking, "Is this the friend you have in the national team?" Not the national team, but the U19 national youth team." Su Huiteng quickly clarified, "What do you mean by U19 and the national youth team? I don't quite understand, and frankly, I have little desire to comprehend it. As long as you perform well on the field, that's all that matters." Su Yang stepped forward and said, "Huiteng, I must admit my past mistakes. I should not have obstructed your passion for football. However, when did you become so adept at it? I had no inkling of your progress. In the absence of your support, I resorted to practicing in secret at school. I have never held any resentment towards you. For in such an environment in our country, your perspective is indeed understandable." Su Yang noticed that Su Huiteng's words were somewhat different from before and pondered whether Su Huiteng had grown up and matured. Given the significant changes over the past few months, the last time I saw the competition live stream, there was a girl holding a banner. "Have you found a girlfriend?" One of them was an old high school classmate of mine. "Not my girlfriend," Su Huiteng hurriedly clarified. "Oh, what a pity. That girl was quite attractive." "Aren't you going to pursue her?" Jiayu interjected with a smile. Su Huiteng was aware that his mother mistakenly believed that the girl was Sun Jing. What a misguided matchmaker she was. "I must dedicate myself to football, and only when everything stabilizes will I contemplate matters of a lifelong commitment. I am merely 18. There is no need for you to rush into becoming a grandmother." Su Huiteng jested. "Well, ambition is indeed a commendable trait. Your father and I plan to enjoy a few more days here. If you two do not have any matches or training, you can accompany me on my excursions. Your mother has never been to England and is unfamiliar with the place." "Absolutely. This afternoon, I will join Zhu Junquan to accompany you both on your adventures." Upon concluding his words, Su Huiteng embraced Zhu Junquan's shoulders, implying a desire for him to join. Zhu Junquan nodded in agreement. On October 17th, Su Huiteng bid farewell to Su Yang and Jiayu. For the following day, Zhu Junquan was to compete in a match, and he could no longer accompany his parents on their outing. Su Yang and Jiayu had also spent nearly 10 days in the UK and were eager to return. On October 18th, Su Huiteng was still unable to play. According to the team's medical staff, he would require at least another week for full recovery. Today, Watford faced Reading, who stood fourth in the league table at home. Watford struggled to find any promising opportunities, and without Su Huiteng, they were thoroughly dominated by Reading. Zhu Junquan was effectively neutralized, managing only 2 distant shots, both of which missed the target. Ultimately, Watford suffered a significant defeat, losing the match 0-3. Following 11 rounds, Watford had accumulated a mere 11 points, placing them fourth from the bottom of the table, just 1 point above the relegation zone occupied by Plymouth. Head coach Holloway was beginning to feel the pressure. The unsettling feeling of a poor start resurfaced. Should they fail to secure points in 3 days against Coventry, Watford could very well find themselves in the relegation zone. Coventry, having won only once in 11 matches, had gathered just 4 points, languishing at the bottom of the table and deemed the most likely candidate for relegation. Chapter 58. The Chinese Derby approaches on October 21st. During the 12th round of the championship, some media outlets reported that a relegation battle was set to unfold prematurely. Watford, sitting fourth from the bottom, would host Coventry, who were at the bottom of the standings. The entire team was in disarray, their morale visibly low, reflected in the expressions of the players. Each face displayed disappointment, and Zhu Junquan took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. He reminded himself that with Su Huiteng sidelined, he was the team's strongest attacking option. If he were to be as ineffective as in the previous match, another defeat loomed. From the outset of the match, Watford's flagging spirits permeated the entire squad. Several errors in the defense nearly gifted Coventry a goal. Fortunately, Coventry's forwards lacked the finishing touch and squandered their chances. However, as the first half drew to a close, Coventry successfully intercepted in midfield and launched a swift counterattack. This time, their forwards seized the opportunity, scoring with a shot. By the end of the first half, Coventry surprisingly led 1-0 away from home. During halftime, Holloway was furious, expressing his dissatisfaction with the team's performance. He immediately substituted the underperforming O'Toole for another midfielder, Williamson. In the second half, Watford's performance showed slight improvement, yet scoring remained elusive. As the match entered stoppage time, Coventry's defense momentarily relaxed, allowing the indefatigable Zhu Junquan to finally find an opportunity to score. "What a goal!" exclaimed Sun Jing, who was watching the match on her computer. "What did you see now?" Zhuang Guiyin was engrossed in a book when he heard Sun Jing call out to him. He closed the book and inquired. Due to Su Huitang's inability to compete, Zhuang Guiyin's interest in the match had waned, causing him to miss the recent games. "Come quickly and watch with me. He is so handsome. My Zhu Junquan is so dashing." Zhuang Guiyin chuckled softly and, with a sense of resignation, approached Sun Jing's computer. At that moment, only a minute remained in the match. Zhu Junquan was in possession of the ball on the left flank, with two defenders advancing to contain him. He feigned a cross and cleverly shouted, "Lashiake." The defenders, believing he was about to pass, leaped to intercept what they thought would be a pass. Zhu Junquan, however, merely nudged the ball gently, deftly slipping between the two defenders. In a flash, he had evaded their grasp and was sprinting towards the penalty area without a moment's pause. As he approached the left side of the penalty box, two more defenders rushed to impede his progress. At that moment, Zhu Junquan executed a Marseille turn, eluding the defenders and bringing the ball into the center of the penalty area. Suddenly, a center-back charged out, attempting to dispossess him from the right side. Zhu Junquan pivoted halfway, using the heel of his right foot to flick the ball to the left. The center-back, losing his balance, was unable to recover in time to block again. At this juncture, Zhu Junquan found himself unopposed, facing the goalkeeper. With remarkable composure, he placed a shot into the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper dove swiftly to make a save, but failed to make contact with the ball. The ball gently slid past his fingertips, bouncing joyfully a few times along the grass before finding the back of the net's corner. The goal was scored. As the referee blew the final whistle, Coventry's kickoff marked the end of the match. The score stood at 1-1, with Watford laboriously securing a single point at home. Following this encounter, Watford accumulated a total of 12 points, remaining precariously positioned in the fourth-last place on the league table, a situation that appeared quite dire. On October 25th, in the 13th round of the championship, Watford faced Queen's Park Rangers away from home. The Rangers, occupying the 13th spot on the table, found themselves comfortably placed in mid-table. As the match commenced, the anticipated dynamics unfolded as expected. Watford struggled to create any significant opportunities, finding themselves thoroughly dominated by Queen's Park Rangers. Zhu Junquan, in particular, was tightly marked and found himself devoid of shooting chances, closely shadowed by three defenders. Whenever he received the ball, he was met with two players closing in, while another provided support. Although he occasionally managed to dribble past an opponent, he was unable to advance further and was forced to pass back. Zhu Junquan felt utterly disheartened, reminiscent of the early matches with the U19 national youth team. Lacking support from teammates and unable to assist them in return, he was left to fend for himself in solitude. Consequently, the outcome was unsurprising. Watford succumbed to another defeat on the road, ending the match at 0-2, which saw them relegated into the relegation zone. Post-match, despite Watford's continued poor form and their position slipping to 22nd in the third-to-last place, a glimmer of good news finally emerged. Su Huitang's calf strain has nearly healed, with only a slight discomfort remaining. According to the team physician's assessment, he will be fully recovered after just one more day. At this juncture, Su Huitang commenced some rudimentary physical training, eager to restore his condition swiftly. This would enable him to take the field in optimal form and with ample stamina for the match against Birmingham on October 28th. The coach, wary of unforeseen circumstances, opted to exclude Su Huitang from the 16-man roster for the clash against Queen's Park Rangers. Horowitz believed it unwise to risk Su Huitang for a single match. Should he sustain another injury, it would be an irretrievable loss. Zhuang Guiyin, I have procured tickets for the match on the 28th, and since we have no classes, will you accompany me to Vicarage Road Stadium to witness Watford play? Sun Jing exclaimed excitedly, waving the ticket in her hand towards Zhuang Guiyin. It seems I have no choice but to accompany you. Zhuang Guiyin was aware that Su Huitang's injury should have sufficiently healed, and she felt a sense of anticipation. She had long been discreetly following the developments of the Watford team, particularly regarding Su Huitang, keeping a watchful eye on his progress. The standard of Cambridge United was rather feeble, while Watford's upcoming adversary, Birmingham, was formidable. It was rumored that a Chinese goalkeeper had joined, and since his debut, no one had managed to breach his goal. Su Huitang is a remarkably resilient player, one who thrives in the face of formidable opponents. There exists an eagerness to witness the extent of her prowess. In the match against Cambridge United, she achieved a hat-trick, yet the overall performance was rather lackluster. It has been quite some time since she has observed Su Huitang displaying her exceptional skills, those breathtaking passes that effortlessly tear through the opposing defense. Delivering the ball to the forwards for a goal, a sense of anticipation lingers that Su Huitang will emerge as the focal point of the match. She longs to witness Su Huitang single-handedly turning the tide, embodying the epitome of her ideal player. It is this very image she cherishes, a player who, even in the face of adversity, utilizes her technical prowess and unwavering spirit to lead her team to victory. Chapter 59. The Chinese Derby. Before the match, a day prior to the match, Su Huitang learned that Sky Sports, the largest sports channel in the UK, would be broadcasting the event. It remains uncertain whether this was a prearranged broadcast or a last-minute decision. Clearly, they recognized Birmingham's potential for promotion, rather than broadcasting solely due to Watford. After 13 rounds, Birmingham boasts an impressive record of 11 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 34 points and sitting atop the league, 4 points ahead of second-place Wolves. Zhang Chong has gone 9 matches without conceding a goal, rendering him an impenetrable wall before the net. Fortunately, Arsenal has been performing commendably in the Premier League, with their main goalkeeper maintaining stable form. Otherwise, Zhang Chong might have been recalled. Is Zhang Chong not remarkable, having achieved 9 consecutive clean sheets? Has he not set a new record? Su Huitang perused the player information of Birmingham, engaging in a hushed conversation with Zhu Junquan. Their overall strength was formidable, and the opportunities for other teams to threaten the goal defended by Zhang Chong were inherently scarce. Coupled with Zhang Chang's remarkable reflexes and his almost supernatural world-class saves, this was hardly surprising. Zhu Junquan spoke slowly, expressing his belief that this match would be challenging. Even with Su Huitang's return from injury, the prospects remained daunting. Recalling Zhang Chang's almost ethereal saves, I distinctly remembered how he thwarted Ji Zhu's exquisitely crafted free kick, leaving even Ji Zhu himself in stunned disbelief. Su Huitang did not hesitate to express his admiration for Zhang Chong. Indeed, during the special training session, you managed to score several elevator shots that he adeptly saved. He is quite familiar with our shooting habits. In this match, Watford's overall strength is notably inferior to Birmingham's, making them a rather formidable opponent. Zhu Junquan shook his head and sighed softly, pondering that it was unfortunate for Su Huitang to face such a tough challenge upon his return from injury. Watford's advantage lies in playing at home, alongside the presence of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, while they are otherwise significantly outmatched by Birmingham. Both the team's morale and the players' current form are rather dismal. In contrast, Birmingham's consecutive victories have propelled their morale to soaring heights, with each player performing exceptionally well. Furthermore, with the formidable Zhang Chong guarding the goal, scoring against them will be a daunting task, let alone defeating Birmingham. Let us focus on tactical coordination during tonight's special training. It will not be an easy feat to breach the goal defended by Zhang Chong, proposed Su Huitang. Absolutely. I concur, replied Zhu Junquan, patting Su Huitang on the back. I am quite eager to face Zhang Chong as an opponent. I have yet to compete against him in a real match. Su Huitang's gaze was resolute as he smiled and expressed his eagerness. I too am quite impatient. I yearn to breach Zhang Chang's guarded goal and put an end to his unblemished record, Zhu Junquan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhang Chong, aware that Su Huitang was returning from injury and likely to start, felt a surge of excitement. Wonderful. I have never faced you in an official match before. Thankfully, your timely recovery allows me this opportunity for confrontation, Zhang Chong declared, his spirit brimming with determination as he clenched his fists. A mixture of exhilaration and anticipation coursing through him. Chinese fans had already begun to fervently discuss the match online. With Su Huitang back from injury, the game promised to be more thrilling. However, Birmingham's strength was formidable, and Watford, having suffered consecutive defeats, might find themselves at a disadvantage. It was evident that this particular fan believed Birmingham would effortlessly triumph over Watford. With Su Huitang on the field, defeat has been elusive, even against the second-ranked Sheffield. They led 2-0 until his injury allowed the score to level, they noted. Indeed, Su Huiteng had never been on a losing side in matches he participated in. Agreed. With both Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan on the field, Zhang Chong stands alone. As the saying goes, two fists cannot compete with four hands, they concluded, clearly favoring Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan. Zhang Chong has gone 9 matches without conceding a goal, given Watford's status as a less formidable team. Breaching his defenses seems quite improbable. Watford is not merely weak. Their performance has been affected by the injuries of key players, another argued. In my eyes, any team in the relegation zone is indeed weak. The online discourse had bifurcated. Some fans believed that with Su Huiteng's presence, Watford would surely claim victory, while others contended that Birmingham's overall strength, coupled with Zhang Cheng's impressive record, would ensure a smooth acquisition of 3 points on the road. My son's injury is healed, and there is a match tomorrow. Remember, do not sneak off without me. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath, Jia Yu warned Su Yang. I can't believe a woman who dances in the square has become a fan, Su Yang jested. Humph. It is because my son possesses exceptional skills. I have little regard for the other players, Jia Yu retorted with pride. Indeed, one must consider whose lineage it is, Su Yang replied joyfully. Do not flatter yourself. It is my son who plays well, not you, Jia Yu chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Head coach Halavi exerted every effort to alleviate the pressure on the players, urging them not to be anxious. The opponent is formidable. Even if we face defeat, it is essential to showcase our spirit. That evening, Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan engaged in their specialized training together. Su Huiteng first took a free kick, having recently gained some insights into powerful curve shots. While nursing an injury to his right foot, he often experimented with the ball using his left foot, unwittingly developing a new technique for free kicks. Impressive. You've added another trick to your repertoire, praised Zhu Junquan from the sidelines. You've been practicing your free kicks well, haven't you? Su Huiteng inquired. Not as adept as you. I still lack that sensation when dribbling. If another opportunity for a free kick arises, you should take it, as you have a greater chance of success. Zhu Junquan replied candidly. Absolutely. Su Huiteng asserted confidently. The two then proceeded to practice defense, with Zhu Junquan attempting to break through, while Su Huiteng positioned himself to block. Su Huiteng found himself struggling to defend against Zhu Junquan. The frequency of Zhu Junquan's feints was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to discern which movements were genuine and which were mere illusions. A momentary lapse in balance was all it took for Su Huiteng to be effortlessly bypassed by Zhu Junquan. Su Huiteng swiftly turned around and, with a deft pull, attempted to seize Zhu Junquan. To his astonishment, he inadvertently yanked down Zhu Junquan's basketball shorts, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Chapter 60. The Chinese Derby. Intensive Training Conspiracy. Wow, what a spectacle. Su Huiteng deliberately intensified his tone and shouted at Zhu Junquan, who was lying on the ground. What is so impressive? Zhu Junquan initially failed to comprehend, and after a moment of bewilderment, he recalled an incident from a month ago. He never anticipated that Su Huiteng would retaliate after such a duration. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Is this a vendetta for what I said about you last time? I always thought you were not the kind of person who would bear a grudge. Zhu Junquan wore a pained expression, conveying his helplessness. Humph, I was merely commenting on the impressive size of your thigh muscles. I have seen your physique before. What do you think I meant? You're acting as if you've been wronged. Why do you wear such a wounded expression when I compliment your thigh muscles? Su Huiteng clapped his hands and then, with a playful wink at Zhu Junquan, remarked, It seems you did this on purpose. Zhu Junquan, with a wry smile, replied, I assure you, it was not intentional. How could one possibly seize the opportunity so adeptly? I merely intended to reach out and stop you. I was just a moment too slow. Su Huiteng hurriedly explained, Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Your muscles have certainly become firmer lately, haven't they? Zhu Junquan squeezed Su Huiteng's arm and replied, Not bad. However, my thighs still need improvement. Zhu Junquan continued, Due to my injury, I haven't been able to train my thighs and calves, so there hasn't been much progress. Nonetheless, I am in much better shape than when I first joined the national youth team. Su Huiteng smiled and said, Indeed, when you first joined the national youth team, you were exceedingly thin. Fortunately, Coach Liu has a discerning eye. Zhu Junquan patted Su Huiteng and remarked, When you first joined the national youth team, you even claimed that Coach Liu lacked vision. Haha, just kidding. Look at you now. Su Huiteng noticed Zhu Junquan glaring intensely, visibly agitated, and promptly clarified that it was merely a jest. Humph. I would never stoop to your level. I am merely feigning anger. Subsequently, the two resumed their intensive training, during which Zhu Juquan found himself thwarted by Su Huitang on several occasions. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhu Juquan decided to let it be, thinking that if Su Huitang wanted to pull him down, so be it. His spirits were high today. Su Huitang's return from injury signified that his own opportunities were expanding. With Su Huitang's return from injury, Zhu Juquan's activity along the flanks will become increasingly dynamic, thereby creating more opportunities for Watford to take shots on goal. Su Huitang discovered that Zhu Juquan had surpassed him 10 times. He could only thwart him once, often resorting to fouling him to halt his advance. Subsequently, the two engaged in the evening's highlight, practicing their coordination. They executed direct passes leading to Zhu Juquan's shots on goal, as well as wall pass combinations, and scenarios where Zhu Juquan would break through and return the ball to Su Huitang for a long-range strike. These were merely the fundamentals. They needed to incorporate more intricate plays, for Zhang Chong had become quite familiar with their current tactics. Without introducing some variations, breaching his defenses would prove exceedingly challenging. After several practice sessions, Su Huitang offered some suggestions. Not bad. We should have invited a few more people to join us, but others aren't interested in our specialized training. Zhu Juquan lamented, spreading his arms in resignation. However, during their regular team training, Su Huitang and his teammates had already executed impressive combinations as per the coach's directives. Yet, Su Huitang felt it was still insufficient. These were merely tasks assigned by the coach. The chemistry between him and Zhu Juquan needed further development, necessitating a variety of combinations. After much contemplation, they devised a new tactic. This strategy would undoubtedly catch Zhang Chong by surprise. This idea is utterly brilliant. You're incredibly clever, Zhu Juquan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. But we need the right opportunity for it to work, Su Huitang replied with a smile. I fear this move might only yield one chance. Zhu Juquan pondered aloud. Indeed, we require more diverse combinations, he concluded, and the two resumed practicing various formations. That evening, Su Huitang returned to his dormitory, finding it difficult to sleep. Was it due to the month-long hiatus from competition, or was it the anticipation of facing Zhang Chong? He couldn't quite discern the reason. Are you still awake? Zhu Juquan inquired, noticing Su Huitang's restless tossing and turning. Yes, my mind is quite exhilarated. I haven't slept yet, Su Huitang replied. I can't sleep either, Zhu Juquan admitted. Perhaps it's a bit too early for bed? Su Huitang speculated uncertainly. Maybe, shall we chat for a while? Zhu Juquan suggested. Sure, but we know each other so well. What is there to discuss? Su Huitang responded, feeling there was little to converse about. Talk about that female classmate of yours. I can tell you have a bit of a crush on her, Zhu Juquan remarked. Haven't I mentioned this before? As you said, I need to secure my position as a starting player at Manchester United before considering any further developments. But whether she would be interested in me, I cannot say. I'll just let things unfold naturally. Sighed. Observing her gaze, Zhu Juquan remarked, it seems she harbors affection for you as well. You claim to possess the ability to see through me, yet it appears you have an extraordinary talent for discerning the hearts of women. Impressive, Su Huitang jested. During my school days, I was often surrounded by girls like Sun Jing. The more I interacted with them, the more I understood, Zhu Juquan chuckled in response. All right, you are indeed seasoned in this regard. I cannot compete, Su Huitang conceded. Wait, what do you mean by seasoned? Don't misinterpret my words, Zhu Juquan responded, puzzled by Su Huitang's statement. I harbor no such thoughts. Perhaps you are the one with a wandering mind? Su Huitang quickly retorted. Thus, the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, eventually drifting off to sleep. On September 28th, the fan bar was filled to capacity. Fortunately, Su Yang and his companions arrived early. Otherwise, they would have been unable to secure a private booth. The atmosphere buzzed with animated discussions among fans. Today marks the China Derby. The yellow submarine faces off against the Blue Army. Did you know? One exclaimed. Of course we know. Why else would we be here? Came the reply. Let us see if our offensive prowess surpasses our defense. Huh. But the offense boasts 2 strikers while the defense only has 1 shield, another chimed in. Nonetheless, Birmingham possesses a significantly stronger overall strength. But Su Huitang has never lost in a match he attended. The fans exchanged spirited banter, igniting a lively atmosphere. This China Derby not only stirred great excitement within China, but also garnered considerable attention from media and fans in the UK. After all, Sky Sports was broadcasting the match, further amplified by the allure of the enigmatic Chinese player. In various locales, such as London, Manchester, Birmingham, and Hertfordshire, fans passionately discussed the impending match. Watford's head coach, Holloway, opted for an attacking 4-4-2 formation, deploying 4 defenders, 2 midfielders, 2 wingers, and 2 forwards. Surprisingly, Birmingham chose not to adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy for their away game. Instead, they fielded a bold 4-3-3 attacking formation. Perhaps this reflected the pride of the league leaders, intent on unleashing their strongest offense to overpower Watford. Or perhaps Scottish coach McLeish had unwavering faith in Zhang Chang's capabilities and the team's offensive potential. On the surface, it appeared that Watford might be vulnerable, likely to suffer another defeat on their home turf. At least, this was the prevailing sentiment. The Daily Mail lauded Zhang Chang's performance, asserting that his displayed prowess was more than sufficient to secure the position of a starting goalkeeper in the Premier League. Chapter 61. The China Derby. Match commences. Before the match commenced, the commentator from Sky Sports introduced the players from both teams. Even the commentator infused his personal sentiments into the introductions, expressing his belief that Birmingham was undoubtedly the rightful leader and that the match should pose little difficulty for them. In contrast, Watford found themselves ensnared in the tumult of relegation, with morale at a disheartening low. They had only managed to equalize against the bottom-ranked Coventry in stoppage time during their last home game. Watford had gone 6 matches without a victory, and they had secured a meager point in the 5 games following Su Huitang's injury, which hardly boded well for their prospects. Zhu Junquan, I adore you, Sun Jing shouted exuberantly upon the player's entrance. However, the sheer volume of the crowd rendered her voice inaudible amidst the collective roar of the fans. Sun Jing proceeded to unfurl a banner alongside Zhuang Guiyan, astonishingly creating 2 banners, one proclaiming her love for Su Huitang and the other for Zhu Junquan. Su Huitang indeed lifted his gaze to behold the banner. Perhaps its vibrant colors captured attention, or the Chinese characters inscribed upon it were strikingly prominent. Upon noticing it, he immediately exerted himself to wave fervently at Zhuang Guiyan. Yet, he reminded himself to remain composed, for this declaration of I love you. Su Huitang was surely a unilateral decision made by Sun Jing, and certainly not the sentiment of Zhuang Guiyan. After all, the adversary was not Cambridge United, but the formidable Birmingham. Thus, he must not act impulsively. The English weather is notoriously fickle. What began as a cloudy day swiftly transformed into a light rain. Fortunately, the temperature remained mild at 15 degrees Celsius, so Su Huitang, now invigorated, did not feel the chill. As the match commenced, just as anticipated prior to the game, Birmingham launched a ferocious assault on Watford's goal, swiftly overwhelming them. In the midst of the match, Su Huitang found it exceedingly difficult to gain possession of the ball, rendering Watford incapable of orchestrating any effective offensive maneuvers. Under such circumstances, both Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan retreated to the edge of their own penalty area to defend, leaving only the tall striker Laziak up front for Watford. At the 6th minute of the match, Birmingham executed a splendid combination play, coming perilously close to scoring. Birmingham's forward, Marcus Bent, received a swift pass from the midfielder Larson, successfully evading the offside trap. He directed a shot toward the far corner, which struck the post and ricocheted out of play. Watford's coach, Holloway, broke into a cold sweat. The match had only just commenced, and Watford nearly conceded a goal. Holloway exhaled heavily, relieved that the opponent had failed to find the net, keeping the scoreline at 0-0. However, his moment of relief was short-lived, as just 17 minutes later, in the 23rd minute, Birmingham's Larson struck a magnificent long-range shot, scoring a goal. Su Huitang let out a sigh as he advanced, attempting to intercept the football at Larson's feet. However, Larson skillfully maneuvered past him and scored. After breaking through Su Huitang, Larson took a shot from approximately 25 meters away, sending the ball soaring into the upper right corner of the net, leaving the goalkeeper utterly helpless. "Goal!" the commentator, Martin Taylor, exclaimed. Then elaborated on the goal. Birmingham has scored, with a magnificent long-range shot from midfielder Larson. As anticipated prior to the match, they relentlessly besieged Watford's goal. And at the 23rd minute, they finally breached Watford's defenses. It was evident that Martin Taylor favored Birmingham's victory. While relegation threatened Watford could not shake the dominance of the league leaders, Birmingham. It was now Watford's turn to restart play, as forward Prieskin passed the ball back to Su Huitang. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan executed a wall pass maneuver, directing the football towards the Birmingham goal. This interplay, frequently observed with the center forward Laziak, was once again brought into play. Su Huidang lifted his gaze towards the goal and poised himself to deliver a pass. Upon observing Su Huitang advancing with the ball, Birmingham's goalkeeper Zhang Chong shouted loudly to the center back, urging him to sprint forward. The center back comprehended the instruction and promptly dashed ahead. As Su Huitang released the ball, the towering striker Laziak found himself closest to the goal. Offside. The assistant referee raised his flag, and the main referee promptly blew his whistle. Watford's midfielder Su Huitang executed a swift pass. Oh no. Offside. Their formidable striker Laziak had fallen into the opposing team's offside trap. Martin Taylor exclaimed. Su Huitang glanced at Zhang Chong, contemplating the remarkable progress he had made. Even before the ball was passed, he had already discerned my intentions. Zhang Chong had evidently become the defensive linchpin of the team, passionately orchestrating the defense with fervor. In a moment of carelessness, Su Huitang found himself caught in a predicament. What was meant to be a swift pass turned into a situation where the towering forward, Laziak, was deemed offside. Zhang Chong, noticing Su Huitang's gaze upon him, made a playful grimace and stuck out his tongue. That hefty figure appeared rather endearing, plump, and jolly. Sun Jing exclaimed from the stands. You wouldn't dare pursue him, would you? Asked Zhuang Guiyan, her eyes wide with surprise. He resembles a gorilla. How could I possibly pursue him? Sun Jing quickly replied. Chuckling softly, Zhuang Guiyan observed that Zhang Chang, with his outstretched arms, indeed bore a striking resemblance to a powerful gorilla, albeit one far more charming. Due to the offside, Watford squandered a golden opportunity. Birmingham initiated a counterattack, prompting Su Huitang and his teammates to hastily retreat. The ball found its way once more to the feet of Birmingham's midfielder, Larsson. Attempting to replicate his earlier success, Larsson aimed to execute a deft maneuver to evade Su Huitang, only to be met with a decisive interception from him. Su Huitang silently scoffed, thinking, do they presume I lack any defensive prowess? Once again, Larsson attempted to employ the same maneuver, hoping to breach his defenses with such a familiar tactic. Larsson's dribbling was direct. During their initial encounter, Su Huitang had been unacquainted with his style and was caught off guard, allowing Larsson to slip past him effortlessly. However, this time, Larsson resorted to the same approach in his attempt to evade Su Huitang. Anticipating Larsson's feint, Su Huitang was well prepared for the ball's diversion. He swiftly extended his leg, intercepting the soccer ball with ease, successfully reclaiming possession. After Su Huitang intercepted the ball in midfield, he initiated a swift counterattack. Noticing Zhu Junquan sprinting down the flank, unmarked by defenders, he executed a precise long pass that landed perfectly at Zhu's feet. With great ease, Zhu nudged the ball forward with the tip of his left foot, quickly closing the distance to the football. He received the pass effortlessly, barely breaking stride as he advanced towards the byline. Casting a glance into the penalty area, Zhu observed that the towering striker, Laziak, had positioned himself well and was not in an offside position. What a splendid opportunity, Zhu silently exclaimed, sending the ball into the box. What a magnificent play. Zhu was truly impressive. Sun Jing leapt up in delight at the sight, only taking her seat again when the fans behind her voiced their discontent. How about Watford's coordination in this instance? The pass was remarkably accurate, allowing the left winger, Zhu, to receive the ball smoothly and surge forward. He glanced up at the penalty area before swiftly delivering a low cross into the box. Martin Taylor gradually elevated his tone. As a professional commentator, he was never stingy with his praise when Watford showcased their prowess. Horowitz had already dashed to the sidelines, eagerly watching this promising attack, which appeared highly likely to result in a goal. Birmingham's coach, McLeish, nervously approached the edge of the pitch, wondering if Zhang Chang's impressive 9-match clean sheet record would come to an end. Chapter 62. The Chinese Derby, unyielding, Laziak, fully prepared, expanded his body and leapt high, overpowering Birmingham's center back, poised to head the ball towards the goal. Zhu Juanchuan's delivery was superb, and it appeared that Laziak would effortlessly connect with the football. Excellent. Su Huitang clenched his fists tightly, raising his gaze to observe the football tracing a beautiful arc as it soared toward the head of Laziak in the penalty area. This may have been Zhu Juanchuan's finest pass throughout his numerous matches. Yet, as all eyes were riveted on the penalty area, Zhang Chang sprang into action. With remarkable agility, Zhang Chang reacted swiftly. As soon as Zhu Juquan delivered the ball, he dashed out from in front of the goal line, leaping high to intercept the ball before Laziak could reach it. Subsequently, the two robust players, Zhang Chang and Laziak, collided with one another. Nonetheless, the football remained securely cradled in Zhang Chang's arms. What? Su Huitang stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what his eyes were witnessing. Zhang Chang's reaction time had been astonishingly swift. From the moment he dashed out to successfully seize the soccer ball, less than a second had elapsed. This remarkable interception was undoubtedly a world-class display, firmly cradled in his grasp. The rain-soaked, slippery ball on the slick ground seemed to have no impact on Zhang Chang whatsoever. A superb save. Under the watchful eye of goalkeeper Zhang Chang, no threatening ball could pose a risk. It was no wonder he had maintained a clean sheet for 9 consecutive matches. His performance was extraordinarily stable, and his reflexes were exceptionally quick. McLeish clenched his fist tightly. Reflecting, Zhang Chang truly excels. That interception was executed with such finesse. Meanwhile, Holovi let out a sigh, gently shaking his head. He had initially believed that with Su Huitang's return from injury, they could contend against Birmingham, but now it seemed they were at a complete loss. It was clear why Birmingham had gone 9 games without conceding, and why they had surged to the top of the league, pulling a significant 4-point lead over the second place. Zhang Chang appeared as an insurmountable barrier in front of the goal, dimming the brilliance of Su Huitang and Zhu Juanchuan's performances. That gorilla is infuriating. Zhu Juanchuan's assist was thwarted. Sun Jing pouted, expressing her frustration. What? Is the gorilla no longer adorable? Zhuang Guiyin inquired. He has rendered Zhu Juanchuan's assist useless. That is despicable. The speed of that gorilla's movements is astonishing. This poses quite a challenge for Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, Zhuang Guiyin remarked, her brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. She firmly believed that Su Huitang was not one to concede easily. The greater the challenge, the better he performed. Is that little chubby fellow really that formidable? Jia Yu asked Su Yang. Huitang mentioned some friends. He is one of them, named Zhang Chang, who was a starting goalkeeper for the national youth team, Su Yang explained. Since they are friends, why not give my son a little leeway? Jia Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. This is simply a matter of allegiance. If he were to give way to our son, it would be akin to betraying his team, and how could he maintain his place on the squad then? True enough. But this complicates matters for my son, Jia Yu lamented. Huitang is a remarkably resilient individual, much like myself, so trust in him. His team will undoubtedly find a way to score, Su Yang reassured. Of course, I believe in my son, Jia Yu replied proudly. After securing the ball, Zhang Chang wasted no time. He quickly sprang to his feet and executed a powerful throw, sending the ball to a defender just outside the penalty area. Birmingham launched a rapid counterattack, prompting Su Huitang to hastily retreat, as the team had just advanced and was now threatened by the counter. Su Huitang had no choice but to exert himself, sprinting back with fervor. Upon noticing Larson advancing with the ball in the center, he immediately surged towards him. Larson, perceiving Su Huitang charging in from his right, refrained from continuing his dribble and passed the ball to his left. Intercept the ball, quickly. Su Huitang shouted towards his team's right back. The right back noticed the opposing left winger receiving the ball and executed a well-timed tackle, sending the ball out of play along the sideline. Su Huitang let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to clear the ball, thus delaying Birmingham's swift counterattack. As the match progressed to the 36th minute, Su Huitang and fellow Watford midfielder Bangula successfully executed a double team on Larson, intercepting the ball. Su Huitang launched a swift counterattack once again. He and Zhu Junquan executed a brilliant 2-on-1 maneuver, advancing the ball into the attacking zone. With a subtle gesture to Zhu Junquan, the latter understood immediately, deftly evading the defending player and making a rapid inward cut towards the penalty area. Keep an eye on him, and him. Zhang Chang commanded his defenders to closely monitor both Zhu Junquan and Su Huitang. At that moment, Su Huitang's pass arrived, and Zhu Junquan, in the midst of his inward run, elegantly controlled the ball with his chest. Noticing a defender looming behind him, Zhu Junquan skillfully flicked the ball with his toes and swiftly pivoted. The ball soared over the defender's head, and Zhu Junquan turned with poise to receive it. Zhang Chang, positioned near the goal, began to prepare for an aerial save, acutely aware of the threat posed by Zhu Juanchuan's shot from this position. As anticipated, Zhu Junquan deftly lifted the ball over the defender, adjusted his body, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right leg. The ball hurtled toward the upper left corner of the goal at an astonishing speed, reaching Zhang Chang in the blink of an eye. Having anticipated the trajectory, Zhang Chang leaped into action, forcefully striking the ball with his fist. The sheer power behind his punch sent the ball hurtling out of the penalty area at great velocity. Truly, Zhang Chang proved his mettle. Despite the high quality of Zhu Juanchuan's attempt, he managed to parry the shot with apparent ease. Su Huiteng pondered. A hint of gravity etched on his expression. Zhang Chang was in peak form, both physically and mentally. The penalty area was Zhang Chang's domain, and the likelihood of scoring from outside it was exceedingly low. He had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. However, Su Huiteng did not succumb to discouragement. He believed that with determination, he would find a way to breach Zhang Chang's impregnable defenses. That gorilla. It infuriates me that my teammate Zhu Juanchuan's shot was once again thwarted by him. Dreaded gorilla. Cursed beast. Sun Jing's frustration was palpable. Her head nearly steaming as another of Zhu Juanchuan's attempts was blocked by the gorilla. When did he become your Zhu Junquan? He never consented to be your boyfriend. Did he? Zhuang Guoyin remarked with a smile. Humph. He is mine. You have Su Huiteng, but you mustn't covet Zhu Junquan. All right, he is yours, all yours. I shall not contest him, my dear sister. Zhuang Guoyin could hardly endure it any longer and quickly yielded. Well done. McLeish excitedly pumped his fist again. It appeared that as long as Zhang Chang maintained this form, securing 3 points in the match would not be a daunting task. However, Horowitz felt a sense of helplessness. He had played his strongest cards yet still found himself unable to contend with the opponent. All he could do was hope for a stellar performance from the players on the field. Although the players' performance seemed relatively stable now, the previously low morale had nearly dissipated with Su Huiteng's return. Yet, the team still struggled to score. Without goals, defeat in this match was inevitable. Chapter 63, the Chinese Derby, impenetrable as Fort Knox. The football struck by Zhang Chang was seized by a Birmingham defender, who passed it to right back Kelly, who surged forward with the ball at great speed. Spotting an approaching Watford defender intent on intercepting, he swiftly shifted the ball to midfielder Larson. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Huiteng hurriedly advanced, intent on intercepting the play. However, Larson had long since learned his lesson. He had no intention of attempting to break past Su Huiteng. Instead, Larson executed a seamless 2-on-1 maneuver with Kelly, effortlessly circumventing Su Huiteng. Su Huiteng swiftly turned to pursue, yet it was too late. Larson deftly flicked the ball into the vacant space within the penalty area. Birmingham's forward, Marcus Bent, successfully evaded the offside trap, effortlessly executing a diving header that once again breached the goal defended by Rock. Alas, Holloway felt a sense of despondency, as he could almost foresee the impending defeat in this match. However, as the head coach, he endeavored to maintain his composure. The gorilla. Sun Jing intended to voice something, but was immediately interrupted by Zhuang Guoyin. This has nothing to do with the gorilla, right? Zhuang Guoyin remarked. It is indeed the gorilla's strike that led to the goal, so it certainly pertains to him, Sun Jing retorted defiantly. In the 41st minute, Zhu Junquan was brought down on the left side of the penalty area while cutting in. The referee unhesitatingly awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. This position was approximately 20 meters from the goal, yet not perfectly aligned, situated towards the outer edge of the left corner of the penalty area. Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan were deliberating on how to handle the situation, particularly regarding the execution of this free kick. Should we resort to the special tactic we rehearsed last night? Zhu Junquan inquired with a hint of excitement in his voice, leaning closer to Su Huiteng. The positioning was far from ideal, and the remarkable tactic could only be employed once. Once utilized, it would be rendered ineffective. Given the circumstances, the likelihood of scoring from this position was less than 50%. I believe it would be wiser to proceed with a conventional approach, he suggested. Su Huiteng contemplated carefully, feeling uncertain, and whispered softly in Zhu Juanchuan's ear. Subsequently, Zhu Junquan pushed the ball into the penalty area with his right foot, prompting Su Huiteng to swiftly follow suit and strike the free kick. Magnificent! Many fans couldn't help but exclaim in delight. This was undoubtedly a world-class shot. Numerous supporters unknowingly rose to their feet. The moment Su Huiteng made contact with the football, Zhuang Guoyin sprang up from her seat as if a spring had been installed. Her gaze fixed intently on the ball. Goal. It must go in. Jiayu fervently prayed in her heart. Holloway clenched his fists tightly, watching the free kick with bated breath. The football soared upwards, seemingly destined to escape the goalposts. However, Zhang Chang was acutely aware of this sensation. He had previously only a 50% chance of saving such shots from Su Huiteng. Indeed, this was Su Huiteng's signature move, the elevator ball. As soon as Su Huiteng struck the ball, Zhang Chang was already prepared. Without waiting for the ball to descend completely, he leapt high into the air, soaring about a meter above the goal. He jumped extraordinarily high, arms outstretched, his body fully extended. just as the ball began its descent from its apex. Zhang Chang deftly flicked it away, sending it over the crossbar. Splendid. Absolutely stunning. A world-class save. A world-class free kick met with a world-class save. Successfully thwarting this extraordinary shot, commentator Martin Tyler shouted exuberantly, "You gorilla, I despise you." Sun Jing felt her temper flaring. "Calm down. There's no need to be so agitated," Zhuang Guiyan said, though she too was somewhat breathless, managing to maintain her composure. "You're not even angry that your beautiful free kick by Su Huitang was blocked by that gorilla? You are utterly cold-blooded," Sun Jing retorted persistently. "All right. The gorilla is a scoundrel. Is that sufficient?" Zhuang Guiyan replied with a smile. "That's more like it." Following this, Watford once again sought a promising opportunity to score. In a swift transmission from Su Huitang to forward Pliskin, Pliskin successfully evaded the offside trap and calmly aimed a shot towards the far corner. However, this high-quality strike was miraculously thwarted by the extraordinary Zhang Chang, who dove impressively to parry the ball away. It was a world-class save. Truly remarkable. This goalkeeper from China is nothing short of exceptional. He astonishingly and swiftly fell to the ground, deflecting the ball in what seemed like an instantaneous motion. Commentator Martin Tyler exuberantly praised Zhang Chang, exclaiming, "Another incredible performance." Sun Jing felt she was on the verge of losing control over her emotions today. Yet, this time, Zhu Junquan had nothing to do with it. Zhuang Guiyan remarked. Zhu Juanchuan's team had suffered a defeat. He could not possibly be in high spirits. And if he was upset, then so was she. This was undoubtedly the fault of the incredible Zhang. Zhuang Guiyan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. As the first half concluded, Watford trailed 0-2 at home against Birmingham. Birmingham's performance certainly lived up to their status as the leaders of the championship, captivating the audience with their outstanding display. Particularly memorable were Zhang Chang's series of spectacular saves, which many fans would remember vividly for years to come. During the halftime break, head coach Horowitz urged the players to release their burdens. After all, the opponent was formidable, and losing was not the end of the world. As long as they showcased their spirit and determination, that was what truly mattered. Su Huitang encountered the most troublesome challenge of his life. He found himself unable to breach the fortress that was Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang resembled a formidable, shifting wall, impervious to all of Su's relentless efforts. Zhu Junquan appeared somewhat exasperated as he remarked, "Our ultimate technique can be employed but once. Even if an opportunity arises, it would only allow us to regain a single point. Presently, we trail by 2 points, and to equalize, we must secure additional opportunities to utilize our other formidable strategies." Su Huitang patted Zhu Junquan on the back, offering words of comfort. "It is all right. Opportunities are crafted for those who are prepared. Strive to perform at your utmost. And even in defeat, there is honor in the endeavor." Zhu Junquan replied with fervor, "We have already attempted numerous methods. If one approach fails, we shall try 10. And if 10 falter, we shall resort to 100. Astonished, he added, "I never imagined that someone who appears so refined would utter such coarse language. What a surprise." Su Huitang shook his head while speaking. "I believe you are more refined than I am, aren't you? I merely possess a slightly fairer complexion than you. Just look at your muscles. They hardly seem presentable, yet you dare to call me refined?" Zhu Junquan continued to jest about Su Huitang's physique. "I am but an ordinary person. Unlike your lofty demeanor, refinement suits you far better." Su Huitang swiftly touched Zhu Juanchuan's face and remarked, "Look at you. What cosmetics have you been using? Do you think I wouldn't notice you applying them behind my back? This isn't makeup. It's merely skincare." Zhu Junquan felt somewhat embarrassed and hurried to explain, "All right, it's just skincare." Chapter 64. The Chinese Derby, a fine performance. The two of them jested merrily, soon alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. The other players exchanged glances, as none of them could comprehend Mandarin. They were utterly oblivious to the conversation between Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, yet they appeared to be in high spirits. What were they discussing? It remained a mystery. Though Su had just touched Zhu's face. "I often see them going out together at night, only to return after more than an hour. I wonder what they could be up to." The two of them went out together at night? For an hour? Oh my goodness. Could it be that their relationship is of that nature? If that were the case, it would be a pity. Those lovely ladies are missing out on an opportunity. The other teammates whispered and chuckled, yet their conversation was in English. Both Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan could still hear them, albeit softly. "We are not what you think. We are merely good friends sharing a joke. Please do not misunderstand," Su Huitang hastily clarified, for he wished to avoid any scandal involving Zhu Junquan that might reach Zhuang Guiyan's ears. We were merely jesting to lighten the somber atmosphere. There is no need to be so tense. A teammate approached and patted Su Huitang on the shoulder, quickly adding, "That's good. That's good." Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan spoke in unison, exchanging a smile after their words. In the Birmingham locker room, the atmosphere was vibrant. "Zhang, you were truly remarkable. The two Chinese players on their team possess formidable attacking prowess, yet you managed to defend against them effortlessly. Indeed, our Zhang is invincible. Yes. We hope you maintain a clean sheet this match and uphold your record of 10 consecutive matches without conceding." The teammates joyfully bantered with Zhang Chong, whose brilliance overshadowed even the goal scorers, Larson and Marcus Bent. Head coach McLeish urged the players to continue to exert pressure on Watford and praised Zhang Chong for his performance in the first half, expressing hope that he would sustain this form. "Understood, sir. I shall strive to maintain my performance," Zhang Chong replied respectfully. Zhang Chong pondered. Could it be that such a cunning figure as Su Huitang has no backup plan? Perhaps he still has some tricks up his sleeve? Given Zhang Chang's understanding of Su Huitang, it was unlikely that he would remain passive. Yet, he was uncertain of what devious schemes Su Huitang might conjure. Regardless, it mattered not. No matter what clever tactics he devised, Zhang Chong was confident he could counter them all. As long as he could save every shot, it would suffice. As the second half approached, the players emerged from the tunnel in succession. "Zhu Junquan, I love you." Sun Jing's loud voice rang out upon seeing Zhu Junquan. "Could you please quiet down? Aren't you exhausting your throat?" Zhuang Guiyin quickly covered her ears and shouted at Sun Jing. "No way. I must cheer for him. By the way, you haven't even cheered for Su Huitang. I can't stand you. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, they won't hear you." Zhuang Guiyin chuckled. "Hoarse throat. Hoarse throat. Indeed, they can't hear," Sun Jing retorted playfully. "You silly goose, haha." Zhuang Guiyin laughed heartily, disregarding her own image. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the second half commenced. Watford's coach, Holloway, sat silently, his expression impassive. Perhaps he had to accept the reality of losing at home to Birmingham. As the match reached the 58th minute, Zhu Junquan received a pass from Su Huitang. After executing a 1-2 with Su Huitang, he skillfully cut inside towards the penalty area. Faced with the encirclement of two defenders, he astutely opted to pass the ball to Su Huitang, who was surging forward in the center. As Su Huitang executed a swift cut past Zhu Junquan, he instantaneously accelerated, leaving the defender who had been marking him in his wake. At that moment, to his right, a Birmingham center-back named Richwell surged forward rapidly, intent on seizing the football from Su Huitang's feet. Richwell was an imposing figure, standing at a height of 190 centimeters and weighing approximately 80 kilograms. In comparison to Su Huitang, he appeared almost childlike. Richwell, leveraging his physical advantage, attempted to push Su Huitang aside to seize the football. As Richwell charged forward, he nudged with his body, seemingly not exerting much force. Nevertheless, Su Huitang fell to the ground. Observing this, Richwell quickly raised his hands, shouting to the referee, insisting that he had committed no foul and that Su Huitang was merely feigning injury. Zhang Chong, witnessing the scene, dashed out from in front of the goal, running and shouting, "I know Su Huitang is pretending. There's no way he could be knocked down like that. It's a blatant dive, absolutely a dive." Upon seeing this, Zhu Junquan promptly rushed towards the referee, asserting that he had witnessed the incident clearly and that Richwell had indeed committed a foul. After appealing to the referee, Zhu Junquan shoved Zhang Chong aside. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Zhang Chang exclaimed, visibly displeased. "Of course, I am. What are you going to do about it?" "Come on," Zhu Junquan replied, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Chong and beckoning him provocatively. Although Zhang Chang was infuriated and contemplated retaliating with a punch, he ultimately restrained himself. "I understand now. This is Su Huitang's ploy. You two want to fool me. I want to be deceived." Ha ha ha! Zhang Chong laughed heartily, reveling in his perceived insight into Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan's trickery. Having played 9 matches in the championship, such trivial antics are far too simplistic to ensnare me, he thought, feeling quite pleased with himself. The referee, noticing the 3 players encircled around him in heated debate, felt compelled to make a swift decision. After a moment's consideration, he brandished a yellow card at Richwell and awarded Watford a free kick in the attacking zone. After all, the referee had observed genuine physical contact between Richwell and Su Huitang, making the free kick a justifiable call. "You're not pretending again, are you? What can I say?" Zhu Junquan murmured quietly to Su Huitang, who was slowly rising. "He knocked me off balance. and his force was indeed considerable. Furthermore, given that we are on our home turf, it is not erroneous to call a foul against him. Su Huitang whispered softly in Zhu Juanxuan's ear, then positioned the football, preparing to take this free kick. The location of this free kick was far more advantageous than the one in the first half, directly facing the goal and situated over 20 meters away. You are so cunning, and you've mastered the nuances so well. I truly admire you, Zhu Juquan remarked, delivering a playful punch to Su Huitang's chest while discreetly winking at him in a signal. What? How is that possible? Suddenly, Su Huitang widened his eyes in astonishment as he glared at Zhu Juquan, his voice raised in a display of palpable anger. Chapter 65. The Chinese Derby, the bitter strategy. How can it be impossible? My free kick technique is no inferior to yours. Why should you be the only one to take it? Why can't I have the chance? Zhu Juquan stood his ground, unwilling to concede this opportunity to Su Huitang. Only Zhang Chong on the field could comprehend their exchange, while the referee and other players remained entirely oblivious. Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan did not engage in a physical altercation. The referee would not issue a card, as he mistakenly believed they were merely discussing how to execute the free kick. At that moment, observing that the wall had been properly arranged, the referee blew the whistle, signaling that the free kick could be taken. Zhang Cheng looked on with suspicion at Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan. Pondering the peculiar situation, it hardly seemed like a performance. Initially, the two were in good spirits, but when Zhu Juquan sought to take the free kick, he struck Su Huitang, and thus, a quarrel ensued between them. What exactly were Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan discussing? Zhang Chong, filled with anxiety, was at a loss as he had not overheard their conversation and remained unaware of the whispers exchanged between them. He only caught that Zhu Juquan intended to take the free kick, while Su Huitang was opposed to it. However, observing the fury in their eyes as they glared at one another, Zhang Chong surmised that their dispute revolved around the matter of who should take the kick. Without further contemplation, he felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, the situation could escalate into a physical altercation, which would not only result in cards but could also lead to additional suspension penalties. Although Watford's potential relegation due to the suspensions of Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan was of no concern to Zhang Chong, the tarnish it would bring to their professional careers was troubling. The thought that they might become undesirable to the club over such an incident was indeed disheartening. Zhang Chong could not bear to witness his close friends in a brawl. He had to prevent it. As Zhu Juquan stormed towards Su Huitang from his left, Zhang Chong stepped forward from the goal area and urgently shouted, "Please, do not fight." Su Huitang stood before the ball, observing as Zhu Juquan approached, evidently intent on contesting the free kick with him. With a swift motion, he pushed Zhu Juquan aside with his left hand and quickly took aim, striking the ball. What? Zhang Chong was taken aback, astonished that amidst the ongoing dispute between the two, it was Su Huitang who executed the free kick. The free kick taken by Su Huitang was utterly unexpected, the football soaring towards the goal with a trajectory resembling a vibrant rainbow. Although Su Huitang did not take a run-up, the speed of his shot was remarkable and the power was substantial, soaring towards the upper left corner of the goal. Zhang Chong, having just stepped out from the goal, was preparing to mediate a dispute, yet he had not even readied himself when the ball was nearly upon him. Zhang Chang was taken aback by Su Huitang's unexpected and cunning maneuver. The quarrel between Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan is evidently a fade, a mere performance for his eyes. Among the throngs present, only he possesses the insight to comprehend the charade enacted by Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan. Zhang Chang, caught in a state of bemusement, could only swallow his frustration, bitter as it was. He had never anticipated that, despite his numerous precautions, he would still fall prey to Su Huitang's ploy of feigned injury. Watford Su unexpectedly took a shot. It appeared he was engaged in a dispute with his teammates regarding the execution of the free kick, only to suddenly unleash the ball. The Birmingham goalkeeper, Zhang, clearly had not yet fully grasped the situation. Commentator Martin Tyler was taken aback by Su Huitang's abrupt strike. Zhang Chang's reaction seemed to lag, as if he had not foreseen that Su would shoot directly. Nevertheless, Zhang did not relent. With astonishing reflexes, almost instinctively, he lunged towards the ball with remarkable swiftness. Zhang Chang, resembling an agile primate, arched his back and extended his hand in an attempt to thwart the free kick. A single fingertip grazed the ball, yet alas, he failed to deflect it. The trajectory of the ball remained unchanged, hurtling towards the upper left corner of the goal. After the attempt, Zhang lay sprawled on the grass, helplessly watching as the ball sailed into the net. It was a goal. Su Huitang had scored. Zhuang Guiyin, in a fit of excitement, embraced Sun Jing and shouted joyfully. Ahem, didn't you say he wasn't your boyfriend? And you weren't planning to pursue him, so why the exuberance? Just look at how thrilled you are. Sun Jing pried Zhuang Guiyin's arms away, teasingly. Yes, just a friend. He scored, and I'm happy. Is that a crime? Not a crime. But ordinary friends don't react like this. Come on, admit it, do you like him? All right, our boy has finally scored, Jiayu exclaimed. Her joy unabated despite her lack of understanding regarding Su Huitang's altercation with his teammates. For her, Su's goal was enough to elate her spirits. Head coach Horowitz wore a faint smile, pondering. These two children seemed to have distracted the opposing goalkeeper, causing him to react with a moment's delay. Unfortunately, he did not comprehend the language. Birmingham's coach, McLeish, sighed, realizing that Zhang Chong had been somewhat naive, easily deceived by the duo's ruse. Zhang should have been able to save such a shot. It was perplexing why his focus had faltered so suddenly. Su Huitang, Zhu Junquan, you scoundrels. You have betrayed my trust. Zhang Chong shouted at Su Huitang. Consider this a lesson. You will gain experience for future situations. How could you still scold me? It wounds my heart. Remember, you need not thank me. Su Huitang promptly responded, deliberately shrugging his shoulders as if to portray himself as benevolent, while Zhang Chong remained unappreciative. Shameless scoundrel. Zhang Chong grumbled as he retrieved the ball from the goalpost. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in one's wit. Thereafter, no one could ever deceive Zhang Chong with such tricks again. Su Huitang later lamented alongside Zhang Chong, stating, Had I not provided you with such a vivid lesson in advance, you would certainly have suffered during significant competitions. You truly ought to express your gratitude. Zhang Chang's remarkable record of 9 consecutive matches without conceding a goal was thus shattered by the cunning strategies of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Chong realized he had once again fallen victim to Su Huitang's deception. Could it truly be attributed to his lack of education? Yet, he was well aware of the essence of a feigned sacrifice. In truth, Su Huitang understood that Zhang Chong was a man of deep emotions, and in such circumstances, his attention would inevitably be drawn away. Consequently, when Su Huitang executed a sudden strike, an unsuspecting Zhang Chong found it nearly impossible to thwart the shot. This was where Zhang Chang's vulnerability lay, and Su Huitang, alongside Zhu Junquan, skillfully capitalized on it. This tactic had been meticulously devised during a night of deep contemplation between Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, predicated on the necessity of securing a favorable free kick opportunity. In the first half, Su Huitang had failed to seize a free kick chance, as the angle was not particularly advantageous, and even with Zhang Chong momentarily caught off guard, he might still have managed to save it. This strategy could only be employed once, for should they attempt it again, it would surely lose its effectiveness. No matter how sentimental Zhang Chong was, he would not be deceived repeatedly. Although Watford had managed to score a goal through the collaboration of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, the score remained a mere 1-2. The pursuit of an equalizer remained a formidable challenge, let alone overtaking the score. Having scored through trickery, Zhang Chong rallied his teammates, urging them, let us show them our true colors. Let us secure another goal to seal our victory and extinguish their hopes of leveling the score. He encouraged them to intensify their offensive efforts while remaining vigilant in defense, advising, let us withstand their onslaught. Our counterattack will surely yield fruitful results. Su Huitang clapped his hands to remind his teammates. Subsequently, Birmingham indeed launched a tidal wave of attacks. The Watford goal was under siege, and the defense was precariously fragile. However, with Su Huitang, Zhu Junquan, and others returning to defend, they managed to maintain the integrity of their goal with great difficulty. As the match progressed beyond the 80-minute mark, Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan employed various methods in an attempt to breach Zhang Chang's goal once more. Yet they found themselves utterly helpless. Chapter 66, The Chinese Derby. Intimately familiar, Zhang Chang remained undeterred by Su Huitang's free kick, continuing to exhibit remarkable prowess. He adeptly intercepted and repelled every cleverly angled shot, either deflecting them with his fists or securing the ball in his grasp. After catching the football, he provocatively tilted his head towards Su Huitang, making a peace sign with both hands beneath his chin. This left Su Huitang in a state of bemusement. Look at that gorilla, isn't he rather adorable? With those two hands making peace signs under his cheeks and his head tilted. Isn't that charming? Zhuang Guiyin remarked, unable to suppress her laughter at Zhang Chang's taunting gestures. How can that be considered adorable? This is clearly infuriating. My Zhu Junquan hasn't scored yet, Sun Jing retorted, filled with dissatisfaction. As the match drew closer to its conclusion, Watford narrowly avoided conceding another goal. Birmingham took a corner kick, and chaos ensued in the penalty area. The opposing forward made a close-range poke, which was heroically cleared off the line by Su Huitang. This attack nearly sealed the fate of the match. Su Huitang exhaled heavily, feeling as though his physical strength was rapidly depleting. Not only was he involved in the offense, but he also had to contribute to the defense within the penalty area, causing his stamina to wane even more swiftly than before. Previously, he could barely endure the full 90 minutes, but the relentless back-and-forth running had nearly exhausted his energy. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, acutely aware that if he were to be substituted, their chances of winning the match would plummet. Remaining on the field, he was in search of that final glimmer of opportunity. As long as he did not concede defeat, he believed there would still be a chance. Su Huitang pondered to himself. Su Huitang possesses a profound understanding of Zhang Chang and harbors a subtle belief that there remains a glimmer of opportunity. Zhang Chang's performance is indeed commendable, yet it cannot be deemed flawless. On numerous occasions, he could have opted to delicately lift the ball beyond the baseline. However, he consistently chose to strike the ball forcefully out of the penalty area. While this approach effectively mitigates the risk of conceding a corner kick to the opposing team, it also carries the perilous possibility of the ball landing at the feet of a Watford player ready to unleash a counterattack. Perhaps Zhang Chang seeks to showcase his strength, or he may possess an unwavering confidence in his ability to reclaim possession of the ball once more. As Su Huitang cleared the ball from the goal line, he inadvertently passed it to his own central defender, Demerit. Demerit swiftly transferred the ball to the feet of the left back, Sadler. Su Huitang had already sprinted out from the goal line, gritting his teeth and resolutely pressing forward. The left back, noticing Zhu Juquan requesting the ball ahead, swiftly delivered it to his feet. Zhu Juquan skillfully turned to receive the pass, yet he felt the pressure of a defender pressing against his back, occasionally attempting to disrupt his control of the ball. With a deft motion, Zhu Juquan pivoted the ball with his right foot to the rear right, subsequently turning to the right side, effortlessly evading the defender trailing behind him. He strode forward with the ball, cutting inward as he surged towards the penalty area. Although Su Huitang felt that his stamina was nearly depleted, he persisted in sprinting towards the opponent's goal, refusing to surrender and gritting his teeth in determination. In front of Zhu Juquan stood two defensive players, with another defender rapidly approaching from nearby. Rather than opting for a low-percentage dribbling maneuver, he chose to pass the ball back to Su Huitang, who had advanced to a position slightly ahead of the center circle. After delivering the pass, Zhu Juquan skillfully evaded the defender beside him and continued his run towards the penalty area. Su Huitang, after taking a few steps with the ball, feigned a shot, only to pass it back to Zhu Juquan. However, Zhang Chang was not deceived by Su Huitang's pretense. He discerned that the kick was a pass rather than an attempt at goal. Thus, he awaited Zhu Juquan's shot before he would make his save. Su Huitang executed a precise through ball that found the vacant space to the right of Zhu Juquan. After Su Huitang delivered the pass, he gradually slowed his pace, meandering toward Birmingham's penalty area. Indeed, he was walking, feeling as though his strength was nearly depleted, wishing to conserve the remnants of his waning energy. This coordination was one they had practiced numerous times before. Zhu Juquan unleashed a long-range shot, the football spinning fiercely as it soared toward the upper left corner of the goal. Zhang Chang was already poised, contemplating. "Your shot is commendable, but do not expect to breach my defenses." He leapt high, his body tilting to the left, and once more struck the ball away with his fist. "Humph, you think you can score with that?" After forcefully clearing the ball, Zhang Chang cast a defiant glance at Zhu Juquan. Yet, he was soon left dumbfounded. Goodness, how is this possible? Why is it traveling so swiftly? Upon observing Zhang Chang's high leap, Su Huitang immediately understood that Zhang Chang intended to launch the ball out of the penalty area. Would have been a leisurely pace for Su Huitang transformed in an instant, as if an engine had been installed within him, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. The football, expertly struck by Zhang Chang, landed perfectly in front of Su Huitang. Su Huitang lifted his left foot and executed a stunning strike, having recently honed his skills in long-range shots with his left foot. The ball surged forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the upper right corner of the goal with great velocity. Zhang Chang, whose weight was still on his left side, could not fully adjust in time. He could only rely on instinct, diving to the right. However, his leap lacked sufficient force, and he failed to make contact with the ball. It soared past him, seamlessly finding its way into the upper right corner. Zhang Chang collapsed to the ground, watching in disbelief as the ball spun within the net, only settling moments later. He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, struggling to comprehend the reality of the moment. How could Su Huiteng be so fortuitous as to find himself in that precise position? Zhang Chang could hardly believe his eyes. It was as if Su Huiteng had foreseen where the football would land after he had parried it away. The other players had not even had the time to ascertain the trajectory of the ball. Even Richwell, the central defender who was in close proximity to the landing point, could not react swiftly enough to clear the ball, and Su Huiteng seized the opportunity to execute a stunning volley. Surely, this must be mere coincidence, Zhang Chang murmured to himself. In truth, Su Huiteng was thoroughly familiar with Zhang Chang. Just as Zhang Chang could effortlessly save long-range shots from Zhu Junquan and Su Huiteng due to their mutual understanding, their keen insight into the ball's trajectory allowed them to react in advance and thwart each other's attempts on goal. Su Huiteng has witnessed Zhang Chang's countless saves, particularly in this match, where Zhang forcefully struck against such shots. Su Huiteng anticipated that the football would soar towards the vicinity of the penalty area. Thus, he adeptly predicted its approximate landing point. Without waiting for the ball to descend, he executed a stunning volley, securing a goal. He understood the necessity for swift action and an element of surprise. Hence, he initially strolled casually, only to spring into action when the opportunity arose. Had he waited for the ball to touch the ground before attempting his shot, Zhang Chang would have already adjusted his stance, rendering a long-range shot less effective at that moment. If Su Huiteng had waited for the football to land before taking his shot, the brief moment of hesitation might have allowed Zhang Chang to reposition himself and thwart Su Huiteng's long-range attempt. Regardless, the goal was scored, and Watford valiantly equalized the score. 2-2. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, the rain began to intensify, transforming from a light drizzle into a steady downpour. Chapter 67. The Chinese Derby, exhausted. Golul. The commentator exuberantly announced the goal. What a splendid strike. Birmingham's Zhang heroically parried the opposing team's long-range shot. The ball soared outside the penalty area, where Su, perfectly positioned, executed a stunning volley. Zhang, having just made a save, was unable to react in time to reclaim the ball, which flew into the top right corner of the net. Watford, against all odds, equalized, a true miracle. This match was nothing short of exhilarating, with even Zhang unable to stop such a brilliant goal. 2-2, and less than 10 minutes remained for Birmingham. Could they secure another goal? Wonderful, Zhuang Guiyan exclaimed as she embraced Sun Jing, shaking her shoulders with fervor. Oh dear, why do you always act this way? I'm beginning to suspect you have a dual personality. Sun Jing felt elated, though not quite as exuberant as Zhuang Guiyan. I'm merely delighted. Not every moment brings such joy, she replied with a smile. Yet you claim you don't like him, Sun Jing murmured softly. Zhuang Guiyan, feigning ignorance, continued to celebrate joyfully. Zhuang Guiyan was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the Su Huiteng she had longed to witness, the player she had eagerly anticipated. Equalized. Well done, son, Jiayu shouted, as if her voice could reach Su Huiteng. Well done, to equalize in such a challenging match. Su Yang clenched his fists, expressing his excitement fervently. Upon witnessing the goal, Halavi leaped high into the air, vigorously waving his arms, as if he had just clinched the Champions League title. He had initially resigned himself to defeat, never anticipating that Su Huiteng would miraculously equalize the score. Watford's fortune was indeed remarkable, McLeish murmured to himself. Unwilling to believe that Su Huiteng had accurately predicted the trajectory of the ball, it was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. At that precise moment, Su Huiteng appeared in the perfect position, executing a long-range shot of remarkable quality. Zhang Chang, unfortunately, failed to shift his center of gravity in time after attempting to save the ball. McLeish pondered this. With 10 minutes remaining, Birmingham still had a chance. A draw would not be catastrophic. Even a stalemate would keep Birmingham firmly at the top of the league table. This was the source of McLeish's confidence. However, for Watford, the implications of such a draw were substantial. Firstly, Birmingham was the league leader, and secondly, Zhang Chang had yet to concede a goal. A draw in this match could significantly bolster the team's morale, but they must withstand Birmingham's relentless assault in the ensuing 10 minutes. Everyone needed to rally their spirits. The match was far from over, and it was imperative to defend against the opponent's advances. Su Huiteng lay upon the damp grass, rallying his weary teammates. Yet he was destined to be substituted by the head coach. Following a remarkable long-range goal, he had collapsed onto the slick turf, his body now caked in mud. His calves had once again seized up, his strength utterly depleted, leaving him devoid of any vigor. The rain-soaked jersey and shorts clung to his skin, amplifying the discomfort of his cramping legs, rendering Su Huiteng exceedingly uneasy. Zhu Junquan pressed his abdomen against Su Huiteng's foot, diligently massaging his toes in a bid to prolong the moment, hoping to delay the coach's decision to substitute him. Su Huiteng rallied the team, urging Zhu Junquan to delay the game. "Referee, they are stalling," shouted Chief Referee Zhang Changchao. The referee approached Su Huiteng and inquired if the game could proceed. Zhu Junquan replied to the referee that it could not continue and insisted on a substitution. At that moment, Zhu Junquan gestured to head coach Halovi for the change. In truth, Coach Halovi had already anticipated the substitution, as their substitute center back was warming up on the sidelines. He waited for Zhu Junquan's signal before initiating the substitution. "When you carry me over, please do not run too swiftly." Su Huiteng leaned on Zhu Junquan's back, whispering softly in his ear. Su Huiteng, utterly fatigued, gasped for breath, his exhalations wafting into Zhu Junquan's ear. Zhu Junquan felt a tickling sensation in his ear as Su Huiteng's grimy jersey and shorts clung closely to him, making him quite uncomfortable. At that moment, the referee approached, admonishing Zhu Junquan to hasten his actions, warning that failure to do so would result in a card. Only then did Zhu Junquan quicken his pace, carrying Su Huiteng off the field. "Well done," exclaimed Holloway, as he summoned two substitute players to assist Su Huiteng in taking a seat, praising his performance. Indeed, Su Huiteng's display in the match was nearly flawless. Without his 2 goals, the team would have been unable to equalize. "Is your son uninjured?" Jiayu inquired, noticing Su Huiteng being carried off. "He should be fine. It's likely just a cramp. Didn't his teammates help massage him earlier? It shouldn't be an injury. If it were, the team doctor would have gone to check on him," a more knowledgeable friend responded, allowing Jiayu to breathe a sigh of relief. "Your Su Huiteng has exited. Now it's time to see Zhu Junquan shine," Sun Jing remarked to Zhuang Guiyan. "Did you not see that Watford substituted in a center back? They must be focusing on defense now. Zhu Junquan may not have the opportunity to showcase his skills," Zhuang Guiyan replied with a smile. "Who says he must only attack? Zhu Junquan can also excel in defense." Soon enough, Zhu Junquan was also substituted, as Watford brought on another defensive player. Birmingham continued their relentless assault on Watford's goal, yet they failed to score again before the match concluded. Ultimately, the score was fixed at 2-2. "Fantastic. This was the finest match I have ever seen you play," Zhu Junquan exclaimed after the game, embracing Su Huiteng tightly, overwhelmed with joy. In this match, Su Huiteng delivered an outstanding performance, and Zhu Junquan felt that the forthcoming days would no longer be as arduous as those preceding matches. He believed it was time for him to shine, having remained in the shadows for far too long. Despite scoring in several previous games, the lack of sufficient support from the midfield meant he could not rescue the team. Watching helplessly as they slipped into the relegation zone, that feeling was utterly dreadful. Now that Su Huiteng has returned, he was filled with joy and appeared somewhat exhilarated. "You also performed commendably. Had the opposing goalkeeper not been Zhang Chang, you would likely have scored. Your contribution to the final goal was significant as well. We spent a long time last night analyzing Zhang Chang's characteristics, did we not?" Su Huiteng felt utterly drained of energy as he embraced Zhu Junquan, joyfully patting him on the back. The two of them, covered in dirt, held each other tightly, causing Zhu Junquan to momentarily forget his aversion to uncleanliness. "Hey, buddy, didn't you say you two were merely friends?" a teammate quipped as he approached. "We are indeed friends. Therefore, you should join in for a hug as well." As Su Huiteng regained his composure, he immediately pressed his muddy body against that of a teammate, embracing him while exclaiming, "Quite robust." The teammate flexed his arm and replied, "Indeed, the muscles are commendable." Their light-hearted banter elicited hearty laughter from the group, elevating the atmosphere in the locker room to a peak of joviality. Chapter 68. The Chinese Derby, Post-Match. In this match, Su Huiteng unequivocally earned the title of the best player on the field. He netted 2 goals, enabling Watford to secure a draw against Birmingham. Although Zhang Chang delivered an impressive performance, he ultimately saw his goal line breached twice, thus ending his clean sheet record, which was shattered by Su Huiteng. Following this match, Watford accumulated 13 points, narrowly escaping the relegation zone and positioning themselves 4th from the bottom in the standings. Despite temporarily evading relegation, the path ahead remains fraught with challenges. Should they falter at home against Barnsley, who also possess 13 points, it is likely that Watford would plunge back into the relegation zone. However, with Su Huitang's return from injury, head coach Holloway felt a renewed sense of hope for victory. During the post-match press conference, numerous journalists sought insights from Watford's head coach, Holloway. "Sir, are you satisfied with Su Huitang's performance?" inquired a reporter from the Manchester sports newspaper. "Certainly. If 10 is the highest score, I would give Su a perfect 10, Holloway responded, bestowing the utmost praise upon Su Huitang's performance, which he deemed flawless. Although the match did not yield a victory, he expressed deep satisfaction nonetheless. "Sir, could you comment on the opponent's performance?" asked a representative from the Manchester Evening News. While Zhu Junquan also exhibited commendable skills, in comparison to Su Huitang, he fell slightly short. Consequently, the Manchester Evening News refrained from prompting Holloway to comment on Zhu Junquan's performance and instead directed him to discuss the opponent. Birmingham is a remarkably formidable team, particularly their goalkeeper, Zhang. "I am confident they will achieve promotion this year." Holloway generously commended Zhang Chang's efforts, which were indeed deserving of accolades. "Mr. McLeish, do you have confidence in achieving promotion to the Premier League?" posed a journalist from the Daily Mail. "Absolutely, our team's morale is high, and our capabilities rank among the best in the Championship," McLeish confidently replied. "Zhang conceded 2 goals in this match. Are you still satisfied with his performance?" inquired a reporter from Sky Sports. Zhang's performance was evident for all to see. Watford was fortunate to breach his defenses twice. "I will continue to place my trust in him," he affirmed. McLeish has always believed that Su Huitang's second goal was merely a stroke of luck, perfectly coinciding with the trajectory of the ball. As for the first goal, he opined that Zhang Chang's lack of experience led to his being outwitted by both Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, resulting in the conceded goal. Regarding this lapse, he found little fault, confident that Zhang Chang would not repeat such a mistake in the future. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan have once again been selected as part of the best 11 in this round of the league. After the match, Zhang Chang approached Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. "How dare you, Su Huitang, deceive me like this, exploiting my feelings? You are utterly shameless, insidious, and cunning," Zhang Chang exclaimed upon entering, delivering a punch to Su Huitang's chest. The other players from Watford, witnessing the scene, quickly gathered around. "How bold to strike someone in the Watford locker room. Did this little chubby fellow have a death wish?" Upon sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Su Huitang promptly intervened, asserting that Zhang Chang was his friend. The others were taken aback, reflecting on the unique manner in which Chinese individuals regard their friendships. "This indicates you are a person of deep emotions. Is that not a commendable trait?" Su Huitang chuckled as he elaborated. "Despicable and shameless," Zhang Chang retorted, still visibly displeased. "You've overused the term shameless. Perhaps you might select a different word?" Su Huitang responded with a smile. "You turtle bastard," Zhang Chang blurted out. "Enough. You've had your fill of insults. Has your anger subsided?" Su Huitang continued to smile. "Not quite. You shall treat us to a sumptuous dinner tonight," Zhang Chang insisted, still irate. "In truth, this method was concocted by the two of us, so count my share in the dinner," Zhu Junquan interjected, patting Zhang Chang on the shoulder. "You are not without fault either. You two are quite the cunning pair." All right. The Zhang Chang I know is not one to be stingy," he added. Su Huitang approached and embraced Zhang Chang's shoulders, saying, in truth, Zhang Chang's anger had nearly dissipated. However, he could not shake off the feeling of indignation, for he felt that Su Huitang had exploited his emotions to gain the upper hand. It was not the fact that Su Huitang had breached his defenses twice that irked him, but rather the realization that Su Huitang had successfully manipulated the bond of brotherhood between them, which weighed heavily on Zhang Chang's heart. "Behold my secret technique. The monkey steals the peach," Zhang Chang declared, employing his signature move. "Huh? Why didn't you dodge?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. "Now that you've successfully ambushed me, we are even, and you cannot remain angry with me," Su Huitang replied earnestly. "Very well. If that is the case, let us consider it settled. A clean slate," Zhang Chang responded with magnanimity. "Let me hold you tightly. I've missed you dearly. It has been quite some time since we parted ways." He lifted Su Huitang off the ground, causing him to struggle against Zhang Chang's embrace. "How is it that once you are no longer angry, your idioms flow effortlessly, and your English has become remarkably fluent, enabling seamless communication with the English? Your progress is astonishing. Indeed, one should take notice after 3 days apart." Su Huitang recalled the match, where Zhang Chang commanded the defense with remarkable precision, rendering it impenetrable. What felt like 3 days had, in truth, seemed to stretch into 3 years. You are treating us to a grand feast, Zhu Quan. We must hurry, as I have already secured permission from the coach, Zhang Chang exclaimed, cheerfully pushing Zhu Quan with one hand and Su Huitang with the other towards the exit. Wait, we must wait for us to ask for leave. The head coach is still holding a press conference. Besides, we have yet to shower. If we arrive at the banquet looking this filthy, others might mistake us for beggars. Su Huitang stood at the entrance, pointing at his jersey while exclaiming, all right, hurry up, I can hardly wait. Zhang Chang shouted. Su Huitang pondered the rapid fluctuations in Zhang Chang's demeanor, oscillating between ire and joviality. Could it be that his anger was merely a fade? After a moment's contemplation, Su Huitang gently shook his head. The Zhang Chang he knew was not one to feign so convincingly. His anger was undoubtedly genuine, albeit fleeting in its intensity. Su Huitang and Zhang Chang had only been apart for 2 months, yet it felt as though they were long-lost friends, eager to share an abundance of words. Su Huitang believed that his progress alongside Zhu Quan was commendable. However, he was taken aback by Zhang Chang's rapid advancement. Zhang Chang had nearly ascended to the status of a formidable gatekeeper, becoming an almost insurmountable rival. Had it not been for Su Huitang's intimate knowledge of Zhang Chang and his clever ruse that successfully deceived him, defeat would have been inevitable in this contest. Just as the three were preparing to indulge in a lavish meal, Zhuang Guiyin and Sun Jing arrived. You gorilla! How dare you come to seek out Su Huitang and Zhu Quan? Sun Jing exclaimed upon laying eyes on Zhang Chang. Chapter 69. The Chinese Derby, a Brotherhood Reunion, Gorilla? What gorilla? Su Huitang found the situation rather perplexing. Where did this so-called gorilla come from? Indeed, it was he, the gorilla, who was bullying my Zhu Quan. Sun Jing exclaimed, seething with indignation. What is wrong with me? And what about your Zhu Quan? Zhang Chang remarked, utterly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded. So, Zhu Quan, you have a girlfriend, and you didn't even inform me? Do you still consider me a brother? She is not my girlfriend. Don't believe her wild claims, Zhu Quan hastily clarified. Zhang Chang, however, was not inclined to accept Zhu Juan's defense, retorting, still attempting to wriggle out of it. That other individual must be Su Huitang's girlfriend, am I right? Upon hearing this, Sun Jing promptly interjected, indeed, she is Su Huitang's girlfriend. Su Huitang quickly replied, she is not my girlfriend. Sun Jing countered, dare you claim that you do not have feelings for Zhuang Guiyin? Su Huitang was rendered speechless, neither daring to retort nor willing to admit fault, opting instead for silence. Your silence equates to acquiescence, then. Very well, we may set forth, declared Sun Jing. Ah, this lovely young lady. You have yet to inform me of the occasion on which I have wronged your Zhu Quan, remarked Zhang Chang, still perplexed. You obstructed every football that my Zhu Quan attempted to play. Is that not tantamount to bullying him? Sun Jing placed her hands on her hips, indignantly expressing her grievance. Is this truly considered bullying? They conspired together to torment me, Zhang Chang muttered under his breath. Gorilla, what are you babbling about? Do you still wish to argue? Sun Jing, turning around, glared at Zhang Chang. No, I was merely referring to myself, and I did not yield to your Zhu Quan or to Su Huitang. Zhang Chang replied insincerely. That is more like it, Sun Jing said, lifting her chin and smiling. Su Huitang observed a peculiar phenomenon. Indeed, one thing could subdue another. In the presence of Sun Jing, Zhang Chang found himself utterly incapable of retorting. Although he had often bullied Zhang in the past, his prowess was no match for Sun Jing's sharp tongue. The 5 individuals engaged in a light-hearted conversation, bantering aimlessly. Hey, the gorilla already has a nickname. But you two do not. Let me think, what would be a fitting moniker for you? Sun Jing mused, her eyes darting as she concocted yet another whimsical idea. Please don't bestow upon me anything too unpleasant, Zhu Quan replied, aware that he could not dissuade her. Of course, my Prince Charming. I've got it. Let's call you Little Bai. Your complexion is fair, and since you are my white knight, Little Bai it is. Sun Jing exclaimed gleefully, clapping her hands. Zhu Quan nearly choked on his drink, but upon reflection, he deemed it far more pleasant than gorilla, and chose to let her have her way. Isn't Little Bai akin to Iniesta? Su Huitang interjected. What did you say? What does that matter? Little Bai belongs to me now. Zhu Quan is my Little Bai. Sun Jing proclaimed. I've thought of another one. Let's call you Mary Sue. She clapped her hands once more, brimming with excitement. Mary? Isn't that a feminine name? Su Huitang retorted with displeasure. That seems to be the case. How about Tom Su? Sun Jing suggested. Tom, Isn't that the name of a cat? Su Huitang shook his head disapprovingly. Cunning Su, melancholy Su. Sun Jing rattled off a plethora of names. No, none of them sound appealing. Perfect Su. For I am flawless. She laughed heartily. After Su Huitang finished speaking, he chuckled, feeling a tad embarrassed. He discreetly cast a glance at Zhuang Guiyan, relieved to find that she was not laughing at him. A narcissist, indeed. Henceforth, let us call you Narcissistic Su. Sun Jing finally recalled this, exhaling a sigh. Is Su Huitang truly narcissistic? It seems there is a hint of truth in that. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement. Zhang Chong, I never anticipated your eloquence would elevate to such heights, drawing closer to the caliber of Niuhu. How shall I deceive you in the future? Su Huitang shrugged his shoulders and shook his head as he spoke. By the way, how have Niuhu and the others been performing in the team? I haven't been keeping track, Zhang Chong inquired. Zhu Juquan possessed a laptop and suggested, we can simply open it up and look up the information. Su Huitang gently tapped Zhu Junquan, signaling him to retrieve his laptop. All right, Zhu Junquan responded, producing the laptop and powering it on. Niuhu is in Mallorca. Here's the information regarding Mallorca in La Liga. Zhu Junquan observed the data on the screen and continued. In the initial 3 matches, Niuhu did not feature. And subsequently, he was only substituted in during situations where the team was leading, and the time remaining was limited, necessitating a robust defensive effort. And then, Zhang Chong inquired. Currently, his playing time has increased. Following the injury of a key central defender, he has already made a starting appearance in the Copa del Rey, and in that match, Mallorca secured a victory. His performance appears to be quite stable, and Mallorca is presently positioned in the mid-table of the La Liga standings. Now let's take a look at Zhuang Eri, Su Huitang said, leaning slightly toward Zhu Junquan's laptop. Real Sociedad's Zhuang Eri has been performing admirably, scoring in nearly every match. Moreover, Real Sociedad is currently at the top of the Segunda División standings, making it quite likely that they will be competing in La Liga next season. Zhuang Eri is doing well. What about the last one, Wang Bo? Zhang Chong asked eagerly. Wang Bo is a primary attacking asset for Sandhausen, who are significantly ahead of the second-place team in the standings. It is believed that they will ascend to the second tier next year. Perhaps this is why the head coach has allowed him to participate in the Asian U19 Championship. Wang Bo has already been summoned by coach Lu Qiuming to join the national youth team for the Asian U19 Championship, set to take place from November 1st to 15th in Saudi Arabia. You both must be aware of this, right? Of course, but our team has not released any players. The league is currently in a crucial phase. It would be impossible to allow us to participate in the Asian U19 Championship, especially with the World Cup approaching. Zhang Chong replied, your Birmingham is still 2 points ahead of the second place. However, during the World Cup, there are no league matches or other competitions. Even the World Cup qualifiers take place during the international break, Su Huitang clarified. I am well aware. But we haven't had to participate in World Cup qualifiers in recent years, Zhang Chong remarked. Su Huitang sighed, fully aware of the reasons behind the absence of World Cup qualifiers for several years. Well, the subjects you are discussing are rather tedious. Let us divert our conversation to a more cheerful topic. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber, Sun Jing hastily interrupted the thoughts of the three. I must say, Zhu Juquan, I have been quite proactive in pursuing you, yet you remain unresponsive. If you find me unappealing, please do state it directly. I can handle the truth. Sun Jing implored, her gaze filled with a hint of vulnerability as she looked at Zhu Junquan. I haven't given it much thought. We are still young, and there is no need for haste. I must first establish myself firmly in the Premier League before contemplating such matters. Thus, it is not that I am outright rejecting you. Rather, I simply cannot entertain these thoughts at the moment, Zhu Junquan replied coolly. Zhu Junquan exuded an air of aloofness. His lack of outright refusal suggested that he harbored some feelings for her. Had it been anyone else, he would have declined without hesitation. Su Huitang noticed Sun Jing pouting with an unhappy expression and promptly sought to encourage her. Narcissistic Su, why don't you confess your feelings to our princess, Zhuang Guiyan? Upon hearing Su Huitang's words, Sun Jing's mood instantly lifted. She understood that Su Huitang had a deep understanding of Zhu Junquan. The two of them were as close as if they were one person. My aspiration is to become the World Footballer of the Year. So I will pursue Guiyan once I achieve that accolade. Su Huitang spoke gently, his gaze unwavering. Zhuang Guiyan felt her cheeks flush, turning a shade of crimson. She had not anticipated that Su Huitang would indeed confess his feelings. However, a confession carries certain prerequisites. What if you are not elected? You cannot keep our princess waiting indefinitely, Sun Jing remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. I believe in him, since he has spoken his truth. He will surely strive to fulfill it, Zhuang Guiyin promptly interjected, halting Sun Jing from continuing. Well, since the party involved has spoken, I shall refrain from further comment. Yet, I must remind you that our princess is quite sought after. If you wish to keep her waiting for too long, that would be an impossibility. That will not happen. A football career is not excessively lengthy, and typically one only sees significant progress before the age of 24. If I do not achieve success in these next few years, it will undoubtedly become increasingly difficult in the future. Su Huitang scratched his head, expressing his confusion over Zhuang Guiyin's intentions. She neither acquiesced nor declined, leaving Su Huitang's heart in turmoil. As the gathering came to a close, Zhang Chong reluctantly bid farewell to Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. Having spent only a few hours together, they were already parting ways, and it was uncertain when they would reunite again. Perhaps months would pass. Take care, my brothers. Zhang Chong waved his hand vigorously, his voice trembling slightly. Just as he was about to leave, Su Huiyang suddenly dashed back, standing before Zhang Chong and gazing into his slightly reddened eyes, inquiring, Have you been crying? Get lost. Zhang Chong shouted emphatically. How infuriating it was that you would exploit my emotions to mock me, he thought. Yet this time he refrained from employing his usual trick of the monkey stealing peaches. The following day, the Manchester Sports Daily allocated a substantial space to report on the match between Watford and Birmingham. They lauded the impressive form of Su Huitang, who had been loaned out, suggesting that he could very well be Manchester United's new hope. Furthermore, they drew comparisons between Su Huitang's outstanding performance and that of David Beckham in the illustrious history of Manchester United. If Su Huitang continues to progress, he may very well find himself in Manchester United's first team, gracing the Premier League pitch. Meanwhile, the Manchester Evening News has bestowed a rather modest acknowledgement upon Zhu Junquan, praising his team-oriented awareness. Without Zhu Junquan's contributions, Su Huitang would not have scored those 2 goals. Thus, the first Chinese derby in the championship has reached a temporary conclusion, and it is believed that many fans watching the match in bars will fondly remember this exhilarating encounter. Chapter 70. Home match against Barnsley. At this juncture, discussions have ignited in China regarding whether China's offense or defense is superior, yet no definitive conclusion has emerged. Su Huiyang rightfully earned the title of man of the match, his 2 goals being nothing short of spectacular. It is evident that a significant portion of the audience believes Su Huitang's performance was unparalleled. Zhu Junquan also showcased commendable skill.
Without him, Su Huitang's 2 goals would not have materialized. It is apparent that these comments come from Zhu Junquan's admirers. Su Huitang is so handsome.
Zhu Junquan is also quite dashing. Both are remarkable. This is certainly the voice of female fans. In this match, Zhang Chang's performance was arguably the finest. Su Huitang merely capitalized on luck and theatrics to score his 2 goals. Had he not deceived Zhang Chang with his first goal, Watford would have faced defeat long ago. Some have come to Zhang Chang's defense, acknowledging that aside from Su Huitang's first goal, his performance was nearly flawless. Let us not quarrel, regardless of the outcome. They are both Chinese players. I believe there is hope for the next World Cup qualifiers. Perhaps they will once again break free from Asia. I feel that the objective of breaking out of Asia is too modest. Our aim should be to secure the World Cup championship. Are you a fan or simply uninformed? A World Cup championship? How audacious. Claiming a World Cup championship is overly ambitious. However, advancing from the group stage is certainly a realistic expectation, provided we do not find ourselves in the group of death. What has been stated above is more plausible, considering that Japan and South Korea have successfully advanced from their groups on numerous occasions. On November 1st, Watford welcomed Barnsley at home, both teams having accumulated 13 points. Manager Holloway exuded confidence. Playing on home turf, the team's morale was commendably high, with Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan in exceptional form. Provided every player performed well, victory seemed within reach. On the same day, the Chinese U19 youth team was poised to commence their campaign in the Asian Youth Championship, facing a relatively weaker Tajikistan in their opening match. If the team played to their potential, they were likely to secure all 3 points. However, the European contingent of 6 players saw only Wang Bo participating, as the clubs were unwilling to release the others. This was not a national team match, leaving coach Lu Xiaoming with limited options. As the match unfolded, Holloway was filled with optimism after securing a draw against league leaders Birmingham. which had significantly uplifted the team's spirits. Nevertheless, he urged his players to remain vigilant and not underestimate Barnsley's capabilities due to their perceived weakness. From the outset, Su Huiteng observed that Barnsley indeed lacked the prowess of Birmingham. Instead of being pressured, Watford engaged in an open exchange of attacks with Barnsley. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Su Huiteng successfully intercepted the ball from an opposing midfielder, launching a rapid counterattack. He swiftly passed the ball to Zhu Junquan, who was sprinting down the left flank. After controlling the ball with his chest, Zhu deftly maneuvered it to the right, evading a misjudging Barnsley defender. Expecting Zhu to continue along the wing, the defender was caught off guard as Zhu cut inside, racing towards the penalty area. As two defenders converged on him, Zhu glanced toward the goal before opting not to dribble further. He delicately lifted the ball over the approaching defenders into the penalty area. At this moment, the prepared striker Laziak surged forward, outjumping the opposing center-back to head the ball into the net, leaving the goalkeeper helpless against such a close-range shot. Watford took the lead in the 6th minute, 1-0. Holloway, pumping his fist in celebration, appeared confident in securing the win. The team's morale, along with the form of players like Su Huiteng, was remarkably high, while Barnsley seemed to struggle for any counterplay. Despite Barnsley creating a few attacking opportunities, their shooting quality was subpar, resulting in either wayward shots or saves by Watford's goalkeeper, Roach. Time passed swiftly, with Su Huiteng orchestrating midfield play fluidly. His every pass posed a threat to Barnsley's goal. As the first half approached its 39th minute, Su Huiteng once again seized the ball. After a quick 1-2 with right-winger Smith, he delivered a precise through ball to forward Priskin. Priskin, timing his run perfectly to evade the offside trap, unleashed a powerful shot that sped past the goalkeeper, slipping in under his arm along the ground. With the first half concluding, Watford led 2-0. During the interval, Coach Holloway urged his players to maintain their intensity and secure an early victory, allowing the fatigued Su Huiteng to rest, which would benefit both the team and the player. As the second half commenced, Watford gradually increased their possession, suppressing Barnsley's efforts. In response, Barnsley's manager made a substitution, bringing on an attacking midfielder in place of a defensive player, seeking to mount a comeback. Although this change enlivened Barnsley's offense, it inadvertently sharpened the incisiveness of Su Huiteng's passing and Zhu Junquan's breakthroughs, as the newly introduced midfielder lacked defensive acumen. Su Huiteng successfully broke past opponents several times, distributing the ball effectively. Indeed, in the 58th minute, Su Huiteng broke through and launched a long-range shot from 30 meters out, which soared into the top left corner of the net. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate dive, he was unable to reach the ball in time due to its suddenness and precise angle. As the match reached the 72nd minute, Holloway, observing the lack of substantial threat from Barnsley's attack, substituted Su Huiteng for a defender, aiming to solidify their lead. Conversely, Barnsley's manager continued to make substitutions, determined to take risks with 4 forwards on the pitch and only 2 defenders left. In the 83rd minute, Barnsley finally found a glimmer of hope amidst a scramble in the penalty area, scoring a goal. However, this strike came too late, and in the final 10 minutes, Barnsley failed to find the net again. With the referee's whistle, the match concluded, and Watford secured a decisive 3 points at home against Barnsley. Following this victory, Watford accumulated 16 points, rising 2 places in the standings and completely distancing themselves from the relegation zone. Su Huiteng, with a goal and an assist, once again earned the accolade of best player of the match. Although Zhu Junquan did not score, he contributed with an assist, notably assisting the opening goal by deftly lifting the ball over the opposing defender's head, which was then converted by the towering forward, Laziak. Following this match, the illustrious duo of Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan were once again selected for the best 11 of the round. After the match, they learned of the results from Wang Bo's U19 national team, where he achieved a remarkable hat trick in their first group stage match. Ultimately, the China U19 team triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory over Tajikistan. Watford will enjoy a week's respite before their 16th round match on November 8th. 2 days later, on November 3rd, the China U19 team faced Lebanon, with Wang Bo scoring twice to secure a 3-1 victory. With 2 wins under their belt, the China U19 team has advanced to the quarterfinals ahead of schedule. A victory in the quarterfinals would propel them into the semifinals, and from there, they could qualify for next year's World Youth Championship. Zhu Junquan is currently discussing the circumstances of the Asian Youth Championship with Su Huiteng. expressing hopes for a successful advancement to the semifinals, which might just lead to their participation in the World Youth Championship next year. Su Huitang felt a sense of yearning. The German team in this year's World Youth Championship was formidable, so much so that nearly all of its players eventually earned a place in the national squad. The goalkeeper Neuer, the defenders Hummels, Schmelzer, and Boateng, and the midfielders Zil and Khedira, these were all renowned stars. Su Huitang began to anticipate the prospect of competing against this illustrious German team. On November 5th, in the final group match of the China U19 youth team, despite resting several key players, they secured a 1-0 victory over the North Korean U19 team, thanks to a goal scored by Wang Bo in the first half. Upon receiving the news, Su Huitang felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation, wondering if the emergence of his little butterfly had subtly altered the course of history. He yearned for the Chinese team to triumph over Uzbekistan in the match on November 8th, thereby securing a place in the U20 World Cup. On that very day, during the 16th round of the league, Watford was set to face Southampton away from home. Southampton, positioned 14th in the standings, occupied a mid-table spot, yet significantly outstripped Watford in ranking. Given that Watford was once again the visiting team, many believed that the contest between Watford and Southampton would be evenly matched, with a draw being considered a commendable outcome. The match was scheduled to kick off at 1500 hours British time, while the quarterfinal of the Chinese U19 youth team commenced at 2100 hours Beijing time. With an 8-hour time difference, China was ahead of the UK. Consequently, both matches were poised to start almost simultaneously. The scheduling is remarkably precise, both matches occurring at once. I had even planned to watch the live broadcast of our youth team online, lamented Zhu Junquan. It is simply unavoidable. Su Huitang spoke softly, harboring a fervent hope that Wang Bo might be the one to alter the course of the match. As the game commenced, Watford, under Su Huitang's orchestration, advanced methodically towards Southampton's goal. Both teams engaged in a fierce contest in midfield, exchanging opportunities yet failing to find the net. Among these, Su Huitang unleashed a threatening long-range shot that narrowly missed the target. As the match reached the 37th minute, Watford was presented with a golden opportunity to score. As Su Huitang observed two defenders charging towards him, he deftly passed the ball to the right winger, Smith. After delivering the pass, Su Huitang evaded the nearby defender and continued his run forward. Smith advanced the ball a few steps before relaying it to the left winger, Zhu Junquan. The lateral movement effectively stretched Southampton's defensive line towards the flanks. At that moment, Zhu Junquan delivered the ball into the vacant space in front of the penalty area. The swift Su Huitang received the pass and executed a feint, simulating a shot, just as the Southampton players believed he was about to strike. Su Huitang opted instead to pass. He lofted the ball over the head of the lurking Laziak, who was positioned within the penalty area. The defender in front of Laziak, realizing too late that he needed to contest the aerial ball, was unable to intervene. Laziak leapt high, connecting with a header that caught the Southampton goalkeeper off guard, resulting in a goal. By the conclusion of the first half, Watford unexpectedly found themselves in the lead on Southampton's turf. Although Southampton had created several opportunities, they were thwarted by Watford's resolute and spirited defense. Goalkeeper Roche's performance also grew increasingly assured, making several confident saves. As the second half commenced, Southampton intensified their offensive efforts, yet struggled to find the back of the net. Meanwhile, Su Huitang faced relentless pressure in midfield from Southampton's determined players. Each time he gained possession, two defenders swiftly converged to encircle him, while additional defenders remained poised to intercept any potential passes to the flanks. Both left winger Zhu Junquan and right winger Smith were closely shadowed by their respective defenders. Su Huitang's ability to break through is rather limited, making it challenging for him to seize favorable opportunities. The score remained unchanged until the 80th minute. Su Huitang received the ball in the central lane, only to be confronted by two defenders closing in on him. This time, instead of passing directly to the flanks, he executed a long pass towards the left side of the penalty area. Understanding the intent behind Su Huitang's movement, Zhu Junquan suddenly accelerated, evading the defenders and sprinting into the penalty box. Su Huitang's pass was remarkably precise, allowing Zhu Junquan to deftly intercept the football with his foot. Upon receiving the ball, Zhu executed a series of pendulum-like feints, skillfully evading the defender in front of him as he advanced into the penalty area. The goalkeeper swiftly charged out from the goal, attempting to dive and seize the football at Zhu's feet. In the face of the approaching keeper, Zhu effortlessly flicked the ball, sending it soaring over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. A splendid achievement. Su Huiteng joyfully dashed towards Zhu Junquan, playfully pinning him down. Your passing was exquisite. But it is our synergy that truly shines, Zhu Junquan remarked with delight. Indeed, everything is splendid. Haha, this match should be secure. I suspect I will soon be substituted, as I intend to borrow your notebook to review the national youth team's game. Su Huiteng whispered in Zhu Junquan's ear. Chapter 72. The quarterfinal match of the Chinese youth team. Indeed, as Su Huiteng had predicted, he was promptly substituted by head coach Halovi, with a 2-0 lead. Watford prepared to focus entirely on defense. After Su Huiteng was substituted, he promptly sought out Zhu Junquan's laptop. Upon opening the computer, he observed that the regular match of the China U19 youth team was nearing its conclusion, with the score still at a stalemate of 0-0. Su Huiteng pondered, could it possibly be as I previously believed? That would indeed be unfortunate. I hope Wang Bo scores soon. As the match reached its 90th minute, the China U19 youth team remained locked in a scoreless draw at 0-0, and extra time was imminent. As the extra period was about to commence, Watford's match had concluded, and they had secured a magnificent away victory with a score of 2-0, a clean and decisive win. Following 16 rounds of competition, Watford accumulated 19 points, climbing one position, yet they still lingered in the lower mid-table of the standings. The journey ahead is long and arduous. I shall persistently seek and explore, Su Huiteng cheerfully remarked to Zhu Junquan. What song are you singing, Su? A teammate inquired, puzzled. This is not a song. How should I explain this, Zhu Junquan? This phrase originates from ancient China, signifying that in the pursuit of truth, the path ahead remains extensive. Yet I shall tirelessly strive and explore. Zhu Junquan gradually articulated the meaning of the phrase. Indeed, that is precisely the meaning, Su Huiteng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. It sounds quite philosophical. Well said. A teammate chimed in. I do question how you gained admission to Jiangnan High School, a prestigious institution in your locality. Look at someone like Zhuang Guyan, who has even studied at Cambridge University, and then look at yourself. Zhu Junquan observed that not only was Su Huiteng lacking in English proficiency, but his command of the Chinese language was also wanting. Look at myself? Am I not rather handsome? I see no issues here. Nevertheless, my Chinese class is not lacking. I merely provided you with an opportunity to shine. After Su Huiteng finished speaking, he retrieved a mirror from Zhu Junquan's backpack and gazed into it. You are indeed a narcissist, Su, Zhu Junquan jested. Oh, you dare to mention Sun Jing. Impressive. Su Huiteng remarked with a hint of admiration. Zhu Junquan felt momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond, and quickly diverted the conversation by seizing his laptop. Why haven't we won? It's still 0-0, he exclaimed. Let us walk and observe in the lounge, suggested Su Huiteng. Some teammates were puzzled, wondering what captivated these two so intensely as they stared at the screen. The extra time has commenced, Su Huiteng called out as he settled down. Why aren't you two taking a shower? A teammate inquired, bemused by the lingering odor of sweat that surrounded them. What could be so engrossing? Curiosity piqued, teammates gathered around, eager to see what had captured their attention. What match has you both so anxious? I have never seen you two this tense before, one teammate remarked, noting Su Huiteng's typically composed demeanor as a calm midfielder, often wearing a cheerful expression. Our youth team's match. If we win, we qualify for the World Youth Championship, Su Huiteng clarified. Ah, that explains it. But why has it gone to extra time? Without Su and Zhu, the strength of the Chinese youth team has diminished, another teammate observed. Indeed, had Su and Zhu been on the field, we might have secured a 10 o'clock victory by now, another teammate chuckled. 10-0 is rather exaggerated, but given that we are in extra time, we still have a chance. Su Huiteng remarked that although he spoke with such nonchalance, he was nonetheless quite anxious, for history had yet to be altered and continued its course along the original trajectory. Unbeknownst to him, his very presence had already transformed the course of history. Had it not been for him, Zhu Junquan and the others would have undoubtedly returned to their homeland. No matter how well Zhang Chong performed, the team could not have been selected by Arsenal after consecutive significant defeats. Furthermore, without Su Huiteng's passes, it is entirely possible that Zhuang Erei might have found himself engaged in menial labor, toiling in construction or mining. Su Huiteng, of course, had not contemplated such matters. His gaze remained fixed upon the computer screen. The first half of the overtime concluded, the score still standing at 0-0. I am going to take a shower. This sweaty jersey clinging to me is quite uncomfortable, Zhu Junquan announced as he rose from his seat. I shall join you, There will be a brief intermission. And if we hurry, we will have time. Su Huitang promptly stood up, preparing to refresh himself. Captain Demerit, an American, noticed Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan heading for the showers and inquired, if Su's Chinese team were to face England in the World Youth Championship, who would prevail? Certainly England. Their overall strength far surpasses that of China, replied the 19-year-old goalkeeper, Roche, who realized that his aspirations of joining the England under-21 team were virtually unattainable, as it was nearly impossible for players from the Championship League to gain entry. I believe Su is an extraordinary player. If one becomes complacent, they will surely face consequences. I hope England does not underestimate him as Birmingham did, Smith interjected, expressing his belief that Su Huitang might indeed achieve something remarkable. That makes sense. If the Chinese team were to qualify for the World Youth Championship, they might just deliver an impressive performance, Captain Demerit remarked. Su Huitang emerged from the shower after only 2 or 3 minutes, reluctant to miss a single captivating moment of the China U19 national team's match. Su, you're out so quickly, I can't help but wonder if you've even rinsed off properly, remarked Demerit as he observed Su Huitang drying his hair while making his way to the computer. I simply cannot bear to miss such an exhilarating game. Su Huitang replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. You're eager to see the Chinese team score, aren't you? This match is crucial for your opportunity to participate in next year's World Youth Championship. A playful smile spread across Su Huitang's face. Indeed. He felt a surge of hope following the group stage's final match, where China triumphed over North Korea with a score of 1-0. Su Huitang did not anticipate that just as the second half of the overtime began, Zhu Junquan would emerge from the bathroom with such eagerness. Were you not supposed to spend over half an hour washing up? Su Huitang was aware of Zhu Junquan's obsession with cleanliness, and he found it rather peculiar that Zhu managed to take a shower in just over 5 minutes. However, he set that thought aside and focused on the match, intending to wash up properly afterwards. Upon hearing the sound signaling the start of the game, Zhu Junquan hurried over to take his seat and watch. In the latter half of extra time, both teams seemed disinterested in the match, and by the 119th minute, neither had managed to score. At that moment, with only a minute remaining in extra time, Uzbekistan's goalkeeper was shown a red card for 2 infractions, forcing the team to substitute a defender in his place. At this moment, Su Huitang felt a surge of anxiety, his fists clenched tightly and his teeth biting into his lip. As the match progressed, it became evident that the situation unfolded just as he had anticipated. Was he truly destined to face defeat in this manner? The thought was profoundly disheartening. In stark contrast, Zhu Junquan's reaction was quite the opposite. With the opposing goalkeeper sent off, a defender was forced to take up the role of goalkeeper. Surely, the Chinese national youth team was assured victory now, wasn't it? Haha, with an amateur in goal, we should be able to secure this win, Zhu Junquan proclaimed with delight. However, upon turning to observe Su Huitang's pale visage, Zhu Junquan was taken aback by the expression of discontent that marred his friend's face. What's wrong? You're not running a fever, are you? Zhu Junquan inquired, gently placing his hand on Su Huitang's forehead. We only have a minute left, Su Huitang replied, his voice tinged with dejection. Don't worry, don't be too tense. We're heading into a penalty shootout, and our team will not succumb to an amateur goalkeeper. Zhu Junquan reassured him. Noting the continued pallor of Su Huitang's face, he wrapped an arm around his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Su, what is troubling you? Although the other teammates did not comprehend Zhu Junquan's words, they could discern that something was amiss with Su Huitang's demeanor. Feeling increasingly anxious, Su reflected. This is a situation I have never encountered before. Zhu Junquan, ever jovial, dismissed the notion of defeat, giving Su Huitang's shoulder an encouraging pat. Su Huitang now finds himself enveloped in a sense of helplessness, unable to contribute in any meaningful way, relegated to merely cheering from afar in distant England. With but a minute remaining in the match, he is acutely aware of the inevitable outcome should a goal remain elusive. In this final minute, the Chinese U-20 national team executes a long pass from their defensive half, aiming towards the Uzbek penalty area. The pass, though somewhat hasty, sees Wang Bo desperately pursuing the football. As the match enters its dying seconds, it is believed that this offensive maneuver by the Chinese U-20 team will be their last, signaling the impending conclusion of extra time. The long pass appears to have been executed with excessive force. Su Huitang, in a state of distress, covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight of the match. Wang Bo, the captain of the Chinese team, Wang Bo, executed an astonishing diving header, and the ball found the net. It's a goal. At that moment, a voice emanated from the computer. Su Huitang swiftly released his grip, his expression one of astonishment. The computer was displaying a slow-motion replay of the goal as Wang Bo desperately sprinted towards the football, which was perilously close to crossing the goal line. Summoning all his strength, Wang Bo lunged forward, executing a half-turn as he leapt to head the ball. The angle of the header was quite narrow, yet it still found its way into the net. Su Huitang was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly came to the realization that he had indeed emerged victorious. He quickly embraced Zhu Junquan, planting a kiss on his cheek, then leaped into the air, exuberantly waving his arms. Zhu Junquan was momentarily stunned by Su Huitang's exuberant display, but soon rose to his feet, waving his hands in front of Su Huitang's eyes. My apologies, I got carried away." As Su Huitang halted his wild celebration, he quickly expressed his embarrassment. "I am not chastising your earlier actions. I merely wonder, is such excitement truly warranted? It appears our team is on the verge of victory, and in the penalty shootout, the opposing goalkeeper, being amateur, is bound to falter. Why does it seem as though you anticipate an impending loss?" Zhu Junquan observed Su Huitang with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the latter's demeanor. At that moment, the screen displayed Wang Bo, who, after scoring, collided forcefully with the goalpost due to the momentum of his leap. Wang Bo's maneuver was perilous, as he had leapt to head the ball directly towards the post. Indeed, the opposing amateur goalkeeper failed to intercept the ball, and following the goal, Wang Bo crashed heavily into the goalpost. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Huitang immediately directed his attention to the computer. "Is Wang Bo all right? It appears quite serious." "He is bleeding," Su Huitang expressed with a hint of concern. "He has already been carried off on a stretcher. I never anticipated he would exert himself so fiercely. Even in a penalty shootout, we would not concede defeat," Zhu Junquan remarked, somewhat disheartened. "How could we not lose? Do not assume that the opposing goalkeeper is merely an amateur. Victory is not guaranteed. At this juncture, penalties hinge more on psychological fortitude than on technical prowess." "I sincerely hope Wang Bo is unharmed," Su Huitang responded anxiously. "Indeed, now that you mention it, I have even greater admiration for Wang Bo. His actions were perilous, and he must have been aware of the risks. Yet, he disregarded everything and channeled all his strength to pursue the ball. This truly commands my respect. I hope his injuries are not severe." The other teammates stood in awe, astonished by the tenacity displayed by the Chinese team. Captain Demerit felt that the Chinese squad might indeed make a remarkable impact in next year's World Youth Championship. They possessed not only skilled players like Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, but also an indomitable spirit. At that moment, both Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan found it difficult to feel joy, as their thoughts were consumed with concern for Wang Bo's condition. "What is the status of Wang Bo's injury? This is driving me mad. Zhu Junquan, please make a phone call and inquire." Su Huitang expressed his deep concern, stating that his mind was not occupied with images of Wang Bo scoring, but rather with the sight of him being carried off on a stretcher. "He must be fine. Wang Bo's head is remarkably sturdy. His heading abilities are well practiced. He won't be severely injured from merely colliding with the goalpost." Zhu Junquan attempted to console both Su Huitang and himself. "Let us hope so. We can only pray for his swift recovery. However, you need to make that call. Contact Coach Liu." Su Huitang urged Zhu Junquan. Without hesitation, Zhu Junquan promptly made an international call to Coach Liu,
who informed him that Wang Bo had been taken to the hospital, and the specifics were still unknown, pending the results of the examinations. Early the next morning,
Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan once again reached out to head coach Lu Qiuming. They learned that Wang Bo had suffered a mild concussion and a slight abrasion on his scalp, requiring 1 to 2 months of recuperation, and was still under observation in the hospital. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, and Su Huitang let out a sigh of relief. "I told you Wang Bo's head is tough. It's like iron," he remarked. Zhu Junquan felt a sense of joy as well. This was indeed a piece of good news, as recovery was all that was necessary. "However, your face is quite remarkable too, so pale and smooth. No wonder Sun Jing calls you Little White," Su Huitang joked. "I simply cannot tolerate you. You are too mischievous. It's no wonder Zhang Chang is always at your mercy." Zhu Junquan chuckled, dismissing the comment. Speaking of Zhang Chang, he had not conceded any goals in the last 2 rounds. "Quite impressive," Su Huitang praised. "That's only because you broke his streak of not conceding goals." Zhu Junquan immediately retorted. "You share in this accomplishment. The accolades are equally yours." Su Huitang chuckled and playfully winked at Zhu Junquan. "I can't take it anymore. I concede. I yield. Please, stop tormenting me. Zhu Junquan quickly covered his ears and protested. It's not amusing at all. You're nowhere near as entertaining as Zhang Chang. If it were Zhang, he would never admit defeat. Su Huitang remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. If it were Zhang Chang, you'd have him completely flustered. The moment he sees you, he fears your cunning schemes. I've noticed he has developed quite a psychological shadow. How extensive is that psychological shadow? Su Huitang retorted. Stop. From this moment on, I shall remain silent for an hour. I can no longer continue speaking. If I do, I might just turn into Zhang Chang. Don't stop. Keep me company with conversation. After all, being bored is still boredom, and chatting is delightful. A moment of joy can dissolve all worries. Chapter 74. League Cup away match against Premier League team, pre-match, at this moment. A chorus of praise echoed across the national media. The national youth team had become the last bastion of hope for Chinese football in 2008. Fortunately, the national youth team successfully advanced to the World Youth Championship, as the regulations stipulated that the top 4 teams from this Asian Youth Championship would participate in next year's tournament in Egypt. However, in the subsequent semifinals, the Chinese team, devoid of Wang Bo, suffered a 0-2 defeat against South Korea. Yet, this setback could not dampen the celebrations of the Chinese team, which had been underestimated prior to the matches but had remarkably qualified for the World Youth Championship. On November 12th, Watford faced a significant match. In the 4th round of the League Cup, they would challenge the Premier League team Portsmouth away from home. Although Portsmouth was hovering near the relegation zone and appeared to lack strength, they were still a Premier League team, and Watford had drawn the short straw by playing away. Thus, this match presented a considerable challenge for Watford. Should they triumph over Portsmouth, they would secure a place in the quarter-finals of the League Cup. For the top teams in the Premier League, the League Cup is often regarded as a mere trifle, edible yet regrettable to discard, since the leading teams can qualify for the Champions League and the UEFA Cup. Conversely, for mid to lower-tier Premier League teams and those in the Championship, it represents a splendid opportunity, a chance to compete against formidable Premier League teams as well as a potential pathway to the UEFA Cup next year. Should Watford claim victory in the League Cup, they would automatically qualify for the UEFA Cup. If not, and if one of the top teams were to win, Watford could still secure a place in the UEFA Cup by finishing as runners-up. Thus, this was indeed an auspicious opportunity for Watford. Perhaps merely reaching the semi-finals would grant them a chance to participate in the UEFA Cup next season. Despite Portsmouth's precarious position in the relegation zone, their strength should not be underestimated, as many of their players possess considerable skill. Su Huitang was reclining on Zhu Junquan's bed, examining the information on Portsmouth displayed on the computer. Don't mess up my bed. Tell me, which star players are there? Asked Zhu Junquan, who had just emerged from the shower with wet hair. Haven't you already overcome your obsession with cleanliness? What are you afraid of? Su Huitang replied nonchalantly. All right. Quickly tell me which players are on the list. I haven't looked closely, Zhu Junquan said, walking toward his bed while drying his hair. Let us start with their forwards. Peter Crouch, who was acquired this summer for $11 million from Liverpool, Su Huitang remarked, gazing at the computer. I know him, the skinny scarecrow, a member of the England national team. He is currently the tallest player in the Premier League at 2.01 meters. However, he is somewhat of an anomaly. Although he possesses good footwork, his heading ability is rather weak, yet he excels in playmaking, Zhu Junquan interjected. I didn't expect you to be so well informed, Su Huitang chuckled. Of course. While I may not possess your uncanny ability to discern a player's characteristics merely by observing their physique, I frequently research such information. Details about these renowned players are readily available online. And then there's Kranja Ar, a left winger and Croatian international. Last year, Kranja Ar showcased his exceptional talent, aiding Portsmouth in securing the FA Cup. Upon finishing his words, Su Huitang found Zhu Junquan already seated on his bed, studying the statistics of Portsmouth players displayed on the screen. Make some room for me. Zhu Junquan nudged Su Huitang aside. Huh, I can't believe I didn't budge you. Have you gained some weight recently? Have you stepped on the scale? Zhu Junquan inquired, somewhat astonished. Gained weight? I hadn't noticed. Su Huitang replied. Well, your thigh muscles could use some improvement, Zhu Junquan remarked. I'll find time to weigh myself. But for now, let us continue reviewing the data. This one looks promising, Diarra. The French international possesses exceptional defensive skills and is heralded as the new Makelele. It seems you might be in for a challenge, as you'll be facing him directly. Zhu Junquan pointed out, indicating Diarra on the screen. Indeed, Diarra is a formidable barrier for them. If he gets a hold of you, it could prove quite troublesome. Su Huitang also believes that Diallo is not easily dealt with. You have hardly practiced dribbling and now it is essential to hone these skills, Zhu Juquan suggested. It seems I must train myself to become a versatile midfielder, capable of not only attacking but also organizing, and ideally excelling in defense as well. Su Huitang smiled, and then shook his head, remarking that the difficulty was rather high, and for now, training could only proceed in a singular direction. Glenn Johnson, an offensive right-back and a member of the England national team, possesses remarkable forward-advancing capabilities, significantly contributing to the team's offensive endeavors. His physical attributes are exceptional, showcasing impressive explosiveness and speed. His sole weakness may lie in his defensive prowess, as one must have confidence when attempting to breach his defenses. Su Huitang pointed at Glenn Johnson and said, I shall employ my skills to overcome him. Upon finishing his words, Zhu Junquan flexed his arm. You call me narcissistic. But are you not being vain yourself? Su Huitang chuckled. I cannot compare with you. I gladly concede defeat, Zhu Junquan replied with a smile. Thiago Silva, the Brazilian center-back, is yet another commendable player. This Senegalese international, I vividly recall his rise to fame in 2002, scoring the sole goal against France in the opening match. Creating the first upset of that World Cup, Zhu Junquan reminisced about the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, recalling the scene of France facing Senegal. Indeed, Diop was quite exceptional. Su Huitang immediately responded. Huh, must you be so humorous? Zhu Junquan laughed heartily, clearly amused. Is it truly that funny? Your sense of humor is rather simplistic, he remarked. Their goalkeeper, David James, originally hailed from Watford's youth academy. Now at 38. He has also been part of the England national team and was once the goalkeeper with the fewest conceded goals in the Premier League, Su Huitang continued. That is indeed impressive. It appears this match will be quite challenging. Even Defoe from the England national team is on the bench. Remarkable, Zhu Junquan noted, recognizing a player he knew. Since they play with a lone striker, Defoe is a substitute. They have formidable players across nearly all positions, likely stronger than Birmingham. Su Huitang observed. However, Zhangchang must be even more exceptional, right? Do you have confidence in winning? Zhu Junquan inquired. They may be formidable, but we are no pushovers. Are we? Su Huitang replied with determination. Indeed, my Su Huitang is quite exceptional and is certainly on par with their stars, Zhu Junquan jested. Then playfully draped an arm around Su Huitang's shoulder. Do not imitate Sun Jing's manner of speaking. Refrain from misusing his phrases, as it can be quite off-putting. Luckily, it is just the two of us in the dormitory. Otherwise, we would be the subject of ridicule from that crowd, Su Huitang cautioned. What is there to fear? A clear conscience does not dread shadows. Are we not good brothers? Besides, they cannot understand Chinese. Zhu Junquan dismissed the concern. Very well, good brother. Let us strive together to vanquish this formidable opponent. Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan exchanged a firm handshake. Chapter 75, League Cup away match against Premier League team, first half. On November 12th, in the fourth round of the League Cup, Watford faced Portsmouth, a team situated near the relegation zone of the Premier League. Contrary to appearances, Portsmouth was not as feeble as they seemed. Rather, they posed a formidable challenge to Watford, nearly an insurmountable opponent. Nonetheless, Watford should not be underestimated, for they were bolstered by the dynamic duo of Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. Since their commendable draw against the league leaders Birmingham, they had secured 2 consecutive victories in the championship, greatly enhancing their morale. Portsmouth's head coach, the 42-year-old Tony Adams, a former renowned English football star, deployed a 4-3-2-1 formation, reminiscent of a Christmas tree. This setup comprised a lone striker, 2 wingers, 3 midfielders, 2 of whom were tasked with offensive duties and playmaking, while 1 focused primarily on defense, and 4 defenders. This match attracted scant media attention, perhaps overshadowed by the allure of teams like Manchester United, Arsenal, and Chelsea. To the media, the encounter between Portsmouth and Watford appeared to be the least compelling fixture among the 8 matches in the 4th round of the League Cup. Tony Adams regarded Watford merely as a relegation-threatened championship side, acknowledging that their progress to this stage was commendable. Portsmouth was a cut above Watford in terms of quality and was playing at home, confident in his team's capabilities. Adams believed Portsmouth would effortlessly triumph over Watford on their own turf. Watford's coach, Holloway, shared the sentiment that Portsmouth possessed significantly greater strength than his own squad, prompting him to dedicate several days to defensive training drills. As the match commenced, it unfolded as Tony Adams had anticipated, with Portsmouth firmly establishing dominance. Watford, on the other hand, could only rely on Su Huitang's orchestrations in midfield to launch sporadic counterattacks against Portsmouth. Su Huitang realized that Portsmouth did not regard him as a significant threat. When he received the ball, only the defensive midfielder Diarra came forth to challenge him. Perhaps Tony Adams had immense faith in Diarra, believing that his defensive prowess would easily neutralize Su Huitang. Observing the match from the onset, it indeed appeared that way, as Su Huitang was closely marked by Diarra the moment he touched the ball, preventing him from dribbling or making effortless passes. At the outset, Su Huitang found it challenging to fully acclimate, as it is rare to encounter a defensive midfielder of Diarra's caliber in the championship. Thus, his initial struggle to adapt was entirely understandable. Although Diarra does not possess towering stature, being of similar height to Su Huitang, he is considerably more robust. In the physical contest between Su Huitang and Diallo, the former found himself at a disadvantage. Many of the half-chances were effortlessly seized by Diallo, who utilized his physical prowess to reclaim possession of the ball. Su Huitang can only rely on his agility to compensate for his physical disadvantages. When the ball is passed to him, he anticipates the play, initiating his movement to receive it, swiftly and elegantly transferring the ball. At times, he accelerates suddenly, allowing his teammates to pass, thereby evading the nearby Diarra with a burst of speed. Particularly in the synergy between Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan. Their understanding has long been intuitive. A mere subtle movement or a glance suffices for them to grasp each other's intentions. Thus, Su Huitang's orchestration gradually began to flourish. With a brilliant pass from Su Huitang to Zhu Junquan, the latter, after cutting in with the ball, executed a high-quality shot that was, however, thwarted by the experienced goalkeeper David James. Tony Adams was taken aback that the first truly threatening shot in the match came from Watford. Although Portsmouth started strongly, Watford, having rigorously practiced their defense, steadfastly resisted Portsmouth's attacks. Portsmouth's offense grew more patient. When opportunities in the final third were lacking, they meticulously exchanged passes around the midfield, patiently seeking a chance to score. Their perseverance bore fruit as the first half approached the 40-minute mark. After numerous passes,
midfield General Diop transferred the ball to left winger Kranya AR with a simple feint, deceived Su Huitang and advanced with the ball.
He broke through and delivered a cross, which was met by the towering Crouch, who headed it across to the rapidly advancing Diop. Diop struck the ball on the volley, sending it straight into the corner of the net. Watford's goalkeeper, Roach, was unable to reach the ball in time. Portsmouth's patience paid off, as they took a 1-0 lead against Watford at home. Until the end of the first half, neither side managed to score again, and the score remained 1-0. Although Watford had a few decent opportunities, they failed to convert. However, Su Huitang and his teammates did not feel disheartened. The opponent was formidable, which allowed them to unleash their full potential. Diop truly lived up to his name. We had no answer to that shot, Su Huitang remarked to Zhu Junquan. Our defense was solid, yet we still conceded. There was no error. It was simply Diop's exceptional strike, Zhu Junquan promptly replied. Head coach Holloway entered to comfort the young goalkeeper Roach, expressing his satisfaction with Roach's performance, stating that the conceded goal was not his fault. Let us not be disheartened. To uplift the atmosphere, let our star player Zhu Junquan entertain us with a song, suggested Su Huitang. What? Sing? And who decided I was the star player? Zhu Junquan exclaimed, taken aback, as this was not prearranged. He saw Su Huitang winking at him, realizing that it was yet another of Su Huitang's playful antics. In that case, let us sing Hips Don't Lie. However, this song is a duet, so you must sing along with me. Zhu Junquan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and after speaking, he winked back at Su Huitang. What? The hips do not lie? Su Huitang felt a profound sense of embarrassment, anticipating the inevitable mockery from his teammates. Why did Zhu Junquan have to choose such an unfortunate song title? Moreover, he had never even heard of this song. However, to his surprise, Su Huitang noticed that his teammates were not ridiculing him at all. What could this mean? Were they not going to tease him about having an improper relationship with Zhu Junquan? Su Huitang felt a deep sense of bewilderment, still unable to grasp the situation. At that moment, he noticed Zhu Junquan struggling to suppress his laughter, while their teammates eagerly awaited the duet between him and Zhu Junquan. Suddenly, Zhu Junquan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, a song from the 2006 World Cup final in Germany. Have you never heard it? It's by Shakira, quite famous indeed. Su Huiteng suddenly recalled that there indeed existed such a song, yet the translation into Chinese could hardly be considered accurate. Asserting that the "but does not lie" was a grave misinterpretation. It was merely a reflection of Su Huiteng's inadequate command of the English language that led to this comical blunder. To his surprise, he found that Zhu Juquan had swiftly regained a point, discovering that Zhu's quirky skills were advancing at a remarkable pace. "Is this really what you call the but does not lie?" Su Huiteng inquired. The song's title, translated into Chinese as "Irresistible," was far more melodious. How could one possibly translate it in such an unappealing manner? Zhu Juquan continued to chuckle heartily. "Ah, this song is quite famous. I've heard the Chinese version, but I cannot sing it in English." Su Huiteng scratched his head and admitted that he had made quite a fool of himself. Relieved that his teammates were oblivious to the misunderstanding. "Will you provide me with accompaniment?" he inquired. "Is that acceptable?" Zhu Juquan felt a surge of joy. Having been outmaneuvered by Su Huiteng for so long, he finally had the upper hand. All right. Su Huiteng found it impossible to refuse, as his teammates eagerly awaited his response. Chapter 76, League Cup away match against Premier League team, penalty shootout. "I never really knew that she could dance like this." As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted, and Su Huiteng's teammates gazed at Zhu Juquan in disbelief, astonished by his impressive performance. The atmosphere instantly became lively. "I had no idea you could sing so well. I've never heard you before," Su Huiteng exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I once won first place in the school singing competition," Zhu Juquan replied with a smile. "I can't believe I'm only discovering this now. You've been quite the secret," Su Huiteng remarked. "Oh, it's nothing much. I'm merely the third best in the world," Zhu Juquan humbly retorted. This time, Zhu Juquan spoke in English, eliciting hearty laughter from his teammates. "Haha, such a narcissistic fellow," Su Huiteng chuckled. "Is the Prince Charming part true?" Zhu Juquan asked with a grin. "No, it refers to the foolish kind," Su Huiteng laughed. "Stay right there. I promise not to hit you." In an instant, the atmosphere in the lounge became animated, as the players seemed to temporarily forget the gloom brought on by their trailing score. As the second half commenced, Su Huiteng gained increasing confidence when faced with Daira's defense. He noticed right-winger Smith making a pass, and suddenly, he accelerated, shaking off Daira, who was closely marking him. After receiving the pass, Su Huiteng swiftly distributed the ball to the rapidly advancing Zhu Juquan on the left flank. As Zhu Juquan carried the ball, he deftly performed a series of feints around it with his feet, before elegantly nudging the ball with the outside of his right foot, successfully eluding the defender ahead. Following his breakthrough, Zhu Juquan delivered a precise pass into the penalty area, where Laziak contested a header against Portsmouth's central defender, Thiago Silva. Laziak, possessing greater height and strength than Silva, managed to outmuscle him and headed the ball towards the goal. Alas, Laziak felt a pang of regret. For this opportunity was indeed rare, yet he struck a bit too high. After delivering the pass, Zhu Juquan clasped his head in dismay, lamenting that he had executed a fine pass, only for Laziak's header to narrowly sail over the crossbar. However, he reassured himself that there would be more opportunities ahead. Su Huiteng gently tapped the shoulder of Zhu Juquan, who was still lamenting with his hands clasped over his head, and said, "Maintain your composure, suppress that Daira. Do not allow him to intercept easily, and more opportunities will arise." Zhu Juquan, regaining his focus, responded. Subsequently, Portsmouth executed a splendid combination play. After several simple passes, Crouch seized the moment in the penalty area, unleashing a delicate shot that struck the post, only to be collected by goalkeeper Roach upon its rebound. Watford's head coach, Holloway, broke into a cold sweat, exhaling deeply in relief. Holloway mused, "Fortunately, the score remains 1-0, which indicates that Watford still has a chance." As the minutes ticked away, Tom was running short for Watford. Unable to remain seated, Holloway stood at the sidelines, pacing restlessly. He decided to make a substitution, replacing the midfielder Bangura with the more offensively capable Williams. Push forward, Holloway shouted as he observed his team's defensive line compressing significantly. With over 80 minutes of play elapsed, they needed to fight fiercely or face defeat. Kranya Ar cut in from the left flank towards the penalty area, while Su Huiteng had already retreated to defend. Kranya Ar attempted to feint a pass to outwit Su Huiteng once more, intending to break through with the ball. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A tackle? Kranya Ar found it astonishing that his well-concealed maneuver had been seen through. He turned to see the young Asian player sprinting past him with the ball. Su Huiteng discerned that Kranik's move was not a pass, but rather a drive towards the goal. With a swift and precise tackle, he seized the ball from Cranach's feet. He had never felt his tackle executed with such finesse. Perhaps his frequent specialized training sessions with Zhu Juquan had obscured his awareness of his defensive improvements. Daira moved forward, preparing to confront Su Huitang defensively. Yet Su Huitang chose not to engage him directly. After a 1-2 combination between Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan, they maneuvered around Daira. At this moment, the football had advanced into Portsmouth's half. Su Huitang continued to sprint with the ball until another defender from Portsmouth emerged to contest it, at which point he prepared to make a pass. Meanwhile, Zhu Juquan, who had been moving along the flanks, suddenly dashed horizontally into the penalty area. Su Huitang's pass landed perfectly in front of Zhu Juquan, who immediately took a step, advancing the ball towards the left side of the penalty area. Standing before him was only the right back, Glenn Johnson. Zhu feigned a shot, successfully deceiving Johnson. As Johnson leapt to block what he anticipated would be a strike, Zhu deftly nudged the ball to the right, setting up for a genuine attempt on goal. Center back Thiago Silva, angling his body to intercept the shot, found himself unexpectedly struck by the ball on his arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a penalty. Thiago Silva protested, arguing that it was not a deliberate handball. Nevertheless, the referee maintained his decision, noting that Silva's arm was not close to his body during his dive. Well done. Su Huitang, brimming with excitement, exchanged a high-five with Zhu Juquan. Subsequently, the two deliberated on who would take the penalty. Typically, it was either Su Huitang or Zhu Juquan who executed set pieces, as they were undoubtedly the most skilled in the team in this regard. Su Huitang was indeed inclined to let Zhu Juquan take the penalty. After all, it was Zhu who had earned it. You should take it. Zhu Juquan insisted with unwavering confidence. Aren't you going to take it? You created this penalty, Su Huitang inquired. No, I have faith in you. It is better that you take it, Zhu Juquan replied resolutely. Your skill and mental fortitude are commendable. Are you truly not going to take it? Su Huitang believed Zhu Juquan was more than capable of converting the penalty. No, I trust you more. You have a better chance of scoring than I do. What we need is a victory for the team, so you should take it. Your composure surpasses mine. Zhu Juquan persistently urged Su Huitang to take the shot, believing it would enhance the likelihood of success. Su Huitang was somewhat moved by Zhu Juquan's faith in him, which seemed to surpass his own self-belief. All right, he responded simply, meeting Zhu Juquan's gaze, and he ceased to refuse. With Zhu Juquan's encouragement, Su Huitang could not decline any further. After speaking, he gently placed the ball on the penalty spot. Chapter 77, League Cup away match against Premier League team, Black 3. Subsequently, Su Huitang took a few steps back, standing calmly as he awaited the referee's whistle. At the sound of the whistle, he began his approach, simultaneously extending his right hand and pointing towards the right side of the goal, indicating his intent to shoot in that direction. The goalkeeper, David James, chuckled inwardly, thinking, this little boy, still in his youth, believes he can deceive me with such tricks. I am over twice his age. I won't fall for that. He will surely kick it to the left. David James was convinced that Su Huitang was merely feigning interest in the right side to strike toward the left. As Su Huitang's left foot made contact with the football, it appeared he was indeed kicking it towards the left. David James believed his judgment was sound, and he reacted swiftly, diving to the left. However, upon his leap, he realized that the ball had not veered in that direction. As Su Huitang made contact with the ball, he executed a feint that suggested a kick to the left, only to abruptly redirect with the arch of his foot towards the right. Goalkeeper David James misjudged the trajectory, and the ball found its way into the net. The speed of the ball was not particularly swift, nor was the angle exceedingly acute, yet the misdirected dive of David James rendered him incapable of thwarting the goal. He was caught off guard, having fallen prey to such a ruse. I had already indicated my intention to strike to the right. Why then? Did you leap to the left? Observe, my shot was indeed not fast. You could have easily saved it. Yet now you have let this opportunity slip away, a most unfortunate turn of events. Su Huitang shook his head with a sigh, accompanied by his comical expression. Zhu Juquan and Laziak, who approached to celebrate, were left in fits of laughter. David James, feeling quite irked by the remarks, was tempted to deliver a punch to the young lad. However, being a seasoned 38-year-old who had weathered many storms, he restrained himself. You, young one, show a lack of respect towards your elders. This is not commendable, quite unruly indeed. David James called out to Su Huitang once he had regained his composure. Thank you. I am very well behaved. Su Huitang promptly replied. After the celebration, Zhu Junquan pulled Su Huitang towards the center circle for some friendly banter, to the point where even the referee found it difficult to overlook. With just 3 minutes remaining in the match after the penalty kick, if the score remained 1-1 at the end of the 90 minutes, extra time would ensue. Push forward, shouted Portsmouth's coach, Tony Adams, who was keen to avoid being dragged into extra time by the seemingly weaker Watford. Focus. Defend this attack, echoed Watford's coach, Holloway, equally vocal in rallying his team. Due to his prolonged confrontation with Diarra, Su Huitang found his stamina considerably depleted, prompting him to walk slowly on the field. He believed it prudent to conserve some energy, as the team might still have a chance for a counterattack. The match was progressing with relentless urgency, as Portsmouth advanced the ball towards the edge of Watford's penalty area through a series of fluid passes. Even right-back Glenn Johnson surged forward to assist, and at that moment, the ball found its way to his feet. Zhu Junquan positioned himself in front of Glenn Johnson, attempting to thwart his dribbling advance. Realizing that the opportunity for a breakthrough was slim, Glenn Johnson glanced to his left, preparing to pass the ball to Diarra in the center. Su Huitang, who had been leisurely strolling, suddenly detected a spark of opportunity. He sprang into action, intercepting the ball with precision before Diarra could react. Quickly receiving the ball, Su Huitang pivoted and began his charge towards Portsmouth's goal, although Diarra failed to secure the ball, being an experienced French international. He adeptly seized the opportunity to grasp the waistband of Su Huitang's shorts as he turned to sprint forward. Diarra intended to use a foul to impede the impending counterattack, calculating that if the referee awarded an indirect free kick for the foul, even receiving a yellow card would be a worthwhile sacrifice. As Su Huitang skillfully maneuvered the ball, he immediately sensed the presence of Diarra's actions, causing him to stumble momentarily. However, at that juncture, Su Huitang paid no heed to his shorts, swiftly passing the ball toward the left flank. Subsequently, he tumbled to the ground, only to scramble back to his feet, adjusting his shorts as he continued his forward dash. Diarra was left astounded, gesturing to the referee that a foul had occurred. Yet, on the left flank, Zhu Junquan had already received Su Huitang's pass. Owing to the advantageous rules of the offense, the referee refrained from calling a foul. Observing two defenders closing in, while Su Huitang sprinted forward in the center, Zhu Junquan promptly passed the ball to him. After making the pass, Zhu Junquan evaded the two defenders and began to run laterally toward the penalty area. Quick, stop him.
The goalkeeper urged the defense to thwart Zhu Junquan's advance, upon noticing that the defender beside him was about to close in for a steal.
Su Huitang received the ball and, without hesitation, immediately passed it to Zhu Junquan. Observing that he too was being closely pursued by defenders, Zhu Junquan swiftly turned and, without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, delivered a pass back to Su Huitang. Through a series of rapid give-and-go exchanges between Su Huitang and Zhu Junquan, Watford successfully advanced the ball into Portsmouth's attacking territory. With the ball at his feet and only 30 meters from the goal, Su Huitang opted against a low-probability long-range shot, as defenders loomed before him. This was Watford's final offensive opportunity within the regular 90 minutes, and he was determined not to squander it. Noticing the abundance of defenders surrounding Zhu Junquan, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball to the right winger, Smith. After making the pass, Su Huitang sprinted forward, raising his hand to signal. At that moment, Portsmouth's defensive line had noticeably shifted towards the center and right side. Recognizing the situation, Smith understood precisely what needed to be done and sent a low, driven pass in Su Huitang's direction. After seeing Su Huitang's gesture, Zhu Junquan comprehended the play and suddenly accelerated towards the left side of the penalty area. However, before Su Huitang could receive the ball, two defenders rushed forward in an attempt to intercept. Su Huitang did not receive the ball for a pass. Instead, he gracefully pivoted to the right and deftly flicked it with the heel of his left foot, causing two defenders to lose their positions. The ball was directed to the left side, and by this time, the defenders in front of Su Huitang were already left in the dust. The football perfectly ricocheted into the path of Zhu Junquan, positioned on the left side of the penalty area, suddenly accelerating towards the left side of the box. Zhu Junquan found himself unchallenged by any defenders. Observing this, the goalkeeper rushed out of the penalty area, intent on thwarting Zhu Junquan's impending strike. With a deft touch, Zhu Junquan lifted the ball with his right foot, followed by a powerful shot with his left, sending the football through the goalkeeper's legs and into the top right corner of the net. A stunning goal. The goalkeeper, too close to intervene, could only hear the sound of the ball striking the net behind him. At that moment, the referee blew the final whistle, marking the end of the match. Watford's attack had concluded just as the match time expired. This rapid offensive display saw each player execute their movements with remarkable speed and precision. The interplay between Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan featured two swift 1-2s, culminating in a pass to the right flank, where the winger returned the ball to Su Huiteng, who flicked it to Zhu Junquan, leading to the decisive shot. This intricate sequence of passes transpired within a mere minute. Huzzah! Su Huiteng triumphantly raised his fists, rushing to embrace Zhu Junquan from behind. Zhu Junquan, with Su Huiteng at his back, sprinted across the field, both raising their right hands in jubilant celebration. Horowitz could no longer contain his elation, excitedly sprinting towards Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan. The match concluded with Watford in a remarkable comeback, scoring 2 goals in the final 5 minutes, eliminating the formidable Premier League side Portsmouth. The Chinese duo, Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan, each netted a goal, successfully propelling Watford into the quarter-finals of the League Cup. Tony Adams stood in disbelief, rooted to the spot as he watched Watford revel in their victory. He remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how his team had collapsed in the last 3 minutes, a disaster that seemed utterly unforeseen. Everything had been unfolding as Tony Adams had hoped. He still could not grasp why the team had encountered such a dark 3 minutes. Chapter 78. A Great Victory. The 4th round of the League Cup had concluded, yet discussions online were at a fever pitch. It was astonishing that Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan had triumphed over the Premier League team Portsmouth. Was Portsmouth truly that weak? Could such teams exist in the Premier League? They boasted numerous international players from Brazil, France, and Croatia, their strength far surpassing that of Watford. Indeed. I happened to catch the last few minutes of the broadcast due to a power outage at home. It was simply exhilarating. I watched the entire match, convinced it would surely lead to extra time. To my surprise, even when the French international Diarra pulled down Su Huiteng's shorts, he could not hinder him. From this moment forth, I shall be an ardent admirer of Su Huiteng. Indeed, it is his indomitable spirit that secured victory for the team. Even when he could hardly run, he unexpectedly surged forward, and Diarra's attempts to restrain him proved futile. Have you overlooked Zhu Junquan? It was his selflessness in conceding the penalty to Su Huiteng that equalized the score, and the final goal by Zhu Junquan was equally splendid. Yes, I am a fan of Zhu Junquan. Without him, Su Huiteng alone could not have triumphed. I believe Su Huiteng possesses greater strength. Without his orchestration, Zhu Junquan would have been inconsequential. Incorrect. Zhu Junquan performed exceptionally in this match. He earned a penalty and scored a goal, no matter how one views it. Zhu Junquan is indeed the stronger player. Zhu Junquan closed his notebook, pondering the debate of who was superior between Su Huiteng and himself, both of whom would dismiss his thoughts. I inquired, the entire world witnessed the moment your shorts were pulled down. Do you have any reflections on that? Zhu Junquan, fashioning a makeshift microphone, held it beneath Su Huiteng's chin. Reflections? I dare not contemplate it, but is it not quite ordinary? Such occurrences are frequent in football matches. No one pays heed to them, except for you. Zhu Junquan realized he had ensnared himself in a convoluted conversation and promptly shifted the topic. Zhongchang's Birmingham lost to Manchester United in the 4th round of the League Cup. This is quite normal, although Manchester United did not field their full-strength squad, opting instead for a rotated lineup. Their overall prowess still prevailed, making Birmingham's defeat entirely expected. Su Huiteng lamented, indeed, the score was 1-2. Zhongchang performed admirably, with Birmingham conceding only a single goal. He continued, I watched the match broadcast, and Zhongchang's performance was consistently solid. However, our upcoming League Cup matches will be quite challenging. Yes, among the 8 teams, only Watford hails from the Championship, while the others are from the Premier League. Zhu Junquan nodded in agreement. Regardless, reaching the quarter-finals is a victory in itself. The forthcoming League Cup matches will reveal the disparity between us and the stronger teams. Yet, if they field a completely rotated squad like Manchester United, we might just seize an opportunity. Unfazed by worries, Su Huiteng promptly remarked, I share your sentiment. Losing in the next League Cup match would be expected, and any victory would be a bonus. Zhu Junquan responded with delight. Before the commencement of the 17th round of the Championship, Su Huiteng learned of the draw for the 5th round of the League Cup. On December 3rd, Watford would host Liverpool. Currently, Liverpool ranks 2nd in the Premier League. Undeniably superior to Watford in terms of strength, though it remains uncertain how many first-team players they will field for the League Cup. Nevertheless, Su Huiteng was not preoccupied with Liverpool's match. He was about to face Sheffield Wednesday. On November 15th, Watford would encounter Sheffield Wednesday at home in the 17th round of the league. Positioned second to last, Sheffield Wednesday was deeply entrenched in the relegation zone, appearing vulnerable. However, head coach Holloway emphasized the importance of not underestimating their potential for an upset. Aware of Watford's formidable attacking prowess, Sheffield Wednesday opted for a defensive 4-4-2 formation. Initially, Watford struggled to find a means to penetrate the dense defense. Nonetheless, Sheffield Wednesday's counterattacks lacked sharpness, resulting in Watford maintaining the upper hand from the onset of the match. Su Huiteng, Zhu Junquan, and their fellow players patiently maneuvered the ball in the front line of Sheffield Wednesday, seeking opportunities. There are various methods to penetrate a dense defense, such as long-range shots, sudden changes in rhythm, or stretching the play through both flanks. Su Huiteng approached it in a similar manner. Although they initially struggled to find favorable opportunities, as the competition progressed, Su Huiteng gradually began to discover their rhythm. Su Huiteng received a header back from the towering striker Laziak. In the split second that an opposing defender lunged forward for a tackle, he unleashed a stunning long-range shot. Positioned 30 meters away from the goal, Su Huiteng executed a remarkable strike that left spectators in awe. Watford took the lead as Su Huiteng became the first to breach Sheffield Wednesday's goal. The football kicked by Su Huiteng spun with remarkable intensity, tracing a beautifully graceful arc as it whirled closely along the upright and soared into the net, a sight to behold. Just before the conclusion of the first half, Su Huiteng suddenly accelerated the pace of his passing. After executing a wall pass with the right winger, Smith, he deftly shifted the ball to Zhu Junquan's feet. Zhu Junquan sprinted down the flank, delivering a cross that was met by the towering striker, Laziak, who scored with a splendid header. The score stood at 2-0 as the first half came to a close, with Watford leading Sheffield Wednesday on home turf. As the second half commenced, Sheffield Wednesday abandoned their compact defensive strategy, opting instead to press forward. However, this decision resulted in conceding even more goals. Su Huiteng delivered a precise pass to Zhu Junquan in the midfield, who deftly maneuvered past his opponents. From the edge of the penalty area, he unleashed a powerful strike that the goalkeeper could not intercept, resulting in a goal. With Zhu Junquan's contribution, Watford now held a commanding lead of 3-0. Nevertheless, Watford's display was far from over. Zhu Junquan continued to exhibit remarkable vigor in the second half, after skillfully advancing down the left flank. He returned the ball to Su Huiteng before making a lateral run into the penalty area. Su Huiteng delivered a pass as precise as a missile, allowing Zhu Junquan to effortlessly receive the ball. He then skillfully maneuvered into the penalty area, evading defenders with deft movements. Confronted by the goalkeeper, Zhu Junquan calmly directed a shot into the bottom right corner of the net, securing yet another goal. The score stood at 4-0. With only 55 minutes elapsed in the match, as Watford established a commanding lead. Yet, Zhu Junquan's performance was far from over. In the 68th minute, Su Huiteng, while advancing through midfield, was fouled by an opposing defender, earning a free kick in the attacking half. Positioned approximately 28 meters from the goal, the ball lay in a promising spot. "You take this one. The position is favorable, and you might as well give it a try," Su Huiteng remarked to Zhu Junquan. Su Huiteng graciously ceded the free kick to Zhu Junquan, recognizing the latter's opportunity to achieve a hat trick. Aware that the victory was already secured, Zhu Junquan no longer hesitated. He took a measured run-up and struck the ball with his left foot, sending it on a graceful arc that elegantly circumvented the wall of defenders, striking the inside of the post before finding its way into the net. What a splendid hat trick! Su Huiteng promptly rushed over to celebrate with Zhu Junquan. Chapter 79, Predicament, Part 1. What a rare hat trick, thank you, exclaimed Zhu Junquan, his excitement palpable as he embraced Su Huiteng, his voice resonating with joy. Zhu Junquan was thrilled, never having anticipated that he would achieve a hat trick in this match, much of which he attributed to Su Huiteng's contributions. Typically, such free kick opportunities were reserved for Su Huiteng to execute. What need is there for thanks between good brothers? That would be too formal, Su Huiteng replied with a smile. All right then, I shall not thank you, but rather commend my own efforts, Zhu Junquan jested. Subsequently, both Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan were substituted, and ultimately, Watford enjoyed a resounding victory on home soil. The score was a remarkable 5-0. marking Watford's most substantial win of the season. With his hat-trick, Zhu Junquan was named the man of the match. Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan have both been selected for this round's best 11. Following this match, Watford has accumulated 22 points, elevating them to 13th place in the standings. Comfortably situated in mid-table, the team has distanced itself from the relegation zone. However, Zhu Junquan's aspiration for promotion remains a distant goal. They are currently 8 points adrift of 6th-placed Cardiff City and must secure 3 additional victories over Cardiff to ascend to that coveted 6th position, thus entering the playoff contention. As Su Huiteng aptly remarked, "The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below." For Watford to create a miracle, a considerable journey still lies ahead, yet it is fortunate that the league has only seen 17 rounds thus far, leaving ample opportunity for Watford. Should they maintain this momentum, the prospects for promotion appear promising. According to the rules of the championship, the teams finishing first and second will ascend directly to the Premier League, while those ranked 3rd to 6th must engage in playoffs. On November 22nd, during the 18th round of the championship, Watford will face Swansea at home. Swansea currently resides in the 18th position, placing them in the lower mid-table. With a recent resounding victory, Watford's morale is high, and under the guidance of Coach Holloway, confidence abounds for this match. Swansea's manager, the retired Spanish player Roberto Martinez, at a mere 35 years of age, seems to lack extensive coaching experience, leading many to believe that Watford holds a favorable advantage. However, Roberto Martinez has meticulously analyzed Watford's gameplay, recognizing Su Huiteng as the pivotal figure for the team. At the outset of the match, Holloway quickly realized that the scenario did not unfold as he had anticipated. The ball did not remain firmly under Watford's control, and Su Huiteng struggled to orchestrate the midfield's offensive maneuvers. This challenge arose due to the tactical deployment of 3 defensive midfielders by Roberto Martinez, who effectively stifled Su Huiteng's influence. Utilizing their physicality and height, these 3 midfielders completely constrained Su Huiteng's movements. Whenever other players sought to pass the ball, 2 midfielders would immediately converge upon Su Huiteng, while another would flank him for support. Su Huiteng abruptly sensed that connecting with the ball had become exceedingly challenging. Even on the rare occasions when he managed to receive it, he found himself unable to pivot, resorting instead to passing back to his defenders. He yearned to break through. Yet the opposing midfielders, leveraging their robust physiques, executed fierce tackles to pressure him relentlessly, resulting in the swift loss of possession whenever he attempted to advance. Su Huiteng, after all, is not Zhu Junquan. He lacks the dazzling feints to break through defenses, relying instead on deft touches and swift bursts of speed. However, when confronted by 3 defenders, his limited dribbling skills and the scarcity of passing opportunities render him vulnerable to being dispossessed. Under the relentless pressure from Swansea's formidable trio in midfield, Su Huiteng found himself nearly incapacitated. During the first half, Watford was relegated to a series of back passes, relying solely on the long balls from their 2 fullbacks. Zhu Junquan, deprived of support from Su Huiteng, also faded into obscurity on the pitch. The long passes from the fullbacks lacked the precision of Su Huiteng's deliveries, resulting in frequent miscommunications between Zhu Junquan and the defenders. Nevertheless, Swansea's offensive prowess was equally unimpressive, as their primary focus remained on defense. By the conclusion of the first half, the score remained a stalemate at 0-0, a result that greatly surprised Watford's coach, Holloway. The match appeared disjointed, with both sides registering a meager number of shots on goal. During the interval, players engaged in discussions on how to break the deadlock. Coach Holloway advised them to provide more support to Su Huiteng, particularly emphasizing the need for the wingers to take possession. In circumstances where Su Huiteng was tightly marked, it was imperative to exploit the advantages of the flanks. Indeed, there were moments when a simple feint could have deceived the opposing defenders, allowing for a sudden change of direction to elude them. Zhu Junquan and Su Huiteng conversed, acknowledging the theory but struggling to translate it into action. Understanding the concept was futile without the ability to execute it on the field. Su Huiteng wore a pained expression. As the second half commenced, his teammates, adhering to the coach's directives, began to direct more passes towards the flanks. However, none of the players in the team could match Su Huiteng's passing prowess, particularly in terms of the fleeting timing of his deliveries. If that ephemeral moment for a pass is not seized, whether delivered too early or too late, the receiving player finds themselves in a precarious predicament. In truth, Su Huiteng was aware that on several occasions, He could have effortlessly maneuvered past defenders with his exceptional dribbling skills. Nevertheless, breaking through with the ball was not his forte. Zhu Junquan had previously played in midfield, yet he needed to be in close proximity to the penalty area, relying on feints and sudden directional changes to penetrate near the box for a shot on goal. Should he be positioned in midfield, the excessive distance he would need to carry the ball would likely result in a loss of possession. Zhu Junquan could pass after breaking through, and had his passing technique and vision matched Su Huitong's, he might have attempted a return to the midfield position. However, Zhu Junquan's passing skills were inferior to those of Su Huitong, and his grasp of timing was significantly less refined. Consequently, Zhu Junquan could at most offer slight support alongside Su Huitong to alleviate some of the pressure. Watford's ball possession increased with the greater number of passes directed to the flanks, yet threatening attacks remained woefully scarce. Without Su Huitong's orchestration and passing,
Watford resembled a giant mired in a quagmire, possessing brute strength yet lacking a means to exert effectively. Su Huitong suddenly accelerated, evading the midfield defender beside him. However,
another midfielder swiftly closed in ahead. Su Huitong, with the ball in tow, attempted a feint to break through the defense, only to find his ruse seen through, resulting in the ball being deftly intercepted by his opponents. Surrounded by three adversaries, Su Huitong found it increasingly difficult to shake off their relentless defense, regardless of his efforts. Occasionally, Zhu Junquan would retreat to the back line to assist in ball retrieval. However, his long passes often fell short, frequently leading to offsides when directed towards the towering striker. Laziak. The nuances of midfield long balls and crossfield deliveries are starkly different. Zhu Junquan endeavored to dribble past the three defenders, yet upon breaching their ranks, he found himself ensnared by a throng of opponents, leading him to hastily return the ball and squander the attacking opportunity. Chapter 80, Predicament, Part 2. As the 90-minute mark approached, Watford astonishingly concluded the match with a score of 0-0. Head coach Holloway felt a tinge of frustration, for the team's formidable attacking prowess had remained dormant. Fortunately, Swansea's offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. Had they faced a team like Birmingham, Watford might have suffered a severe defeat. The rare three-game winning streak for Watford came to an abrupt halt, plunging the team into a quandary. It was likely that other teams, having viewed the match footage, would replicate Swansea's strategy to stifle Su Huitong. Holloway pondered earnestly, seeking to alter this predicament, yet found himself at an impasse. Su Huitong is irreplaceable. Without his presence, the opportunities for other offensive players on the team to possess the ball would diminish significantly. Consequently, the situation on the field would not improve, as Su Huitong alone has the ability to draw the attention of three defenders from the opposing team, a privilege that other players do not possess. It was only then that Su Huitong realized his significant shortcomings in dribbling, having never undergone systematic training in this skill. After the match, head coach Horowitz urged Su Huitong to dedicate the upcoming days to honing his dribbling technique. Furthermore, in the evenings, Su Huitong enlisted Zhu Junquan for additional specialized training in dribbling. In truth, dribbling encompasses more than mere ball control. It intricately intertwines with speed, agility, judgment, receiving, and stopping the ball. Zhu Junquan remarked, "I believe I am not lacking in these 5 areas. However, my dribbling remains inadequate. At times, though my mind knows what to do, my feet falter, lagging a beat behind, or if I take too long to think, the ball slips beyond my control." It became evident that Su Huitong's prior training in dribbling had been insufficient. Mastery of the ball is crucial. Ideally, one should achieve a seamless connection between oneself and the ball, as if it were glued to one's foot. Only then would one encounter no issues. Zhu Junquan generously shared his own sensations of ball control with Su Huitong. It seemed that extensive practice would be required, as these skills could not be perfected in a short span. Yet, the team could not afford to wait. With matches scheduled twice a week and a dense competition calendar, a series of defeats would jeopardize their aspirations for promotion. Su Huitong felt quite distressed. This was not a skill that could be mastered overnight. Dribbling around cones and running up and down stairs are excellent methods for practicing ball control. The coach has already arranged for you to practice with the cones. Consistent daily effort will yield results. You might also try bringing the football up and down the stairs. Zhu Junquan said slowly. "Please demonstrate the dribbling technique for me once more. I would like to observe the nuances in your movements." Su Huitong promptly instructed Zhu Junquan to demonstrate with the ball. Zhu Junquan immediately complied with Su Huitong's command, dribbling while attempting to evade Su Huitong with feints. "Your movements are too rapid. Slow down a bit. I can hardly discern your actions, Su Huitang exclaimed. Indeed, the speed of your footwork is crucial. When executed quickly, it becomes challenging for the opponent to defend. Zhu Junquan quickly added, moreover, sudden changes in direction and explosive acceleration are essential. Precisely. All these dazzling feints require a solid foundation in basic skills. Once you have mastered these, executing feints will come effortlessly, Su Huitang nodded in agreement. Thus, focus first on perfecting the fundamentals rather than fixating on how to perform feints. Sometimes, a simple dribble or pullback can yield excellent results. It all depends on how well you seize the opportunity. Su Huitang has diligently practiced his dribbling skills for 3 consecutive days, yet he has not perceived any significant progress. On November 25th, Watford is set to face Charlton in the 19th round of the championship, traveling to their opponent's ground. Currently, Charlton sits in 19th place on the league table with a mere 18 points, categorizing them as a mid to lower tier team. Typically, matches against such teams present a golden opportunity to secure points. However, the Watford manager, Holloway, is uncertain. He wonders if Charlton will adopt Swansea's tactics to stifle Su Huitang's performance. As the match commenced, Holloway's apprehensions were confirmed. Charlton's coach, Alan Pardew, indeed deployed 3 midfielders to defend against Su Huitang. The 28-year-old Zhang Ji closely marked Su Huitang, while the other 2 midfielders provided additional support in a coordinated effort to contain him. Su Huitang found himself once again ensnared in a quagmire, devoid of any promising opportunities for passes. Zhu Juquan and the 2 forwards, having been rendered ineffective by Su Huitang's freezing performance, similarly failed to secure any viable shots on goal. In the first half, Zhu Junquan managed only a solitary long-range attempt, which soared over the crossbar. As the match progressed beyond the 30th minute, a Charlton striker successfully evaded the offside trap and netted a goal. By the end of the first half, Watford remained scoreless, trailing 0-1 on their opponent's turf. Throughout the first half, Watford mustered only 5 attempts at goal, none of which were on target, each skewed off course. The sole redeeming statistic was their possession, exceeding 60, yet most of it was spent in the defensive half, lacking any threatening offensive maneuvers, rendering it utterly futile. During the halftime interval, a palpable sense of despondency enveloped Watford's locker room. What could be done? After all, no one could deliver a pass as precisely as you, especially long ones. Even a slight deficiency in passing technique could lead to significant consequences, not to mention the timing of those passes. Zhu Junquan, with a hint of resignation, spoke to Su Huitang. Last time in the League Cup against Portsmouth, we were also down 0-1, and you sang a song, leading us to victory in the second half. Perhaps you could sing once more to uplift the somber atmosphere. Su Huitang promptly suggested that the current situation was rather different. The last encounter against Portsmouth saw Watford being pressed, but still managing sharp counterattacks. This time, however, the roles were reversed. Watford maintained possession, yet struggled to penetrate the opposition's penalty area. Can you hear my call? Zhu Junquan exclaimed. Indeed, I can hear your call. I truly can. However, I am currently in a precarious position, and even if I hear your call, I cannot deliver a good pass to you, Su Huitang replied with a wry smile. Take your time. Perhaps an opportunity will arise, Zhu Junquan reassured him before breaking into song. The atmosphere in the locker room eased slightly, yet concerns lingered about whether they could still execute splendid combinations. Shortly after the second half commenced, as Watford's left-back Sadler passed the ball to Su Huitang, Zhu Junquan sprinted down the left flank, gesturing towards the right side and shouting, "Pass it to the right, pass it to the right." Taking advantage of Zhang Ji's focus on the right flank, the other 2 defenders were not near Zhu Junquan, allowing Su Huitang to awkwardly nod the ball towards him. However, he did not pass it to the right. Zhang Ji realized he had been outmaneuvered by the 2 youngsters. Nonetheless, even then, Watford's opportunity was not particularly promising. Zhu Junquan received the ball just a bit forward of the center circle. Yet, he commenced his performance. This was the best display he had offered in the match, showcasing his remarkable individual skill as he advanced with the ball. In a remarkable run spanning nearly 20 meters, Zhu Junquan deftly evaded 3 defenders before unleashing a long-range shot that found the back corner of the net. They equalized, with an astonishing burst of brilliance. Zhu Junquan leveled the score to 1-1. Well done. I never expected that after a few days of practicing dribbling, I have made no progress, yet you have improved significantly. Su Huitang rushed forward to embrace Zhu Junquan with joy, exclaiming, "In truth, my ball control hasn't improved much. Perhaps that moment just felt particularly right. Such instances are rare, and one cannot expect to encounter them in every match. Zhu Junquan elaborated on his situation, lamenting, "If only I could perform like that in every game. Then Watford wouldn't have struggled to score in the last match." With Zhu Junquan's goal, Watford had managed to level the score, but the reprieve was short-lived. As the match progressed past the 70th minute, Charlton netted another goal, taking the lead at 2-1. Until the final whistle, Watford found no further opportunity to equalize. Ultimately, Watford succumbed to a defeat against Charlton on their away game. Although Zhu Junquan's goal was remarkable, it could not salvage the team's fate, and Watford left the field empty-handed. In this match, despite Su Huiteng starting and playing the full 90 minutes, they still faced a loss. Head coach Horowitz felt somewhat helpless. Reflecting on the team's precarious position, they were distanced from the relegation zone yet equally far from the top six. Was this season destined to be so unremarkable? Alas. "I heard your call to pass the ball, yet we still lost. It's truly disheartening." Su Huiteng shook his head. "You only passed the ball this once, and it pales in comparison to your previous exquisite assists," Zhu Junquan replied with a grimace. "Any improvement is welcome. After all, you did score this time." Su Huiteng consoled him. "I hardly perceive any significant progress. Perhaps it's due to insufficient training time, and you didn't carry the ball forward before passing." Zhu Junquan expressed his dissatisfaction. "There's no need to rush. We've only been training for a few days. It's unrealistic to expect vast improvement." Su Huiteng chuckled. "All right, no rush. In 4 days, we face Blackpool. I hope you make some strides," Zhu Junquan said, easing his brow. "I will, for my dear brother and for our team." "I certainly will," Su Huiteng asserted with unwavering determination. That evening, they reconvened for their specialized training session. "Your acceleration seems to have shown a slight improvement, though it remains insufficient. Blackpool is just one place above the relegation zone. I hope you get the chance to shine," Su Huiteng remarked. Zhu Junquan understood well that if Su Huiteng did not perform, he too would falter. Zhu Junquan's ability to excel hinged upon Su Huiteng's own performance. Su Huiteng's performance diminished significantly due to being marked, making it arduous for Zhu Junquan to receive the ball. After several days of rigorous training focused on dribbling techniques, Su Huiteng noted some slight improvement, albeit not markedly so. The following day, the Manchester Evening News published an article stating that Su Huiteng's prowess was not particularly remarkable. In previous matches, his precise passing was attributed to a lack of defensive pressure. However, once he faced double marking, his effectiveness waned. In contrast, Zhu Junquan capitalized on his exceptional individual skills to score a goal of considerable merit. Had it not been for the overall weakness of the team, Zhu Junquan might have emerged as the pivotal player. In every aspect, Zhu Junquan overshadowed Su Huiteng. Su Huiteng and Zhu Junquan had also come across this report, however. Given their relationship, they paid little heed to its content. Time flew, and Watford was set to challenge Blackpool away. In a pre-match press conference, Blackpool's coach, Simon Grayson, candidly expressed his intention to neutralize Watford's midfield engine, Su Huiteng. Since the match against Swansea, Watford's vulnerabilities had been exposed, and subsequent teams had adopted a similar strategy. After all, this tactic proved effective. By stifling the core midfield orchestrator, Su Huiteng, one had already succeeded halfway. It remained uncertain whether it was due to Blackpool's midfield players' inferior defensive skills or Su Huiteng's significant improvement in ball control and dribbling. But he managed to deliver an impressive pass from midfield. Minutes into the match, Su Huiteng suddenly accelerated, anticipating the ball's arrival and sprinting to intercept it before an opposing defender could execute a tackle. He deftly transferred the ball to Zhu Junquan's feet. Zhu Junquan internally praised the play. Upon receiving the ball, he surged forward, bypassing a defender and delivering a cross from the byline. Laziak leapt high, attempting a diving header, but the ball narrowly missed its target, soaring over the goal line. Watford had rarely exhibited such a splendid collaboration, which significantly bolstered Su Huiteng's confidence. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, Su Huiteng once again accelerated unexpectedly, delivering a pass to the left side of the penalty area. Zhu Junquan, who had been poised for this moment, utilized a sudden burst of speed to shake off the defender beside him, deftly redirecting the ball to the right before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball arced outward, finding its way into the upper right corner of the net with exquisite finesse, leaving the goalkeeper unable to intervene. Watford had, quite remarkably, taken a 1-0 lead. However, in the first half, Su Huiteng had only managed those 2 notable assists. Although he spent most of the time being tightly marked and forced to pass backward, those 2 passes had led to a goal, granting his team a temporary advantage. During halftime, Simon Grayson, the Blackpool coach, concluded that merely 3 players were insufficient to contain Su Huiteng. He decided to bolster the midfield, deploying 4 players to neutralize him. As the second half commenced, Su Huiteng realized he had once again become ensnared in a tight marking situation. This time, he faced defenders on all 4 sides. Not just 3. Su Huiteng darted left and right, yet he could not escape the encircling trap. It was as if he were ensnared in a vast net, perpetually struggling to break free. Zhu Junquan occasionally retreated to receive the ball, demonstrating his capability to penetrate the defense, advancing into the midfield before delivering a pass. However, Zhu Juanquan's passes lacked precision, frequently ensnaring the 2 forwards in offside predicaments. Forward Priliskin managed only a single opportunity to shoot, but his attempt was thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. Su Huiteng faced an exhausting week of back-to-back matches, leaving him fatigued to the point of struggle. Noticing his weariness, head coach Horlovich substituted him in the 73rd minute, bringing on a central defender in an effort to maintain the slender 1-0 lead. However, following the substitution, the precarious advantage was swiftly undermined. Blackpool managed to score a goal just before the final whistle, leveling the match with tenacity. Horlovich was left to accept this disappointing reality. Sighing at the late equalizer, the players had exerted their utmost, leaving little room for reproach. Chapter 82, Match against Liverpool Kickoff. It seemed evident that the other players needed to refine their passing and receiving skills, in light of Su Huiteng's absence. If the remaining players could enhance their coordination, numerous opportunities could arise. Horlovich pondered this notion. Following the match, Watford accumulated 24 points, placing them 15th in the standings. A staggering 12 points behind Cardiff City, who occupied the 6th position. Watford's form was less than optimal, as they were soon to face a formidable opponent in Liverpool during the 5th round of the League Cup at home. Given Watford's current state, many began to speculate that a significant defeat was all but inevitable. Nevertheless, Su Huiteng refused to concede defeat. He diligently practiced his dribbling skills. Coach Horlovich also remained resolute, encouraging the other players to focus on honing their passing, receiving, and positioning techniques. Zhu Junquan, I will attempt to break through. Let us see if you can defend against me, he declared. During the evening training session, Su Huiteng endeavored to surpass Zhu Junquan. Su Huiteng suddenly accelerated, deftly nudging the ball to the right while using his left hand to block Zhu Junquan, successfully maneuvering past him. My defensive skills have never been particularly strong, as I am primarily an offensive player. Thus, your attempt to surpass me falls considerably short. Zhu Junquan, having been outmaneuvered, remarked nonchalantly. I understand. I merely wish to experience the sensation of such a breakthrough. Liverpool is by no means a weak team. Even if they were to deploy an entirely reserve squad, they would still far surpass us in strength. In truth, Su Huiteng has made significant progress. He simply has yet to recognize the transformation within himself. Perhaps it is the initial struggle of his body not keeping pace with the thoughts in his mind that caused a delay in executing his desired movements. After several days of intensive training, that long-lost sensation has begun to return, yet he feels it is still woefully inadequate. Su Huiteng was acutely aware of Liverpool's formidable strength, noting that even their entire reserve squad was still quite powerful. He believed that given his position, he would likely face Liverpool's captain, Gerrard, a truly formidable adversary who would not be easily dealt with. I wonder which key players Liverpool will rest, Zhu Junquan inquired. Certainly, they will rest some, as Watford has long been regarded as a relegation-threatened team in the Championship. If Liverpool fields half of their main squad, it would demonstrate their seriousness, Su Huiteng replied. Before the match against Liverpool, the draw for the 3rd round of the FA Cup was announced. As Watford was a Championship team, they advanced directly to the 3rd round of knockout play. The draw was favorable for Watford, as they would face Luton, a 4th-tier team in League Two, on January 3rd. It was anticipated that this match would not pose much difficulty. However, the looming presence of Liverpool felt like an insurmountable mountain standing before Watford. A defeat would be understandable, and reaching the quarterfinals would still make Watford the most successful Championship team in the tournament. Yet, it was evident that Su Huiteng was not satisfied with merely reaching the last 8. He had been intensively practicing his dribbling skills in recent days. Zhuang Guiyan, I have secured the tickets. I will be attending the match at Watford's home ground on December 3rd, where they will face Liverpool, Sun Jing exclaimed, waving her 2 tickets. All right, Zhuang Guiyan responded eagerly, especially since the opponent was Liverpool. She pondered how Su Huitang would perform in this match. Would he be able to replicate the success they had against the formidable Portsmouth? Zhuang Guiyin, what are you thinking about? Sun Jing asked, noticing her friend's distraction. Oh, nothing. I just hope Su Huitang and Zhu Juquan both perform well, Zhuang Guiyin smiled. My little Bai will definitely score. I want to see him find the net. Sun Jing said gleefully.